All right, all right, all right, all right. Chicken, chicken patty combo, chicken patty combo. When I was in drinkies and snackies, let's go. Snacks. This is messed up, but like, whenever I have a chicken patty, I always think of this autistic girl. Or no, I think she was deaf. When I was in high school, we had in the morning we would watch the school news in the morning. So they'd have how they had the TVs on the carts. Hold on one second. They'd have the TVs on the carts. Well, we'd have the school news every morning, and there'd be like news anchors, and kids would be on the show doing the news, talking about what's going on in the school. I should have tried to get involved in that. I would have been good at it, but I never did. Um, they only like let the popular kids on it, and I wasn't popular, which is messed up, by the way. But anyway, except for this one girl. So they do the morning news, and part of the news show was somebody would come in and read the lunch menu for the day. What's on the lunch menu? And every Friday, they would have this deaf girl read the lunch menu, and there would be an interpreter doing the interpretation. And I just always remember she'd say chicken patty combo because the lunch menu on Friday was always the same thing. It's always Red Baron pizza, and then one option would change. Maybe it'd be chicken nuggets one day, or I don't know, macaroni or whatever, pizza or whatever thing they had. But they always had Red Baron pizza, and there always was an option to do chicken patty combo. If you just wanted the chicken patty sandwich, and you can get a fruit and a salad and a milk. So there was always the chicken patty combo. So the menu might change up, and she might change the thing she says, but every Friday we loved hearing her say chicken patty combo. It's kind of messed up, but you know, I'm not hating. I'm just saying I've remembered that all my life. So whenever I go to like a restaurant, if they have like a chicken sandwich, I'm like, I always think about her. So shout out to that girl. Then you had Red Baron Pizza. Yeah, that was the first time I ever heard of Red Baron Pizza was school lunch. And that was at the like cafe. So there was the regular lunch where you go through the line and you get the tray. You get your main item, side item, your other side item. Usually the main item, and then like a vegetable, then a fruit, and then like a treat. And you pick out your items, put it together, get your milk out of the cooler or juice, and then it's like $2. $2 every day for that. But you could go to the cafe. And the cafe is where you could get grandma's Otis Spunkmeyer cookies. You could get sodas. You could get Red Baron pizza. All the fancy stuff. and the cafe was more expensive. So the poor kids like me ate from the cheap line, but then the rich kids would go to the other line. They were cool. All that stuff is like divisive. I was thinking the other day though, like I guess my like bullies. I didn't have a lot of bullies, but I had a couple little bullies, and they were like popular kids, and they're all like dead or in jail now. So shout out. Look who's laughing now, bitch. I want to sue Cheetos. I think I have a good lawsuit. I got these jalapeno Cheetos. I went to work without eating last night, and I was getting dizzy. And I was like, I felt like I had low blood sugar. I was sweating. I didn't look at myself, but I feel like I was probably pale, and I was shaky. I was like, I need to eat something. I need some food in me because I don't think I usually I eat like dinner at breakfast. When I get home from work, I eat a big meal before I go to bed. And then I usually don't eat before work, but I eat on my lunch break, I eat a good sized meal. And then when I get home from work, I eat a big meal. Um, so 2 meals a day. But I think the day previous, when I got home from work, I just ate like something real small, like one pork chop or something. I didn't eat much. And I went to sleep, and then I woke up and drank coffee and went to work. And I was like, I was like feeling real shaky. And so, anyway, I'm like, I need to get some food in me. So I run and I just buy like the first thing I see some chips, and I like these jalapeno Cheetos. But the thing is, you can pay $3 for this bag, or you can pay like $2.89 for a bag that's a third of the size, the tiny bag. So I was like, I'm gonna get the big bag. I got the big bag, and I'm eating it while I'm working, and they need some sort of warning on these. You know how warheads, if you eat too many sour warheads, it like tears up your mouth. They need some sort of warning on this bag. I wonder if I have a case because it's hard for me to eat now. Since yesterday and this morning, I could but hard barely eat. Lunch yesterday, I could barely eat. Now, trying to eat these things like turn my whole mouth raw. Like I feel like my gums are bleeding. Like my mouth is just sensitive, raw. My gums hurt, and when I eat anything else, it hurts. I think they need some sort of warning on the bag because it's ridiculous. Do I have a case? Can I sue Cheetos or Lay's? I guess. Lay's potato chips. Did it burn? Gotta let it burn. Yeah, my mouth still burnt because they're spicy. You know, they're spicy and they're not soft Cheetos. They're the crunchy Cheetos. So it's like a crunchy, spicy, and it tears up your mouth. And oh shoot, that's not the right. Did I do the wrong thumbnail? Did I have the same thumbnail as last week? Thumbnail's not right. Was the thumbnail the same one as last week? Or was it? It should be the same thumbnail as the Dreaded Conservative show's thumbnail, except no, that's right. Why is it why is it giving me the wrong thumbnail? Focus on your live stream, let YouTube run ads for me. I doubt not you. You doubt the lawsuit? Damn. Well, you're not a lawyer. I don't know if I'm gonna take your word for it. It's showing the wrong thumbnail, but in the Discord, that is the proper thumbnail. I don't know why. I don't know why Discord's giving me a link. Most lawyers just take a free counsel. Can't hurt to talk to somebody. It hurts to talk to somebody if my mouth doesn't work properly. Due to the hotness of the Cheetos. See? It hurts to eat. I see pain and suffering. Pain and suffering, I couldn't eat. What is Rosicrucianism? The true origin of Rosicrucianism is unknown. Today, there are two groups who claim to be representatives of Rosicrucian. I already read that. Rosicrucian Fellowship of the Oceanside and Oceanside rival organization Ancient Mystical Order. Earliest authentic Rosicrucian writings come from the 17th century. These anonymous works set forth the travels of the alleged founder of the order, one Christian Rosenkreutz. As the story goes, Rosenkreutz learned secrets about medicine and magic while on a trip to the Near East. Upon his return to Europe, he found a secret fraternity whose members communicated in secret coded writings. Rosicrucian order is syncretistic, meaning that it borrows ideas and beliefs from various other religions in an attempt to unify them under a central theme. Huh. I'm kind of like that, but just with Christianity. Like I borrow from all the different denominations of Christianity to try to unite us under one Christian church. Or I think that should, like, I'm not going to unite us. I'm not a prophet, but we should be united. So that's kind of what I talk about. But I ain't with no mysticism or nothing like that. What the? Let me see if there's a video we can watch on it. The Rosicrucian Order, the secret society that connects all religions.
Lingoda's summer sale is now on. Learn a language in live classes online with dedicated teachers.
Rosicrucianism, an intricate spiritual and cultural movement, traces its roots back to the early 17th century Europe and has evolved to manifest itself in various forms in contemporary times. The movement draws its distinct character from an eclectic blend of esoteric wisdom, spanning elements of mysticism, alchemy, Christian Gnosticism, and an array of philosophical and spiritual teachings. The origins of the Rosicrucian order are steeped in mystery, traditionally linked to an enigmatic figure named Christian Rosenkreutz. Rather than being viewed as a literal historical figure, Rosenkreutz is often perceived as a symbolic entity. We'll talk about that in more detail later in the video. The term Rosicrucian is derived from rosy cross or rose cross, potent symbols embodying the teachings of the order. The public emergence of Rosicrucianism can be traced to two anonymous manifestos published in the early 17th century, Fama Fraternitatis Rosae Crucis, dated
I wonder if
1610,
Benjamin Franklin started
which translates to the fame of the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross, and Confessio Fraternitatis, or the Confession of the Brotherhood, dated 1615. In 1617, a third anonymous volume was published, The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz. While the first two texts serve as an introduction to the laws and background of Rosicrucianism, The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz is particularly interesting for another reason. Drenched in profound allegory and symbolism, the story depicts the enigmatic Christian Rosenkreutz being invited to a celestial wedding. This spiritual nuptial ceremony, however, is not a...
Look at that Star of David. Spirit Mother crap. It's like the Mormons with their Spirit Mother crap. I'm not with that Spirit Mother stuff. It's feminism. What's the feminism rewrite of the Bible?
The ordinary sort. It's a chemical wedding, a term that implies a process of alchemical transformation, a symbolic journey of purification and unification, akin to the refinement of base metals into gold in the alchemical tradition. Throughout the text, Rosenkreutz encounters an array of symbolic characters and undergoes trials, all of which serve as metaphorical representations of the inner transformational journey. His experiences are emblematic of the initiate's path to spiritual enlightenment and the transcending of dualistic consciousness. Thus, the chemical wedding not only paints an allegorical portrait of the alchemical process, but also provides a roadmap for spiritual transformation and illumination. These seminal texts hinted at the existence of a clandestine brotherhood of enlightened minds, guardians of ancient wisdom who were subtly shaping the spiritual evolution of humanity from the shadows. Rosicrucian teachings pivot around concepts of spiritual enlightenment and inner wisdom, with the goal of unraveling the profound mysteries of existence. The emphasis is on comprehending and practicing the metaphysical laws that govern the cosmos. Adherents are encouraged to align their lives with these laws, thereby promoting their personal development and contributing to the collective advancement of humanity. In an era marked by profound turmoil, the enticing promise of spiritual transformation beckoned many, with manifestos.
I'm not really gonna sue Cheetos. It's a joke, guys. But my mouth is messed up. Like, it hurts to eat. It sucks. Need a cold beer up in here.
Stimulating the quest for esoteric wisdom. Esteemed occult philosophers from the 17th century, including the likes of Michael Meyer, Robert Flood, and Thomas Vaughan, exhibited a keen interest in the Rosicrucian worldview. Within his fascinating work, Silentium Post Clamors, written in 1617, Meyer offered an evocative portrayal of Rosicrucianism, tracing its origins to a primordial tradition. He writes, "Our roots reach back to the Egyptian and Brahminic civilizations,
alternative history
with
in
the
these
profound
stories
mysteries of Eleusis and Samothrace."
You mean there's alternative stories to what we've been taught about history because of these guys covering things up? Or are you saying that there's lots of different stories relating to these guys, so we don't really know what the truth is? What do you mean?
We draw inspiration from the Persian Magi, the
Stuff that
intellectual
makes you
pursuits
wonder
of
how
the
much we
Pythagoreans,
know after a
and the
couple
enlightened
hundred years
thought of the
practice.
Arabs.
Oh, okay.
This passage is often used by modern organizations that claim Rosicrucian heritage to strengthen the argument that the Rosicrucian order has its roots in the mystery traditions, philosophy, and myths of ancient Egypt, dating back to approximately 1500 BCE. And while there is no solid ground on which one can stand when making this claim, it can't be denied that the symbolism, principles,
we can't
and
really
rituals
be
performed
sure
by
if
the
it was made in the
Rosicrucians draw on those
1700s
mystical
or
and ancient sources.
if
So,
it's
while the
really
institution
ancient.
itself was officially formed in the late 16th or early 17th century, its roots go back much further in history. Throughout medieval Europe, mystical knowledge was often necessarily couched in symbolism or disguised and hidden in the love songs of troubadours, the formularies of alchemists, the symbolical system known as the Kabbalah, and the rituals of orders of knighthood. For example, Francis Thynne, one of the most intriguing figures of the 16th century and an adept alchemist, wrote a series of manuscripts that could serve as landmarks for Rosicrucian history. Thynne's fascination with the occult becomes prominently discernible in his treatise Homo Animal Social, a manuscript dated the 20th of October 1578. In it, he explores topics like Egyptian hieroglyphics and the Druids. He delves into the intricacies of notes, signs, tokens, characters, or voice signs.
Human beings, right? Learn to listen. Human beings, learn to listen. What is Christianity? Your rights came from the human beings, though, right? What is Christianity? Your rights came from the human beings. Can you stop answering my questions with a question? I already fucking asked you a question. You don't answer a question with a question. What is Christianity? This guy's a retard. I'm a retard, yeah. What is Christianity? You're on my show, retard. You get the fuck on if you don't want to be here. What the fuck? No, dude, come on, do it. I don't give a damn. I'll stay here until I'm. Go ahead. You just said get the fuck on. You don't want to talk.
He tolerates stuff a lot more than I do. I boot these clowns. They come on my show talking to me like that. Ain't got no time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
That delineate general differences in sounds.
How
Finn
much
exhibits an
history was
obvious
altered?
enthusiasm for
Yeah,
Kabbalah,
yeah.
lamenting the loss of what he considers the most profound knowledge, echoing the sentiments of the learned Kabbalist Mr. D, the author of Monas Hieroglyphica. Finn recounts how Hebrew letters remained unwritten until the time of Adam's descendants, who, before the Great Flood, were custodians of this knowledge. Citing Josephus, Finn suggests that the descendants of Seth etched their knowledge of celestial phenomena onto pillars.
There's some little Old Testament apocrypha for you. Floor loves talking about Seth. She always want to tell me about Seth.
Furthermore, Finn makes a veiled reference to the chaotic kingdom of traitors at the Tower of Babel. Here he critiques the Masons whose poor construction skills led to their downfall, symbolized by their loss of the original pure language. Finn also wrote a number of poems around the year 1600, which...
That's an attack on the Masons. So the Tower of Babel happened because of poor Mason. The Masons did a poor job. Bro, it all ties together. Wow.
describe the early days of the forming of a secret society at a Rose Tavern. But I digress. Suffice it to say that, if one so desires to go down the rabbit hole, he could find many hints in many works of that time referring to a mysterious order that has a rose on a cross as its symbol. I will provide the links to some of these works on my Patreon.
You have to try not to mention them or put them in the title. Why, you're not supposed to talk about it? I mean, this video's got almost 1 million views, and it's got them right in the title.
Patreon page, where the transcript to this video will also be attached. So the next question that naturally arises at this point is, who is the founder of the Rosicrucian order? If we conclude that Christian Rosenkreutz is just a symbolic figure, the only reasonable answer is that there is no such thing as one founder of the order. Christian Rosenkreutz might be a legendary archetype, but someone certainly wrote the Rosicrucian manifestos, and we can be certain that we are not talking about a single person here, but of a group. So, the founders of the order could also be the authors of these books, and this is where we transition to a more speculative territory. There are two figures that stand out the most as potential candidates for this title.
Benjamin
Johannes
Franklin?
Valentinus Andreae and Sir Francis Bacon.
Oh, farther back. So did they not like the Masons? Were they rivals to the Masons, or just a different, or did they like turn into the Masons? Maybe I talked about them when I did a thing about the Masons a long time ago, and I might have mentioned this. I just never really looked deep into them.
Johannes Valentinus Andreae was a German theologian and writer living in the late Renaissance period. His theological and philosophical knowledge, along with his known writing abilities, make him a plausible candidate for the creation of the Rosicrucian manifestos. This becomes particularly compelling when we consider the themes presented in the manifestos and those explored in Andrea's acknowledged works. The Rosicrucian manifestos portray a utopian vision of spiritual enlightenment and societal reformation, ideals that Andrea often expressed in his own writings. Perhaps the most intriguing piece of evidence is Andrea's later life reference to the Rosicrucian Fama and Confessio as a ludibrium.
There's some like
or jest.
secret knowledge
This
that
statement is
there's some things you're not supposed to mention. So all this stuff, all this basically Wikipedia history, you could just go on and read Wikipedia or read some websites, but the secret knowledge, if you talk about some of the deeper stuff, they get you for it.
has led some to believe that he may have had a direct role in the creation of these works, perhaps even as a sort of intellectual exercise or allegory that was later taken more literally by readers.
Look at this dude dressed like a damn demon jester.
Some scholars of esotericism suggest that Andrea said this to shield his clerical career from the wrath of the religious and political institutions of the day.
But I think before you got here, Matthew, what I was saying is they do, it's a syncretistic religion, which it means it tries to unite all the religions together, which I think I think that could like actually. So I was saying I'm kind of like that, but just with Christianity, I think Christianity should not have 35,000 denominations, but it should be syncretistic. We should all be united. But I think if you're trying to unite the whole world under one world religion and pull all the religions together, I think that's a satanic idea or a satanic pursuit, like the Tower of Babel. That's why God divides us. And Jesus said, I didn't come to unite. I came to divide. I didn't come to bring peace. I came to bring a sword. You can't, oil and water don't mix. This is why I'm like very opinionated, I guess people would call me. I don't believe in opinions. In my opinion, there's no such thing as an opinion. You're either right or you're wrong. An opinion is just a preference. A real opinion is just a preference. Like it's my opinion that Eminem is the best rapper and Eminem and Lil Wayne are the best rappers. That's my opinion. People can disagree. You can say I'm gay for it. You can roast me for it. I'm gonna roast you back. It's fine. But you can't really tell me I'm wrong. You could disagree. You could have a different opinion or preference. But if I say it's my opinion that uh, Joe Biden is a horrible president, that's not an opinion. That's a fact. I'm just right. If you say it's my opinion that Joe Biden is the greatest president that ever lived, it's my opinion that you're a fucking idiot. Basically, it's not an opinion. You're just wrong. Objectively, that's objectively not true. You can't say you can't preface with something in my opinion and then try to say something profound. Basically, what you're doing is you're saying, I'm not sure. You say, in my opinion, Donald Trump is the best president ever. What you're saying is, I'm a fence sitter and I'm scared to say my real opinion because I don't want people to be offended. Stand for something. People don't like that though. Nope, everybody's opinion is wrong also. Not if their opinion's wrong, then it's not an opinion. They're just wrong. And if opinion is true, it's not an opinion, it's just a fact. So if I go out and say, in my opinion, the sky is blue, it's like, no, the sky's just blue. Unless it's not blue on that day. Maybe you could say, you wouldn't say, in my opinion, as the sun sets, the sky looks purple and then orange and then red or whatever. No, it just is. That's just a fact. And then if you said, in my opinion, the sky looks green when it's obviously not green on that day. I mean, the sky, I guess, could look green at certain times if you got inversion or something or pollution or whatever. But um, if it's a blue sky day, unless you're just colorblind, but then that's just another. Uh, that's just your perception. You're still wrong. In my opinion, space is fake. Right. You're either right or you're wrong. So if space is fake, then you're just right. That's just a fact. It's not an opinion. But if you're wrong, it's not your opinion. You don't get to say, in my opinion, I'm wrong. Like I guess opinions only work when they're wrong. Because basically what you're saying is, in my opinion, I just like to be wrong about stuff. But if you're right, then it's not your opinion. It's just true. It's just the truth. Does that make sense? What did we get on? What?
Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one.
My asshole was cauterized shut in a tragic smelting accident. So I don't have one. So you're wrong. My in
Kim
my
Jong Un.
in my opinion, you're wrong. Yeah, I don't
Kim
poop.
Jong Un. Hit holes in one and golf every shot.
I don't go doo doo. I got a 6 handicap in golf. You gonna carry your own bag, tough guy. Well, what you doing, Buff? I'm watching The Stand, the TV show of The Stand.
I was just playing around with. Well, I was doing a test on StreamYards. Um, Finally figured out how to get it on my laptop, and this damn test turned into an hour and a half fiasco of nonsense.
That's funny.
And
I did the same thing this morning.
I kept telling people to leave. I was like, no, go watch John, go watch Dreaded. No, don't watch this. This is nonsense. And people were popping up, and I was just like, oh, okay, fine, let's talk. But no, I was just testing shit out, man.
I'm not gonna say that.
Seeing how it goes.
Fuck that.
Because I had to download Chrome apparently to my laptop, the browser, to get StreamYards to support it. And I don't know
Jalen,
what
are you in
bullshit it is.
jail? Are you calling us from
What do
jail
you
right
want?
now?
Oh,
No,
look at
this
this
is the
inmate.
bar that I like to be at.
Damn
Oh,
statistic.
look like you were wearing a jailhouse jumpsuit.
You would know that, wouldn't you?
I
You got
do.
white flip flops on.
Look here.
You got some Bobos,
What are Bobos?
Bob Barkers, shoes, the slides you get in jail.
Oh, I don't know. I told you I've never been to jail. Don't plan on going, so
You would love it.
I'll let you expert. I'm drinking some type of Basil Hayden, some type of Basil Hayden whiskey tonight. It's top shelf, so I don't know what it is.
Monday.
Prison would be better than Disney for you, Jalen.
Can you? I didn't know if I was allowed on because
It'd
after
be
your
like it'd be
behavior,
like Wet and Wild or Islands of Adventure.
Fucking coming back.
you what is prison like? Because you told me about all the gay stuff that happens in
You'd
Utah.
love it. You would love it.
No, I really didn't see a lot of gay stuff.
Did you really not?
Uh, I saw one guy that was really gay come in, and then they were kind of like pimping him out, so he would stay in a cell, and guys would be going in and out of that cell all day. And there was a guy, there were like
Oh
two big
my
old dudes at the
god.
door, and they were like kind of pimping him out. But I didn't see
Okay,
anything because it was in a set, it was behind a door.
I don't actually want to know. I don't actually want to know. Like, I don't need to know
That's
about
all.
anybody's sexual activities. That's my bad. That's my bad.
Okay.
Okay, so let's hear this opening.
I'm not gonna give it all away now.
Hello, Shania. How are you?
Lovely.
I love that he responds to that. What is this? Taxation? You said?
Should churches be should churches be 501c3 tax exempt?
And then you're doing the one with John about free will.
Hopefully.
So you're having to prepare for all this. While Floyd gonna be in town, when does she get in?
I don't know. John doesn't like me anymore because I guess I was being a showman and I was being cocky and I said John needs to quit playing with me. He's gonna get bodied or something like that, and he didn't like that, and so now he's unfriended me on Discord. He's not talking to me. So
Mosman?
yeah,
Oh God.
No, that's what you're supposed to do for debates. Learn
exactly. That's
some.
what I thought. Especially if it's an internet debate. We're not in college. This is for fun and for entertainment. I was just
Really?
being. It's like I said, compared it to a UFC press conference. They talk
Right.
shit. They talk shit beforehand, and then afterwards they shake hands and hug.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
What we did for our debate, literally, we were friends on my Facebook account and everything. Like, you came live on my Facebook, and I was like, this is what's going to happen. Like, this is the guy I'm debating. Like, it's supposed to be like a big event.
it happened a couple days ago. But I wasn't even being like a douchebag or savage. I was just joking around. I was like, he better quit playing with me. He's gonna get bodied or something like that. Like that's all I said. He said, "I'm
It's just having fun.
yeah." I guess he says I'm not taking it seriously. He's college trained, and I don't take
Oh,
debates seriously. If you watch my debates, I don't do ad hom. It's not blood sports. I stay calm and I put a lot of preparation into it, and I take it seriously.
I mean, literally, like he saw you on our debate and stuff, and that was a serious event. Like that, that's weird, John. John, if you're listening, debate Joshua. Like he's a worthy adversary. I'll give you that. He's a worthy adversary. You might beat him. You'll probably beat him, but he's worthy. I don't know him to want a debate yet.
I'm not mad at him. I just think I don't know, he gets a little sensitive about things sometimes. And it's like, come on, man, we're having fun.
More sensitive than me, the one with the musical theater degree.
apparently more sensitive than you because
Apparently,
y'all did your little trash talk beforehand and you showed up for the debate. You didn't unfriend you still come back here.
oh
So
no, we're not
yeah.
friends. We were never. We were only friends on Facebook for publicity. Like it was a publicity thing to get people in. But all of our emotions towards each other are real. Neither
Yeah, I
is
still don't
Josh,
like him.
but we can still drink.
And see, I don't even like Jalen, and I was pretty professional in the debate. He was the one losing his marbles.
I was not necessarily losing my marbles. I was just very passionate. I was very passionate about something that I believed in and what I stood for. And
But
then when y'all said the "Oh Jordan
that's not
Clark
how
thing,"
you win a debate. You can't. You got to be dispassionate.
but I won. That's the sad thing is
You
I won.
did not
Oh,
win.
you're kidding yourself.
You did not win.
Still hanging on a dream.
Now
Uh,
I will say, if you and John ever have y'all's debate, I wonder about his emotions and stuff because he gets pretty heated. Like he gets pretty heated and passionate as well, and he'll start using like saying the F word and stuff, and then he'll hang up too. So
yeah, and I've told him that, and I've said I need to stop being critical of you of that because I'm not mad when somebody says the F word. I just if I'm getting you flustered, it makes you look bad, and I'm not trying to make you look bad.
oh, I definitely was trying to make you look bad. I was trying to get you canceled.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, you failed as usual.
No, 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 no. Let's not do that. I just wanted more viewers to see the things that I've had to experience for over a year. I just wanted you to be canceled. I still do. Still hope that happens very soon. But since you're not canceled tonight, what's the
Unfortunately,
definition of taxation?
There we
the definition of taxation. I would say, um, let me think about this because I'm not gonna do
Give me
like
your
what you
money,
would. I'm
motherfucker.
not gonna do like what you would do, which is just Google it and tell you what Encyclopedia Britannica says. I'll give you my
You mean
definition.
research?
No, definitions, just because a dictionary has a definition of something doesn't mean that individuals can't have their own definitions of things, and then in a debate you have to come to an agreement. That's why that's semantics. Semantics are important in a debate. We need to come into to an agreement on our definitions of words. In the debate, I told you my definition of race, my definition of ism, therefore my definition of racism, and you agreed with me on my definition.
I actually was going to give my own definition of racism, but I'm so glad that I didn't. I just stuck to the sources and everything. I'm so glad that I didn't because
Well,
it
I'm
made me
I'm not even sure which source you use because I was expecting you to say something.
Webster.
Oxford and Webster.
You didn't say anything about marginalized people, and every definition that I've seen includes marginalized people in the definition.
right here for the does racism exist debate.
Oh,
Definitely quoted Oxford. Definitely quoted Webster. This is my notebook. See, it says, "Does racism exist?"
Look, from Oxford Languages, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. That's the Oxford Dictionary definition of racism. That's not the definition you gave.
Think about that one right now. You already lost that debate. Look up the definition of
Well,
taxation.
hold on. Let me think of how I would define it first. So I would say taxation would be a communal. How would I say this?
government
I'm
sticking their hands in your pocket to get
Yeah,
fucking money from you to pay for their crap.
no, but I'm usually really good at defining words without looking in the dictionary, and then when I look up the definition, I'm usually pretty close. So I'm usually really good at this, but this is kind of a weird one. So I'd say uh when a government um how would you say this? Community funded when community funds given to governments or leaderships in order to fund resources and projects, or I don't know, something like that, something to that effect.
Look, I don't like you, but I'm gonna give you some talking points. So talk
Would you?
about
Well, what's your
some
definition of racism? And then I'll look it up.
about my definition of racism. You're a racist.
I
But
mean, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm sorry. I meant taxation. My bad.
taxation. Well, hear me out on what I'm going to say because I'm going to give you a good talking point. Talk
Before
about
you
my
give me the talking points, just tell me what you think the definition of taxation is. How would you word it?
Dreddy, Dreddy, can I ask you a question right quick?
What?
yes.
Do you think the rest?
You're
I'm not asking it in an attacking way.
you're
I'm just curious if you think that's
you're cut
they
you're cutting
tax
out
us.
real bad. I can't understand you.
Do you think they tax under duress? Because we get penalized if we don't pay our taxes. Do you
By
think that's
force.
like yeah? Do you think that's like duress under duress?
Yeah.
Uh,
It is by force. So the forceful collection of a percentage of the community's funds in order to pay for projects or resources. That's what I would say.
I would also just say money paid as tax.
You can't. That's a circular definition. You can't. This is.
I mean, but that's it.
You can't say a taxation is when you pay taxes.
Okay, look here, sir. This is what
You
you need
can't
to talk about.
use part of the word in the definition, Jalen.
Yeah, you can't define the
What
word with
you
the
need to
word.
what you need to say, some of your talking points
No, you
is
come up with a better definition of taxation first. Don't bounce around yet.
This
Lord,
guy.
Explain
Lord,
explain what taxation is without saying tax.
it's, I mean, but tax is a different word than taxation.
Oh my god. I'm just gonna Google it.
Tax is, am I
What's up,
wrong?
guys?
Beautiful floor. I'm mad at you,
Oh
darling.
shit. Oh shit.
Not to say you're wrong, you're
Oh
broad.
What?
shit. Oh shit. Damn. Hold on.
No, I just smoked a J, so it's a perfect timing.
No,
I'm
hold on.
saying
Hold
the
on,
right things.
Jalen. Jalen, you just got a point, Jalen. Or actually, the dictionary just lost a point. Oxford just lost a point. Because Oxford's definition of taxation is a levying of tax.
Oh, fuck off.
That's
Look,
fuck that.
I just
Oxford
got a
can go to
point. I
hell.
deserves a drink. Cheers.
That's bullshit. This is
Running
why
is
I don't
effective
use the
when you
dictionary.
run.
This This is why I don't
Now,
go to the dictionary for my definitions.
now, Floyd, you know I've never been disrespectful towards you and stuff, and you called me a whole B word the other night. That was not right. That was not inappropriate, honey.
Okay,
When
look,
I
look, look.
called you,
Here, this is more
when I
close.
called you,
This is more close
You
to what I
called me
said.
gay?
I called you a bitch.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jalen.
No, ma'am.
I was totally PMSing that day, like
Well,
hardcore.
well, let me tell you
Look,
something.
hold on. Hey, we're
Hold
talking
on.
about something. Can we stop? Stay on the conversation. Hold on. So I like this definition. This is pretty close to what I said. The imposition of compulsory levies, the in, blah, the imposition of compulsory levies on individuals or entities by governments. The imposition of compulsory levies on individuals or entities by governments.
And this is just about the church, right? Should like the church be taxed?
Yeah,
I'll
we
be right
might
back. Hold on.
we might get into a little bit about taxes in general, but the main topic of the debate is should the churches pay taxes, federal taxes.
You'll have some winning points if you talk about just individuals being taxed and how unfair that is. That so many people get taxed on things that should be free. Uh, you'll have some winning points on that. In terms of the church, that's a public servant and everything, and so you could have a winning point that yes, that's a public servant, but everybody else uh, is being taxed and stuff. But preachers are doing public servant jobs, but doctors are taxed, nurses are taxed, firefighters are taxed. So there's some winning points for you.
Are
Okay,
preachers
well,
doing public servant jobs?
they
For
say
private?
if you're doing something charitable that helps the community, you don't have to pay taxes on that.
Here, hold this rattlesnake. The spirit of God will go through you. Is that a public
But so
service?
I would argue that Planned Parenthood is 501c3 tax exempt.
You would.
So why do they? I don't think they should. I don't think any of these people should be tax exempt. I think if anything, the institutions pay their taxes and you reduce the taxes on the individuals.
Give us one sentence, because you at least did this during your debate with me, because you said you was going to mention things about slavery. So give us just one sentence from your opening argument so far.
Uh, no, the main thing is that if churches are tax exempt, they're not allowed to get involved in political candidates, and I think that's a problem
Oh,
because, be-
state.
yeah, because I want the church to take over the government. I want a Christian government. I want a theocracy. I want the church to rule the government and the Christians to be able to say we want this guy to be in charge, and so we put him in charge. Because currently Christians don't vote. They say I don't want. I'm a Christian. I don't get involved in politics. That's dumb.
What Christians do you know that don't vote?
A lot of them. John.
Oh, wait, John doesn't vote?
Yeah, I know a lot of Christians that don't vote. They say we don't get involved in politics. It's a common thing.
Oh. And then
Trump talked about it in his speech recently. He said
a
he
lot
said
of
he
Christians
said these
that
evangelical Christians they don't vote. We need you guys to get out there and vote.
well, see, that might be helpful for
A lot
those
of gun
people
owners
because
don't vote. A lot of gun owners don't vote because they're libertarian. Libertarians and now anarchy is so popular, they don't vote.
okay, okay, this might be some helpful things that you're telling me.
Okay. What do I need to help you for?
No, just for things in the future, because especially with them saying Trump, what just happened with Trump and how basically he has a better chance now in November has a better chance. I'm so mad about that.
Wait, who said
I
that?
don't.
Everybody? And they mama?
Oh please. Oh please.
Even the
Uh,
Democrats? Did you see Van Jones was about to cry after the debate?
no,
That was
I
hilarious.
intentionally did not watch the debate. They asked me to work. I said yes. I would rather be at work than watch that debate.
Oh, you missed a murder.
So I only heard of highlights, but now Trump has a better chance, which is upsetting.
Yes, because he killed a man live on stage on CNN. Yeah.
You could be right, Matthew. You could be that they just tell people I don't get involved in politics because they don't want to start problems with people that they're friends with. So they say that, but then they still go vote anyway. You could be right about that, but I need to find numbers on it. I can't find numbers of percentage of Christians that don't vote.
Do
But
you
I
think this tape is still looking the right way? Like it's off.
what?
Oh, sorry, I thought I muted. Going back to y'all and stuff. Uh, going back to y'all and stuff. Yeah, no, I wasn't watching that debate at all. I wasn't going to do that.
So you
Oh
said.
man, you missed your boy tearing it up on the stage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Joseph Biden. I
Yeah.
know he did.
Lying on his opening statement.
I
Yeah.
mean, he did a great job for the other party.
Jeez.
He basically won the debate for Trump in the first 3 minutes.
He
Uh,
even mentioned again how white people are better than black people. You know how they can do things
I
better.
know. I can't believe
I
he
was like, that's when I started clapping. I was like, oh my god, Biden, you're
I
so
could
proud
not
of you.
believe he restated that. That's one of like his bro, are you an idiot? You resaid the same thing that you already got called out for saying.
jeez.
I can't believe he
Jeez.
said it again.
What did he say? Tell me.
When he said
I'm going to Waffle House.
black people are just as or what do you say
It was something about black people just as capable of making right decisions as white people. Something stupid along that lines. I was just like, oh my god, you really said that.
poor people are just as smart as white people, basically saying black people are poor or something like that. I can't remember what he said.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, I have
changing
to go back and watch it.
subjects.
Oh,
Josh,
oh.
actually, all three
You
of
ever
you
hear the
said
sound clip of Biden when he said, "We already got an N-word mayor. We don't need another N-word mayor." Hard R.
Biden
Mm.
words that he
Defend him.
say, Joshua.
Defend him.
Yeah, but I'm not the Democrat. I'm not the one that's pretending that
Um,
we need to
I'll defend them, Buff. I'm
be
still going to vote
anti-racist.
for
I'm
him.
not the anti-racist guy. I don't even believe racism's real.
That's me defending him. I'm still going to vote for Trump. I mean, fuck me. I'm not going to
Oh,
vote.
Freudian slip. We got one,
Freudian.
boys. Clip
Yeah,
it.
no.
Flip that.
Biden.
Clip
I'm
it.
Please
gonna
clip
vote
that.
for Trump.
He's voted
Clip
for
that.
Trump.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that.
Joseph Biden, President 24,
Or Spike
November.
Protein, are you in here? Clip that.
Jalen's voting for Trump. We got one, boys.
I'd rather not vote if that was
He's
my
gonna vote
choice.
Trump, and then next year he's gonna be celebrating White History Month and going to the straight pride
July.
parade.
So there's a gay guy, Joshua, that I want you to look up. His name is Clarkson Lawson. He's a gay Republican. He's a
I'm
gay
not.
Okay.
Republican. He agrees with a lot of things that you say. I was listening to him today on the Facebook Reels, and I was like, oh my God, a gay Republican who, like, he talks a
They
lot
exist.
about the trans. He talks like a lot
But I'm not a
about that.
Republican.
He is, but look him
What's
up.
your point? They
That's the
exist.
gay
Well,
guy
what's
that's
the
with your
point?
friend.
You
That's what
know,
they got them for some reason.
historically, republicanism is leftism. It's on the left side of the political compass.
Yeah, and thankfully there was a change in like the 1930s through 40s.
Oh, everybody keeps
A
talking
lot of
about this
people, a lot of black
change.
people used to vote Republican because of Abe Lincoln.
When?
Thankfully there was a change.
The first half black president.
Gosh. Buffington, turn on your camera so you can drink with me.
His camera is on.
Camera's
His
on.
camera's on.
Fix your damn
I
phone.
You
still didn't work on
drunk
my.
son of a bitch.
You have to go to his profile and
I did that. I did what you said, Floyd. It doesn't work. It worked for Josh's, but not for Shane's.
Buff has you blocked. He doesn't want you to see him.
That's fine. I'm perfectly okay with that. How do y'all
Right.
like my new name?
He
Oh
started
yeah,
listening to a gay Republican and now he's voting for Trump.
Did
Hey,
nice.
you
if it
did you
works,
had to remind yourself how you were
What's your name,
born?
Munir?
that's big tent conservatism for you.
His
It's
gay ass
newsflash.
pronouns.
He,
Showcase
him?
pounds.
Do you
He
watch
doesn't.
the Jubilee
At least you're
debates?
not a they them. That'd
With the
be
conservative gays versus the liberal gays.
There was one recently. It was pro MAGA or pro Trump Republicans versus not pro Trump Republicans. And they had this like red pill relationship coach lady that I've seen debating Destiny and a couple other people on there as a not pro Trump Republican. That lady is such a damn Democrat. They were all Democrats on the not pro Trump side.
Would you ever do like a jubilee or a modern day debate or anything like that? Like, why don't you do things outside these sources? You're trying to like branch
You have
out.
to
Why
be
not
pretty
do it?
big to get into Jubilee. They
Oh, you don't. Oh, you don't.
Everybody they
You
have
don't.
on is pretty big. You got to be pretty big to get on Jubilee.
You've got about
And
sadly, a
I'm a
couple
little
right.
too radical. I'm a little too radical for Jubilee. That's very far left media.
They've had a lot of people on different sides. You could be on there.
Yeah, but they never had anybody who's really like, they're not gonna have somebody like me or like Hake or JLP or like Fuentes or like Andrew Wilson on
Yeah,
Jubilee.
like you all. And if you ever end up on there, I want you to send me $50 because I
why.
promoted you.
If I end up on the show, I gotta send you $50.
Hell yeah, because I introduced you to it.
You didn't.
I
I just
introduced
asked
you
you if
guys.
you ever watched it. How did you introduce me to it?
I only watched. I stopped
Mm,
watching. I want to watch more. They did an episode where it was like Britney versus Beyonce, Britney Spears versus Beyonce, and Britney won. I turned it
Let's
off.
go. Let's go for the
I
white
said, "Hey,
for all the white trash out there.
Don't
Brit-
you support Britney Spears, Jalen?
I support Beyonce. I
yeah, I
support
mean
But she's
Beyonce's
like
a
a
bad
crazy
actor.
person.
Britney is a
Britney.
bad parent.
Well, you can't call Beyonce crazy.
Britney
And
Spears, they made her crazy. Like
oh,
she
I thought you
just
were saying Beyonce's more crazy than Britney.
No,
Yeah,
no,
but
no, 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 no,
I the
no,
No, you
movie
can't
no,
is
get
no
worse than
such
white
a
girl
thing.
crazy.
no.
They take the cake for the whole world. The white girls is the craziest of the crazy.
Well, Buff, I
You
can't
ever
see
been to a
you.
trailer park? You don't mess with the damn white girls. They will
I've
rip
never
your
been.
ass to
she looks
shreds.
like a trailer park girl, actually.
Buff, I can't see you. I'm just going to assume that you have your drink up. You ready?
Unblock me, bitch.
I don't have you blocked. I don't know how to block
Oh,
people.
look at Buff. Look at Buff. Okay, Buff.
What are he, him?
You got your drink. Or let me know when he has his drink up,
No one
okay?
will acknowledge how
It's
amazing.
up. Let's
See, Sal, your
cheers.
tax
What
definition
was
was
that?
amazing.
I'm drinking soda.
And smoking A
But that's the
cigarette.
kind of thing, exactly what I said.
Oh
The only
yeah.
thing I didn't say is, uh, the only part I didn't leave out is I left out the force part because it is by force.
Look at Jalen. Oh my God, is he getting hit on right now by some dude?
I don't want to see that. Turn his. I'm gonna turn
Oh
his
my
camera
God, no, no. Oh, look at he's
Oh,
mesmerized. Look
off.
at him. Oh, he's in love.
I told you. That's hilarious.
Okay.
Take me home
Okay.
tonight.
I
I don't
told
wanna
you.
What is wrong with
That's gross.
That's what you
be
get
my
with the
little
resident
why are
gay.
your
baby.
hands so cold?
What just happened, Jalen?
Huh?
What
Nothing.
just happened?
Not a
I
thing.
saw your face.
Not a thing.
Oh
Happy
my God.
more
The hell with its
being
face. I saw
right
that
now.
hand. Had the beads all over
What?
it.
The hot to crazy
Come
ratio is
here,
real. Yeah.
baby.
What were you
Hey,
saying, Jaden? I can't hear you.
when
He
do you get
forgot.
to America?
In like 2 weeks.
Girl,
Literally
please
two
hurry,
weeks.
because
She's
I'm
not
trying
allowed to
to
put dates on things
start
anymore.
what?
Oh
She's not.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
She's not allowed to put dates on
What?
things anymore.
Lord, get to America quickly. Take the red line if you have to, and get your scissors as soon as you get off the plane.
You mean
Josh,
the
bring
red eye?
her.
Get you what?
The red
Southern?
eye?
I'm just going as a tourist. I'm just going as a tourist for 2 weeks. I'm not gonna stay there. I'm just going for 2 weeks.
Yeah, but as soon as you get to America, you Josh gets to cut off them dreads and child record everything, especially the scent.
I am so excited. That's gonna be so crazy because what
Especially
was
the
it,
what?
Josh? Like 13 years ago or 12? No, 12 years ago, I helped you. Like
She
I
always says
helped you.
this. She
Don't roll
always
your
says.
eyes. I helped you.
She always says she helped me.
The ones on the back, I did them.
It took me like 22 hours, and she helped for like an hour.
Huh.
No, it was like half of a day. All the ones on your back, and then you did the rest. I was not gonna do your neck
I
and
did the
hair.
ones in the
My
back too,
wrist
because
was
I
hurt.
remember my arms dying because I had to hold them like this for hours and hours.
And I was just looking at you doing them.
Yeah.
What should I take a shot of?
No,
They,
but I think that you told me not to. Jayling, where are you? Are you like in a hoe house or something?
No, stop calling me that, Lord.
you can still see his video. I disabled his video on my stream.
In Guatemala, that's what we call them. Like, when you go to somebody, like they have, well, we also call them closed doors,
No,
like,
no,
That's called a
I'm a
whorehouse.
gentleman, Lord. I'm not a bitch. I'm not a hoe. I'm a gentleman. I'm at a bar
What?
right now. I don't want to
Jalen,
drink.
look, I'm gonna tell you something about myself. I already apologized once. I'm not gonna beg you for more. That's
Yeah,
Did
it. I did overpass that line. I
I'm just.
apologize, and we can
But
just
I
move
have
forward. Don't you think?
can
Let's
you
both be adults. I'm
can
not
you
gonna
still
complain
see his
to
decided
video?
you.
at the
Can you still see his video?
Yep. In
Oh,
Do
Discord.
you have Irish
time.
liquor?
Not on YouTube. Not on
not
YouTube.
because I
Is
disabled
there
it on
gonna be
my. I don't. I'm
Irish
not looking
liquor?
at that.
I'm a virgin. That would never happen, sir. That would never happen. Stop that.
Yeah, we're not looking
Stop
at
that.
that.
Be right
Mm,
back.
What shot?
mm.
Joshua, Bob, y'all the drinkers. What should I get? Oh, there's Jameson.
You should get the hell out of there and go home and go to sleep before something.
I know. I feel like at some point some dude is just gonna chain you up or something. Where are
This
you?
nigga is behind the bar. Wait a minute. Oh God, there's that
He's
hand
not
again.
in a bar.
What the
He's
hell?
in somebody's
I'm at
house.
the
He's not
bar,
in a bar.
Lord.
All
I'm at
right,
the
this is
bar.
White History Month, not Pride Month. Let's
I'm at the
That's an
bar.
exclusive bar,
Yeah,
Jalen. Where are
y'all,
you?
y'all's
Just
muff is
pass
over.
a
Stop
drink.
it.
What should
Look,
I
and it
drink?
even has the rainbow. That's a
When you were
closed
met.
door club. I'm telling you, that's a gentleman's club right there.
Yeah, I told you I'm a gentleman. Oh my God, stop that. Stop that.
Is that your
All right,
touch? Oh my
I'm gonna.
gosh.
All right,
I
now
feel
I'm
like I'm
disturbed. I
sitting in
can't
a
see
No,
the
castle.
hand anymore.
stop
Oh
that.
no,
I
I'm
can't even
literally just
see you,
trying
but
to
I
get
don't
a
want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
I
I
don't
just
want to
want a
hear
drink.
it.
I
Come
just
back
want a
in when
drink.
you're out of the damn gay
Yeah,
bar, Jalen.
If you're in
No,
somebody
I
drinking.
just
else's
want a drink.
house and he's giving you alcohol, what are you expecting? The dude is gonna touch your face.
Just be
All right, well, quit
quiet.
talking about what's happening on his video. I cut his video for a reason. I don't want to hear this gay shit.
I just want a drink. I literally just held up Jameson, trying to figure out what I want as a shot.
All right, well,
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna get my food.
talk about your
Should I get
drinks.
Jameson?
Yeah, get some Jameson. Get you a man's drink.
You should
Okay,
get
I'll
your
get
right
some
life with
Jameson.
Jesus. That's what you should do.
Turn on the camera,
That means
Mr.
something coming from
Orange.
Buff.
Joshua, what's Jameson Orange?
It's probably orange flavored Jameson.
Let, is it? Let me see. Jameson. I can't see that right now. Hold on.
Probably some citrus Jameson. You see this gray?
Oh, there's also this. Should I do the Mr. Black coffee?
You see this gray in my beard?
Jameson with orange flavors. Ugh.
Yes, yes, Matthew. Jalen is part of the hole in the wall gang.
Not you see Mel Waiters.
We're going back
Not Mel Waiters.
to the hole in the wall.
Okay, should I do Jameson Orange or regular Jameson?
You
Regular.
should do better in life.
Okay.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's an Irish whiskey that your husband likes.
The Irish don't want you to drink their whiskey.
I do like it. Very good. What is the? Somebody help me with these numbers. What?
Fuck White History Month. What are you saying?
Oh yeah, happy white,
Don't be a
happy White
hater.
History Month.
Oh, at
Why do
midnight,
you hate white people?
Fuck White History Month.
there's fireworks going off. Echo's freaking out.
Fuck White History Month. They celebrate White History Month every fucking day. Fuck White History Month.
Even
I'm
in
gonna
February.
disconnect you if
So-
you keep besmirching my month.
What did that
Alright.
white dude said to you,
I guess it's
Jalen?
You're
fair because I
insulting,
called Pride Month Demon Month, so
Yeah, you called it evil. You said Black History Month, Juneteenth, and Pride Month was the evil month. I wanted to punch you in your fucking face.
no, Demon Month because if you write the word, get your notebook out, get a pen, and write Pride Month, and you're gonna see the word demon right in the middle. The DE in Pride and the MON in month. If you write
Notebook
Pride
from.
Month, it says demon in the words.
Wow.
Did you just randomly carry a notebook with you, Jalen? That was pretty fast.
He pull a
Then
notebook
get
out.
a notebook out and get a pen.
Yeah, he's like, get your paper and pen out, and he just pulls out a
Oh
freaking
my God.
notebook.
Oh God, he does. Oh shit.
Look, Ted Cruz says today roughly half of born again Christians aren't voting. They're staying home. So that's from 2015. Let's see. There's some polls in here declaring presidents. Crowded Liberty University. Today, roughly half voting people across America. At least since Ronald Reagan won presidency, Republicans have viewed conservative Christians, specifically white evangelical Christians, as pivotal. And in the latest presidential race in 2012, born again Christians comprised 26% of all voters. Most of them saying they voted GOP. According to exit polls, Christians vote in equal or by phone and email. Republic Religion Research Institute told us white evangelical Christians vote in equal or larger portions than other Americans. Still, he said, the share of white Christian voters has declined. In 1992, he said 75% of voters identified that way, while in 2012, 50% did so. So by now, it's probably even less than that. So could it be these days about half of born again Christians as of 2015 were not voting? By now, I bet you the number's even bigger.
Turn on your camera for me, because I I just wrote down what you told me to write.
42% of such voters or fewer stayed home. Some people are doing fireworks and Echo's freaking out. So I think at midnight tonight the new Eminem song drops. So we'll have
And
to.
I'm ready. Slim Shady is there.
That's the name of the album. It's
Can you
called.
see it, Josh?
I can't see your video because I don't want to see that.
Turn the video on. I did what you told me about the Pride Month stuff.
Right. You saw what I told you, right?
And look what it says.
Fuck
Showing it.
JS Urban Adventures.
Cheers, bitches. Cheers. Drinking Jameson in your honor.
Okay, that was kind of funny.
Better not be hungover tomorrow.
Oh.
I could see it.
I work with a South African guy from France. His name is Adolf.
What?
I think I know.
I don't know.
Not a join. Come join while I'm on here. Hey, C-Sal. Let me see who on the chat. Ain't we supposed to be? That's what I have to understand. Then you was gonna be typing up your little debate,
Oh yeah,
and
and I gotta
then
make a thumbnail.
we were supposed to be helping you while you type, and then we was gonna
No,
be,
you're supposed to entertain the stream while I'm typing. You're not supposed to help me with writing it.
Well, you ain't. I try both. I did both. Look, I'm looking at the chat. Some you don't like to do.
Did you just send me these memes,
Love to
Matthew? These are
hate.
some pretty good ones. I love Trump with the fish.
Matthew, I don't know if I. Joshua, do you hate me?
I don't
Because
hate
he said,
anybody.
"LOL." Jalen loves to hate, but he can't get away. I don't know if I don't know if I hate. I
I
don't
don't
know
hate
if I
anybody.
hate. I really don't like you. I really don't like you, but I wouldn't want you to be like murdered or killed.
Well, thank you. It's nice.
Like now, if you get punched out, if you get jumped, so be it. But I don't want you murdered or
Well,
killed.
that's the only way I'm losing.
You lose a lot though.
No.
You've lost a lot in your life.
Okay, so between me, Dreaded, and Floor, fuck Mary Kill. Let's
For
get this
who?
straightened right now. Between me,
Me?
Dreaded, and
You asking me
Floor.
this when there's two guys here? I'm not answering that.
No,
Considering,
not you, him.
oh,
Uh,
That'll really put his perspective on the table.
kill Buff.
Yeah.
Kill you, Buff. Uh,
that
Mary
means
Floor,
that
and
means you.
have Joshua get down on his knees.
Oh my god! Get the fuck out of here!
So you don't hate him. And how you gonna ruin that straight woman's life like that?
What the hell?
I would be a
Fucked up.
good husband. I would be a way better husband to Floor than Joshua ever is.
That sneaks out at night for random hands with beads on them that comes and touches your shirt. Yeah.
Fuck
Okay.
that. I would be a way better
Mm,
husband to Floor than Josh is.
mm.
Floor would have Floor. If
I
Floor was,
don't know, man. I don't
she
know,
would never
man.
have
I
to
don't
Mm.
know.
work unless she wanted
Yeah, I
to.
don't know about that.
She would have as many children as she wanted to.
Not from
She would
you.
be able to do whatever she wishes. She would be able to speak uh, wherever she wanted to speak and never be shut down or told to be shut up. Like, I would be a way better husband to Floor than Joshua ever is.
In between your escapades at the toolbox and the Blue Oyster Lounge.
How do you know all of these gay references?
They're from movies.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I
What about you, Buffington? Kill, Mary, fuck, Joshua, Floor, and myself. Who would you choose?
Put me on the spot there.
Why
I
would you even
would
consider answering this?
probably.
Because he's gay.
I know it's kind of fun.
Like, no hesitation. He's gay. He's
Mary
gayer than I am.
kills, please.
Josh would have said, there's two guys. I'm only picking a woman. So we know he's straight.
Yeah, it's gonna be all three floor.
Like, literally.
No, I'd kill.
Floor?
No, wait. Because
Damn, he would kill his own wife. Damn.
I'd kill. No, wait, shit. Damn.
Speak honestly. I want to actually know this answer.
Didn't I just download this image? Why is it not working? Yo, this is the Washington Monument with two fireworks going off over it, and it looks like a very phallus symbol with two balls over the top.
Joshua, let him answer this question.
Maybe kill Josh to get him out the way. Marry Floor, and just fuck you to make a point. Not the point you're thinking. I'm talking like some Edward Norton American History X in the shower. Make a point.
Why is it not downloading these images?
What images? Wait, what are you doing over there?
But I might even gave you the right
answer. Ain't no shame in my game. I'll break it down big like James, please.
Oh my God.
Let me write that dope. But anyway, God, I wish Rome was here.
Do I get paid tonight?
His arm is chopped off.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, what the hell are you looking at? What the fuck?
It's a picture that I was sent to make a thumbnail out of.
That's his wife. Yes. That's his wife. Like, no. They're like very protective of each other. Like, they go hard for each other. Like, Floor loves him. And Josh likes him. Like, no, you can't do that. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. Okay, what did I miss? What did you say? Damn it, Josh! Hold on.
Every time you think you're muted, you're not muted.
Josh could have waited. God dang it.
Mm-hmm.
I need a picture of Speakeasy.
Why do you need a picture of Oh, because he's the moderator.
For the thumbnail.
Well, just go from that live stream that.
What's up, Mayhem? Is he gay, or are you hoping he's gay, Jalen?
Who's gay?
Mayhem's asking you about Buff.
Oh,
there's Rome. Hey, Rome.
Buff literally said he would fuck me. So, yeah, he's gay.
To make a point. American History X style.
Also, I talked to a lot of gay people when you called me a twink, Buff, a few weeks ago. Because nobody's ever called me a twink. And so we all know that's an honor. I think
he's not a twink if he's 200-something pounds.
I didn't think there was a weight.
A twink is the little. A twink are the little skinny gay guys that are like tiny little feminine. They look like little girls.
Right. Exactly. That they know what twinks are. That's what that shocks me too.
Yeah, I live in Salt Lake City. There's a lot of gay people out here.
And you know what a Twinkie is.
What, gay Mormons?
Yeah, there's a lot of gay Mormons. I think that there's actually subliminal gay doctrine written into the Book of Mormon.
A twink.
Okay, I guess I didn't spend enough time on the town out there. I've spent a lot of time out.
Oh, you missed out, Buff.
No, I didn't. I guess.
I mean, from
I typically stayed at the terminal.
Now, Josh, I can accept that Buff knows what a twink is because he probably looks at that, but I'm shocked that you know what it is.
No, because I'm 42 fucking years old. All
I
right,
had
that's
2
what
gay
I'm
roommates at one point.
I didn't even know what a twink was until about 6 or 7 years ago.
But
They
yeah,
are.
he is a 200 something pound twink. Yeah, not the first in history. Thank you, Bumblebutt.
Did you guys hear the White History Month song today?
Yes, I
Is
can't
it an
wait.
Eminem song?
In a few weeks, I'm gonna get my response on that White History Month song because there's some interesting imagery that I saw that I love.
Jalen Mayhem wants to know when you're going to respond to their email.
I gotta take a picture.
About the emergency relief stuff. Mayhem, I'll respond to you tomorrow. I'll respond to you tomorrow.
Did you get that shirt or did you get it made? Not
Oh, we
you.
done?
Dreaded.
It's Jesse Lee Peterson shirt.
Oh, okay. Cool.
The only merch I've ever bought from like a YouTube channel.
Send me a link. I was so many people I could
Oh
piss
my
off.
god! If you wore that around outside, that'd be so funny. This is my 3rd year of the show celebrating JLP's White History Month, and I always mean to do a man on the street video where I walk around. Maybe if Floor gets here in July, she can record, and I want to walk around with this shirt on, and I want to ask people, "Hey, are you guys celebrating White History Month?" and see how they react.
God, I hope they
Let, let's do it.
And then when they
Let's
call
do
me
it.
racist, I'm be like,
And having a Latina with you
right.
will back you up.
When they say you're racist, I'm gonna say this is my wife. Please say hi, Flor. And you're gonna have to start speaking in Spanish. Hola, cabeza, sute.
Yeah, we'll pretend like I don't know English.
Yeah.
So I was talking to my Latina friend.
Green card? Green card? That's
Green
what
card. Oh, yeah. Mi esposa, green card.
Green card, gringo.
Gringo, green card, esposa.
Stop that. Stop.
I don't understand her either. I just married her.
And they're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. I'll be like, yeah, I traveled. I'm a passport, bro. I traveled to Guatemala to pick up because you white girls are crazy.
As you're wearing that shirt, that would be so funny.
Yeah. But I'm still celebrating White History Month.
Because there are larger.
What?
There are
Hold on,
larger.
What did you just say, Josh?
I said, but I'm still celebrating White History Month.
Okay, I heard something else. I was like,
But why July? Why wouldn't it be like
Because July just feels
December,
white.
sometime when it snows?
Because
Josh just did a whole show explaining July 4th.
Because July just feels white.
I get
Josh,
that.
Beer.
I get the whole July
Drink
4th
with me.
connection.
I need to get my
absolutely.
whole. I need to have a white background, so I might need to take the flag down. Actually, oh shoot,
Green screen time.
because it'll make it easier to crop.
Cheers.
Yeah, I
just
think I got a little bit left.
the
Yeah,
hard
cheers.
way instead of letting AI do it. God, oh, he's gone. Whoa.
God dang.
I'm gonna jump the third wall because it's crazy to think that I'm looking from the screen and like 3 more shows, and then I will be in the show, not outside of the show. That'll be so
Can't hear
crazy.
you for a second.
Dane, do you know how much that blizzard would cost?
Wait a minute.
Holy
Wait a
shit.
Lord. Look at your
What?
husband. He's wearing camouflage shorts and a black and white shirt.
Hell
What's
fucking
your
yeah.
point?
No,
What's
sir.
wrong with that?
Sir, no, ma'am.
What's your point?
He's such an American. Look at him. He's so white.
That is
Look at him.
bad.
He's posing for his monitor. I mean, shit.
That is
Look at him.
horrible fashion. And I
Yeah.
know he ashy.
We got to
I
vote.
know he. What the hell?
You gotta do
Joshua,
the
He
GQ, Josh.
himself.
You gotta do the
Damn.
GQ.
camouflage shorts
He
and
looks so
white.
handsome. Look at
You
that.
gotta do the GQ.
You or like black jeans or like something like khaki shorts or something with this. What is this?
Mm.
That's how I do
Oh,
thumbnails. I vogue it
that
out
turned
for
my
a little bit,
Jalen, you're
do some
gonna
poses.
fall in love with Josh. When you look at him with the short hair, you're gonna be
Oh,
like, dang,
Echo,
Josh.
I
buddy.
gotta take my glasses off because I
Okay,
don't want to
bud.
see this.
What? You don't like me voguing?
You
Aren't
look
you just
super
gonna
good,
see
Josh.
two? Aren't you just gonna see two of them?
That's just oh god, what a horrible fashion
Oh.
choice.
Echo is like right on my feet. He's
As
like,
you're wearing a silk alligator shirt.
I'm
Fuck
just
out of
wearing
here.
orange jeans. I'm
buddy.
just wearing an
They're
orange
doing
polo.
fireworks outside,
Polyester or whatever.
so he's
Fucking-
freaking out. He's like sitting on my feet, and
Mother got me this.
he won't move, so I can't move my chair now.
I'm not wearing
Echo.
jeans. I'm wearing Nike
Echo,
sweatpants.
buddy. It's fine. It's just fireworks. How are you gonna survive the apocalypse if you're scared of fireworks, dude?
Josh, two dogs do the same thing. They don't like it. It's too loud for them.
Yeah, well, he needs to be ready when we have gunfights. He needs to
Trained
run
them.
in. He needs to run in and attack the dude with the guns.
I'm killing myself with the dog, Josh. Good luck by yourself. You have way more chances to live than me.
I am legend. It's I am legend.
Right. If that dog
You
was,
train.
I'm-
You train your dog how to deal with loud noises.
Echo is
I
12
have
years
seen.
old. He's not gonna make it like not even an hour.
I have seen a lady with
Running.
a bunch of firecrackers, and she was training her dog with firecrackers.
Sweetheart, you ready to go home?
Oh my God!
God.
Get out of here with that.
Just let me know when you're ready to go home. Okay.
Are you
Let me
posing for
talk with them
thumbnails?
for-
Yes. You want one too, Mayhem?
Jalen, is that your boyfriend?
I didn't back out of no debate, Mayhem. I never backed out of
Just
nothing.
Flavor for the night.
Talking about my man right now.
Oh my God! I'm gonna
Fuck
mute
is
you.
that? The fuck is that? What was that? What was
I hate about my man.
that? I can't stand you.
Is that the bartender guy that was supposedly based? Is he pretending
It's
to be
the
gay?
bartender, my best friend, who said he loves your show.
Sorry, I got gay for a second.
Well, tell him to
He's
quit
got
acting
7
gay. I
kids.
don't like that.
For a second.
Sorry.
He has 7 kids.
He's got a BBC and it just turns.
Tell him, did he see my shirt? Does he know that Pride Month is over? It's White History Month now. Is he celebrating White History Month?
He's white. He's white as a mug.
No, Josh is white.
Does
Nope,
he have?
just that reaction on Jalen's face? The bartender is.
Oh
straight.
no, I'm just letting you know,
Just there.
Mayhem. I know you said I never said I backed out. I'm just telling you I
No,
didn't.
he's just fucking with y'all. I would not allow gay activity too explicit on here.
Buddy.
Surprising.
Floor, stop asking gay questions. For real, she always does this. She's like interested.
All the time. Every time I'm on here, she asks a gay question.
We don't care, Floor. We don't want to hear about
She's
that.
learning.
Yes.
And I don't.
Jalen, I used to love their gay clubs. I used to go all the time.
Yeah, don't
She's
tell
like-
people that.
Jalen, when I come to America, do my eyebrows.
Nobody wants to hear that.
You really should.
He's not coming anywhere near me.
Just don't leave me eyebrowless, because that would
Josh?
suck.
Get closer to your microphone.
Hello, hello, hello.
Wait, so you guys will have a debate then?
Who? Me and John?
Mayhem just wrote awesome. I look forward to the debate. So there will be a debate.
Yeah, I never said it wasn't gonna happen.
You did.
I didn't say it wasn't gonna happen. I said
He never said
John-
that.
John was mad at me because I was talking some trash, which was not out of hate. It was out of entertainment and promotion and promoting a show. Oh yeah, brother. It's like the WCW.
Mayhem, camouflage and black and white. Like if it was just black solid, it would go with everything. If it would be better if it was just white and then like camouflage. But what Josh is wearing is clashing. That's just an abomination to fashion.
What do you mean? That's
It's
white.
a black
That's
and
white.
white shirt with camouflage that also has white to accent the white from the shirt.
That doesn't have.
Black
There's no white
shirts
in that.
always go with
Oh
camouflage
my God,
pants.
Mayhem
Have you
just did
never
a
been part of a
great
militia?
point. If I wouldn't have any eyebrows, you wouldn't know if I'm like surprised.
If you
Because you
didn't
know
have
when
any
you're surprised, but
eyebrows,
without
Josh
eyebrows,
actually
if you
looked
didn't have any
nice.
eyebrows, you'd be single.
Josh, what if I get cancer and I lose all my hair and my eyebrows and my eyelashes?
Well, I'm gonna
You
save my
better stick
dreads.
around, boy.
I'm gonna save my dreads so we can make you a wig.
Oh hell no!
Oh gosh, that's
Floor
so
Quit,
with
Lord
dreads.
sweet.
Lisa.
That's
A dreaded floor.
adorable. That was cute.
You got to put
Just
little
in case.
beads at the end of it. And you shake them around. Cheek, cheek, cheek,
Mm.
cheek, cheek, cheek.
I feel like I would look really good with dreads. Just saying.
Now your hair's already curly. I mean, shit, you're halfway there.
Some girls with dreads are
Lord,
kind of cute.
Lord,
Like that
Lord.
one
Listen,
girl that got
What, Nathan?
like that one
Hold
girl
on,
from
listen, you
October
but I want,
bald
7th.
son of a bitch.
hold on. I want Floor to hear this. Floor, you could be a
Like that
model.
girl in the back of the truck on October. That's fucked up.
Floor,
I
you
don't
could be a
think so.
model. So don't change how you look on the outside because you could be a model. What you say?
He's like, don't change the outside.
Right,
Like
right. But your
everything
personality's got
inside,
to go.
like your mental state change immediately. But on the outside, you could be a
Yeah,
legendary model.
Jalen, try to be hormonally changed every 30, well, 21 days, and you can control it, okay? It just takes over you, and you just want to, I don't know, I find Josh annoying when I'm on my dates, but then like I'm out of it, and I'm like, oh, Josh.
Well, welcome to
This
all of
is
my
why,
days.
this is why I think it's in
Welcome to
Singapore.
every day of
I think
my
it's in Singapore.
life.
They actually isolate the woman when they're in the period. They isolate
Based.
them to an island.
Based. Let's go. Where do they do that?
I would be down for that. That would be so cool. You're around women. It's somewhere in
Can I
Asia.
smoke a
That would be so
cigarette?
cool.
I like
You will
that.
be having you will be having your friends and we can all just eat and be miserable together and we wouldn't have to stand our husbands when we're on our man, that sounds like a dream. I will cook
Yeah,
like
right.
enough food
Women
for
are
a whole week,
vicious.
Josh.
Y'all would kill each other.
Hey, Floyd, can I ask you a question?
Of course. What's
Okay,
up?
so I got some tamales the other day, and it still has like the corn husk on them. How do I eat tamales?
Oh
You open your
my
mouth, you put it in. You should know
You
God.
all about opening your mouth and putting things in it.
Well, every
Why?
country eats them differently, Jalen, because Mexico, I think, I don't know if, I really don't know how Mexicans eat them, but over here we can add like cream. It's not sour cream, it's just the cream without the sourness.
Oh,
Just cream and then
you're right. Seasal's here. Let me ask her. Seasal, how do I eat tamales?
what the fuck? You know that I'm Latina too, right? And I'm explaining you, and you go for Cecil because she's Mexican? What the fuck do you think we are?
Well,
We're all Latinos.
A Mexican made it.
Oh my gosh. So when you think of the Latino community, you just think of Mexicans. We just don't exist as
No,
a
I think
culture.
all the Spanish speaking community. But you was just taking too long, and I want to eat my damn tamale.
Okay. Okay, give me 5 traditional foods from the Hispanic community that is not Mexican.
That's not Mexican. Oh shit! Because I was about to say flan. Uh,
That,
uh,
what the heck?
shit. I just eat all
That's
food
right.
equally from every single country, and so I just eat every single. So I can't do that. Oh, okay.
When Americans,
Do I have time to smoke a cigarette, sir, Mr. Bartender? Do I really not? Oh, fuck you. And I say that with a huge PH. Okay, so I gotta go. They're kicking me out of the bar. Goodbye,
see ya,
everyone.
Jalen.
All right. I might be back later, but
Later.
I right now. Bye bye. I will literally castrate you. I will literally castrate you. Do not say that. I'm a gentleman, just like I tell them.
Jalen,
Gentleman. There's a lady on the panel. You can't say those words. What was that? Actually, let me listen to her advice, then we can leave. Okay, sincerely, how do I eat these tamales? Because I have some tamales at home.
some dried cheese and cream on top. Oof, they're bomb like that.
Well, they're already cooked. They're just leftovers. There's just too
Of
many.
course, they're already cooked, dude. You put them in the microwave or whatever. Just hit them up really quick, and then you add
Why isn't he
the
talking to
cream,
people at the
not the
bar?
sour cream, just the
Because
cream
there's
and dried
nobody at
cheese
the
on
bar.
top. So good.
The bar that he's at, there's one person in there, and it's the bartender.
Bye. What?
Just let it slide down your throat hole.
Okay, we're ready. We can go
Gross.
home. We can go home now. Let me say bye to them. All right. I'll be back later. I've got some business to tend to. Bye.
Gross. That guy doesn't
Oh
think
God,
straight.
Ugh.
he's gonna. I'm just saying.
Gross. All right, don't get quiet all now that he's gone.
Oh, I'm outside.
Josh,
I'm on
it's not
break.
like you're talkative on your own show.
I'm doing something. You got to carry it.
Are you talking to somebody? Who are you talking to?
This hot shit.
Fight, fight,
What the
fight.
fuck, Josh? What do you mean this hot chick? Hot chick my balls. You better be messaging me right now. I better be.
I'm doing a background eraser because I don't have a white background. So I have to do it manually.
Wait, so you are getting a white background?
What?
Josh,
What?
are you getting a white background?
I don't have a white background. So the background eraser
I'm
AI.
asking if you're getting. This is like a 90-year-old couple fight right here.
What are you talking about?
I'm asking you if you're gonna get one.
What? No. I'm making a thumbnail.
Then
I'm
what were you saying
cropping.
about background?
Oh my god, pay attention. I'm making a thumbnail. I have to crop out the background. I don't have a white background. Therefore, the AI does not automatically crop the background out. So I have to do it manually.
Fucking AI.
I don't know, Josh, but good luck with that. I
Right.
support
You're
you.
like an infant walking into a movie asking a synopsis of the
You
plot.
always say that, Josh. You always say that. It's so old by now.
Is it older or is it
It's
repetitive?
like we're in the middle of the Matrix, and she's like, a 4-year-old walks in and is like, "What's this movie about, Daddy?"
Why are they wearing all black?
Yeah, start asking me questions.
What's that do? What's that do?
It's like, listen, you're not gonna understand. Stop asking.
I would like to thank the
Can
members
when you
of this chat.
explain
I
I'd
explained it
like to
three
thank the members of
times.
this chat that came over and checked out the first stream.
the 3 times I understood. I think it's like a background for a thumbnail.
While
That's
these
what I
two
understood.
arguing with each
There you
other over
go. You got it.
backgrounds.
I like to do a little extra trimming on my arms to make me look more buff.
An old married couple.
What are you talking about?
I can like trim off a little
Don't give
extra
your
and make it look
secrets,
like
your beauty secrets like that.
make my muscles look more accentuated. Oh yeah. I know all the tricks of the trade. Trim
Photoshop
off
Man,
champion over here.
my neighbors must hate me. I'm always yelling.
trim off a little
What is
fat
this
around
chick
the
doing?
jowls.
Is that why they stole your trash can?
They stole my freaking trash can. Can you guys believe that? Like, who steals somebody's trash can? And it was the expensive kind.
Who buys an
And I heard
expensive
it.
trash
I
can?
heard it.
Go find it and get it back. Couldn't have gone far.
I know. I've been stalking at my neighbors, like looking if somebody has something. I go into the third floor and I can see all my neighbors' patios. So
Maybe it's a damn crackhead making a shelter.
well, it was gonna be trash day the next day, so they got a bunch of trash and dog poop.
Now, see, we pay taxes in America, so if somebody steals your trash can, the city will provide you a new one. Some places.
Pay taxes in Guatemala, but it goes to
Corrupt
mansions
governments.
and trips.
Well, I guess here
Yeah,
here
it
it goes
goes to.
to corrupt governments too.
I think in Guatemala we're only like 18 million people living in Guatemala. We're like the size of one state, I think.
Like, is your trash bin like official through a company or the state, or is it something
No,
you have to provide the
you
bin?
just buy it and you put it outside of your house, and every Tuesday and Saturdays and Mondays and Wednesdays and Sundays, I think it is. It's organic, and Tuesdays and Saturdays is non-organic trash. That's all we do. And if some dude comes with a barrel, puts the trash in there, and then he walks away with the barrel.
Something that doesn't sound like G Easy, preferably. I don't understand what the reference is.
Maybe hoist the colors
I know
of
who G
this
Easy is, but I
universe
only know
again.
like one G Easy song.
Yo.
Well, I said it, then
Oh,
I meant it.
yes, G-Eazy was so handsome like 5 or 6 years ago. Now he looks like a straight up drug addict, but
I think he is a
six
straight up
years
drug
ago,
addict. I think that's why
mm,
he fell off.
mm, G-Eazy.
Thieves and beggars never shall we
I
die.
mean it. I think that's the song that
You can
hit.
bring
I
that
mean it.
song up, Matthew.
That was a pretty good song.
What
I
song?
have a sad memory attached to that song. I fuck with Matthew. I
By
just saw
G-Eazy. I
Matthew.
mean it.
Oh, you're talking
Well,
about something.
I said it, then I
else.
meant it.
Yeah.
I kicked that jujitsu, these other something. Dun, dun, dun. I can't remember how it goes. That was a great video too.
And if I ever.
And
What?
if
How
I'm
was
ever
it? And
said I'm
if I
never
ever.
scared, just know I
I
mean
mean
it.
it.
And if I ever said I fuck your bitch, just know I mean it. And if I ever said I'm getting money, just know I mean it. No, Lord, oh Lord knows. He knows I mean it. Uh, just know I mean it. That was a good song. He's a
You
one
should
hit wonder.
know. He's a white rapper. Well, I don't consider him a rapper, but he's white.
He is a rapper.
Yeah,
He's a
Josh, I
one-hit
don't
wonder.
consider him a rapper either. Yeah.
Not Josh, G-Eazy. He's a white man.
That's when I was on my game. I almost made a whole mixtape. I had a mixtape worth of songs made. I just never
Do you still
pressed
have
it.
your binder full of all your songs?
Yeah, I got my binder full of everything. You need to...
Oh my gosh, Josh, do you remember that you dedicated me like 2 or 3 of them when we were together? I don't care about the other ones that you did afterwards, by the way, before you even mention it, because I know you're going to mention it.
Well, no, but what I was gonna say is some of them I had already written, and I just said they were dedicated to you.
Oh, that is so rude. Why you just didn't let me live my fantasy?
Because I'm an honest man. I think I wrote like one song
There was no.
for dedicated to you.
Well, I'm happy with that one song. You
I guess
dick. I
what
can't believe you.
you could say any song that I wrote about ladies while I was with you was for you.
What?
If I'm with you and I'm writing a song about relationship related things, then you could say that that's about you.
You did. It was like 2 of them. Well, I don't know what to believe anymore.
I know it's a mystery.
I'm gonna read him, Josh.
Just keep it
And
that
he
way.
better be meant for me.
No, you need to stay out of that notebook because there's a lot of stuff written after you were gone.
After I read that, okay, I'm packing my shit and I'm leaving. I'm gonna get murdered. I think I'm gonna get killed.
For real.
Nice trip.
Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah, I'd recommend you just stay out of there.
Yeah, I won't read it.
Bickering.
Now I want to read it. Now that you said that, now I'm curious. Bob, you just always just sit there.
Oh, I'm having a conversation with chat while you two bicker on like an old married couple.
You don't have to go in chat and type to chat. You can just freaking talk to chat.
Oh, I've been talking underneath you two.
You're saying it in
You
chat. You're
pirate,
typing in
Bob.
chat.
I said I'm talking to chat. I'll have at it. I still want to see Floor of Dreads. Cut that hair. Cut that hair. Cut that hair.
You have to let me cut a few dreads, Josh.
You need to do the whole
then we-
job.
We could just
And then
cut
we're
them
gonna
all.
put the
We
Lion
could just
King
cut them all
music as the
here
background.
and then go to a barbershop.
Josh, no, we're not getting out of that apartment. You looking like a crazy maniac. We're going to a barbershop, like a regular person does.
I look like a crazy maniac every time I walk out of my apartment. I'm
I
walking
know, we
around
don't
with
need a little
dreadlocks down to my
extra.
butt wearing a shirt
We
that
don't
says
need-
White History Month.
Do they ever get on the way when you go to the bathroom?
Nah.
Only when he wipes his butt.
I swear, Josh, like when he focuses on something, it's incredible.
Yeah. Basically.
Josh, when you sit down on the toilet, do the dreads touch the toilet?
No.
Yes.
I could sit on one, but it wouldn't get all the way to the water.
Been like an accident?
But I don't.
He uses them as cushion.
Oh, goodness.
Right. I don't have a
In the
bidet, but
winters.
a dreadlock cushion is the next best thing.
In the winters, the seat is too cold. He puts the dreads on the seat. Keep it warm.
What are you doing, Jalen?
I don't think
So
we want to
I'm
know.
either
I don't think we want to know.
I decided it would either be me listening to y'all, whatever y'all about to do, or going to 91. So I decided to listen to y'all.
What's 91? What does that mean?
It's a
Uh,
club.
it's not 85 anymore since you switched shifts.
I don't know what that means.
You know
We
how
don't know
I,
what you're saying.
you
Is
know
it a
how
club?
I don't
said
speak
I
gay.
had 85 people. It's now about to be at 91. So I just decided to listen to y'all.
Wait, so 91 is a club.
No,
It's a, like an after party place?
nope. It's my tally so far, or it
I
could
don't
be.
know
Oh,
what that means.
shut up. Get out of here with that.
So I just chose to listen to y'all.
Wait, what is that?
Don't worry about it, Floor.
Don't ask
It's gross
this
stuff.
time. Yes.
Atali? Atali?
His
Yeah,
body
his
count.
his conquest. All right.
Like a gay bar?
Oh my God, Floor. I said stop asking about it. Stop asking about it. Don't worry about it. I already just said. I just gave you the biggest hint. He's
Okay.
giving you a hint. We giving you all these hints. You can't pick up what we're putting down.
I don't know what you guys are saying. I'm
Good.
sorry.
It's better that way.
Just know that I'm choosing to listen to y'all instead of going to 91.
Yeah. See, people are leaving the chat because they're tired of this gay crap.
Well, I'm not part of that. I'm just here to listen. I'm about to go listen on YouTube. I hope
No,
it's something.
no,
Jalen,
no,
why you
no,
do
no.
that? Like, why you do that? Like when you say YouTube and you do something there.
To go on his YouTube channel and listen to the stream.
No, when you say some words, it's really funny because you say like YouTube, and then you just like,
How stoned are you right now?
Floor, check your Discord messages.
I just read it. What the heck, Jalen? You were 85 like a month ago.
Blame your husband. They
Why is
switched
this
his
line
fucking
changing?
Why
stream.
would
So
I
blame your
have nothing to
husband.
do with that.
I needed something to do on Saturday nights and Friday nights,
funny?
Sunday Sundays and Mondays, Tuesdays,
Fuck face.
and Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Don't blame me for
Uh,
nothing. I had nothing to do with
blank
that.
because it went
Jalen,
up.
I swear you have a crush on Josh, which I don't blame you. I mean, my husband's
No, I
pretty
don't.
good looking.
I
I think
promise
that
you, I
you
don't.
do. I think that you do.
I promise you, I don't. I promise you, that's your man. I don't
It's
want him.
okay. It's okay. I'm
You
not
know,
mad about it.
I think we're all in agreement that I'm good on Joshua. I don't want him. He don't want me to want him. I'm very good on that. I'm very good. We can move on. We don't have to. It's July's first. It's July 1st. You know, WHM, something like that. Are you? Oh, that's a good question, Joshua.
What?
Since you're talking about people who you think are great white men, are you going to honor yourself this month?
He
Oh,
should.
I'm
He
always,
honestly should.
I'm always honored.
You're always honored. Well, I made my fulfillment of coming back. So now that I've made my promise come true and I didn't lie, I can just go back and listen to you all. Okay?
See, you're doing it again, Jalen. You do
What?
that. You all. I don't.
Floor, how strong? What is that? Sativa, indica, a hybrid? What is that?
Well, it's not alcohol, that's for sure.
What is it though?
This is just a cigarette.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought you,
Oh, I forgot to
Smoking.
save
I
that
smoked like
article I just had.
2 hours
I
ago.
need that back. Which one did I
Oh,
have? Ted Cruz,
I don't
PolitiFact.
know
Oh, it's from
if
PolitiFact.
you're working on the debate. I can help you with your debate.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. I beat you in the last one.
Daily, there were polls done, and everybody agreed that Josh won. Even people that didn't know Josh or you.
I like
Even people
going
who
by
didn't
the money.
agree with me on the topic.
I like going by the money scale. I bought him the most money.
Is it released? Oh, the countdown.
Makes no sense, Jalen.
It's not
What
out yet.
countdown?
1 hour 33 minutes till it releases. I thought it releases midnight East Coast time, which means it should have been out already.
Wait. Show. Put the link in the YouTube.
You don't care about an Eminem song?
Oh, I love Eminem. He's cool. I don't like what he said about Christina.
An
He's
hour.
cool.
Oh my god, that was like 20 years ago. An hour 30 minutes till the song
Yeah.
releases. We're gonna do a reaction. We're gonna do a reaction to the song as soon as it comes out.
Okay.
Who?
And I think
Yeah.
it's gonna be good.
It sucks.
You don't know it
Damn.
sucks. I've already heard the the teaser, and the beat is fire.
I've just lost all respect for him.
Hey, my dad put out a video 3 hours ago.
Hey, who has a calculator right now? Because I don't want to use mine.
Floor, you want to see what my dad looks like? My father, my bio dad, my real dad. You want to see?
Send
You want?
you sent
You want
me
to
a
see what he
video,
looks like?
years ago.
I'm gonna calculate
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
It's gonna give you an idea of what
Go
I'm gonna
for it,
look
Jim.
like when I'm older.
Never mind. I don't want it.
Have a calculator, Jalen.
Do you already send it to Facebook?
Yeah, hold on.
I'm
He-
so mad.
He's got a
right
YouTube
now.
channel. He's got 628 subscribers. He's almost at 1,000. That's
daddy?
pretty good.
Your
Yeah.
daddy?
My
What's
biological
his name?
dad.
What's his name?
Tad reads books and stuff. Is his YouTube
Tad
channel.
reads books.
Yeah, he's a book guy. He reads a lot.
And that's your daddy?
Oh yeah. That's where my nerdiness comes from. That's why I play card games and I read and
Yes, because reading is nerdy.
I've explained it before. My dad who raised me, who passed away, was super conservative, listened to talk radio all the time, Christian, all that stuff. So I get all that from him. But my bio dad is like liberal, atheist, nerd.
What? Wait a minute. Your daddy and I might get along?
Probably.
Okay, Tad reads books, what?
And stuff.
And stuff.
Send it to me,
With,
Josh, on Messenger.
Don't go. No, I shouldn't even been said that because he's not gonna like that I'm doing this.
Yeah, I don't know why you said it.
Yeah,
oh my God.
because my chat will go over and say messed up stuff. And
Oh my God. I can see it. It's literally you in like 30 years.
Warn
Oh
him.
my God.
hopefully,
Dad do live streams.
hopefully the 8 people in chat,
Send it to me, Josh.
none of them are gonna go troll or be
What's the name again?
so cool.
No.
or not.
Oh my God.
Yeah, John, I'm not backing out of nothing. But if I talk trash, I'm gonna talk trash. So doesn't
Oh my
mean
God.
I haven't sent it anywhere yet, Floor. Hopefully the 8 people are watching. None of them are
Good.
loser troll lurkers that are gonna go say some dumb shit
God.
to my dad. But
He looks like you. John, did you just say John? I don't see
what is this
John.
clip you sent me? Did you clip Jalen saying he's gonna vote for Trump? Oh, we got the clip. Let's go.
Post it. Post it. Let's show how drunk I am. I would never actually vote for Trump.
Freudian slip. You said what you meant.
Oh, what was that, sir?
You
But
heard
he's
me.
actually super smart. He's a
Freudian.
very smart guy.
Thank you.
He's just he's not into he's not into God and stuff like that.
Oh, I thought you was talking about me when you said a very smart guy.
Oh my goodness, he does look like you, Josh.
Like literally. Like, oh my God.
Do you guys see it? I don't see it.
Oh my God.
His
Really?
eyes, the shape
Well,
of
I'm
his
not
eyes
looking
are
for
the
it.
same as yours, and the face
Buff.
is there.
Buff,
I'm
go
gonna
get
show your
his
father respect and not
He
go over
just
there
has
because
blue
I will
eyes. That's
badmouth
the only
Jalen the whole
difference. Where you guys have the exact same eyes and mouth, and you can tell that the shape of his face was square like yours.
like look at how Josh is sitting right now. And in the video for 4 hours ago. Like, oh my God.
That baby don't
I
look
mean,
like me, like me. That baby don't
I
look
don't know, Josh. I cannot even comment over that. That's your dad. That's just weird to even make a
Josh
comment.
said baby don't look like me.
Were you gonna say he's
Personally.
attractive or something?
You better
No.
call Maury.
No, I was gonna say I would, yeah, but it was gonna sound weird because it's not attractive. Like I'm not. Like, it's just weird. Okay, I'm not gonna make any comments on that. It's just weird.
He's healthy looking for his age.
It's a
That's what I was gonna say. He looks
Eh,
like he's in really good shape.
Yeah, I think he like does juice diets and he works out and stuff. Um,
That baby don't look like me. I gotta listen to that.
but he's got the Rogan going on. He's got the
See, so your dad has blue eyes. Everybody on my dad's side has blue
I
eyes.
don't think he has blue
I
eyes. I think
think,
he has light because my eyes have gotten lighter as I get older. So my eyes used to be
Josh,
dark,
he has
dark
blue
brown,
eyes. He either has he either
green,
has
maybe
either
greenish.
light green or blue.
Right.
But
My eyes
grayish.
used to be dark, dark
you
brown.
have your
Are you
mom's
gonna keep
color
interrupting
eyes.
me every time I try to get a damn sentence out?
Yes, of course. That's my
Damn.
job.
My eyes used to be very dark brown, and now they're more of a greenish. Dang, Echo. What are you doing, buddy? Bumping the whole table, bro. I know you're scared. Now I'm yelling. He's like, well, there's fireworks over there. That you're yelling. Everything's. He doesn't know what to do with himself.
That
Or and your dog, your wife
Now he's
and your
leaving.
dog.
Now he's
interrupt
leaving the room. He just walked out. He's like, I'm out of here.
Nah, I didn't see that shit. I'm drunk.
you. What's new?
Sorry, I was.
Jalen, you can't say that as you're drunk too. Like you're
Exactly.
drunk, and it's a
Exactly.
Monday.
Look here, you
Well,
anal
blame your
conquistador.
husband. He
Talking to
changed it
somebody.
from Friday to
Yeah,
Saturday
right?
to Monday and Tuesday.
My husband made you go to a weird basement with
It's
alcohol
not
and a dude.
weird. It was a bar floor. How stoned
I
are you?
asked you, and you were like, "No, it's not. No, it's not."
No, Floor, you stoned, ain't you?
Super stone.
I know
Yes.
you
I wonder if he's done a
are.
book of Billy Summers yet, because I have that on my bookshelf out there and I haven't read it yet.
What is it like to be stoned? I'm just a drunk. I mean a lush.
Okay, you see that? You see that in chat, right, Josh? John said he's still game for the debate.
Yeah, I saw that.
John, oh, I forgot John blocked me because I can't see his comment.
Probably for
I
good
never
reason.
said it wasn't happening.
Yeah,
I
well,
just said I don't know if it's gonna happen. The same thing he said. Uh, because I don't know. I thought he didn't want to talk to me no more or something. I don't know.
I should block you too, Jalen. Shit. Now that I think about it.
fuck you, buff.
No, you
Fuck
just
you.
want me
Go
to.
ahead and
You
block me,
just
please,
want
Sarah.
to fuck
There's
me.
just
All right.
Everybody else
there's
can
some
block
funny
Jalen
things.
A.
I don't want to talk about it because it's private. But and now I can't even respond. So
You can respond.
Well, no, I can't, but I'm not gonna do it on here. But there's just some interesting. I've noticed something interesting, but I'm very keen on these things.
About
That's
what?
his book on the shelf. If you see his channel, he wrote a book. He's wrote. Oh wow, he's wrote 2 books now.
Oh,
Oh yeah, yeah, you did.
Empire of the Crash and The Witcher. The Witching.
Oh my
Those are.
goodness, Josh, he even like literally looks like the way that he looks is just like yours. That's
looks just like
crazy.
Josh. Like that's crazy.
Not
Twin.
crazy.
Oh wait, no, maybe
And
that's
that's your
not.
dad. But
Oh no, no, I'm sorry. That's not his books. Okay, that's a different author. Duh, his last name is not Williams. I'm so stupid. But I thought maybe he
Ooh.
used a pseudonym.
How are you feeling about this? You okay?
Composer.
Oh wait, maybe that is. No, that's not him. Oh, that's a different writer. He looks just like that guy. Huh. He has written a book though.
Why don't
Anyway,
you write a graphic novel?
my goodness, look
Send
at the
me
girl that is.
3%.
I used
Have
to
you
take my
seen the
dogs to the parades and
speakeasy?
fireworks to
I
keep them
just
okay with it.
clicked on his.
That's what I
Floor,
was
don't you
just
think that
looking
would
up.
be a good idea
What?
if Josh wrote a graphic novel?
Graphic novel? What you mean by graphic? Like,
Like,
what is he going to be graphic about?
Do you? She
because
don't
he's
know
an
what a dang graphic.
illustrator. Well, he's an artist. He knows how to
Oh,
draw.
Josh, you should like write part of your life and then also make illustrations about it.
And send me 3% because I came up with the idea. So you owe
Hmm.
me on
Paying you
two,
nothing.
3
He
ideas.
has been saying that he wants to write a book for years now.
Well, he got to learn how to. Uh, uh, when he does, just send me my 3%. There's 3 good ideas I've given you now.
You're not giving him any idea. He already had that idea.
Well, a graphic novel would be a good idea for him. And then what was the other one where I told him he needs to send me $20 on it? Oh, Jubilee, send me my $50 on that, and then make your podcast, branch out your podcast with 2 other people, Mr. Mad and another gentleman that you don't like right now, but you both love each other because y'all are friends. See, golden ideas. Just send me my percentages.
It's terrible ideas, Jalen. You don't even know what you're talking about.
So he wouldn't be good as a graphic, writing a graphic novel. Floor.
When did I said that?
He wouldn't be good at writing a graphic novel.
I never said that. I think
I,
that he would be pretty good at it.
see, let's hype him up. Look
Jalen,
at
there's
him.
not much that I do that I'm not good at, buddy.
Okay, so write a graphic novel. What would your graphic novel be about?
How not to end up like Jalen at your
Oh,
30s.
well, he would want to end up like me because I'm successful. I have a good life.
What's your definition of success, Jalen?
Happiness, having the Lord, just even though I'm 30, still being able to maintain for my family, being a role model. Who is that?
It's
Hey Nada,
true.
Yo,
how are you, sir?
good. Oh, so it is just
Hey,
quiet on YouTube.
It's what?
what?
It's like everybody but Josh is quiet on YouTube. Oh,
I can hear
good.
him.
What do you
Oh,
mean?
well,
Usually
Well,
I'm the
like on the
quietest
YouTube
one when I have
stream,
the fan going on Discord.
Yeah, on the YouTube stream, I could like barely hear everybody except for you, Josh.
Oh, so I have their volume too low?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm also using those bone conduction headphones. So
No,
I
okay,
don't
you're the second person because somebody else did wrote me and asked me about the volume, but I can't
Chat, do
tell.
I need
know.
to turn up their volume? I just did. Does it sound
Yeah,
better
because
now?
the other night y'all couldn't hear me, and
Well, you're
I dropped
quiet.
out.
You're quiet. I think I have your volume down, Jalen, because I don't like your voice.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, your volume is set to 50. That's why you're so quiet.
Thank you for that.
And I might have turned Floor's volume down at some point. Her volume's at 79. See, sometimes I mess with you guys'
Mm,
volumes when you annoy me.
Josh, I don't
Wait,
blame you. I'm a loud person.
but Flora and I are on similar levels.
No, you were at 50. She was at
You
80.
wish, Jalen. You wish.
No, you should be at 100% floor. You should be at
No, I
100%.
shouldn't. I
Yeah,
yell. I
good.
yell and I'm loud.
Matthew said it sounds okay. Jalen is the only one quiet, but that's great. Yeah, that's because I had him set on 50.
That's fine. That's completely fine. Because I really couldn't hear myself on Discord. I was like, I'm at full volume on my phone, and my phone is the best one out of all y'all's. Shut up, Jack. Shut up. What are
Let me
you?
guess. It's like an
You are
iPhone,
just being
right?
silly right now. Right now, you're being so silly. I know I am. I know I am. I've had a
Which
little
which
bit.
iPhone? Which iPhone is it, Jalen?
I don't know.
What is
I don't
Wicked?
know. I just went to the
Oh,
store one day. I was like, I need an iPhone. I got a debate coming up.
Wicked
yeah.
Wally's
They was
See.
like,
channel
So how
has
would you?
a underscore, I think.
Because I have a S24, and of course that's always going to be better than the Apple equivalent hardware
why?
wise.
Why is it loading so long, Dion?
Why
Why
can't
is
I
it taking
find
so
Wicked
long to load?
Wally?
This jackass just quote Nick Nolte from fucking Tropic Thunder.
Is this his channel? I don't know if this is his channel.
Who is Wicked Wally? Because that popped up
Payback.
today.
That's the one I'm debating, and I don't know. I forget what. I swear I subscribed to his YouTube channel. How do I check my subscriptions? Subscriptions.
Go to home.
Hey, so I
Just
popped
need
in to ask him about what's up with John? Is he like upset or something?
He didn't like that I was talking a little bit of friendly trash. I said. I said I was. I think I said I'm gonna body him, and he doesn't want to play with me in this debate or something like that. And he didn't like that.
To John?
Yeah, I said it about the free will debate. I said you don't want to play with me in a free will debate. He didn't like that.
Oh, he
I
said you
think
play too much.
yeah, I guess he said that I'm not taking it seriously, and I told him I am taking it seriously. I always do, but I also like to have a little bit of uh I try to make a show of it. It's an entertainment. It's an entertainment thing
Gotta
more
hype
than
it
it's
up.
a educational thing. It's a
Yeah.
I watch UFC fights.
Oh,
I like press conferences. I like the trash talk. I like the lead up. The promotion is part of the show.
What we did. It's what we did, Nada.
yeah, tell him it's like pro wrestling. You're calling out,
Right.
right?
Like,
Calling out the Hulkster
it's what men do.
or Hulkamania.
That's what I'd said. I said,
Joshua.
"Hey, brother, we're gonna go, and I'm gonna destroy you in the ring." Like
Joshua. Will you let me know? I have to send you $17 from the debate because somebody watched it and sent me $50. So I have to send you 17 and Steve 17 on Wednesday.
what?
I gotta send you $17. I'm mad about it.
Well,
Oh no.
because they was like, "Oh, this is for the debate," and I said
Was
we
it
were split.
Freddie? And if it was, then just keep his 17 or send 17 back to him and tell him he can take that off my debt.
No, I already sent you the money Freddie sent me.
Oh.
I sent you that night before I even heard what he said. He said to keep it, but I'd already sent it.
Oh.
Don't you? You still owe him $48?
Well, I haven't been in a rush to pay him back after he decided to be a douchebag. But also,
Gosh, yeah.
I told him, I said, I'll pay you back after I sell all the cards and when I'm able to. And he said, that's fine. No rush. Whenever you can, do it. And I've sent him $150 and now I owe him $48 and I'm not in any rush to do it right now because he was being a douchebag. So
Joshua, you claim you're a man. Just do
yeah,
that. Pay
listen to what I just said. There was no time limit on the debt. He said, whenever you can. So I haven't been able to yet. When I can, I will. I run in the negative. I'm usually behind on stuff. So when I can, I will.
But honestly,
And also it's from profit that I make off the cards that I sell. Once again, I haven't sold all of the stuff yet.
I want. There's part of me. There's a
Currently
very
I'm
small
holding it.
motor.
Currently I'm holding it because he said I told him, I said, some of this stuff I could hold on to it and it might go up in value later. And he said, all right, well, whenever you feel like it's the right time, sell it and then send me a little cut of the money. But I haven't sold it all yet. So I'm not breaking any promises. I'm not being dishonorable. I'm very honest. I owe him $48 and I'll pay him when I sell the stuff. I haven't sold it yet. Right now is not the
You can
time.
be
Some of those
better.
cards aren't worth shit right now, but in a set or two they might pop up. I watch the markets.
But do you like owing people?
I owe one person.
You could be better, Josh. You could be better.
Oh, you could be
Dear
better.
God,
Be
did you hear
better.
what he just said?
Be better.
You
I
know
just
what, Buff?
explained it
You're his
very
slave.
thoroughly.
Send him $50 so he can pay Freddie back.
How about you fucking stop being the slave to whoever the hell was stroking your damn fucking chest at the bar? God damn it! Shut the fuck up.
I
And
wasn't
let
a
this
slave to
man handle
that. That
his
was a
business the
beautiful
way
I
moment,
he
can't
wasn't
wanna
it?
find
handle
I
his
can't find
business. How
Wally's
about that?
channel so that I could put him on his name on the thumbnail.
God, I hope my camera's not on.
I thought it was wicked at _ Wally. That's not it.
He loves me. Let me put this phone on charger.
Oh, so you got two debates coming up. Is that what's going on?
Yeah. I'll show you the stuff right now, Jalen. Well, I've already shown it on streams that I haven't sold all the stuff because it's really
I
not
don't
worth a
care.
lot right now.
I don't care.
Yeah, but I don't need because I know you're a little gossip girl, so I want to make it clear that 150 out of the 200 was paid back immediately, and $50 of it I will pay back once I've sold. I sold a lot of the stuff, and I sent in money within a week, but I haven't sold all of it. I'm holding on to it, and when the time is right, I'll sell
I'll
it
be
and I'll
right
send
back.
it to
I'm
Mike.
going to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Going alone?
No, because I'm like, just pay the man back because that's like crazy. Why not just pay the man back? Be a
Because I don't
man.
have the money right now. I haven't sold all the stuff that I'm supposed to sell to pay him.
How the hell do I mute myself?
There was no
Because I
time.
be trying.
You'd be trying to mute yourself and then talk shit when you're muted, but
Yes,
you don't know how to mute yourself.
I like to have my own personal thoughts. Yes, I do.
That's
So how do
schizophrenia.
I mute myself?
When you talk to yourself like that, that's schizophrenia, Jalen.
It's
That's
not.
Just make sure there's duct tape around the hole in the divider. All right. Go to the bathroom.
And when I send the money, I'll screenshot it and I'll show it so that he can't keep talking shit about how I owe money.
Hole in the divider? What does that mean?
You know exactly what that means.
What does that mean?
Just make sure there's duct tape around the hole.
That sounds sketchy. I don't know what any of that means. What does it mean? Like literally, what does it
Anytime I
mean?
borrow money and say I'm gonna pay you back on this day, I pay people back on that day. My boss, former boss, every now and then I say, "Hey, I need $50 until my next paycheck. I get paid on Thursday." And he'll send it to me, and I always pay him back on Thursday. If I say I'm gonna pay you back on a day, I'll pay you back on a day. That wasn't the deal. The deal was whenever you sell it, whether it takes a year, 2 years, 10 days, send me a little cut. And I said, okay. And I haven't sold it all yet. So that's that story. Ricada Law is
Just
live right now. He's streaming again.
just pay that man back. Like that way you
Okay.
won't have to
Okay.
then that way you won't have to deal with them ever again and
I already
stuff.
don't.
Y'all
I
got
already don't
y'all
have to
beat,
deal with him ever again.
but it's the right thing to do. Pay that man back his money.
Yeah, I know, and I will.
So but you know me you don't
And
like
also,
me
you
because
don't even know the whole story about that. He sent that money
I
as a
don't want to
donation.
know.
Yeah, so you're just talking
Sir,
shit about stuff you don't know anything about.
I'm not talking shit. I don't want to know the whole
You
story.
Why?
are.
I'm just saying be honorable. Be a
Okay.
man.
And that's what
Okay.
he's doing.
Okay.
That's what he's doing.
You're not gonna moral high ground me and tell me how to be a man.
You
Okay,
want
John.
him.
Why can't I
Okay,
find
John.
this guy's channel? What is it called? I think it's in Easy's
Not
Discord.
where are you? Are you at work?
Yes, yes. Hard at work.
What
Do
is
you
all
like
that behind you?
I don't know. What is behind me? Oh,
Mm.
VFDs. They control motors.
Oh,
I don't know. Yeah, some shit. Bunch of shit.
It's not showing me his.
Joshua, work on your speech. You need us to entertain. Work on your speech
I'm
and
making
your
a
debate.
thumbnail right now, but I'm trying to get.
Nada, how do you like your haircut?
I need to find his.
It's good.
You
It's a
like
lot
it?
cooler. It's a lot cooler.
It's uh, good as long as you like it. It's very unique.
What do you mean? It's just a
It's
regular haircut.
a,
It's just a
you like it?
regular haircut. It's just a regular haircut.
I'm gonna go in
Yes,
Speakeasy's channel and find.
it's very noticeable.
Okay.
I'm
I
glad you
only
like.
cut my hair. I cut my
There.
thanks. I cut my hair for
I
function.
like when people actually
When it
ask.
I
gets
love
hot, I cut my
a lot of
hair.
haircuts, or we got haircuts prepared. Now, Floor, you don't need to cut your hair, but if you want to, I love your hair. Your hair is beautiful. It's curly. Like you got your trim a few months ago. It's cute. Have you ever considered highlights?
I will never dye my hair until I have a lot of white hairs, because I do have a couple white hairs already, but I don't know. I kind of want to leave it natural. I don't want to burn my hair.
Now, when was the last time you straightened it?
A couple months ago, I think.
No, like I said, Floor, I don't. And you don't understand this. You could literally be a model. I don't know why people don't tell you this more.
I don't think so, Jalen. But
What?
thank you. I don't
Okay,
think so.
Buff, Nada, say yes. Could Flora be a model?
Oh,
Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
They look for
No.
models in all categories. Of course, you could be a model. I mean,
All categories. Wait a minute. What does that mean?
I wanna be like a model mother or a model wife or that would be
L-
kind of cool.
you think there's only
Let's
one classification of models?
okay.
You're saying
Let's
the
ask your
definition of
husband.
what a model is? They
We're
don't
going to ask
look
your
for a
husband,
specific
who looks like
type.
he's sagging right now. I don't know
John
why he
could
looks
be a
like he's
model. All of
John
us could be models. What the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ.
Buff. Nada could be a model. Floor could be a model. I was a model. Joshua, do you think Floor could be a model?
The fuck is this conversation?
Sure.
See, Floor, it's everybody saying you could be. Hey, chat, press 1 if you think Floor could be a model.
Hey, stop. No, don't do that.
You really don't think you could be a model?
I'm really
Hey,
not
No,
Chad,
I don't
press
into.
do.
2
Think
if
I'm
you
not
about
think
into the model
Jalen is.
type. Like, usually models are like, depends on what type of model you're talking about. Like, usually models are like bone, skin and bones, and um,
I'm talking fashion model, like high fashion, like Paris
yeah,
Fashion Week.
yeah. That's
Floor
like
could
think
be that.
you
so,
gotta be
Jalen.
like 6'4" and you gotta weigh like 120 pounds, soaking wet
John,
or
join the chat.
skin and
John, join
bones.
the chat.
Yeah,
What
because
the
I
hell is
can't see his
going on? This is
chats. As
just
soon as John
silliness.
joins the chat, I'll leave.
This is just silliness. This is hype. This is hype up for fight night. Press conference.
When is that debate? That free will debate.
Thursday. Or right?
No,
What?
that's not the one
Thursday, right?
Thursday. The
No.
one Thursday is cat.
I subscribed to
Oh.
JS to cut his hair. I am gonna cut my hair, but I'm waiting until Floor gets here because she's gonna record it when I go to the barbershop. It's coming soon.
Hi,
Floor.
welcome,
Excited?
Final Frontier.
Is that
Josh, let me ask
William?
you the floor. William. Like William, who we don't like.
Uh,
We?
Buff,
No,
William is you in 30 years.
no, it's William Gramer, right?
Oh no. William from that we know is uh Final Frontier or something.
William from LA.
Yeah. He the one that
write
be
a book
talking
about
shit.
betas.
He talks shit about Josh, me, and Frederick.
Does he?
Who? William who?
William is this black guy. He's like 64 years old, hates being
Oh, that
black.
no. Is
And
he from LA?
To
Oh,
Where's
be
you
William
should
from?
fair,
call
my being
everybody that
Kansas.
angry
disagrees.
with you has more to do with just a silly comments. It comes from you blowing off my concerns overall. John, you, oh man, I don't want to do this, but I didn't blow off your concerns overall. If you don't think I take a debate seriously, you should go watch any of my debates. If you want to brag about your collegiate education and say stuff like that, you should know me that I'm going to blow that off. I don't like appeals to authority like that. And as far as me talking a little trash, I already explained to you that's just showmanship. It's just part of the promotion. So I've already
John,
explained all of
jump,
your concerns.
Fight
You
night.
gave me a
John,
long list of concerns, and I've addressed all of them. So what are you talking about?
jump into Discord because I'm collegiate too. I could handle you, but I'm collegiate too.
See,
Josh and I,
that's the type of shit Jalen does, saying you're uneducated. I went to college, so I take this seriously. You don't take this seriously. You see me doing streams where I do hours and hours and hours of research. You see me writing introductions. You see me planning out arguments and rebuttals. You see me planning out questions that I'm going to ask. What do you mean? If you don't think I take it seriously, then you should know your opponent a little better.
like John, seriously, I don't even like Josh, but it makes you look weak if you're backing out.
He's not backing out. He told me
Jalen is
he told
backing
me
out.
if you want to back out, you can back out. And then he wrote me a bunch of concerns, and I addressed them all. And then I said, it seems to me like you're the one trying to back out right now. And then he started saying a bunch of other stuff, and I said, this is dumb. and then he blocked me. That's what happened.
Whoa.
Oh wow.
So
What were you saying,
Why?
Floor?
What was that?
What were you saying?
Oh, I don't know.
God dang.
I don't know.
No,
I forgot.
John, seriously, like I think that free will debate would be a good one for you and Joshua. I'm very interested in listening to you all. I don't like neither
and
one of y'all.
I'm being very generous right with this right now because I have receipts. So I'm being very generous, John.
Oh shit.
You should
What does
just
that mean?
you should just drop it because like I've already said I'm not backing out of anything. I never even considered backing out. And I addressed all your concerns just now. And I addressed them in the message too. So
Because being addressed though, I thought that we all agreed like an hour ago that there was gonna be a debate. Why we keep going?
I'm just responding to his comment right there. He said I blew off his concerns overall. I didn't. I responded to them and then
Okay,
you kept going with it. And then I said, this is dumb.
the end result is that there will be a debate. John, it's okay. He needs to do this as well. It's a debate. You can do it on your channel too. Don't take it too personal. And I hope that both of you have a great debate because that John is very educated. And that's I'm very interested in
My
hearing both
real
of you in
my
a
real
debate.
problem, which I'm not gonna go into it, but my real problem has nothing to do with the debate. It's some other things you said, but we'll just keep
Well,
that.
be a man and address it. Be a man and address it.
That's not being a man.
Yes,
Exposing.
Jalen likes to like implement drama into the
No,
I
conversation,
know, and
no,
he
I
and
likes
I'm
to.
don't.
the
He
Floor,
woman
likes to
you,
here.
use. He likes to use
floor.
I'm
be a
supposed to
man
do that.
when he's being
No,
a little girl.
stop that.
Jalen,
Shut
you're
up.
being a
No,
girl.
stop that. No, because I address every problem that I have with y'all. So if
Yeah,
you
but
got a problem,
it was a
address it.
private conversation between me and John. So
And you brought it to the public.
I didn't bring it to the public. I just told him that it's about other things that were said or other actions that he's done
You
that
see, this is what Jalen does. He asks you a question that know that you're gonna get hit up about, then you answer, and then he keeps going and going.
And Flora, let me tell you what you do. You'll defend your husband
I
as if
don't need
you don't
for
trust
you to
his
tell me what is
masculinity.
it that I do or I don't do.
You
Focus
don't
on
trust
your
his
life, don't focus
masculinity.
on
You
mine.
don't have to jump
Period.
in.
I'm
You
not
don't
gonna
have to jump
engage
in when
into
that's
this.
the
I'm
man
not
of the
gonna
household.
engage into this.
You
Jalen,
don't have to
stop.
jump in,
Nobody
darling.
is doing shit to you.
Like
Just
you
stop
don't
adding
have
drama
to.
into the
What's new,
conversation.
Matthew?
Literally, let your husband be
Nobody
the
cares,
man of the
Jalen.
house.
I don't want to hear it. You're so judgmental on other people's life.
Okay,
Go and get
okay,
your
Floor.
91, boy. Go and
Okay,
get your
Floor.
91.
Okay, Floor.
Yeah, you sit there like a judge and tell people you're doing this wrong. You're doing this wrong. Shut the fuck up and focus on your
No,
life.
because if he's bringing it to the pub, if it's
You're
private,
the
keep
one
it
who's bringing
private.
shit into the public, Jalen. We could
No,
be
he
having a
brought it.
smart
Your husband
conversation and
did
not
that.
talking about
Your
drama.
husband did that. But that's
Jesus
why he's letting
Christ.
you speak to me
No,
and
no,
stuff.
no, man. I'm not gonna be like
Okay,
Josh and wait for you to
Floor.
talk. I'm a fucking
Okay,
Latina and I don't give a fuck
Floor.
what you're saying. Focus on your
Okay,
life.
Floor. Okay, Floor.
Matthew's based. Matthew said, if I do a debate, I'll hire a woman in a bikini to give me a shoulder massage the whole time.
Oh my God.
You gotta smoke. You gotta smoke a cigar or wear a robe while that's all happening.
No,
Also,
I'm not acting passive aggressive, Final Frontier. I'm not talking about stuff that we talked about as far
Josh,
as
isn't
that's
being
that
a
William?
William.
bitch. Huh?
Is
That's
that William?
William. William's in the chat. Hold on.
For
I didn't
real?
know William
No,
was here.
no. Doesn't somebody like pretend to be William also?
No,
Could
that's
be.
actually William.
Could
That's
be
Final
could
Frontier.
be a fake
William.
account.
But
Is it
some.
Frontier like on chat?
I'll be
Because
back.
if that's the
Hold on.
case, he has me blocked. 'Cause I
Yeah, he's
can't read
first.
anything.
Hold on.
He did
That's actually
block
William.
me. Oh, why? I don't even know this person.
I didn't know William was here. Hold on, I gotta address that.
It could be a fake account, but I don't know. I'm trying to get them to
Oh
send
my
me
gosh, you did.
Wally's YouTube channel, and the chat's not responding.
You see how concerned I am with all this drama? I'm just
Kicking his
Chilling.
feet up.
going up here. Oh man,
I know people love
must
the
be
drama.
rough.
That's why I just give little tastes of it. I'm not gonna give out all the deets.
Oh God, I did not know he was here.
I
You were
don't know.
right.
Daylin, introduce yourself. It's JC from Little Rock, the gay one.
Yeah.
The gay
Let
one.
me
Yeah, we know.
let me put my phone on charger for this.
Okay.
Uh,
Final Frontier.
Oh,
Fuck
Seasaw's
off.
saying it's a
oh,
fake account because she has the other
Yeah, it
one.
is,
Buff,
right?
She has the other
Buff,
one
It's
you
blocked.
don't
actually
know.
what's
William
his face?
literally
I bet I
Final
know who it
Frontier is
is. I bet I know who
you.
it is.
Yeah, it's
And
Elder.
that person has me blocked too. Like I have no clue the existence of this person, but I can't. I'm blocked.
what's his name? What's his name?
Card baby
Yeah, yeah.
Johnny
I
Bender.
I was thinking Freddy, but it could also be Yoda.
Oh, maybe.
Freddie wouldn't be
No,
William.
Yoda is
Fred.
more aggressive.
William disrespects Freddie too often.
Your moderators.
Heading to bed soon. I have
Buff,
to be up early in the
Final
morning to go
Frontier is
collect a
you
few
in 30
payments for my
years.
properties. That's something Freddie would say.
Well, but that's
Yeah, I
something
think
William.
that's Freddy.
That's
Freddy's
something actual William would say, right?
Oh, yeah, could be
Now,
something William would
Floor.
say.
Now,
Actual
Floor. I
William,
want to go
the
back to
real
something
William.
important.
Being
Dylan, I don't want to
braggadocious in a
talk about
YouTube
it.
chat.
No, it's something different. It's something different. It's about the model thing. Why do you feel like you would not be a model? Like, real talk. You're very beautiful. You know that. Everybody knows that. Like, don't disrespect yourself
Quit being a
and
little
say that you're
sycophant,
a
Jalen.
model.
Nobody wants to be a model. Shut up.
I was a model. I was a model.
I aspire more than being a
This
model.
final frontier sounding a lot like Freddy.
No, Buff, literally, Final Frontier is literally you in 30 years. I'm not being disrespectful. That's literally who I see you as when you get older. His name's William. He
I
calls in on
trust
the.
your fucking judgment. Jesus Christ.
No, it's literally y'all have some of the same values. Y'all are both black men who hate being black, light skinned black men who hate being black,
Oh,
and
according to
disrespect
your
black.
logic. Yes, okay.
But
What?
he's like
Wait a
the
minute.
older version of
Please
you.
tell me more about
Wait
what
a
it means to
minute.
be black. Please tell me
He's
more.
the older version of you.
But Jalen, how you know? How you know? William, that Bond, not Bond with him, but how do you know that was light skin? Did he say he
Said
is?
it. He said it.
Oh,
He said
No,
he
because
looks
Jalen
like an
said it, I
older
figured it out.
Joel.
oh, yeah, he did say that once. I think I did
Yeah.
hear that.
No, and
No,
Buff
I think he was
William
talking about
remind
his
me of
build, right? No, yeah, he did. He did kind of say that.
Bill is the engineer or something, right?
No. I said build, like
Oh, sorry.
BUILD. But no,
Sorry.
I think I know what you mean. I think I actually was listening that day.
The only thing I don't like about William is that every year for Men's History Month, he calls in and says, let's talk about Henry Ford. Let's talk about Robert Byrd. These are both commies. He just likes them
Oh.
because they're like white supremacist types. And it's like Robert Byrd, Grandmaster of the KKK, communist sympathizer. Henry Ford, communist sympathizer. Like, just because they love white people, you like them, but and they didn't like the J words and they didn't like black people, doesn't mean they were good people. They were communists.
Oh
So
my.
if that's the real William, he heard my thoughts on it. But
Wait, which one was it? I think we had this conversation months ago. Wasn't it Bird? whose funeral that Biden went to, or was it the other one?
Yeah, I
The other
showed a meme.
wizard of the
I,
KKK.
I showed a meme of him earlier tonight shaking hands with Biden.
Mm,
Well,
okay.
that's Hillary Clinton's like hero, right?
I
That was
love Hillary.
that was Joe Biden's mentor, Grandmaster of the KKK, Robert Byrd.
And also
You should
Hillary,
look into that,
like
Jalen. Do you know
Hillary,
any
Hillary gave him a shout out, also, right?
you know anything about
Couple times.
about that, Jalen? Since
That's
Trump is
so
so
crazy.
No, it's not in
racist,
his history.
I just turned, so I finally turned on Bus camera. I didn't even know it was
Oh,
like I
fuck
turned
off.
it on. He's wearing like green and stuff,
he looks like
and he just got up.
he looks like Keenan from Keenan and Kel on all that, or
No,
like
not
way
all
back
black
in the
people look
day.
alike. Not all black people look alike. God dang.
Damien kind of does.
He's on the Keenan's on
I
Chucky
could have
season
easily
3.
had that man's
No.
career.
Yeah.
Not
Season
Keenan
3.
now. I'm talking like Keenan like in the
From back in the
Keenan is
90s.
on
in like
season
the
3 of
90s,
He was
Chucky.
always
late
fat.
90s.
Have y'all
He was
Buff,
always.
you
Jalen
watched
does look
Chucky.
like him.
Floor, stop that. Floor, stop that. But no, Keenan is on season 3 of Chucky.
And
Season 3 of Chucky.
Yeah.
Is it a show?
Chucky
Yes,
has a
on
show,
USA.
a
You
show.
talking about like the
exists.
like
like the
Child's
dog.
Play Chucky?
Yes. Child's
Oh,
Play. It's got all
They're
the
milking
characters
it for
except for Catherine
all
on
Tate.
the
USA. Who
yes.
watches
USA.
TV? Who watches TV? What is that?
I
Is
think it
that
got.
even
I
Well,
think it
around
well,
got.
I
anymore?
watched it on Hulu, but
Oh, okay. Huh.
I think
yeah,
they kicked it off of. No, it was always on USA. The new Chucky shit.
yes. Who does Buff look like? He doesn't look like Keenan. He looks like
Well,
I look like myself.
should I say who I thought Buff?
oh, you look like somebody else.
I want to hear it, Nada. For that.
No.
Come on,
You look a
man.
lot younger.
Come on.
He looks a lot younger.
He should be awake. He works
I
night
just
shift.
simply shaved.
He don't look as sick as like he was with like the beard and the like he was looking homeless
Jalen,
for a
you're
while.
so
I'll be back in 2
judgmental on
months.
other
Don't worry.
people, Jalen.
Thank you, Flora. I take that as a compliment. Thank
How
you for
is
that.
that a compliment? You judge everybody.
Thank you, Floor.
Me.
Thank
We take it
you.
off.
What is Buff about to do? Buff head is so tiny.
He looks gay.
His head does look tiny when he doesn't have a beanie on.
It really does.
He looks younger. Like,
not-
does he
Take
not
all
look
this
younger?
fucking
It's not- he
shit
does
off
look
my
a lot
head.
younger. He looks
Fucking-
You
like
really do look a lot younger, Buff. Yeah.
Did you see the new Gerber
Happens every
baby
time
as
we
a
check.
as a little black baby?
Oh, I love that.
Fuck.
Whose baby?
The Gerber baby, the new Gerber baby.
There's a new baby?
There's a new Gerber baby.
Yeah, apparently it's not this little guy anymore.
Why do you have that?
Because I have Gerber life insurance, and
It
this is one
doesn't-
of my statements.
John
Is it
Mosley
white?
I
doesn't
just
look like
happen
the
to have
Gerber
it
baby
next to
anymore. Now the Gerber baby looks like Buff.
I
Wait,
just happen to have it next to me. I've
who is
had
the new
Gerber
Gerber
insurance
baby? Is
all
she
my
Asian?
life.
It's just a joke, John. I'm just having fun with you. Jeez.
Nada, you missed it. Buff said he would fuck me, and I'm a little concerned about that.
To
You
make a
would love
point
that.
in an
I
American
think I
History
heard-
X style.
I heard it earlier.
Biff looks like a lioness.
Why do you have a wrench?
Lionesses are savage. Lionesses are tougher than the male lions. They
You
actually
do love it.
No,
will gang
Lioness?
up. The lioness
I'm
With the
good.
blanket?
No, not lioness.
Linus and Lucy?
Lionesses.
Linus and Lucy.
They'll gang up on something in defense of, if one male lion comes to attack the other male lion while he's weak or while he's sleeping, the lionesses will jump on him, take him out.
Josh,
Fuck
I
you,
can't
Final
I can't
Frontier.
find anything about the new Gerber baby. How does the baby look like? Asian?
No, he's black. I just said he's black.
He black?
He's black.
No.
You black.
Wait, so what? So
because of
Jalen,
equality.
Jalen, I
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
question. So
Obviously, Gerber
if
doesn't
if
celebrate White History Month.
so if the first baby, the first Gerber baby, the one that we all know, would have been black, and then they put a white baby this year. So basically, what just happened, but reverse. Wouldn't you black people freak out?
No, I think everybody should have the opportunity. There should be a Hispanic, a
Shut
Mexican,
up.
A new Gerber
no, not
baby every
Hispanic,
year.
Hispanic
Affirmative
and
action.
Asian,
Uh,
So
boy,
you
girl.
so your answer will be that if there was a black baby since a one of the very famous logos started, and they changed it for a white baby. I'm not saying Hispanic, Asian, whatever, for a black
honestly, I'm
baby.
not even really mad about it.
I'm
But
not mad about it. I'm not mad about it. It just seems double standard. How can black people do that to everything that is Caucasian? But if a Caucasian goes ahead and play MLK, you guys will
Flora,
be
why you do
so
that?
mad.
Why are you like that? Why are you like
Because I
this?
have a voice, because
I
I like
wouldn't.
to speak out my
You have
voice.
a voice,
I wouldn't
yes.
mind. I wouldn't mind if
Her
black
husband's
people
black.
represented 13% of entertainment. That would be. That would be if they're talking about equality and they want to push equality, then that would be equal. But it's when they
Where's the
represent
producer?
70% of entertainment, then it's like
We need an Italian on here. Where's the producer?
Oh, hold on. It was only a contest.
and
His picture will only be displayed for a year,
oh,
and they're
so he's
going
not.
right back to
Oh,
yeah.
so he's
He's
not
not
the
official.
permanent. I just saw a headline that
Yeah.
said new winner of the Gerber baby contest. Yeah, I saw that.
I really don't like that Buff look like he's in his 20s right now. I don't
He
like
was
that.
chosen as the 2024 Gerby Burby.
Oh, so they're gonna do a different Gerber baby every year now, like Jalen said. They're gonna have them affirmative action
That
Gerber
would be
baby.
beautiful.
That's fine.
That'll be
This has
beautiful.
been a 14-year ongoing competition.
I think all them
according
14.
babies are ugly as hell. Anyway,
Stop that,
to-
Joshua. That's not nice.
fuck them
Joshua,
kids. They
that's
all ugly.
rude.
Fuck
That's
them
very
kids.
mean. You're a very mean person. You're very mean.
Fuck them kids.
You laughing at it.
Damn
That's
right.
mean. Boy, y'all won't
Not
see
my,
heaven.
Ain't none of
not
these
my
babies
Gerby
cute.
baby. Fuck you.
Not my Gerber baby.
Y'all will not see heaven. Y'all
Hashtag
talk
not
about
my Gerber
children.
baby. Let's go.
Talk about adults, but don't talk about children.
Shut up, Jalen.
I'll
Refer to
stop.
previous
I'll
comments.
stop. Look at Donna. He's so chill. He's like just enjoying life.
We
That
need to
boy
start.
working hard.
We need
That
to
man
start.
Yeah, I know.
hard.
Right.
Yep.
I don't make sure his boss don't come in.
Would the panel care
Oh
to
no.
discuss how many push-ups Jalen can do?
Just saw that.
Who said that? Which bitch said that?
Your
Which
best
one of
friend.
you
Your
Your
best
said
ass.
that?
friend.
That's not
Oh,
my best friend.
Final Frontier.
That's your
You
best
guys
friend.
love each other.
No, that's none of my enemies or best friends. But I don't know Bumblebot.
Bumblebot is DJ on Paul.
Oh, DJ on Pop. I wonder how
DJ and
much.
Fun Jalen have the
Let me
most.
try.
He's not my best friend. That's my lover.
I just
He's
doxed
he
him.
drinks my
Oh.
Mad at
protein every night.
You can't
Bumblebot
talk
is
about
DJ on
that.
Paul.
Come
Wait
on,
until
Jalen.
DJ on Pa
Turn your
jumps
camera on,
in.
Didn't know
Jalen.
that.
It's push-up time. Let's do some push-ups.
No, because I was
Ooh.
about
Come
to
on,
take because
Jalen.
I'm tired and I'm a little inebriated.
So
Oh,
what?
that was no good. I just did like 15, and that
Do
that
some
was too
push-ups.
difficult.
Do a
Yeah.
set of
No,
20, Jalen. I'll do
I'm
a set
good.
after I finish the cigarette.
No, because you still owe me $11 worth of push-ups from 3 months ago.
All right, I'll do 22 push-ups. You do a set of 20. Let me see.
I'm not
Yay.
doing anything for a DJ on
Come
Paul.
on, Jalen. You're 5'4", 290 pounds. You need to get
He
to
said
work.
80 pounds.
I know. I was being hyped
That's
out.
the statistics you got right. Those are the. Anyways, I'm not doing anything for DJ
Jalen,
He
on
sounded
there's
like
Paul.
no
he
way that
sounded
you're
like Joe Biden.
280.
You sound like Joe Biden in the debate just now, where he's like, "You'll see that he's not 6'4", 290,000 pounds,
Nah,
200,
nice, base,
280
base,
80 pounds. You'll see what he is, what he is."
base.
Jeez.
No, I'm not doing anything for him. Why is he Bumblebot?
I don't
As it
know,
can be.
because he's just a
Oh,
bumbling
shit.
little bot.
Fuck, I mean, shit.
But no, I'm not doing anything for that bastard. That bastard, I don't like him at all, and he don't like me. Now, if I hate somebody, some of the few people that I hate outside of Hitler, the devil, DJ on Paul, Raymond 11, I think I might hate Mark. I think I might hate him. What
Mark?
would you do if you meet
Huh.
Mark, Joshua?
Oh,
Joshua,
Mark.
what would you do if you meet him?
Mark from LA?
Who is that? I don't know who that
Yeah,
is. What are you talking about?
Split, split a
Bumblebot?
six
What?
pack.
You really
the
like
I have
think
Grand
some beers
about
with
Wizard.
Mark.
you think about this stuff like callers on shows, like you like think about if I ever met this
Well, I
guy.
listen to it. I
I'd
listen to
have,
the shows.
I'd have some beers with Mark. But like, Mark, what's going on? Let's
Mark
have
need.
some beers.
Let me not say what I think about Mark because
Let's
that's
let's
not
go get
Christian.
some steak. Let's go get some steak, some hot dogs, some burgers. Let's have a little barbecue, Mark. That's what I would do.
It is at Wicked Wally with an underscore. That's what I tried. It didn't work.
Who do you
I'm
say?
sorry,
Call
Jalen.
somebody an
Bumblebot got
idiot?
more points with me right now than you. He came out and checked out my
What did
chess stream
Hitler do
tonight.
to you, Jalen?
You,
Matthew, that's a shameful thing to say. That's a shameful thing to say. You're not doing them for Bumble, but you're doing them for yourself. You're
You're not
not
supposed
doing
to
them
hate
for
it.
I
Bumble.
think it's because he doesn't have any
You're not supposed to
content.
hate anybody. The
Hitler
hell?
I'm
do the
just an
pitch.
innocent little
Oh no,
bot who bumbles. Get off my case, Donkey Kong. Die, bitch. Die, you stupid bitch. Die.
hey, you don't
God
want
Wow,
to
dang.
so civil.
you don't want to say
Dang,
that.
Jalen, what just
Die.
happened? You just lost your cool.
The
Die.
tolerant left.
Die. I don't. God dang. Just go to the fucking cemetery already. Die.
Jalen, you're full of hate. I hope one
You know
day
what I
you
used to
learn.
do
Hmm
with girls in the cemetery?
Wait, wait. Why did y'all
Not die.
interrupt Laura when
Yeah,
she was talking to me?
what is that?
Well, what I used to do with girls in the cemetery?
No, no, no,
Well,
no. I got that part. Don't worry. You don't have to explain that
not
part.
die.
That's for sure.
I mean, it's a
Possibly,
nice
actually,
quiet place.
possibly the contrary. Life.
Right. Not nice quiet place. Nobody's there.
Does it
Nada,
not?
that's
That never
nasty.
freaked you out. That would freak
That's
me out.
nasty
No. Well,
and
I also don't
here.
believe in ghosts, right?
I can't
So
fit
Love
Speakeasy in
do.
the thumbnail, but Speakeasy's got
That's the whole reason why I have
way
thought
more
about.
viewers than me and Wally, so we'll just put me and him in the thumbnail.
Buff has seen a ghost before.
No, I've not seen a ghost. I've seen 8 at one time.
8? 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
You counted a ghost while you're looking at him. I would have just run away.
Okay, I need to hear the rest of this story.
I've told this story.
Tell it
why don't they
again.
come? Why don't they come visit me? I'd the same thing as Mark. I'd be like, hey, let's have some beers, get the grill going,
With the
Not, I
some
ghost?
think you
steak,
would
some
invite
burgers.
all of us to a barbecue. In fact,
Yeah.
do it. Let's all meet up in person one day. All of us.
No.
Oh, I've
Let's
sworn we've had that
let's get
conversation
paid to
before.
do it. Like, let it be a paid event, but still.
Steel.
I'll show up for 1.5 million.
Mostly because I just like barbecues and an excuse to have burgers and steaks. So.
What's it like being an Asian American for you, sir?
Stop changing the
I don't
subject.
know.
What the fuck do you want to hear?
I
I have
don't
no
know.
idea. I'm
Oh,
just an American. I don't know what it's like to
actually,
be an Asian American. Sounds gay,
actually,
but
I want to hear your story first, then I want to go back to Nada. You're right, Buff. That's my bad. I want to hear the ghost story again.
Simple and quick. Fucking some friends known
Oh,
forever, and he left.
Praise God.
That guy, man. Lord
He'll
is
be
good.
back. He will be back.
Somehow, some way, divine intervention finds a way to remove the evil from the
Bob, what the heck are
confolds
you
of woman.
doing?
Oh, you don't know anything about the South, do you?
No.
When you
about
get
the what?
here,
Oh, about the South.
when you get here, I'll get you and Josh a plane ticket. Y'all come hang down here in Atlanta. I'll take you to a Southern Baptist church, and you'll see what I'm talking about now.
That reminds
Can I
me,
get
I
an
need to
amen?
do my reservations at Motel 6. I forgot about that too.
Uh-oh, she ain't trying to come see you, man.
She
Motel
has
6.
she has to do that for the records and stuff, but well, the fact that we're talking about this on YouTube, I mean it's but
Oh,
When they asked
no,
me in
she's
the
gonna stay
interview,
at the Crackhead Motel.
when they
oh, so
asked me in the
motel
interview,
party. Let's
No,
when
go.
I
Barbecue at the motel party at the motel pool.
sometimes when I have my breaks from work, I go to the McDonald's, which is right across the street from that Motel 6, and I get my food, and then I park across the street from that Motel 6 and eat my food while I'm on my lunch break. And I just like to crackhead watch. Like it's so fun. There's always something crazy going on down there. There's always people nodding out, falling over, and like guys running around and yelling, and like they got little spots set up on the corner where they're selling dope and stuff, and it's great people watching.
Hmm.
I almost made a
Better
few
than
videos,
Walmart.
but they're like they have like a sixth sense. They know when somebody's has a camera. Like I'm in a car, it's dark. They can't even see me and they're yelling at each other and I'll pull out my camera and start recording and it'll just go quiet and then they'll all just walk away.
wait, so there is a Motel 6 close to your house?
That's the Motel 6 you're talking about. It's not
I don't
soup.
even know if like I remember the Motel 6 in downtown. That's the one that you're talking about?
Yeah, it's like I don't know, it's like 10 blocks away. It's not super
So there
Hmm.
is
close.
only one?
I'm
I
assuming that's the
guess
one you're
that.
talking about. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
I
I guess
just
that correctly. I said Motel 6 is a joke. What the fuck?
The crackhead motel is where she's going to stay.
did I really just mention to an immigrant officer like a crackhead motel?
Well, they're not gonna know unless they're in Salt Lake City.
That was the stupidest
I'm
answer I
sure
could
it's not.
ever
I'm sure
give.
it's not on the Motel 6 website when you look into the Salt Lake City Motel 6. I'm sure they don't tell you this is the crack spot. Like this
And
is the dope
I
hole.
was I was actually thinking, but I couldn't remember. I think it was Hotel of America or something like that. The hotel that is also in downtown that is like white and beautiful. That's the one that I wanted to say, but I was so nervous that I was
Yeah.
like,
Do you know how expensive that
Motel
is
6.
to make a
I
reservation?
don't know.
Do you have to pay, or you just make a reservation and you're not actually going to pay for it?
That's what I'm trying to figure it out. If I can just like do the reservation just to show it at the airport and then just
I think you're way overthinking this again.
no, Josh, no, no. I'm
Yes,
going to
yes,
go
yes.
through immigration at in
Oh
the
my
States.
God.
They're
Yeah, your
very
husband's never right when he tells you things like this. I'm never right. I don't know. I didn't say that when you go into your hearing that it was going to be fine and it was not going to be a big deal and you panicked and you were freaking out and then you went in and it wasn't a big deal.
no, listen, it's not a hearing, Josh. It's just a migration officer. It's not
All right,
like a
well,
court thing.
you don't want
But all
to
the answers that I gave
you
to the
don't want to
immigration
make
officer
you
is in
don't
the
want
system.
no, listen to me. Stop talking. You don't want to make a reservation at a hotel that costs $300 a night. If you have to
Oh,
pay
for
for a
sure.
night, Motel 6 is $60 a night. So,
Oh yeah, that's cheap.
yeah, well, it's the dope spot. It's
You know what are nice is those business class hotel little motels.
like
The
Mike
ones that got
Hotel?
the free buffet. or like La Quinta, or
Yeah.
Like
I don't know. There's like a
in
bunch.
Walla Walla, Washington.
I used to sneak into hotels for the continental
Yeah,
breakfast.
the with the waffle maker and shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
bacon, big trays of bacon.
The eggs were
Ooh.
always like powdered eggs, but I don't care.
Yeah, whatever though. But
Yeah.
yeah, just make a big fucking plate. Who cares? I actually kind of like powdered eggs for some reason. I don't know. I think it's because
They're
in
all right.
grade school they made powdered eggs, and I don't know.
They're all right.
You can't you can't really get eggs like that anywhere but there. I think. I don't know.
Yep.
Anyway,
The
my phone's
cheap-
gonna die. I'll be back in a little while.
All
All
right,
right, later.
Nara. The cheapest one is $59 and it's at Thanksgiving Point.
$1 less.
What'd you say? $40 a night?
59 and Thanksgiving is literally not far away from downtown.
Yes, it is. Thanksgiving Point is like an hour trip on the front runner to downtown. That's in Provo. That's an hour drive.
Yeah, like 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, that's not close. What do you
But I
mean?
can still make the reservation there.
Well, you got sniffles all
See?
of a sudden.
Because I'm sniffing some coke right now. What do you think, Josh? It's humid. It's raining. I'm getting allergies.
Okay, you just weren't sniffing 10 minutes ago. The heck?
I know. I started getting the allergies. What are you trying to say right now? Are you
I'm
trying to
not trying
say
to say
something
I'm not trying to say
or
you're
what's
sniffing
up?
cocaine in Guatemala. I'm just saying, what did you get flu all of a sudden? Dang.
No, this isn't, and that's why I can't wait to leave because I've been having allergies all day long, and it's gonna be like this for 2 more months with rainy season.
It's mind over matter. Allergies aren't real. I told you that.
Sure, Josh, that's exactly how it works.
Okay.
It's in Lehigh. Thanksgiving Point is in Lehigh.
Yeah, that's far. That's a whole different city.
5758. One queen bed. I like this one. That's kind of cute, actually.
Well, shoot, if you got to get a hotel room, we can go stay at a hotel.
That's what I'm saying, Josh. No, I'm just kidding. I will have to cancel, like,
I'm not
I
paying
don't know.
for it.
Why can't she just come stay with you?
She's doing a line. That's what I was saying.
Man, I hate how you guys have taxes. Like, not that I hate that you guys have taxes, but how it's just not said. Like over here, the price that you see, that's the price that it's going to be, but it's like it's $49, but plus taxes is 10 more. Just put the whole price. It's not gonna change the fact that it's gonna have taxes.
It's the price they sucker you in with. And then they kick you in the ass with, oh yeah, the taxes.
Yeah, it's
Like
crazy how that works over there.
it's like ordering a pizza. I mean, fucking shit. I just ordered pizza last night, and it's just like, oh, don't forget about the delivery charge, which has jumped dramatically. And I said dramatically, but dramatically. Our delivery charge used to be $1.75, and I ordered a pizza last night. Delivery charge is $5.29. It's just like, thank you, Biden. It's just
I remember
that's
when I
where we're at.
left, when I left Utah, I think for every dollar was like 7 cents or 4 cents. I can't, 4 or 7 cents. It was one of those two.
Maybe seven. Maybe
So how
seven. I
much is
remember
taxed right
seven.
now for a dollar?
Yeah, ridiculous.
Really?
This is just where we're at now. Thank you, inflation. Thank you, Biden. Thank you, fucking. I miss. I'm gonna vote for 34 felonies, opposed to $6 a gallon for gas. Um, And that's it.
$7 for a gallon, 7 times 7. So there is no way. It's a little bit more than $7, right? Because over here it's 38 Qs.
It really depends on the grade of gas that you get, which kind of is a scam in itself.
I think so.
But like mid grade is bullshit. There is a difference between regular and premium. Very slight. A lot of newer cars want you to have premium, the highest priced one, and that's where we get into that problem of having um, $6, $7, $8 a gallon. It's just fucking
Yeah, over here we
ridiculous.
just have regular and premium, and regular is usually like the cheaper one, and that one is 38 Qs, and 7 Qs is $1. So you're telling me that 1 gallon is 49 Qs? That's insane. That's insane. We don't have those high prices. We have like $1.10 less. How does that make sense if
That's how we got. Obama may have had it at its highest. I remember at one point for the high grade stuff, not even in California, but getting close to California, it was like up to damn near like $7, $8 a gallon. And
Oh, that's funny.
Trump
They're
came
calling it
in,
panel
started
loads.
drilling. We started getting oil. We became energy independent, no matter how bad that Democrats wanted to deny that. And we had gas down to like regular, just a regular basic gas was like $1.80, $1.78.
Yeah, it was
And
the same
life was
here like
great.
6 years ago. That I remember when the gas will go up to like $2, I would be like, "What? How did it went up to $2?" And now it's like $7. It's insane.
And when I first started driving in, wow, what was it? 96, 97, 98. When I first started driving, I got my license, got my car. Gas was like 82 cents a gallon as we were doing the damn thing. And of course, inflation naturally occurs. But even between that time, between 98 and to what is that, 2018, it only jumped up to about $1.80 something at its worst. And
So I have
Trump
a
started
question.
drilling.
So the states
I'm gonna
have an
do
agreement, right,
entertainment
with the Middle East for the oil, because the states has a lot of oil, but they still buy it from the Middle East. That's because they have an
because we don't
agreement, right?
frack and we shut down the pipelines. We don't
Yeah, that.
harvest our oil
That. We had an agreement with them, and
because
then we
we are in
started
the
drilling our
Paris
own shit.
Climate Accord and we have a bunch of environmentalists here that won't let us harvest our own
Yes.
oil. So instead, we spend more money and have to deal with these other countries. It's all a big game that they play to make us pay more money for stuff that we have right under our own feet. It's retarded.
Yeah.
That's
We
crazy. That's
we
crazy.
underneath Trump, we had become the largest producer
We're
of
independent.
fucking oil. We were energy independent, yeah. We were doing the damn thing. And
And
day
we
one
have
of
a we have
Biden,
a
he said, "Yep,
smorgasbord of it. And they shut it all
yeah, we
down on day
still
one
got
of
it.
Biden.
We still got this shit just waiting for us to tap it."
It's so
This is
stupid. But instead, we're going to build windmills and make solar panels that don't work, that freeze up when
Con-
it gets cold, and when summer comes, they get too hot, and then they kill all these birds. The environmentalists don't care about all the birds it kills. They don't care about all the steel that's get left in fields, and when these things stop working, they just leave them there as it's all ass backwards. And we got to have electric cars. We got to have children slaves in China mining rare earth and cobalt mines, and it's all the whole climate change, green energy crap is all a lie. It's all a big scam to rip off everybody. And these dumb liberals don't do any research. It's ridiculous.
We were we were talking about this shit on our little podcast yesterday.
I heard you
Um
guys did like a 6 hour stream the other night. I didn't even know, or I would have been
four.
listening.
Just four. But
I saw you
it's the
posted it, but I
thing
didn't get a notification. I missed it.
it's the thing that it takes like about fucking like me watching this shit, it takes about um eight 18 wheelers. Just about. Let me see. The blades, one, two, three. The towers, one, two, three, maybe four. That's seven. Then the motor, that's eight. At least 18 wheelers to deliver a windmill. And then those are diesel powered trucks. Each one of those trucks, each eight, has a two vehicle escort running on regular gas. Or if the guys use diesel trucks, whatever. There are two cars for every 18 wheeler to escort them just to put up a windmill that's going to kill birds and produce fuck all of energy.
Well, in defense of the bird argument, there's a lot of birds who die also from crashing against the a windshield of a car.
There are more that die
That's not an
because
argument.
of
I don't even
windmills.
know what you're talking about.
I mean,
Because you're
yeah,
saying that, I mean,
My
I know
that
point
how.
is, environmentalists who complain they're vegetarians, they complain about killing animals and stuff like this, but yet they want to build windmills that chop up birds all the time, and they don't look at all the dead birds on the ground. That's my point.
I think that's what happened when they had a problem with it when somebody pointed out the whole bird death, and they found a good number. Yeah, I did hiccup. I'm drinking. But they found a significant number of American bald eagles that were dead at the base of these damn windmills. It was like, oh,
Because they try
well,
to build
maybe
nests on them.
we'll put the windmills out at sea. The eagles don't go out there, and then whales start beaching themselves because you're fucking up their migratory pattern. And, and now you're fucking up marine life. It's just
But I
like,
mean, having we already invaded all the animal, well, not all the animal territory, but the majority of the animal territory, and not just that, we also go ahead and claim it as ours, and we have take many animals away from their
I don't care
habitat.
about the animals. I don't care about the dead birds. You're not getting what I'm not trying to say
I'm
that I
getting your
care about the
point.
dead
Like
birds.
I am adding into your guys' point with this environmentalist
Yeah.
because they also like we do a lot of horrible things, if you want to put it that way, to animals.
No, but
yes.
the point is they say we shouldn't do that stuff, but yet they're okay with it when it's to stop coal or nuclear energy or fracking or it's a big scam. It doesn't make any sense. It's stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. All in the name of clean energy. Clean
What are some
energy, quote
tags that I can
unquote.
use for this debate?
Just,
Debate, taxes, 501c3, tax exemption, panel, live show, just chatting. What else? Politics.
Politics, yeah.
it's just the same scam as what that Greta Thunberg bitch is, who likes to scream about, stopping pollution, but you don't see her protesting in places like China and India. You don't see her doing that shit. No, she's doing fake arrest in these countries that don't even really produce that much pollution.
I feel like these
It's just,
people just don't have anything to do and they just want to like fight over something and feel good about it. But they don't even know what they're fighting for.
um when you get some time, look up I don't know if you've seen the video or if Josh has played it, but look up the Burning Man
Oh
roadblock
yeah.
protest.
Yeah.
That's some of the greatest shit I've ever watched.
What is it? Burning Man roadblock what?
When those idiots were trying to stop block the roadway, trying to stop the people from going to Burning Man, it was like,
Yeah, and it was
oh,
like
you're gonna
hippies
burn the
versus
big wicker
hippies.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
you're
like
gonna You're gonna burn the
Environmentalists
weakerman.
versus environmentalists. That was crazy.
You stop this line of traffic who now are sitting here idling, just building carbon emission when they could have got to their destination and turned their vehicles off. Uh, this is what you're gonna do. And tribal police came right out there and like absolute bosses rammed their fucking little roadblock right out of the road with their truck. That shit was awesome. That's just nonsense. And they have no evidence to prove of anything they're saying. These people don't go to the main
Error.
two
Duplicate
sources,
stream key. Select a new key
China and
below
India.
to go live here.
They don't
Yeah.
go there.
I don't want to switch to this live stream.
They don't go
On
there
this.
and protest.
No,
They
I
do
don't
it
want to go
here.
live there.
We've reduced our carbon emissions so
So the
much over the
new
past 5 years.
the thumbnail should be
So much.
I wish I had time to make a preview. I wish I could go back and find where they were talking about this in Easy Stream. But it would be so hard to find it. I don't think he does chapters or whatever.
Yes, Matthew, good point. Yeah, we start producing, and other countries producing more, and we just get poorer for it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Why is this
absolutely.
thumbnail wrong? This is the wrong thumbnail.
We're out here begging other countries for oil when we got it underneath our feet. The fuck out of here, man. But this is the Democrat way. This is just Democrat fucking politics.
Talk
It's the
to us,
fucking
friend
truth.
is hotter.
It's the wrong thumbnail.
She was cuter. Yeah. God, I'm so sick of that meme. They've produced some funny ones out of it, though. I'll give them that.
Why is it
The
the wrong
internet.
thumbnail?
Internet can be fun sometimes.
Is that true? There's this hurricane called Burley? Burial? I don't know.
When you guys clicked on this, was it the same thumbnail that it was last week? Chat. It is, huh? When I put it in Discord, it's the same one as last week, and when I look at my channel, it's the same one as last week. Where I was wearing the watermelon shirt. Why is it doing
Oh, the
that?
one from right now? Yes, it is. Yes, it's the same one from 7 days ago.
Huh. That's weird.
But they did, I mean, the words did change. It's just a picture.
No, it's the same words. The title is the same.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. I did change the
I'm
title.
looking at him. I'm looking at him right now.
Oh my god. I didn't change the title. It's the same title that it was last week. TDC, Discord, Afterparty, Late Night Open Panel with Videos, Games, and More. It's the same title as last week. I didn't change the title. But
7 days ago, you put the ones that I'm looking at right now on live with the two thumbnails, right? One says TDC 112, and the other one just says TDC After Party.
No.
Open this.
That's two different things. So one is the show and one is the after party. The title
Right.
is the same as last week. But the thumbnail is supposed to be different.
I don't know. It's just showing me the two same pictures, but different titles.
Okay, I think I just fixed it. I think it's fixed now.
Oh yeah, Jeff. I saw something about that too. Trying to charge farmers
Actually,
$100 per cow in Denmark.
The other one's not
Offset
showing
carbon.
anymore. Huh.
That shit ain't gonna do
What is
shit.
it doing
This is
right now?
I just refresh, and this is what it's showing me. I'm gonna send you a
Now I'm
screenshot
looking
of
at it. Now it's not even saying the one. It's not even showing the one from last week. The one from last
Look,
week
I just
disappeared.
sent you a Messenger where it's showing me after I refresh the page.
It's because I reused the same stuff. Yeah, but you got dang Guatemalan internet.
That has nothing to do with your channel, Josh.
Right. So see, what you're seeing, the two same pictures, the one is the show, and then
Right.
I did the after party. So it should be the show, then the after party, then the snore stream. And then it should be the show for this week, then the after party for this week. But
Oh, right.
instead
Got you.
instead they took the it's like they took the after party, they like deleted the after party from last week.
It seems like it.
Cuz see, if you scroll down, you see how it says TDC 111 and then it says after party, then it says snore stream. And the after party is pretty much the same thumbnail as the show, just different words. But the title is always the same. It's just TDC After Party Late Night Open Panel Videos, Games, and More. Speaking of games, you want to get beaten chess for? Nah, I don't know.
No, I'm tired. I'm actually gonna go to bed soon. I have groups tomorrow and work.
You're lame.
How am I lame? It's Monday, Josh. I have work tomorrow.
You're lame.
Your schedule is lame.
Lame.
Matt and Jeff, that goes into a whole nother argument about how they're trying to fucking push all this goddamn lab grown shit. They're working on a fucking plan to have all this fucking lab grown meat, lab grown fucking everything put in the fucking enclosed facilities as large as these NSA data centers that we got out here, out in the fucking West Coast and shit. They're working on that, man. It's fucking bullshit. That's why Bill Gates is buying up so much fucking shit. That's why China's buying up so much fucking shit around here, buying up all this damn land just to get us off of meat. No, just penalize farmers, and you can't eat real shit anymore. You're gonna eat this lab grown shit. We're gonna force you to eat this lab grown shit that has no actual long term studies of what it will do to the health of the human body, but accept it because we're gonna make it law. It's absolute fucking shit where we're at right now. We gotta. I don't want to say the word because no, can't we can say that now because the Democrats say it all the time. We gotta fight for our rights. Shit.
We gotta fight for our rights.
Aldi just
Oh.
improved in Aldi just approved insect food.
Yeah,
I thought John Frederick wanted to play golf. I know, I've been wanting to play golf. We need to do a practice game of golf. The floor's going to bed.
No, yeah.
all the elites. They won't be eating this crap they're trying to force on us. They won't be eating it. No.
That's the funniest part. That the
All
elite
these
children,
nuts.
they don't get vaccines. They don't get vaccinated.
What? What are you talking about?
The rich people kids, a lot of them, they don't get their kids vaccinated.
All right,
It's
well,
not.
I disapprove of
Because
that.
they
The
know it doesn't
CDC
work.
says vaccines are safe and effective. I disavow the comments of this
That's
guest
true.
are
I'm sorry,
not those.
YouTube. It's just a joke.
You
I'm
need to
just
talk
kidding.
about, dang, the
No,
Vaseline.
it's been proven. We can talk
Aldi
about it now.
approves bug food. Aldi could
Well, you
sell
better.
edible insects in the future. This is from November 1st of 2022. October 19th of 2022, Aldi considers selling edible insects to help families. Edible insects started as garbage. This is all from 2 years ago, Matthew.
Edible insects? We eat insects down here.
Let's see. I see TikTok, June 13th of 2024. Aldi is considering selling edible insects. Post news.
We have this insects called it's on popos, and they're like giant ants, but they're like maroon color, and they have wings, and you just take off their wings and you fry them in butter and add some salt to them. Ooh, delicious.
Mask their flavor. Yeah. Okay.
It's
Ugh,
really
Canceled
good.
their
They
contract.
taste good.
no. pass.
Yeah, I'm good.
Listen, to be fair, if I was surviving on a desert
If I-
island, I would eat some bugs if I had to.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll
But
eat
Yeah.
they taste
fish.
good. But they
How about
taste
Okay.
fish?
good though.
You
If
guys
it
give me bugs, I'll eat fish.
Yeah, but say there's
Okay.
no water around, and you can't get to a fishing place. To survive, I'll eat some bugs, but
You're on an island. There's water everywhere. There's water around you.
well, maybe
There's
not an
rivers.
island, maybe a jungle
Oh, come on.
There's
without
water in the
I'm
jungle.
eating
without a
lizard
there's
river.
lots
snakes.
of plants that you can also eat.
Every morning in a tropical environment, there's gonna be dew because it's humid. You can collect water that way.
And coconuts. Don't
And
forget
catch fish with
coconuts are
it.
perfect for hydration.
You can catch fish with bugs.
You're gonna
Take the
collect
bugs.
dew and build a lake and then catch fish in it.
No. You should collect dew and then you drink the water.
Oh yeah,
But
I
what?
know
And you
about
Okay,
that.
so
trap birds.
An island. You said island. Well, not an
if you're
island. I mean a
stranded,
waterless desert.
An
if you're
island's gonna have
stranded,
reef around it, and yeah, there's
If
all
I'm in
kinds
a
of shit.
desert and I find a log with termites in it, I'm gonna eat the termites.
even if you're in an island, what you want to do is to save your energy because fishing is really hard. You want to save your energy. There's dehydration. If you have coconuts, you're set.
My
But
only
if
point
there's no
is I'm
coconut,
not.
you're gonna be dehydrated. It's easier to get an ant than a fish.
No,
Fishing
coconut
is
is a
really
natural diuretic.
hard.
If you eat coconut, you're gonna be more dehydrated and you're gonna lose all your energy faster. You're gonna shit
That's not
everything out.
true.
That is
That's not true.
true.
Coconuts are good to hydrate. They're really good for
I'm
hydration.
I'm from an island.
We just
There's
talked about
plenty of
this
shit
last
to
week.
eat. There's
I'm gonna research.
fruits. There's fruits growing on stuff. There's all kinds of shit to eat. There's
Coconut's
no way.
fine if you have water and food, but if you have no water and food and all you have is coconut and you drink the coconut juice, then you end up pooping everything out. All your it makes you
Right.
burn
But
through your huh?
anyway,
All right. It's not the
uh,
same as water, but I mean, it's
I
better
hopped
than
on.
water.
I hopped on to say that on the island that I'm from, speaking of the elites, I just found out. I might have said this before, but I found out that my buddy, who was like the top council guy there, like my like the same age as me, went to school. And the mayor, who's like 2 years older than me, that we used to hang out in high school and drink beer and smoke weed and shit. Both of them, well, one already stepped down from the council and works for Zuckerberg now.
Hmm.
And the mayor is also gonna, I think he's gonna end this term and he's gonna go to work for Zuckerberg. Fucking losers.
Huh.
Anyway, yeah. So they're not gonna be eating bugs either. So if we all get to eat bugs, I guess I gotta go back to Kauai and I'll just hang out with me, my two buddies, and Zuckerberg, and we'll just not eat bugs.
Yeah.
Nah, I wouldn't do that. I'd
I
rather eat bugs,
I agree.
honestly.
If the elites are trying to
Fuck that guy.
replace our meat with bugs to make us weaker and dumber, then that's a horrible thing. I'm just saying, in a survival situation, if I had to, I would eat some bugs.
I guess between eating bugs and selling out to Zuckerberg, I guess I'm working for Zuckerberg. I don't know what to tell you
But
guys, but
what if you try them
I'm
and
not
you
eating.
don't like in them?
What?
No.
If you try them and you end up
Mm,
liking them?
Yeah,
mm,
have you guys ever tried a bug to say that you wouldn't like it?
I mean, I've never tried murder, but I might like that, you know?
I've had
You can't
chocolate
compare eating
covered
bugs with a murderer,
grasshoppers.
John.
Yes, I
That's
can.
very
Yes, I can.
extreme comparison.
I'm,
I've
I'm
had
not gonna
chocolate
lie.
There's other examples
grasshoppers.
I could think of that are kind of
Oh, wow.
gross, but
I used to think that they were gross, and then I tried sopopos, and I was like, whoa, like it's an
So what?
experience.
Popos?
Some
What?
popos,
Popos?
some
What is
popos.
that?
They're like they look like ants, but they're a lot bigger, and they're maroon, and some of them have wings. The ones that have wings are the
Sort of
tastiest.
Termites?
flying roaches.
Like termite?
No, because
giant
they're
roaches.
big. Like they're bigger than an ant. They're like
That,
3 ants together.
that sounds like a termite. No.
I've eaten
It's not a
crickets
termite.
before. In Mexico, they
Huh.
eat crickets. They got little bags of powdered like seasoned crickets.
Yeah, you can add lemon and salt to them. You're in for a treat.
Nope.
Yeah, but I'm
Like
not trying to
Nope.
cows.
survive on that for the rest of my
You
Chicken,
guys
life.
have to
cows.
try. How can you say that you don't like a food if you have never tried it? I'm talking about
Hey,
food,
there's
Josh,
no
not
fat
murdering people.
involved in that.
I just say it. I
Body
just said
needs fat.
I don't like those bugs. I don't even eat sea bugs. The sea bugs that everybody else loves to put butter on. And I don't eat none of
Mm.
those fucking
You
bugs
mean
Oh, the
either.
little
lobster?
like
I
what
put
about
shrimp.
shrimp?
Nope, none of them.
I
I don't
like
eat
shrimp.
I don't eat any
Shrimp
bugs.
is a delicacy.
No,
So
no
Josh,
Crab.
shrimp, no
chicken is
crayfish, no crab, lobsters, none of it.
Is a crayfish really a bug though? I guess, yeah. It's a
They're all
It is
crustacean.
the
bugs.
nature of the
They're all
sea.
bugs.
yeah. So you guys love shrimp that has shit on the middle of
Nope.
their back, but you well,
You
not
I
you,
don't.
can
Nana.
peel it
But
off.
you wouldn't try it some popo, which is a lot
I don't
cleaner.
eat. I don't
Because
eat any
shrimp
of those.
is delicious.
No bugs.
I
Some
think that
No
Josh will
sea
popo.
be down.
bugs.
I think if I talk to him, I think that he will eat it.
I
I
would
think that
try
you
it.
will.
I've already tried
Yeah,
crickets.
I know
I've
you
eaten
would.
crickets, and I've eaten bugs when I was just camping, just to try it out.
You see, that's weird, Josh. Like that's just weird.
No,
What
they're
else?
high in protein. It's practice for survival. Sometimes you get in a survival situation, you got to eat a dang grub or an
I'm
earthworm.
pretty sure that you were not in that situation where you try them, Josh.
I was doing it to prepare my mind for the event that I may have to. I ate earthworms before. You're making me dizzy, Nada.
I know. I'm making me dizzy. Oh
Now
shit!
stand up and run.
Whoa! Whoa! Oh, oh, man, it's a rough day at work.
Are you still at work, or is that you're like shopping your house?
No, I'm at work. I've been at work this whole time, just
Oh,
slaving away here.
mhm. Looks rough.
hmm No, I actually did some work earlier.
Not just gonna make me throw up. Everybody in chat's getting sick right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm pretty dizzy.
I
Ugh.
see.
Oh.
Anyway, I'll hop back on in a few minutes when I'm off work.
All right, see you, Nada.
All right, later.
Wait, okay.
Floor's leaving. Where's the night shift?
Definitely not here.
Oh, Floor. I
Yes.
forgot to tell you. When you were saying that the Mockingbird experiment or the Mockingbird Project Mockingbird was the tests where they had a bunch of people in a room and they were all ops except for one person. That wasn't Project Mockingbird.
No. I said that they got the idea from that experiment. That's kind of when they started having the idea, but that's not the
No.
project.
Project Mockingbird had nothing to do with that. Project Mockingbird was during JFK.
It's
It
the
was like,
media.
yeah, it was a thing to control the media.
Exactly. So
What
basically, where they got the
happened
idea from that
to
experiment is through
that
the media, they tell you
bird?
this is
Yeah,
happening. Like
yeah,
BLL, for
yeah.
example, everybody's just mocking what they're hearing on
Mockingbird,
the TV.
how
Like they're
they
just
have you
repeating, but they
in a
don't really know the
fever.
truth.
She don't
It's just
abide
made for you
you, a
to believe in something and
mockingbird,
mock it.
and if that
That's kind of
mockingbird
where they got the idea from.
could sing
That they noticed that enough time you
Eh,
can tell
to the
somebody this
diamond
is it,
ring, and if the
and which is the
I don't think they're
news.
related.
I promise you they are. I have looked into this, and it's even in the government
It
paperwork.
was the
Like,
OSH compliance experiments. What you're talking
explain
about.
it.
What you're talking about.
I never said that that experiment was the project. I never said that. I said that
I
the
think you did.
experiment.
Let's pull up the
No,
clips.
look back to it. I'm pretty sure I
Let's
know
pull
what
up
I
the
said.
tapes. Let's pull up
I'm a
the
medical
tapes.
interpreter. I remember conversations very well sometimes. But I do remember telling you, you know where they got the
You're a
idea of the
woman. You
mockingbird?
remember you remember your own version of the conversations.
That's true. I won't argue with that. But I'm pretty sure I did said, you know where they got the Mockingbird project idea from the experiment. That's where it comes. They were thinking already about it, but they wanted to see if you can convince somebody that even though you're looking at something with your own eyes and you just tell them that it's not it, if that person will end up saying, yes, that is not it.
Conformity, not compliance.
Just to socially be accepted. So then the radio, I mean, the TV started coming along, and that's where the Mockingbird Project comes along, right? Like the news tell you
Wait.
lies
So
and you believe them.
now you're flipping it. You're saying the
How am I flipping it?
so the Osh conformity experiments happened in the 1950s. Project Mockingbird happened in 1962.
Right. What I'm saying is that out of that experience, it's not like they saw experiment. They're like, oh, we're gonna do the Mockingbird Project right now.
Right, but you're
It's they
saying
were already
you so
thinking
now you're
about it.
flipping it. Now you're flipping it.
How
You're
am I flipping it?
because you said those experiments were based on Project Mockingbird. It's vice versa.
No, I said Mockingbird, and you can look this up when I said it on your stream. The Mockingbird Project, they were basing themselves on that experiment. I'm not. That doesn't mean that the next day that experiment happened, that's when the project happened. But out of those experiments, they got the idea. They were like, well, we can convince people to do something, or if we tell them something, they will believe it, even though that they know in their head that it is not true, but socially is acceptable. So then the media came
Where are your
along with
kids going
what's
on
the news.
vacation, Matthew? I don't care about this floor.
What the heck, Josh? I just spent such a great
Because I
time
just wanted to
explaining
correct
this.
you on something that you
I'm
said,
gonna
and
say
now
that
you're.
every time that you give a good argument. I'm gonna say I don't even care about this, Josh.
Because I just wanted to correct you on something you said and make sure you knew. And then you're like, no, I'm going to change everything I said now.
I didn't change anything.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you know about the What do you know about the Rosicrucian order?
What is that?
I don't know. I was learning about it earlier. Some
If you
religion
don't
that
know it, I definitely won't know it either.
some secret society that was about combining all the religions into one religion. And Matthew says Benjamin Franklin might have been involved, and I believe it.
Washington was like an Illuminati, right?
Oh. Oh shit! The songs that probably released. I gotta go pee. I gotta go to the bathroom. We gotta review this song. I bet you it's out. I'm late.
Goodness, I'm gonna go to
This is gonna
bed.
be a banger. I already know. I already know. Dang. Big Sean and Eminem. I've heard the beat teaser. It's a fire beat. It's gonna be good.
Right.
So, Buff, how was your day?
Um, it was pretty cool. Learned how to use StreamYards a little bit, so more things to come.
Well,
This
that's nice.
crazy one was talking about. Yeah, we just did a test video because this whole thing trying to figure out this.
For the
Had to get
streams that you guys are doing with the producer?
um yeah, kind of. There's another guy that invited us to come do streams with him from another whole chat group, but um I was trying to figure out how to put StreamYards on my laptop, and I had to download Chrome, Google Chrome, so I could use my mic and everything, and got that figured out. So we just did a test stream tonight, and I had a couple people from chat here that came and checked in. Shit. I thank you
All
all
right.
for checking in on our test stream. It went longer than I thought it was going to, but I don't know, we were just having fun, just fucking around. And I know I was taking some views away from people, but I wanted to end it as soon as I could. But yeah, we were just having fun. But yeah, me and producer are gonna start a stream soon enough.
You know, you can. I was doing a test stream on StreamYard this morning, but it wasn't a stream. You could just do a recording and then go back and listen to your recording to make sure. But I guess if you're trying to test to make sure it's going out right, then yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it to where it could bring in video from YouTube. Because
You
I got it to where I can.
selling out to the dark side, the StreamYard panelverse. You're gonna have
It's
20
a little
viewers.
easier to use.
I know. Are you gonna pay for it?
Like Discord. Like Discord, you could have like what? My God, damn near 30 people in your fucking Discord shit. And StreamYard, I think, restricts you to like 9.
Yeah, we've
So
had
it's
like
like,
50
okay, that'll
people in
work.
the Discord at one time, and everybody was just yelling. It was crazy.
But like, I
Night.
just kind of want
Was it not
to.
like a UFC night, something like that?
Yeah, or the Logan Paul fight, one of those 2 nights.
Trying to like kind of like do a thing with the podcast I want to do is like reviewing reaction videos. There's a lot of motherfuckers out there that call themselves doing reaction videos, and they're just sitting there watching the video, and every now and then they'll be like, haha,
Yeah,
or they
that was a whole big. That's been a
they're
controversy.
just playing other people's content. I want to attack those motherfuckers.
That was a
But yeah.
controversy a couple months ago. That was a big thing, and it was before that. It's been, it pops up and goes away.
It's
The
a thing.
reaction stuff has kind of fallen off. But all right, for the stands out there, or for the non-stands out there, let me explain something to you. Every Eminem album, the first single is always the worst song on the album, and I've explained that with the last song that we reviewed from this new album that's coming out on the 5th. And the second single and the third single are usually fire. They're not the best songs on the album, but they're usually fire. So, for example, with the Eminem, not what was the first one? The Slim Shady LP. It was the real Slim Shady. Goofy song. It's always a goofy, funny, poppy song. And then the second one is the one that really hits, And so with Marshall Mathers LP, I can't even remember what the first, because it was probably a forgettable song, but it's always those poppy songs. And then I Am Whatever You Say I Am. Like when me and my friend got the album and we listened to the whole album through, I said, this is the next single. This song right here is the song. And it was the jam. But so this next single is about to be fire, but it's a feature. It's got Big Sean on it. Very underrated. People really don't put respect on Big Sean's name the way they should. Hopefully it's out by now. An hour and 30 minutes ago, it said hour. Well, how long ago was it? It's called Toby. I'm sure it's out by now. Eminem's Toby single release countdown. Release delay?
Uh-oh.
Toby live reaction. Here it is. Wait, this is the teaser. There it is. I found it. No, wait, that's not it. 3 days ago? It didn't come out 3 days ago. No, that's not it. Is it not out yet? It should be out on Vivo. It says release delay. This guy says he's doing a live reaction. He's still watching the release. It hasn't come out yet. What are we seeing?
Save big this summer during the Living Spaces 4th of July event, where you'll
Release delay, hype and party, fan chat only. Release delay. It's been delayed. Damn, it was supposed to drop. Supposed to drop at midnight on the East Coast, which was a while ago. Huh. I wonder what's going on. People in the chat are saying it's finally dropped. It's not going to release. Clickbaiters. Crybaby is punishing his fans. He announced the album release date, so everyone chill. Where is it at? It's not out yet. What's this guy saying? This guy's just sitting at his desk waiting to do a reaction to it. Everybody wants to be the first ones to react to it. Negativity keep us here till midnight. Drops in 5 hours. It's still 2:15. Eminem trolling. I can't blame him. Toby is late. Eminem is not paying for that pizza. Damn.
That's it. Someone said we got tricked and scammed. That's facts.
We got tricked and scammed.
We ain't deserve all this shit. We ain't do nothing.
Why is it delayed? What's going on? Well, that sucks. Damn, I was excited. Anyway. Not out yet.
Well.
Once it's out, I'm sure it'll be all over my feed. Where's Daddy Jubs at? He's probably sleeping. Or he's probably pissed right now. How long has it been delayed? I'm sure the whole album's made. I don't know why it would only be delayed over a... I'm texting Joey. He's not gonna wake up if he's sleeping. He doesn't wake up for anything. Anyway, all right.
Does this jackass have you people in his pocket thinking he's about to drop the dopest shit to come out? Goddamn, to get back to his old ways, even though he's expressed his political beliefs and I don't give a fuck about him anymore. But to keep everybody hanging on, it's like, let me see how long I can make him wait.
He always
Detroit,
did that.
baby, 8 Mile.
Just know you're playing right into his hand because he always did that. He talked shit about
You're the one waiting on it. I'm not.
No, but you're the one saying, "Oh, he expressed his political beliefs." He talked shit about every president that was a president while he was rapping. That's what rappers do. That's what comedians do.
But when did he last dedicate a song to one president, insulting him? Oh, only Trump.
He didn't dedicate a song to him. He dedicated a freestyle at an award show to him.
The song is called "Fuck Trump."
Eminem does not have a song called "Fuck Trump." No, you're wrong.
To the records here.
Eminem has a song, has a freestyle called "Line in the Sand" freestyle.
The fucker made a video. What are you talking about?
Eminem does not have a song called "Fuck Trump." That's YG. YG has a song called "Fuck Donald Trump." Kanye has a song called "George Bush Hates Black People" or something like that. Eminem doesn't have a song called "Fuck Trump." You're talking about the "Line in the Sand" freestyle, which was a verse in a cipher with 6 other people that he did at the BET Awards. At a time when black people didn't like Donald Trump. Doesn't that seem like a smart play?
Oh, here it is. Is this one Eminem, "The Storm," where all he does is complain about Trump?
That sounds fake. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, no. That's fake.
No, let's see play on this.
That's the "Line in the Sand" freestyle.
Oh, I better not turn it.
Eminem rips Donald Trump at BET Hip Hop Awards freestyle. It's not called "The Storm." It's called "Line in the Sand."
I can't turn the volume up on that because it'll bleed into my microphone.
Yeah, this is fake.
Oh, here's another one.
It's the calm before the storm right here.
Yeah, the calm before the storm right here. That's the "Line in the Sand" freestyle. So this is people. This is people on YouTube making a fake song. That's the line in the sand freestyle. I want to listen to this CNN presidential debate remix from Remix Bros.
Senator Paul, you do not know what you are.
This should be pretty funny. You should click on that and listen to it. This will be funny. Remix Bros are awesome.
Talking about, quite frankly, and I want to say that.
Now, please welcome
You said they were
the
Remix
46th
Bros?
President of the United States, Joe Biden. How are you? And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald
Wait, is that
Trump.
the one you're playing in the chat?
Well, it's about time. Here's the deal. Number one. The ability to but here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
Number two, we finally beat Medicare. Was ready to beat Medicare, beat it to death. Number three, in addition to that, we find that the impact on the here's the deal. I really don't know what he said. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for having sex with a porn star while your wife was pregnant? You have the morals of an alley cat. I didn't have sex with a porn star. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, my poll numbers went way up. He's exaggerating. He's lying. My poll numbers went way up. That is simply not true. My poll numbers went way up. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. Never heard so much more like this. Here's the deal. Number one, the ability here's the deal. Number two, we finally beat Medicare. Was ready to beat Medicare, beat it to death. Number three, in addition to that, we find that the impact on here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
I don't know what he said. He's the worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it. That is simply not true. It's just ridiculous. Period. Once again, he's exaggerating. He's lying. Every single thing he said is a lie. They think we're stupid? They think we're very stupid people. The whole world is blowing up under him. On January 6th, we're respected all over the world. All over the world, we're respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. Number one, the ability here's the deal. Number two, we finally beat Medicare. Was ready to beat Medicare, beat it to death. Number three,
the captions say, jump on my knees. I don't know when he said jump on my knees, but
impact on the here's the deal. I really don't know what he said. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf. You carry your own bag. Think you can do it? Just one. Two club
big guy.
championships, not even senior.
You can do it?
2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. But I have, I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Yeah, let's not act like
I've seen your swing. I know your
Let's
swing.
not act like children. Number one, the ability here's the deal. Number two, we finally beat Medicare. Was ready to beat Medicare, beat it to death. Number three, in addition to that, we find that the impact on the here's the deal. I really don't know what he said. You're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accepted anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath. You're going to see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds.
They just got Trump nodded to the knee.
Take a look at what he is. Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax, but he doesn't do anything. Here's the deal. Number one, the ability but here's the deal. Number two, we finally beat Medicare. Was ready to beat Medicare, beat it to death. Number three, in addition to that, we find that the impact on the here's the deal. I really don't know what he said.
Remix Bros. I like Remix Bros. They got some funny songs. We finally beat Medicare. You beat it to death. What are they talking about on Speakeasy's channel?
spaghetti monster because we believe that the flying spaghetti monster have given us the best. Da 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 da. And then you had all the same rights you have today. Would you then say, yeah, my rights come from the flying spaghetti monster?
Sure, they would.
Really, there
That's
is
what
a
they would say. Yeah.
Category 5 hurricane coming our way.
Barrel or Barry, whatever. I talked about it earlier tonight.
Yeah.
It was category 4 last time I checked. So
3 hours ago, they said now it's category 5.
it was in the Caribbean, so now it's going towards Guatemala. As long as it doesn't come out of America, I'm all right.
It's supposed to go, it's going to touch down, but I think it's going to be the other side of Guatemala, but it's going straight to Mexico.
Why is it sharing the wrong? It's sharing the wrong screen. Oh, it wasn't even sharing the right thing to Discord.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out here.
Because I moved the window over to the other window, so all you were seeing was the YouTube screen that I'm looking at.
I was seeing you looking at look like your YouTube studio or something.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's my YouTube studio window. But
I did hear it. I
hear
saw it through the yeah, I got it I got the YouTube feed playing on my phone, so I did see it and hear it.
You ever seen Remix Bros? That's a funny channel. They take like debates and stuff and they turn them into songs.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check them out. that was kind of funny. Oh shit! What was I about to do here? Damn it! I forgot.
Let's see what what Google's saying about this.
Hello, Amanda Thomas.
Toby trailer is outright gory. That's a horrible lyric. Spider-Man fans go berserk after Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire got bit by a spider. Yeah, so I got bit by a goat. There's no new updates.
Oh, new movie coming out soon here with Tobey Maguire, Mark Wahlberg, and some girl. Flight Risk.
Flight Party. Is this it? No. This is fake. Yeah, this is fake. This has got to be fake. Unless this is like a leak. No, it's got to be fake. Toby leak? I don't ever want to stop No. I hate when people do this. I hate when they label something that they know big is coming out and they label it Eminem Toby leak. And then you go to it and it's their like music. It's like some underground rap that they made, you know?
Damn garbage power of the internet, man.
All the rap reactors are live right now waiting for it to drop. Looks like this guy stopped going live. I guess he gave up. They might wait till like noon or something instead of the last one released at like midnight in the East Coast. See, this says Vivo, but it's not Vivo. It's fake. It's a fake thumbnail.
Let's give the people what they came
It's
for.
like Vivo should be able to go after them.
Wolverine, a team. Shake on it.
They can, but they can't go after all of them. There's like, there's probably like millions a day.
Yeah.
I want to watch this Deadpool trailer.
Oh, you nicked it. Just got the tip with your little steak knife.
I think this is going to be good.
Huh. All right, finally aged.
We'll see.
Am I putting your mask back on? Super hard to eat while I'm wearing it. It's super hard to eat when you're not. Rated R.
Spider-Man.
Oh my God, this is it! Tell everyone to hang on! Break it down!
God.
I know I'ma get it, I just don't know how.
No, this is fake. It's not
Yeah.
See, official leak. None of these are real. It's not out yet. Release delay. Drake was supposed to be in the song, but M pulled it. Drake ruined the anime. It's crickets.
You gotta love the scummery of the fucking internet. This is what these people do. They'll capitalize off of a thing.
This is the real teaser, though, I think. Where'd the audio cut? Why'd the audio cut? Oh, it switched to
No?
Cole Bennett was like a producer and rapper with Hobson, I'm pretty sure. Where's the leak? Or where's the official teaser? The beat sounds sick. Here we go.
Shit, fuck, shit, boy, huh?
Oh, that's not the whole thing. Tobey Maguire got bit by a spider, but me, see, I got bit by a goat. Yeah, I never heard Meshuggah bleed, and it shows. I don't know what that is. I don't like underground. I just subbed to them. I'll see what else they have. Oh, Remix Bros? They got a lot of stuff. The best one, though, is the COVID-19. I'll play it. It's Kenneth Copeland. This one, Wind of God remix. This was back when they were WTF, bruh. It used to be WTF, bro. What the fuck, bruh? And then it became the Remix Bros. But this one's so funny.
When you realize bloating and discomfort don't have to be routine.
Bloating and discomfort.
Everything changes.
Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord. COVID-19, 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 COVID-19. I blow the wind of God. From the state of Washington to the state of Maine to Brownsville, Texas, and the tip of Florida. We speak to this atmosphere. Today, burn this thing. This virus hates heat. You just burn this thing. Burn, burn. I call for a supernatural heat wave straight out of hell. Burn, burn. COVID-19, 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 COVID-19. I blow the wind of God. You don't do it. You don't do it. You don't do it. You get out of here now.
I like this because I'm actually watching it in real time with you.
Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
COVID-19, COVID-19,
I didn't know that when I played it in Discord,
are
people could hear it.
destroying
They could
forever,
actually do like watch
you'll
parties
never
and stuff.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've actually heard video you've been playing like in real time with you instead of hearing it on delay on YouTube.
Yeah. Because I don't know why, but it didn't used to work on Discord. If I played it, people could see it, but they couldn't hear it.
That was fucking hilarious.
Oh, there's the hot Tua girl. Did the Remix Bros do a hot Tua remix?
I'm gonna have to write that down. The Remix Bros.
Let's see if they got any new ones. OD'd on Trump. COVID Trump's Kung Flu remix. Guilty remix, the Remix Bros.
Introducing the ultimate AI voiceover. Yep, like me.
That's
Go to
Kenneth
artlist.io and get
He makes all the Bibles
Donald Trump
in the
has now been
jails.
convicted of 34 different felony crimes by a jury of his peers in Manhattan.
This is the crime that I committed that I'm supposed to go to jail for 187 years for. This is a scam, it's a rigged trial. There's no crime here. So we have an NDA, non-disclosure agreement. It's a big deal, a non-disclosure agreement. Absolutely. Totally honorable, totally good, totally accepted. Everybody has them. They weren't crimes. Nor is paying money under an NDA. It's a disgrace. So it's not hush money. It's a non-disclosure agreement. Totally legal, totally common. Everybody says there's no crime here.
The end of the day,
They always
we're
use
gonna
Kenneth
beat these
Copeland.
people.
Oh.
I'm not trying to be dramatic.
Alex
It's been a
Jones.
hard fight.
This is the crime that I committed that I'm supposed to
Why,
go to
Stormy?
jail for
Calm down.
187 years for. This is a scam. It's a rigged trial. There's no
Never
crime.
found her attractive.
Donald Trump was given every opportunity to defend himself and was heard by a jury of 12 citizens. This jury was chosen the
Bunch of
same way
serial
every American is chosen. This is a process that Donald Trump's attorney was part of, and after careful deliberation, they found Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts. That's how the American system of justice works. That's America.
Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir?
Gotcha, bitch.
Yep. Yeah.
This is the crime that I committed that I'm supposed to go to jail for 187 years for. This is a scam. It's a rigged trial. There's no crime here.
Remix Bros. This is the crime that I committed, and then they show Stormy Daniels dancing in the back.
There's your boy Speakeasy, eh?
I know they got a bunch of people on there. They've been going at it all night. This guy with the American flags in the background has been going at everybody.
If you commit a crime and then you know you committed that crime, right? You're guilty of it. You know it, right?
I don't know what they're
Right?
talking
So
about.
when you committed that crime, you can't.
He's supposed to be doing panel takeovers tonight, which is when he sometimes jumps in these, but he's been doing his own panel all night. People will vote for a corpse over Trump. Biden debate featuring Destiny.
Is Biden that corpse? I mean, shit.
Who is that? That's Michael Knowles, Destiny, and I don't know who the other. I know who the other girl is, but I can't think of her name right now.
It's a certain personality type that'll vote
Tommy
Biden
Moore?
over.
No, she's a blonde
Morgan.
Republican. She's a blonde Republican girl. I think that's Tommy Lauren or something.
Somebody knows Destiny. I can't think of her name. Shit.
This week only, to celebrate our freedom, Daily Wire Plus is running one of our best deals of the year. Buy an annual membership and get a
Destiny, you would vote for Joe Biden's urn with his ashes inside rather than Donald Trump.
Listen, if they wheel that dude out and he's got an IV drip in him, I'm still voting for him over Donald Trump.
President Joe Biden has achieved something that for many years seemed impossible. He appears to have unified
We don't need the
America
intro.
behind a policy to solve
the West, and for some reason they don't. There are healthcare professionals who think that Trump has dementia, that his connection, his thoughts do not go
shut up,
together.
Nancy.
Not only that he just lies, he doesn't even know the truth.
Lie about
we're
what?
just talking about mental
Name
acuity.
one lie.
Let's be fair about it.
Yes, let's be fair about it. And to be perfectly fair about it, Nancy Pelosi probably isn't
I'm
the
not a
one who
Pierce
should be
Morgan fan,
adjudicating
but-
on mental acuity.
It's all
The
right.
calls for Biden to stand down are in fact coming mostly now
Well,
from his
I like
own
his show.
supporters.
He does-
Thomas
usually
Friedman,
has a good
a
show.
Pulitzer Prize-winning author and the president's longtime friend, wrote him in New York Times. Joe Biden's hands are now dismissed as conspiracy by rising.
Get to the
Who's
panel.
in charge here? This weekend, the Biden family gathered at Camp David.
I mean, people said the same thing, that DeSantis would represent a strong challenge to Trump, and he got absolutely obliterated. It's easy to look at a candidate that hasn't gone through the ringer, that hasn't been tested in a
Desi
national
looking
level
goofy than a
election,
mug
but
right now.
who knows if Newsom comes out. There could be one or two little scandals lurking behind the curtains that now we see that gets infinite airtime over the next few months. The reality is that Biden is probably the best shot the Democrats have right now to win.
But do you genuinely believe...
This is pre-recorded because Knowles, this girl in the red, and Destiny are all wearing the same outfits, and this just released 10 hours ago. But this is a continuation of a video that Pierce dropped like 2 weeks ago that I watched. So I don't like that.
believe he should therefore continue and be the nominee?
I think that the Democrats should run the best candidate that they can to defeat
Well, hang
Donald
on.
Trump.
You keep
yes.
distancing yourself from this, Destiny. Come on.
Well,
Put
wait,
your
am I
head over the
distancing myself
parapet.
from?
What do you think?
Because he's a disingenuous
I
piece
think
of
that
shit.
Joe Biden is the best candidate right now, given that he's already beaten Donald Trump in one election. I think that Joe Biden is the best candidate right now to run against Donald Trump.
You
and I think that beating Donald Trump is only
hang on. Sorry, I don't want to be unfair to you, Destiny, but of all the Democrats in America, how many are there? I mean, tens of millions, right?
You
Of
think
all of
Biden's
them,
the best
you
guy?
think Joe Biden right now, after that debate, is the best candidate the party
But
can
he's got the
produce?
most
Seriously?
donor money. And he
I'm
can't
sure
pass
there are
that
better
over.
candidates, but it's not about who the best candidate is. It's about who you know the best candidate is. I'm sure that you could flip a coin and find somebody that might end up performing better. But again, look at how many people have these huge reputations. Look at Cuomo.
What'd you say?
I said, what the fuck does that even mean? It's not about who's the best candidate. Who you know is the best candidate? What does that mean?
When people say it's the enemy we know is better than the enemy we don't know, I guess is what he's trying to say. Like, since we already know what Biden's gonna do, it's better just to get. It's a stupid argument.
He's a fucking nerd. He's a nerd, and that's the personality type that will vote Trump over anything. It's a fucking lifelong loser that feels like they have some kind of power. That's all. That's it.
But he's disingenuous. He knows he's wrong, but he'll still defend it.
Wow.
It's crazy.
And how he was destroyed after a couple scandals. Like, you have no idea if you take a candidate who looks strong. And I admit, Newsom looks strong. He's amazing on-stage presentation and everything. But who knows if you throw him up that there are just one or two accusations or one or two scandals or one or two things that the American public doesn't know about that now
cares about
dominates the
scandals?
news cycle for the next few months. And even though he was a strong candidate on paper, like DeSantis, he disappears.
Okay, Tommy Lauren, you've been waiting patiently,
Tommy, it
actually
was
for
Tommy Lauren.
several years.
Tommy Lauren run her mouth, but she get defensive. Lauren Ingram runs. Joyner Lucas said that in the song. Mentioned Tommy Lauren. I don't like her. She's a feminist who pretends to be a base conservative woman. She's kind of cute though.
To say what I think you're about to say, which is that, of course, they should get rid of Biden and try and parachute in somebody like Newsom. I mean, do you feel a bit vindicated by what's been going on?
I feel very vindicated, but I'll also say, Piers, I hope that they run Joe Biden. That would be the easiest contest for Donald Trump to beat, would be Joe Biden.
Right.
So as much as I do believe they're going to select another candidate, I hope that they maintain with Joe Biden. I hope that that's their guide. Things about the passage of time and how it passes. I mean, she has no excuse. She doesn't have cognitive decline or dementia to fall back on. She is just that bad. So I think that's why they've been maintaining Joe for so long. It's because of Kamala. But boy,
she said that it says that Kamala scares the Democrats more than Joe Biden. She has worse ratings than Joe, which is crazy.
Oh, did you hear her speech about community banking? How the community is part of community banking and it takes a community to do the banking. Another one of her nonsensical, oh my God,
Who,
passage
Kamala?
of time speeches.
Kamala said this?
75 IQ takes.
You can just look up Kamala Harris community banking. It'll show that shit. She did the same thing she did when she was talking about that whole passage of time crap and just kept repeating the same shit over and over and over. The passage of time shows how time must pass. And when time passes, time moves forward. It's, oh my God. It's really, bitch?
So I guess Destiny and this girl in the red, Francesca, who might be a man, are the Democrats on the panel. And then Michael Knowles and Tommy Lauren. I'm trying to get to where Michael Knowles talks. I like Michael Knowles. He's pretty cool. He's kind of geeky too, but
he's all right. Yeah.
He's funny.
I can listen to him.
Do you ever wonder how the swamp?
No, I don't wonder.
Money?
No,
They drop
ever,
large sums
never.
of money we don't have.
Words.
And he had a perfectly good attack line on Trump about abortion if he could remember what it was supposed to be. But he couldn't.
Right.
Michael Knowles, let me bring Michael. He'll be waiting very patiently. I mean, look, I think what was extraordinary, 65% of people who watched that debate thought Trump was a winner. Trump hasn't seen approval like that as a politician, right? So that showed you how bad it was. And incredibly, 30% of people who watched it thought that Biden won, which just goes to show how deep partisan tribalism runs, right? Because even Joe Biden knows.
31%
even Barack Obama
of America
said he had a bad
thinks
night.
That's crazy.
What happens here? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I have to correct my friend Francesca here, who says the only person that Americans hate more than Biden is Trump. That isn't true. That's why Biden proposed the debate in the first place, is because his numbers just were not strong enough against Trump, and it completely backfired on him. However, I'm with Destiny. I agree that Biden is the best nominee for the Democrats right now. I still don't think he beats Trump, but who else are they going to pick? As we've said, Kamala, no way. Michelle Obama's not going to run, and she's not nearly as popular as she is. Gavin Newsom, I don't think that Patrick Bateman plays in Peoria, okay? I don't think Gavin Newsom wins Michigan. I don't think he wins Pennsylvania. Who? Mayor Pete? Who are we going to get? Are we going to dig up Al Gore? Is he going to run?
They're saying Gretchen Whitmer. And that's what Crowder's been saying for years. Keep your eye on her because she's going to be a darling. Huh?
Hillary, let's go.
Hillary, well, she's lost against Trump too. That would be epic to have a rematch with those two.
Hillary's lost against Trump and Biden.
I don't think Hillary's the one. What about Oprah? What about The Rock? What about somebody like an entertainer? I don't know.
There is no better candidate for them.
It would have to be an entertainer like Oprah or The Rock or somebody who's already rich, because Biden can't transfer his donations to the new candidate if he steps down. So, and it's all about the Benjamins, baby. So it'd have to be somebody who's already rich.
For them right now. The problem is that Joe Biden also can no longer be the nominee because the entire liberal establishment has just admitted he's not fit for the job. The biggest problem right now for Biden is
that's why he's doing a comeback tour where he's amped out on drugs.
We heard in 2020 that his obvious slips and gaffes and memory lapses were just the recurrence of a childhood stutter that had disappeared for the first 47 years of his political career. But there it came roaring back in 2019. And now even Biden is admitting, he says, I don't talk as well as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. But doggone it, the one thing I can do is tell the truth, which rings hollow when even CNN had to go on a 3-minute diatribe, a litany of all the lies that he told during that Thursday debate. And not to forget that Joe Biden dropped out of the 1988 presidential race because of dishonesty. So the question now is, if Destiny and I are correct, and he just is the nominee, then how does the New York Times, how does Politico, how does Washington Post, how does the entire liberal establishment campaign for this guy after admitting?
How does Destiny get damn near 1 million subscribers? That's what I'm wondering.
How does Destiny end up on this panel? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Well, we say he's a loser. We say he's a loser, but you got to give the devil his dues. He's got almost 1 million subscribers. He's debated some of the biggest names in politics. He's respected in the debate sphere.
They might as well have had Hassan Piker on here. Fuck.
Hassan Piker was on the night before. And Jank. It was Hassan Piker and Jank versus...
So that loser type appeals to some Americans because they are losers. They're like, this guy is just like me.
Yeah.
A lifelong loser.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
But then you see these girls that, like, man, it pisses it. I don't try to be a hater, but like Destiny's like getting laid by like hot chick. Well, he's also bisexual, so there's probably some dudes in there too, but but he's sleeping with like girls that guys find attractive. It's crazy. It doesn't make any damn sense. The world's upside down. Everything's backwards.
I don't know. That's not an accomplishment.
Well, I'm just saying he's rich. He's rich. He's successful. He's got women.
When you're rich.
I know that's all worldly stuff. I know that's all worldly stuff, but you know.
You be poor and look like him and still screw hot girls. That's not an accomplishment. That's more of a that's more against the girls, really. I mean,
yeah, they like simps, or I guess, but they don't like them, but they want their money and they want to, and that everything's backwards. It's crazy.
Do you know how bad it is? When you and Destiny basically agree, that's when you know how bad this situation is, right? I just want to bring in Fox News medical contributor Dr. Mark Siegel quickly. Dr. Mark, great to see you. And the reason I wanted to talk to you is because we've got a clip. This is Biden debating before the 2020.
Oh, come on, ads.
And I have to figure out who I am.
People tell me I need ad blocking. What is this?
Sorry, do we know each other?
TV series. Yeah, they made a TV series off of that.
This is part of something bigger than me.
Is it any good?
I've only watched the trailers. I don't care for it.
All right, I'll skip that. This guy's gonna say
going on, and here
this is a doctor.
All the Democrats in America. How many are there? I mean, tens of.
Dr.
millions,
Mark
right?
diagnoses Biden as a bumbling idiot.
Typical Parkinson's. He's got something going on. And here's something that none of your expert panel yet said, and they're expert. I love this panel you have. Pierce, never mind whether he's going to run or not. Can he be president now?
Right.
He doesn't have cognitive reserve. What happens if we get a phone call in the middle of the night? That famous phone call in the middle of the night. There's a nuclear threat going on. You want this bumbling idiot to actually address that? And
base
of course,
doctor.
You know, Tommy was right. The world leaders are watching this. But how about our own national security?
Yeah. Well, I was struck by the briefing that came out saying, you know what, he's pretty good between like 9 and 4 o'clock. Which is why all the clips of him out there speaking, like the next day he was out and sounded pretty different. And I was like, well, that's fine, right to the point that he has to apply his finger to the nuclear trigger at 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock or midnight. I mean, if we get the guy...
We got time zones on Earth, bitch. Like, it's not the same time in Russia.
Who was on that debate stage at the wrong moment, I wouldn't trust him to run a bath, let alone run a military... order.
That's a great point. You know, if he's sundowning, he can't run the country after 6 p.m. And then the White House is saying he has a cold. Well, excuse me, I've had colds and I still can carry a train of thought. Cold medicine. I take Dayquil sometimes, and I'm fine. I can think clearly with Mucinex. I mean, whatever they gave him, if it impairs him to the point where he can't speak clearly or think clearly, he can't run the country.
Is there a mechanism under, if it turned out, for example, that he genuinely has got a deteriorating dementia that is quite aggressive, and this gets medically diagnosed now as a result of this debate? Is there a mechanism for his removal that you're aware of from the office of president? I mean, 25th Amendment, does that cover it?
Yes, the 25th Amendment covers it. And to your point, I want to point out that his last physical that he had in February, I have been asking for years now, and Tommy, the same thing. I've been asking for years now for a full assessment. They didn't give it. They danced around it. No MRI scan was listed. A lot of dementia.
The conservative internet sphere, we were saying this years ago that they were gonna use the 25th Amendment to take him out, but hasn't happened yet.
They wanted to use it on Trump. They wanted to use it on Trump.
Right. But then when they were trying to use it on Trump, I was saying, and some other people were saying that this is really just to call people's attention to the 25th Amendment so that they could flip it to Biden. But they haven't done that yet, so I don't because he's a better puppet as a corpse, you know?
Yeah. A lot of fear of what they're gonna get out of Kamala, Camilto, whatever her name is.
Right. They didn't want Kamala to step in. They hate Kamala. And what Destiny was saying, the devil we know, better just to keep the dementia patient in office and just put the papers in front of him and he's going to sign them.
Yeah.
I honestly think Kamala is legit on 80 or below IQ. I'm not even fucking around. I'm not even trying to be mean.
Oh, yeah.
I think she's legit stupid.
She's double digit for sure.
No, I think she's like low, like 80, 85 max.
Yeah, she only knows how to repeat herself over and over while talking about one simple thing and cackle.
Oh, yeah. I'll be generous and give her like 95 tops. And the same with like Corinne Jean-Pierre and our health advisor, the Rachel Levine person. Well, maybe maybe they're a little higher IQ, but they're crazy.
I think all of those idiots are smarter than her. This lady's dumb.
Yeah,
don't forget Camilto heard Snoop Dogg's first album before he ever became a mainstream rapper. Before he even started rapping, she was listening to him in college. So she's from the future.
Some pot.
This fucking
Pothead.
bitch. Oh,
and I'll admit, I do believe that pot over long periods of time lowers IQ, but not that much. Or maybe it doesn't lower it, but it hinders your
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think you have a point where you can rebuild.
Maybe
maybe. I think she smokes every day.
Yeah, maybe it's not the pot, maybe it's the other drugs, but
I think she's just stupid.
Yeah.
I think she's just always a stupid person.
Yeah, she might need her stomach pump.
And the fact that nobody thinks that she's a viable candidate tells me that everyone who talks to her realizes how stupid she actually is. I don't know. That's my guess.
Yeah, that's like, why would Democrats hate her so much? She's a diverse woman of color. Why wouldn't they love Kamala? And it's because she's got to be really stupid.
She's a fucking idiot.
Yes, Matthew, exactly. She laughs at nothing.
She laughs to deflect. She
laughs
just
at nothing.
She doesn't have an answer, so she just just starts laughing. That's crazy.
She's an embarrassment.
This is why it's sad. It's sad for America right now that we don't have meritocracy anymore. It's not the best person for the job. It's not the smartest people running shit. It's Destiny and Kamala Harris.
What's her name might be as dumb as Kamala. Maxine, she might be as close. They're close.
I think a lot of these Democrat mayor women of these Democrat cities are not smart. And Jesse had a question. His biblical question was, are women smarter than men? And I kind of wanted to call in and give like an intellectual answer. So like the way the bell curve maps out is that men have more genius men and more dumbass men. Whereas women have more average women. For the most part, women are going to fall between like 70 and 110. So women are on average just average. You don't get a lot of genius women and you don't get a lot of like retarded women, but you get a lot of just average women, but the average is going down. Whereas men, you'll get a lot of cavemen. I pick things up, I put things down. And then you get a lot of genius men. So the averages end up balancing out to where we're on average, there's really not a big difference. But if we have more genius men, I'd say men are more likely to be smarter, but they're also more likely to be dumber. But
I like what Amanda says here. If she were gay, they would love her. I remember her saying some shit about talking with the whole white supremacy of the MAGA right and all that shit, blah, blah, blah. This bitch is married to a white dude. And it's like, you got the nerve to say anything in the realm of white supremacy. Camel toe, shut up. You're married to a lot of these fucking leftist white black bitches are married to white spouses. So y'all can stop that whole white supremacy argument. Shut the fuck up. You got no leg to stand on with all that.
And Kamala is like, how black is Kamala really?
Yeah, Kamala's
I
not
guess
really
she
black.
technically is.
She's like Jamaican.
Yeah, I want a 23andMe on her.
Kamala's Indian.
Jamaican Indian. I think she's Jamaican Indian.
She's like Haitian.
So she's half.
There's some Jamaican.
She's half black, I guess, but she's not African American in any way.
Yeah, well, not even. See, I don't see black and white as racist, but I don't think she has any African in her. It's all islander shit,
right.
And there might be traces.
Well, India,
from Africa.
India? India's in Asia.
That. I think she is like
Asian.
She's
Asian
Indian.
Islander.
Yeah.
Right, and so she'll use that
her mom is like full-blooded though.
During Black History
Full-blooded
Month,
Indian.
she'll claim African American, but then during Asian Islander Heritage Month, she'll claim that. It's diversity.
Yeah. My skin is darker than yours. Yes.
That's
so
why
I am.
That's why I'm surprised she's not the dream girl for the Democrats. Like she can claim black, she can claim Asian, she can claim Islander, she can claim woman, she can claim mentally handicapped. So she gets all of the oppression points.
That's how they should sell her. Like the first retarded woman vice president.
Yeah, she definitely has. She definitely has the look. She just doesn't have the mental capacity to speak coherently. It's just,
But you would take a corpse over Kamala. I'm sure Kamala would be an effective puppet too. She would just sign the papers, and at least she could go out on a stage and laugh and try to tell a joke or something.
No, but that's what I'm saying. She must be so bad that they've even nixed that idea. You know what I mean?
I agree.
They probably tried.
She's got to. She's got to be like really dumb for them not to be jumping on that.
Right. Right. And Joe's a better than her. Like that's bad.
That's really bad.
Really bad.
Oh,
she's
man.
got her silly little past that just ties back to what happened with Clinton. It's like you stuck your way to the top.
Also that.
I'm going to skip to this lady, Vivica, or whatever the hell her name is, talking about MAGA is a cult of conspiracy theorists.
Oh.
When I learned about Mind Bloom,
And there's an ad, of course.
I was curious.
It's a damn Mind Bloom ketamine treatment. I tell YouTube and I tell Facebook, don't give me these ads. I don't like these ads. I don't support this. I've made videos about this. Get this crap off my feed. And it still pops up. I hate Mind Bloom. I argue with them on Facebook. They get so pissed off.
Here's the thing. I'm just jealous of Republicans. Like, you guys are just so loyal, you know? I mean, MAGA is a cult of peaked-in high school conspiracy theorists who want tax breaks and a mass deportation.
Whatever, dumb bitch. If you think pandas are real, you're stupid.
In high school.
Got the nerve to call
and they won't
MAGA
abandon
a
Trump
cult?
no matter what, and you just gotta admire that kind of loyalty.
Hang on. Do you know who the biggest deporter of migrants was in U.S. presidential history?
Yeah, it was the guy who's not running for
president. Obama?
Did you know who it was?
It was Obama or Biden?
Yes, it was. Yeah. A Democrat.
Yeah.
3 million.
And I hate the Democratic policy.
3 million migrants he sent.
Right, I hate the Democrat
He
Party.
was the deporter in
when it
chief.
doesn't fit
Donald
my
Trump, by comparison to Obama, wasn't even at the races when it came to deportation.
I just wish Democrats had Republican conviction. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we have a wet noodle as a candidate, and Republicans are like, yeah, he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll and he tried to overturn an election that he rightfully lost. And he's got 2 impeachments. Well, we love this guy. Let's effing go. And I just wish we had that kind of commitment.
Did you love, did you like Bill Clinton as a president?
No, not really. I did not believe in deregulation.
So you're not party loyal.
What did you think of the fact that he paid Paula Jones $850,000 to make a sexual harassment case go away? What did you think of him having sex with a young?
Get her, Pierce.
I mean, I don't know why.
Right now, debate bro Destiny is like, well, that's a whataboutism.
Again, Pierce. Again, look, we all know you want celebrity.
Yeah, see, there's Destiny said it. He's not running.
Trump
Clinton's
calls
not running.
you. But like, how
Actually,
much?
I've had quite a frosty time with Trump in the last year and a half. So I wouldn't overstate our
but he
current
still calls you.
relationship.
But you always talk about how he calls you. You're like, I'm a liberal. But
No, but hey, I'm not a Republican. I'm not a conservative. Never have been. I ran a left-wing newspaper in Britain for 10 years. Right?
He's an English
I would call
liberal.
myself a centrist. Actually, I'm a journalist who likes to go after both sides, hold both sides to account. But right now, the problem that the Democrats have is no one cares about Trump. And this is a guy with 91 criminal charges against him, right? But no one's talking about it. They're all talking about whether the guy currently in the White House can even know what day it is. That's the problem.
A lot of people would vote for a corpse over Donald Trump.
Well, they
That
may have
actually
to.
says more
They may
about
have
Donald
to.
Trump than it does about Joe
That's
Biden.
Biden.
Let's go.
All right, Michael Knowles.
You don't get to say
apparently
let's go.
People
You're
will
not
vote for a
based.
corpse over Donald Trump.
They will, and please let them do it. Let the partisan Democrats do it. I'm now all in on the Democratic rhetoric. The Democratic primary voters have made their decision. They want Joe Biden as their nominee. It would be an assault on the integrity of this country and on our sacred democracy if they replace him now. I can't wait to see him in all 50 states. You know, at this point, obviously, the man is not up to the job. So someone else is running the country, whether that's Jill, whether it's Ron Klain, whether it's, I don't know, whether it's Barack Obama.
Do you know what's really
behind,
interesting, Michael?
you know,
This is really interesting to me, this panel, because if we'd gone back, 3
Barack
months,
Hussein
you'd have
Obama.
all been shouting at each other, arguing about Trump. The two siding to the Democrat side here on the panel, you've been neutered by what's happened. I can feel that the luster has gone. The enthusiasm to beat up conservatives has just flown out of your bodies. I mean, there's not been one argument. You've all just sat there going,
You want us
we
to
agree,
fight more?
he
Let's
sucks. Your own guy sucks. He's barely alive. You've lost your fight, haven't you? Biden has removed the fight from Democrats. That's what I'm seeing here.
Not. Absolutely. It's actually, I agree with that.
You agree?
I totally disagree. No, if Donald Trump is taking insane, again, the Supreme Court ruling today is unbelievable. The idea that instead on today's show, we're going to focus on whether or not Biden had a bad debate performance.
So this is today. This is live. Why are Destiny and her and Michael still wearing the same clothes that they were wearing 2 days ago after the debate? This is weird.
Because they're right back in the rotation, maybe. Maybe they only have a couple outfits. I don't know.
It's weird. They're all
maybe
three...
it's a familiarity thing that, hey, you just saw me involved with this. Let me put back on the same clothes so you can remember who the hell I am.
Maybe
a memory trigger kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering, but maybe Destiny's not wearing the same thing. But I swear, Michael Knowles and this lady in the red dress are wearing the same things that they are wearing. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. But
performance is just reflective of the I don't want to say agenda in a negative way, but of what you want to talk about today on this program. Like, I think that the decisions that are being made right now legislatively,
or maybe I saw a different thumbnail
or that are being made in the Supreme Court.
You know why that's happening?
Whether or not Biden has a bad.
You know why it's happening? Because Trump was able to put 3 judges on the court in 1 term. You know why that was? Because you put up a terrible candidate, Hillary Clinton. It was incredibly polarizing, very arrogant, very superior, and she got flatlined by Trump when no one saw it coming on the Democrat side.
That's what I was saying, Matthew.
Some of your Democrat judges who should have known better,
the Supreme Court
decided they weren't going to resign, they weren't going to retire, and because of that, Trump was able to pack that court. So I'm afraid you reap what you sow. Just very bad politics by the Democrats.
One of those Supreme Court justices were literally lost by McConnell just robbing a president of the right to seat a judge. Nobody remembers that Garland was supposed to be on the Supreme Court for almost a full year.
I'm going to give you my #1 tip for breakup, and that is going to be going to therapy.
The only thing worse than ketamine therapy is calling a therapist on the phone.
McConnell said, we're not going to have that hearing. That is indefensible.
Let me bring in Michael in.
Oh, my God.
Tommy has to leave in a moment. So, Michael, come to you, then come back to Tommy for a final wrap from her. But, Michael.
Destiny, the principle that you're articulating that a president should be able to put a judge on the court in an election year, or rather that you say Mitch McConnell violated, was a rule first articulated by Joe Biden in the 90s when he was trying to kill George Bush's judges. So obviously there was a decision today. It said that the president has some immunity for criminal acts or acts committed in his official capacity as president. And this is based on a 40-year precedent. It really goes all the way back to the Marshall Court. Really nothing should be surprising about this.
You're out of your league,
Destiny. Democrats are upset.
They're not true. This is based on
debate. Your debate tactics aren't going to work here, debate bro.
Because they say we should
Reddit
be
is
talking
not
about
going to
the
help you
immunity
here.
Case. Well, but part of the articulation of I just was reading the decision was that look, this is the first time that you've got a president who's being prosecuted in this way, and that's the problem because the vast majority of Americans, right, left, and center, have been saying in survey after survey that they view the prosecutions of Trump as primarily politically motivated. They view this as kind of corrupt. And that's one of the reasons why Biden's poll numbers have been so bad for so long. And so they throw this Hail Mary to do a debate in June before either party has settled on a nominee. And it completely blew up in their face. And so no wonder people want to talk about it. You've got a political order that is fraying. You got a guy trying to put his opponent into an orange jumpsuit. And it turns out the guy who's trying to do that, it has applesauce for brains. No wonder
the American people, a bit like the British, I think would be the same in this position. They can smell a political hit job. And
why
the
is
fact that the first case that was used against Trump to try and convict
he's a
him
debate
and put him
bro.
in prison involved a payoff to a porn star 20 years ago for a supposed one-night stand or whether it happened or not. That just smelt to them like a massive overreach. Whether he did it or not, they didn't care. As though the idea that the first American president in history to ever be convicted of a crime in a criminal court is convicted over something so pathetic and trivial. The American people, the right-minded, reasonable people who are not in the kind of mad tribal ends of their parties, all went, well, that's ridiculous. And actually demeaning to the country. Tommy, I know you got to go. So final thoughts from you before we let you go, and then we'll carry on with the with Francesca as the rose between two thorns after.
Enough of Pierce. We've had enough of Pierce.
It's ridiculous.
Destiny's up there because he's a good debate bro. He's been trained by Reddit. He knows he knows all the tactics and the schemes and the fallacies and the things like that, but he doesn't know how to talk to America. He knows how to talk to the nerds. He knows how to talk to the
losers.
Like Nada said, the losers on the internet. But he doesn't communicate well, and when he gets on those panels, it doesn't make him look good. I don't know. It's better when he's on a one-on-one debate with like an intellectual, like he's done some pretty high-level debates. Floor snoring. I hear Floor snoring.
Aww.
Floor, you snore in a bed next to me, you getting kicked out of bed. Get that? You hear that?
Get ready.
I hope you hear that in your dreams.
Get ready, 'cause here it comes.
That's why I got a king size bed. And I got a body pillow. I got a nice.
Put you all the way over there.
I've been building it all week, and it's damn Chinese mess, and it's like a Lego set with Chinese instructions. And
you sure it's not Danish?
I'm really taking my time putting it together, but it's king size. I was gonna get the queen size, but I was like, I need the king size. I need enough space for her to be over there and me to be over here. A body pillow in the middle. Echo can sleep in the middle. He can have some space. Keep me. I don't want to hear no damn snort.
Just put the box spring in the mattress on the floor temporarily.
I will. I'll have a beanbag chair on the side of the bed so when I roll her off.
Did you guys hear what that girl said? That debate girl?
Tommy Lauren, or who are you talking about?
No, the liberal girl.
Oh, her name was.
She said, "You just a bunch of blah 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 that peaked in high school." See, exactly what I said.
MAGA
Just
conspiracy theorists. Yeah.
Right, that peaked in high school. She's a nerd girl. She's like the female Destiny, but I mean better looking, I guess. She's all right, but
yeah.
It's that's the energy that'll vote for fucking Biden over Trump because they feel like their whole life is getting back at the popular kids. Like that's all they ever wanted out of life.
Man.
That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah.
I gotta check out.
Oh.
I got ready. I got radio in like 4 hours. I gotta get a nap in at least.
King size for sure.
Radio?
Not a California king.
Yeah, I do radio in the morning.
We used to have a California king.
Radio? What? Buff does radio? Like radio?
He does everything. He's a NSA agent. He's FBI. He's a truck driver. He's a radio host. I don't know.
So there's nobody left?
One's wider, one's longer. Isn't we used to have a California king, and I thought it's the same width but longer. No?
It's both. It's wider and longer.
Yeah, I think
even a regular king. Because the queen's only, I forget, it's like 60 by.
No, but a California king compared to a king, I think they're the same width, but one's
it's just longer. Yeah. But a king is like 6 inches longer and 6 inches wider, I think, or something. 8, 6, something like that.
Yeah, the California kings are longer. We used to have a California king. I liked it because I scoot down the bed throughout the night and my feet end up hanging off, but I don't mind it. It's all right. I gotta finish putting the damn thing together and open up this mattress in a box. Anyway, where's the other late night owls? You guys want DJ on Paul? Get in the Discord. Somebody else, Mayhem, get in the Discord. California King is as wide as a queen, but longer, so it's less wide than a king.
Isn't it?
I thought it was the same width as a king. I don't know.
Why is my phone so soft? Fuck. Well, I don't want to be the only one on here. What the fuck? I don't have
Bro.
anything interesting to say.
Google if I okay, there it is. King versus California King. What's the difference? A king is 80 length by 76 width. California King is 84 length by 72 width. So it is thinner. It's longer and thinner.
Wait, but queen, and I think it's both wider and longer than a queen.
I think both of them are wider than a queen. Yeah, a queen is 60 by 80. So a queen is the same length as a
really?
king. Yeah.
Huh.
Queen, king, twin. 80 is the standard length for twin, full, queen, king. They're all 80
No, a
inches
twin is
long.
like 72. A twin's short. There's twin XL.
Maybe. Okay, maybe.
A full might be the same length as a queen and narrower.
But a California king is still longer. Both a king and a California king are both longer and wider than a queen. And then the California
Queen's
king
not 80.
Queen
is
80? 80 inches long by 60 inches wide.
What the fuck? Where's my tape measure?
So a queen is the same length as a king.
That sounds wrong.
But not as wide as a king. And then a king is the same length as a queen and wider than a queen. That's the same thing. I just said the same thing twice, but different ways. But a California king is both wider than a queen and longer than a king, but not as wide as a king.
Where's my here's a tape measure. Okay. Let's see. Queen.
I liked the California king because I'm not like super tall. I guess if you're like 6'5", you'd probably want a California king. 6 foot, I liked the California king, but we didn't need it. I think more width, I'd be better off with more width.
Yeah, 60 is not that wide. I'm looking at a queen bed right now. It's not very wide.
No. And
but it is 80. I just measured it. It is 80.
The king is wider in my room than I thought it would be, but not as wide as I thought it would be before I started putting it together.
Well, it's a fucking foot wider than the queen, so that's decent size.
Like before I started putting it together and I had my room laid out the way it used to be, I was holding the headboard up against different walls to see where to put it. But then once I moved my room and I had a bunch of open floor space and I start building it, it's going to fit just fine where I need it to fit. It's going to be nice. I just need to finish it. I'll probably finish it after this stream. Or at least get...
So, when is that debate?
Which debate? July 4th. I made the thumbnail. The church tax debate is July 4th. The free will debate is July 30th, I think.
Oh.
Tuesday, July 30th. And I got a whole bunch of notes on that because that's something like, and this one problem John had was that he said, I really don't feel strongly about this, and if you I don't know where you stand on this. And basically, all I know is Mayhem asked me, I want to set up a debate with you and John. You pick the topic. And I said, I want to do free will. I've been wanting to do a free will debate for a long time. This is like something I feel strongly about. And I understand if it's not a big thing for John. And I've told him, if he wants to change the topic, we can change the topic. But you need to let me know within the next week. So Mayhem, if John doesn't like the topic and he thinks it's not something we totally disagree over, he doesn't know where I'm coming from, whatever, the premise that I would like to go with is, did God give us free will? And I am the negative, which means he goes first. He would be the affirmative and say yes. So he gets to start. I get to finish. The outline for the debate is how I usually do it, unless he wants to add something. If he wants to add a cross-examination section, we can do that. But the way I would do it is opening statements, let's say 6 minutes, because last time I said 5, and as I get more into this, I need a little more time. We could maybe even say 10 minutes, but you don't have to use the whole time, and it just adds just to be safe. But 6 minutes should be fine. That's what we're doing in the debate on the 4th. We're gonna have the debate we're doing on the 4th is going to be 6-minute opening statements from each of us, and then open conversation, and then closing statements, and then questions. And that was Speakeasy and Wally. They wanted it that way. I like 6-minute opening statements from each of us, 5-minute rebuttals from each of us, which is no interruption. You get to rebuttal everything they said in the opening statement for 5 minutes, no interruption. And then open conversation, and then closing statements, and then questions from the audience and all that stuff. But if he doesn't like the topic, I'm totally okay with changing the topic, but I need to know at least 2 weeks in advance. So I need to know within the next couple days. If he doesn't like the topic and he doesn't want to debate that, and I get it. This is like something I talk about it a lot. I've done shows about it, and I've got a whole notebook of notes about it. And so I don't need a lot of prep time for a free will debate. I could go off the rip and just do a free will debate. The problem John has with free will is if you go the route of spiritual free will, he will have some points that would have people believing he agrees with you. Well, without giving too much away, I'm going to use completely atheist arguments against free will. I'm going to use biblical references to why free will doesn't exist. And I'm going to give logical reasons for why free will doesn't exist. So in my opening statement, I'm going to show all of those for why there's no such thing as free will. And whichever one he wants to go into, that's if he doesn't want to do it, then I get it. So I've told him if he wants to make a different topic, that's fine. But you told me pick a topic, and I picked the first topic that came to my head. If he wants to do a debate on Christian anarchy versus nationalism, but he's doing that with Andrew, and I would rather he do that with Andrew because Andrew's going to be much better at it than me. If he wants to do that with me as like practice for the debate with Andrew, we can do that. And I'm fine. I'll be on the, even with the free will thing, I'm on the back foot. I'm always taking the unpopular opinion. But I'm not I'm not confident that, and he's a trained debater, so I would expect that he would want to debate me at my best. But if he wants to,
What's the topic of this other debate? Christian nationalist versus Christian anarchist?
He's hopefully it happens. And I don't think I'm not saying John's gonna back out of it, but Andrew's super popular and super busy. But hopefully there will be a debate between John and Andrew, Christian nationalist versus Christian anarchist. And that would be epic.
Is it already scheduled or something?
It's not scheduled yet. It's not. It's just been, I guess Speakeasy ran it by Andrew, and Andrew said, yeah, he'll do it, but he doesn't know when. So there's no date settled. There's not for sure or anything like that.
And Andrew's taking the Christian nationalist.
I think right now, honestly, I think they're vetting John on Speakeasy's channel. To what topic are you steadfast in? I told you, free will. That's when you ask me to pick the topic with a trained debater. That's my topic, free will. I would like to do like a nationalist versus anarchist debate, but I don't know a lot about John's version of Christian nationalist. So when he said that, it kind of threw a curveball at me. But if he wants to do that instead as practice for Andrew, then we can do that. That's fine. I'm not as confident in it, but give me 2 weeks and I will be.
What'd you say though? They're vetting V?
Yeah, they're kind of like vetting him. They're feeling him out, and so that I don't know that. I just get the feeling that's, well, they're not. Andrew's not just gonna debate anybody, but he will debate people with smaller channels and stuff, and he's not gonna make time in his schedule. And I think,
well, that last guy he debated was a fucking joke. Like, what? That guy was.
Yeah, so maybe I'm totally wrong about this.
He might as well debate me. I mean, like, I think I might have done better than that guy. Like, that guy was terrible.
Yeah. No, well, that was a stupid debate, and I couldn't believe Andrew took it, but I guess it was just to defend his name.
Oh yeah, because basically that guy was like just talking shit, right?
Yeah, the topic of the debate was Andrew is a liar and a grifter.
Right.
And Floor's like, all this debate is insults. And I was like, well, Floor, what if I challenge you to a debate? Floor is dumb and stupid, or Floor is dumb and ugly. like I want to debate Nada. Let's do a debate. Nada is dumb and ugly. Like, what kind of debate is that? Like,
I wouldn't even debate. I would just go with the what's his name? The dude response. Well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Mayhem, the only terms is affirmative goes first, negative goes last. Did God give us free will is the premise. John says yes, he's the affirmative. He goes first. 6-minute opening statements from each person. We do like a minute introductions beforehand, blah, blah, blah. And then 6-minute opening statements from each person. Then 5-minute rebuttals, uninterrupted. And then open conversation for 40 minutes to an hour, adjustable kind of depending on how it's going. And then closing statements, 5 or 6 minute closing statements from each side. The negative goes last. Whoever goes first, the other person goes last. Which I don't know if John will agree to that. If he's more professionally trained in debate, legalistically, the person who opens also closes. I don't like that. I think if you open, I get to close. So he opens, I close, and that's the terms. I don't know why he thinks it's going to be a blood sport debate. Like, you can watch debates with people I can't stand that I've done, and I don't do that.
Well, what's a blood sport debate?
Blood sport debate is like the debate that Andrew and that other guy had the other night. It's basically just, let's talk shit about each other.
Oh.
So in a non-blood sport debate where it's an actual debate, you know, if you take a jab or you take a shot at somebody, you're losing points. That doesn't look good.
You know what I thought was really funny about that debate Andrew had the other night is them arguing that guy not understanding that I forget what the exact point was. Well, yeah, that Andrew calling him an idiot was not ad hominem. He's like, no, I actually think no. What not that
right,
he's
right.
Not that he thinks he's an idiot. He said you are an idiot, and that's factual.
Yeah,
because you're an idiot.
Right. People think that an insult is ad hom. It's not. It's not the same thing. I'm just insulting you. I'm just calling you an idiot. This has nothing to do with the debate. I'm just saying you're an idiot. That's not to justify an argument. An ad hom would be like or like if Jalen says, you're not educated, so you can't debate this topic. You don't know what you're talking about because you aren't educated enough. So that would be an appeal to authority and an ad hom. Basically, you're saying since I don't have a degree and I'm not educated, I'm wrong. That's a fallacy. You don't, somebody's not wrong just because they don't have a degree. Basically.
Right. Well, but I don't know. Is that ad hom that's appeal to authority? I don't know if that's.
It's both. Yeah. If you say you're not educated, yeah, it's both. You're appealing to the authority of the education system, and you're also ad hominem that they're not smart enough because they aren't educated. It's kind of both. Yeah. John had different times, but they're close to your times. Well, if we do it on a Tuesday, it could be at any time. I'm off on Tuesdays. So that's why I said let's make it on the 30th. I think that's a Tuesday. So it can be whatever time. We haven't decided a time yet. John had different oh, you mean different times for the yeah, and if he wants to make it more official, we can do longer, shorter, whatever. We can do cross-examination section. Ask him about that. He'll know what that is.
Oh, maybe he's trying to catch you when you're in your sundown time, because you're only sharp between, like Joe Biden, you're only sharp for 6 hours a day, right?
No, I think he meant different times, different time limits on the different segments.
Like the portions, right?
Right. If he wants to do a cross-examination segment, I would say maybe 10 minutes cross-examination each way, and I've never done that. So that would give him the upper hand on that, and I'm fine with that. But I've never done a cross-examination, but I know what it is. I know how to do it. So, and if he wants to change the topic, we can change the topic. If he's not comfortable with the topic, we can change the topic. But I need to know, like by like next Monday. Before next Monday, I need to know. So tell him if he wants to change the topic. If he doesn't want to do that one, that's fine. But I need to know what topic he wants to do. I'm taking the challenge. I'm not going to back down from anything. I'll take any. We can debate about anything. Right on 4th, I'm debating something that I'm not even confident on.
I'll debate you right now on the next Monday. implies this coming Monday and next Monday are not the same thing. Next Monday would be the Monday after this coming Monday.
This coming Monday? Yeah, I would disagree. I would say
right.
I would say they're synonymous unless it's Sunday night.
I don't know, but yeah, maybe.
So if it's Sunday night and I say next Monday.
No, because I would call that Monday. Because we passed Monday. Well, okay. Today might not work.
The only time I would even
from tomorrow on, I wouldn't call that next. I guess it could be next Monday today, because today is Monday. Oh no, it's actually Tuesday. No, it can be next Monday. Well, no, because it's just Monday.
So
because you're not on yesterday.
So if it's Tuesday, I say
So next
Monday and this coming Monday are the same thing.
No, I say that next Monday is the next Monday.
After this coming Monday?
This coming Monday or Monday?
So you're saying today on Tuesday.
You don't need a modifier for Monday. It's already going to be Monday. Like, you could just say Monday. I need to know my Monday.
I think it depends on the day you're saying it.
Right, but like.
So if it's Sunday night and I say next Monday, I'm talking about not tomorrow, but the following Monday. And then this coming Monday means tomorrow. But if it's Tuesday, which it is, this coming Monday and next Monday are the same thing.
I disagree. I would just call it Monday. I need to know
you're
my
going against your own argument. You said we're talking about next Monday or this coming Monday, and now you're just saying Monday.
No, well, I would either say right. So I would say either Monday or this coming Monday. Because next Monday implies the next Monday. Not the Monday that we're facing.
Okay,
soon.
but on today, Tuesday, if I say next Monday, you think I'm talking about 2 weeks from now?
Yeah.
I think you're being disingenuous. I don't think you believe that.
I'm not being disingenuous. No, I'm not. I'm seriously not being. I'm not being disingenuous. It's next Monday would be the next Monday. Like there's a Monday coming up.
But it's not the next Monday after the Monday, the following Monday. It's just the next Monday. You could
just call it Monday.
The next Monday is going to be this coming Monday.
That is the next Monday. But next Monday would be after that.
You should debate on number 2 pencil. This is the stupidest debate ever. But yes, you see, Mayhem, I'll debate anything. I don't back down. I got to go pee real quick. Not to entertain the chat. Read the comments or something.
I can't even see comments, but okay. What's up, chat? I'll read. Let's see, whatever Josh had on the screen. Angry Mike Tyson responds to Jake Paul diss. Ooh. Is that fight ever gonna happen? No. Kind of disappointing that it's not happening, huh? I don't know what else. What else is? Oh, I got a 3-day week this week. That's pretty sweet. I mean, I'm down 1 day on pay, but I don't know. 3 days as opposed to 5. So that's pretty cool. Actually, am I down 1 day? Oh no, I'm not down 1 day. I still work 40. That's right. Never mind. Scratch that. I just have a normal. I just have a normal week this week. I don't get my 10 hours.
Pennsylvania.
The transes come from Transylvania.
No, they come from America. In France. America and France.
Number 2. Okay.
Actually, originally probably France.
Number 2 is HB.
Yeah, I have I'll show you a number 1 pencil if you want to see one, Nada.
Oh, I have number 1.
Or, I mean,
I got
Mayhem.
I got HB, 2H. What I got like the whole fucking run. Where are they? Somewhere.
I might have one in here, but I might not.
I don't have number 1, but I have H, which is a number 1.
Yeah, it's HB.
I think. HB is number 2. H is number 1, I think. And then there's like 2S. There's softer and harder. There's
Yeah,
like
so
4
it's basically you're only gonna get them in an art kit. Why is this taped shut? What the hell? That was a damn tweak the last time I opened this. I think I have. You know what? Why am I doing this? The point is, if you get yourself a little art kit, if you ever seen my drawings, my spider drawing, I purposefully drew this spider and I wanted to use every different type of pencil. So I used all of them. So I got 2H, 4H. Yeah. It's just an art kit. 3B, 2H, 4H, 2B, B, 2B. Maybe I don't have a number 1. 3H, 5H, 5B, 6B.
Oh. I
HB.
disconnected my.
I think HB is a number 1.
No, HB is number 2, I think. I can't find my actual pencils, but I actually have them in lead.
Okay, so this would be this would be a number 1. This is hard. This is H.
Oh shit!
I think actually H is a number 1, which is hard. So this is a number 1 pencil, and then B is a number 6, and then HB is number 2, and then H3, H4, H5, and then B, and then B3.
Yeah.
Or B2, B3, B4, B5, B6. Something like that.
In lead. You see it? In
yeah,
lead.
it's hard and bold, or hard and
check out my screen there.
So the bold is softer. Your hard is going to be more gray, and it's going to be for more sharper lines, and then your bold is going to be more like a charcoal stick, like this right here.
You see that? You see that in 0.5 lead?
What about this? What about leaf charcoal? I love this stuff.
You see that? The whole run? 4B, 3B, 2B, B, 3H, 4H, 5H, 6H, F.
F?
All
I have an F?
blue.
I don't think I have an F.
Oh, and then in 0.7, I got B, H, B.
What about medium?
H.
What about medium?
I don't know. 0.9, I got.
And this
B.
is what you got to get right here. This thing is old and it's rock solid, but a tacky racer. A tacky racer and a.
I don't. But I got.
This is
a high polymer.
This is called a smudge. I forget what they call it. A smudge stick or something like that. In jail, we make them out of rolling up toilet paper really tight. But on the outside, you can get them pre-made. It's like a cardboard smudge stick. My little art kit. But the tacky racer is the way to go. Because you can make it pointy, or you can make it smooth.
Oh. So not these though, not these erasers, huh?
Oh, I have a damn unopened art kit. Is this unopened? Did I never use this? Oh yeah, somebody bought. I bought this from somebody at the block. Somebody on the block was selling this, and I bought it for real cheap. I've never even opened this. Let's go. And this is a. So this has HB 4B. It's not a full kit, but it's got some stuff in it. So this is a sandpaper sharpening block. You have one of these? Looks like a little paddle. And you peel the paper
What
off.
is that? The sharpen?
Yeah, it's got sheets of sandpaper on it, and you use it to sharpen your charcoal and your pencils and stuff without for the softer pencils that don't work in the sharpener. You just use this. You scrape it on it.
I just have a collection of mechanical pencils.
Ooh, there is a tacky
They're
eraser
called
in here too. Nice. I have a whole. I didn't even know I had this. I have a full little unopened art kit. I just opened it for the first time, and I think I have a drawing book. Maybe I'll have to do some drawing streams. Show some of y'all.
You know that's bad. I actually went in and looked for this shit because I've been looking for this pen for a while. I've been trying to buy one.
One of my passions used to be architecture, and I used to use graph paper and just draw house models.
Well, here's the architect pencil, the original architect pencil.
That probably either
I have the fancy too.
Either like criminal psychology or architecture is where I miss my calling to get rich. I'm not too old, I guess, but I'm a criminal, so I don't know if I could do criminal psychology. But I could probably do architecture. Look what I started. You got a pencil debate. Don't ever back down from a debate. No, but listen. If John wants to change the topic, same terms that we just agreed on, run it by him. Ask him if he wants a cross-examination section. Tell him I've never done a cross-examination, but I'm willing to. Ask him if he wants to do that, and then ask him if he genuinely wants to change the topic. I'm totally okay with it because you told me, Mayhem, that I could pick the topic, and he didn't agree to that. So that's your fault, Mayhem. So you tell him if he wants to change the topic, we can change it, and I'm okay with that. And it can be something I'm not like. It's not my main thing. I don't care. I'm just doing this for fun, for entertainment, and for training. So I might get better training doing something that I'm not confident in. So that would be fine. The only reason I figured the anarchy versus nationalist thing, I feel like he should just focus on that for Andrew. And I think, I don't know, never mind. But yeah, I think he should just focus on that for Andrew. But he could do a practice run with me. But I'm not proficient in that as Andrew is, so we can do that too. I don't care. I just really would like to have a free will debate with somebody, like a really moderated free will debate. And I know a lot of these guys like Andrew and Jim Bob, if they tried to debate it, they would assume that they were debating an atheist determinist. And in a way, I am a determinist, but I'm not an atheist determinist. So it's like, It's like me, which I understand anarchy, but I don't understand Christian anarchy. They understand how to debate atheist determinists, but I don't know if they're really ready for Christian determinism. Because
I think Andrew's a better straight up debater, but Jim Bob probably has the same effect as Destiny has in the opposite, where
I think you're right.
I'm just getting upset with the person and his face and his mannerisms, and I think it's hilarious, but you know he's funnier, and maybe he's not as good as like a true debater. He's a good debater, and he's smart, but he plays a little bit, right? Like he'll fuck with the opponent. I mean, they both do, but
it's too much. So I watched Jim Bob debate a guy about does God exist the other day. And so Jim Bob stuck to the transcendental argument the whole time, which is basically, does logic exist? Yes. How do you know logic exists? Like, does logic exist without a mind? If there's no minds here, does logic still exist? Yes. Does math still exist? Yes. Therefore, something above has to, a creator, a mind has to exist to make that stuff happen. And if logic exists, God created logic, therefore God exists, is basically the transcendental argument. And they stuck with that for like 3 hours. And it was like just this back and forth arguing over philosophy bro terms, and like, yeah, I was like,
was it a recent debate or you watched it recently?
I watched it recently. I don't know if it was a recent debate.
Okay, I might have seen that one, or he might just have that debate a lot.
It was with a guy who does TikToks.
Oh, I might have seen that one.
And I know he does his TikTok takeovers or whatever, which are really cool. But it's also low-hanging fruit. A lot of those people are idiots. Like,
well, yeah, so it's funny if you're watching him and you know what's going on, but it's not like it really lands with the opponent because they're probably not sharp enough to pick up on what's funny about what he's saying, and you know what I mean? Like, I don't know that they fully grasp the point he's making.
yeah.
But it is funny to watch them.
I'm trying to find it in my history, but I think it's from like 3 days ago, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it because I'm like chronically on YouTube.
I know I've heard him debate that before, and it sounds like what you're explaining. But that might just happen a lot with him. Because I think he enjoys that particular debate.
Yeah. Oh, here it is.
So, gentlemen, you've both been briefed backstage.
6 months ago, so yeah, it was a
while ago. Okay, I might have seen that one. That sounds about right.
Mike, and I didn't even see it from the Crucible. I saw it from Mike Burgandy's channel. And this guy's a cocky asshole. I've seen him do TikTok videos where he debates people. And he's a pretty boy, and he just gets real close to the camera. It's just like, oh yeah? Well, tell me. What about, like, so, but he's also pretty smart, too. But he totally didn't understand what Jim Bob was saying.
Right.
And it's funny when the Crucible, like, call-ins, when they do their call-ins, and everybody is just like philosophically roasting the person, which is probably what's going to happen to me on Speakeasy's channel. It might be a good debate with me and Wally about church taxation when we're just talking. Once they start doing call-ins, it might turn into a bit of a pile-on where everybody's just coming at me and asking me questions that hopefully, or well, I might not be prepared for, but hopefully I am. But we'll see.
Well, what's your stance again?
That churches should be taxed. Their
Oh.
501c3 tax exempt status should be removed.
Isn't that too broad of a topic, though?
No, it's actually too small of a topic. Like, I don't know how we're going to fill up 2 hours with this. If you look on YouTube for debates on it, you won't find any. And if you look for people talking about it, it's like a bunch of 10-minute videos. It's pretty in and out.
Yeah,
like,
I guess.
His arguments against me are going to be, we're both going to be saying the same exact thing, except seeing it from different sides. I'm going to say I want the church to be more involved in the government. He's going to say I don't want the government involved with the church. And so I don't know how we're going to fill up all that time, but whatever. We'll have fun with it.
Well, but he challenged you to the debate.
Yeah, because Easy does a rapid fire debate panel where it's like topic, go. And there's 8 people on the panel and they go for 10 minutes. Next topic, go. And they brought up the topic, should churches be tax exempt? And everybody except like one guy said, yes, churches should be tax exempt. And so Easy came on my panel and I said, I could only be there for the first hour because I had to work. And I said, man, I wish I was there later because I would have gave some pushback. There was nobody to give pushback on that topic, and you guys kind of just breezed through it. I would have gave some pushback on that topic. And then I explained it to Easy.
I probably would have too.
Right.
Because I get your point on it, because I think that's a big problem also. That you basically gotta fucking kneel down to the government in order.
It hamstrings the church. The church can't get involved in politics as long as they don't have to pay what we all have to pay.
It's almost like the DEI mess.
Exactly. I'm gonna say all that, and I'm gonna call it communist, and I'm gonna say it's welfare for the churches.
Right. Well,
it's no different. I don't know. It's no different than a homeless person who doesn't want to get a job because he might lose his food stamps. Churches are scared to speak out. You can talk
about it for a little. There's a few things involved in it.
You can talk about issues, but you can't talk about candidates. And you can't run candidates.
Well, no. I'm just saying, like, there's multiple facets in this argument.
Yeah.
As far as
I think Wally's going to want to turn it into a more of a taxation overall debate. And then it's going to get into, are you a libertarian who thinks that all taxation is theft?
I see it more from the Christian side, from the church side.
Right. Well, that's where I'm coming at it from.
What it does to a church. The pastors, the message, the everything. And what it turns the church into.
But I would love
money-making, baiting scam, as opposed to a church that's supposed to be a church.
Exactly. And he's going to say the exact opposite. He's going to say small churches won't survive if you take away their tax exemption. I'm going to say I don't want those small churches to survive. I want all of the churches to incorporate under one church and we be united as Christians instead of having Scientology and Mormons and cults popping up everywhere. What'd you say? You broke up a little bit.
The one church, that's what you'll get roasted on.
The one true church I'm going to get roasted on?
Yeah.
I hope they try, because it's a bunch of Orthodox dudes over there. It's a bunch of Orthodox bros. I hope they try to tell me that. I hope they try to roast me on the one true church idea, because that's the whole thing behind the Orthodox Church.
Okay, maybe there you won't, but
no, if they try to, it's gonna be a landmine they're stepping into. I'm ready for that.
But I don't know how. You don't. I know you don't want to have this. I'll just state.
No, I'm fine with doing some practice. I've been doing this on streams for a while. And if Wally is smart, he's listening to my streams and he knows everything I'm gonna come with before I come with it. So.
But I don't really get how it does well, or I guess more specifically. Yeah, I don't get how it affects small churches though.
They say if the small churches have to pay federal taxes, then they can't get started and get going. But then he's gonna knock the mega churches.
As I would too.
Well, I would say, what's your problem? What's your problem with a robust church community? What's your problem with a big church?
I've been to them. They're fucking ass. They're terrible.
Was that because?
I mean, they're good. They're good communities, but as far as a church, I don't know about that.
Yeah. So, is it because it's a big church, or is it because the pastor was a weak pastor, or the reverend, or whatever it was?
Because in order for it to turn into a mega church, you got to appeal to a lot of people, which means you got to, and maybe that's what he truly is, that pastor. But I think they turn into that.
But
I think it's, well, that specific church that I'm thinking of.
It wouldn't have made it to a mega church if it wasn't for the tax exemption. That's why they start them. That's why they start this prosperity gospel. And...
So I think that it basically creates that type of church where the specific church I'm thinking of, the pastor was a fame seeker. You know, he liked to name drop. He liked to be in.
They want to get rich.
Well, rich is part of it, but also fame and write-ups in the newspaper and on TV, and like they just want to be famous, which is not what I think a church should be.
So when I say one true church, I'm not saying there can't be a small church house where there's 10 people that come together. But what I'm saying is, if that church house can't handle the tax obligations of owning that land, if they're incorporated under one giant church family, then it's like you pay your taxes to the bigger church, your bigger church pays the taxes to the government, then that church makes sure that the right people are in government, all of us together in all the little church houses throughout the land. We all decide together who's going to run the government, and then we get the right guy in there, and then he says, let's make sure we're doing the right thing by the churches because they pay a lot of our taxes.
I guess so. I don't think that all that should even matter. that much.
I don't like there being
mean,
35,000 different denominations of Christianity in the world.
I don't think that's even avoidable though. That's the problem. Like from where I see it, I think
Right,
people
but
are just gonna keep it.
that's the bad stuff happens. So don't try to do anything to make a change.
But I think the tax exemption and the organization and the fact that it is big business leads to that. Whereas if it's a small thing that you can't make money off of, who's gonna get into it to get rich? Because you can't get rich.
Right.
It's gonna be actual taxes and actual Christians going to church and donating because they want to fund this ministry that they're part of or whatever.
Right. And one of the bombs I want to drop is if you could pay your tithes to the church, and then the church is paying taxes on those tithes, and then the church is installing the government that runs the land, and then the government says, let's reduce taxes for Christians, because so if you can show us that you're going to church and paying your tithes, you don't have to pay as much taxes. Wouldn't that be epic? Wouldn't you start going to church tomorrow? Like if you didn't have to pay income tax, sales tax, or property tax, as long as you can show a record that you go to a church and you pay your 10% tithe every month, I would take that deal.
Yeah,
a lot of people do it for free without the benefits. A lot of people just do it.
That basically is the deal that we already have.
You get a write-off.
Right.
For your tithes.
Up to a couple grand a year or whatever.
And I think that's why a lot of Christians are against this, because the churches are against it because they lose that extra money, and the Christians are against it because they lose their tax write-off.
But the only people who can actually take advantage of that is people who have enough deductions to overcome the basic, what do you call it? The fucking minimum whatever deduction. So the only other people who are going to be interested in that write-off is, unless your state lets you write it off, but that's still a little money compared to the federal taxes you pay. But unless you're itemizing deductions, you don't really see that tax write-off anyway. I think, right? Yeah. I don't know. Does it write off your?
You can write off your tithes.
Yeah, but I don't know if it
or any charitable donation.
I don't think it affects your federal tax. Maybe chat knows. Well, I don't think it affects your federal taxes unless you're already itemizing taxes, and then it just is in that basket of money that. So I think mainly like
the more I think about it, the more I want to slap you with a fish.
Who's that, man?
Matthew said that. There's 50 states, but if there's only one church and we're putting people in charge of all those states and the federal government, then it's epic. And then we don't have to banish the atheists. We just charge them more taxes. You're not going to church, well, you get to pay extra taxes.
But first off, you're not going to get the one church anyway. Like,
maybe not one church, but much less churches. So if there's 200 denominations of Christianity in America, we cut that down to 20 denominations of Christianity in America at first. We get rid of the Scientologists. We get rid of the damn Mormons. Well, no, the Mormons are so rich that they could afford to, but they wouldn't have got that rich if, like, Joseph Smith started this to get rich. He started the Mormon church to get rich and to have sex with multiple wives, who were underage, but there was a lot of incentive. But one of the incentives is to get rich because the church doesn't have to pay taxes.
People start churches and have little churches on their property just
to not pay property taxes. Yeah.
I know a couple of people who've done that.
And then you can start a little commune, and then it turns into a cult. So I'm against that. Whatever that is, I'm against that.
Well, I just think it incentivizes churches as a business. Which leads to fake, in my estimation, fake churches.
Yeah, that's one of my big.
Nobody else thinks they're fake churches. The people that go there don't think, and you know what? Maybe most of the people that go there are not fake Christians, but they don't know better. Like, they're being told shit. I don't know. I kind of already knew it about mega churches without really going, and then I actually went to one. It was on purpose.
Didn't you recommend that I go to a mega church? You said it was pretty cool.
No.
I feel like a week or two ago you said.
Not me. That wouldn't be me.
It was you. I said.
Nope.
I said I'm looking for a church, and you said you should go check out one of those mega churches. It was kind of cool because it's non-denominational and blah blah blah.
That would have been me. If I said that, I would have been saying it sarcastically, because I would suggest anybody go to a small church, a small old rural church where people are racist and shit. Those are good churches with little communities and potlucks and fucking everybody knows each other.
I agree that's base, but why can't
that's the kind of church I grew up in, and then my church turned into a mega church. I wasn't going to church there anymore, but it turned into one, I think, like it is now.
Okay, but see, we're getting like, you're saying. I'm totally okay with these small local churches where it's not a big congregation and everybody gets together in the community and comes together. But why can't that small church be basically like incorporated under the One True Church of America? You know, which is a mega church, which is all those churches across the country combined.
Doctrine gets involved, and
yeah,
you must think this.
We talked about this last week. So instead of having a church where we say this doctrine is the only right doctrine, and if you don't believe in this, you're going to hell. Instead, we have churches where we get together. It's a small church under the Church of America, and we get together and we have debates and we discuss these things. And we talk about it.
That'd be nice.
That's my utopia church.
Good luck with that. I mean,
well, good luck with anytime anybody wanted to do something different and start a damn revolution. They said good luck with that.
I mean, I'll go to a church like that, but most people don't want that. Most people don't want to ponder.
They want to be told what to think.
Right.
They want to be told by the guy on the stage what to believe and what to think.
Exactly. Yeah, most people don't realize that if they actually fucking read the book itself says to not listen to anybody, to read this fucking book and talk to your brother.
So we have our pastor who is a, you know, he's a reasonable guy, and he speaks in a way that people don't get upset about it, right? And then he preaches to the big congregation, and then we say all the beta males and all the women leave. The men are going to talk now. And then we have conversations where we get into this stuff.
That would be a great church, and
Let's
some
go.
people would love it.
We're starting the Church of America.
Some people would love it, but
And I'm going to be tax exempt.
The majority of Christians, though, I think, just want to be told and be reassured that they're not going to hell and yada yada yada. That's what I see in churches, and that's what mega churches serve, in my estimation.
But you keep saying mega church because your problem is not with, and this is actually like a direct quote from my opening statement, but
big old fucking buildings. It's the big band, the lights, the screens. What the fuck is that?
Okay,
nobody needs that shit.
But let's say we take the building away. Let's say we have Jesus preaching to 40,000 people on the side of a mountain. I would call that a mega church.
Okay.
So your problem isn't with the amount of people that congregate.
It's all that money on the infrastructure, all the people that need to be employed to keep that thing running, the income that needs to come.
And imagine that giant megacorp church, that Walmart church, doesn't have to pay any federal taxes. That's crazy.
Exactly. I know.
That's my point.
I agree with that.
So maybe if we make them start paying taxes, maybe some of them stop popping up and they stop cropping up in all these cults and all these little weird offshoots stop shooting up everywhere. We don't have Scientology. We don't have Mormonism jumping up. But if you want to have a congregation of 10,000 Christians who come together on a mountainside and listen to a strong speaker preach, I don't have a problem with that. And then they take a collection and there's so many people. Now, if they have a building, they say, well, we need a building to protect us from the weather and stuff like that. But we're gonna render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. So part of this money is going to go to the government. But because of that, we get to get involved in the government. So we're going to make sure that tax money is going where it needs to go by making sure that the right people are running for government and the right people are getting elected. Now 68% of America is deciding who wins every election. Democrats never win again. And sounds epic to me.
I respect the little churches that are run out of like strip malls, fucking school cafeterias.
Some of those are just as bad as the mega church, though. Some of those little churches are preaching totally crazy doctrines that's like wild. That's where cults start.
Well,
what?
I don't know. But you can't regulate doctrine. I mean,
we can regulate and say y'all need to pay taxes. Y'all don't get to make up some satanic doctrine and have a church of Satan on America's property and call yourself a religious institute.
Yeah. I mean, you can.
Everybody in my chat that's been listening to me for the last 2 weeks is going to know everything that I'm going to say in the debate. You guys already know what's going to happen. This is
America. You can totally do that. Have your church of Satan and whatever. But yeah, should it be tax exempt? No.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't think that is America. I don't think John Adams would have agreed with that. I don't think Ulysses S. Grant would have agreed with that. I don't think Madison. I don't think Edison or Jefferson would have agreed with that. Maybe Benjamin Franklin would have been cool with that. That's about it.
Since you probably already did this research, I'm just curious. Where did the tax exemption come from?
The Tariff Act. It's in my notes. I don't know the exact year. But really, churches were tax exempt from the beginning of America. They never had to pay taxes. But it was made official with the Tariff Act, and It's been challenged a couple times in the Supreme Court, and it didn't hold up. One of the Supreme Court cases was weird. There was some weird circumstances. The dude was supposed to defend himself, and then came down with a strange illness on the day of the trial, and some like public defender incompetent dude came in there to go against the Supreme Court justices, and it was I listened to the thing last week at like 6 a.m. on the stream. It was very boring, but that was a mess. That was Waltz versus the Tax Commission in New York, and that was in I don't know the years. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be typing tonight.
And how far does the
Tariff Act of
taxes
1894 was when it was made official.
How far does that extend?
What do you
I
mean?
mean, like, what's taxing them? Everything?
It's property taxes and tax on their charitable income. So tithing, they don't have to pay taxes on that, and then their property taxes.
Okay.
They have to, if they have a coffee shop and they're selling coffee and sodas and stuff like that, they still have to pay taxes
You have
on
to
that.
pay taxes on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But here's the thing: even if you don't have the federal tax exemption, if you're
The problem
transparent,
is, yeah, see, I think I'm going where you think that he's going. I get what you're saying, and I kind of almost feel like maybe that, like, but I think we shouldn't even be taxed. So it's hard for me to say that.
So this is where this turns into is all taxation theft?
But it's, if I'm
And
going
if
to
you
be
say
tempted,
yes, then I'm going to say you're a libertarian.
I mean, I kind of am though.
Well, and I'm gonna say, so you want to use our roads, you want to use our services, you want to go everywhere, but you don't want to pay anything for it.
I kind of am, except for the fact that I realize that it doesn't really work.
Yeah, you want the military to defend you, but you don't want to add into the pot, like.
Right.
Yeah, that's where I'll go if he goes into that. Because he kept posing it as a tax debate on July 4th, a tax debate. Like I'm some big tax guy. I'm conservative. I'm for smaller government and less taxes. I don't think people should be taxed as much. But in the current system that we're in, the churches should pay their fair share. And if we get the estimates are between some low ball estimates are like 11 billion, some high ball is like 100 billion a year off of church taxes, then the church can get involved in the government. Now we can be more transparent with our taxes, and we can make sure this money isn't going to Ukraine. It's not going to, well, if the church is ran by Israel, they still might send it to Israel, but the church has more control over what we're doing with our tax money. And then we say Christians don't have to pay as much taxes. If you want to come to America, you want to reap our benefits, but you don't want to go to church, you don't want to pay your tithes, you can pay more taxes. And then we start screwing the damn liberal atheist, pink-haired college student. Screw your free education. Taxpayers aren't paying for that. In fact, you're going to pay more taxes and you're going to pay more for your liberal education.
But they're already fucking, aren't they already paying back people's college debts?
Yeah, because we're ran by a bunch of commies.
That's the most fucking ridiculous thing I ever heard of.
Yeah, well, welcome to America, where you have freedom of religion and all the religions don't have to pay taxes. But everybody else does.
Paying for people's college education.
You want to start a small business, you're going to pay taxes. But somebody can come start a Church of Satan in America, they don't have to pay taxes.
There's no way that makes any fucking sense to pay people's college debt without pay. I mean, it makes no sense. All the people didn't go to college because they couldn't afford it. no money. People that paid off their own debt, no money. People whose parents saved. I like, what the? How the fuck does that make any sense at all?
The roads are paid for by the states and locale in most cases. And how do they pay for those roads in the states? When I'm talking about taxes, I'm not just talking about federal taxes. I'm talking about states and local and federal taxes. How are those roads paid for? And why are they all filled with potholes, Matthew? Why are the bridges collapsing? It's because of communist policies, and our tax money doesn't go to the things that it should go to. It goes to Ukraine.
I don't know. The roads around me are pretty nice.
With sales tax?
Yeah. There's no state tax in Washington.
Okay. Maybe you're right,
10%.
Matthew. I'm not a tax expert. I think this is actually a super boring topic.
But like,
I'm not a financial guy. I'm a brokey. Like,
but I know federal roads are taken care of by the federal government.
What is?
So like federal roads, like the interstate, like the freeways and shit.
Yeah. Right.
But the county stuff's all pretty nice. Yeah. Huh.
In some counties.
In most of Washington, it's pretty good, and it's noticeable when you drive into Oregon, because Oregon's roads are ass, like they're terrible.
Well, I think. Well, that's probably because
there
of your
might
government.
Just be more money. There might just be more money in general in Washington, and more people, so that could be why. But I don't know.
A lot of roads are ass.
And the fact that the first place I drive into from Washington is Portland. So, maybe if I drove past Portland, it'd get better, or out of Portland. But that's a bad first impression to have when you get into. I wish you didn't scare off Terry Strange, because she would hop in and be like, "Oh, Portland is beautiful and great, and coffee shops and cafes." Like, what are you, like 12? Like, the fuck cares about any of that shit? Come on.
I only I only yelled at her one time. I said, "You can fuck off, Terry."
I know. I wasn't in the. I was listening though. That's when you just stop on everybody. You're like,
yeah. Well, what the hell happened that day? Something. Oh, that's when Trump got convicted or something. I
don't know. Oh, was it?
Something happened that day that was not a good sign for America, and I was pissed.
Oh, really? I stopped even. Not that I stopped caring. I don't know. I don't.
I really wasn't that pissed. It was really just let's do a. Yeah, it was when they convicted Trump, and I was like, let's do a pissed off stream. And also, I was kind of annoyed with Terry, because just some shit she says sometimes was irritating me, and I don't know.
Well,
I don't like women streamers in general.
Well, all I'll say is she's like a test, I think, as a human being. Like, how can you how
she did an apology stream.
Yeah? About what?
Well, she was apologizing and she was keeping it vague, but somebody in chat said the Smiths, and she was like, "Yes, the Smiths." So she was talking about Floor and I. And
well, unless she was talking about the band, the Smiths.
Yeah, I don't think so, but maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I don't pay too much attention to Yeah, I don't. I'll reserve my comments and criticism and whatever. I don't care enough to fucking
Yeah, I don't either. It's drama.
to get into some fucking useless drama.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. But yeah,
That's what I told
yeah.
Speakeasy the other night. I was like, I burn more bridges than I build. So, yeah, I don't really care. I'm not the best community builder. I'm not the I don't know. I'm gonna say what I think and whatever.
Where's everybody else?
Let the chips fall where they may. Where's everybody
I don't know
else?
yeah, I don't know if Monday and Tuesday is the best night.
Yeah, well, that's all I got. That's what I gotta do. What I gotta do. I'm gonna ask him if I can get Saturdays and Mondays off instead. I'll compromise. I'll compromise from having 2 days off in a row if I can get one day in the weekend and then Mondays. Saturdays and Mondays would be cool because then Saturdays I can watch the fights. People are awake. It's the weekend, and then Mondays I can do the show. And it kind of splits up my week, so it's not such a long 5-day week, 4 days, and then one day. Maybe they'll let me do that. That'd be cool. I don't know.
Yeah, because I gotta fucking shower. I mean, I don't have to shower. I'll probably shit. Nobody, somebody hop on. Nobody. What's
Property
for?
taxes for
Sleeping?
churches might be okay because it goes to local government. Well, but I believe the property tax is part of the 501c3. So that was Waltz's argument. He was basically saying we're all paying property taxes for these giant churches to be built. And he challenged that, and it went to the Supreme Court and it failed.
And you build your church, and then you build the parsonage. I don't know, do they still call it parsonage? Is that still a thing? And who lives in the parsonage? Oh, the pastor lives in the parsonage.
Oh, you mean where the people live? Yeah, the nun or like nuns or whatever. Yeah, not all churches have that, but they could build that.
Yeah.
And they could basically, it's like now all these people are living here, and yeah, there's no taxes being paid on all that.
But see, when I make that argument, then I'm like, wait, but I don't want to pay property taxes.
Yeah, but I don't want to pay property taxes for these people to go live in this cult building.
But then, so then, to me, it becomes that I'm just pointing at somebody like, hey, you're doing the thing that I want to punish them, and then I don't know. Then I'm back at square one.
It's not a punishment when you take away a benefit. It's actually so if they don't, they're getting a special privilege. So it's not a punishment to take away that special privilege if they don't deserve it. If all the churches were doing the right thing, then I probably wouldn't be saying this. But they're not. And I live in Salt Lake City, Utah, so I see the Mormon church, and I don't like the Mormon church. And they have huge buildings and gold-plated temples and all this gaudy
their temples
architecture everywhere. And they put, for every so many houses, they put a church up, and they don't have to pay taxes on any of that. And they're not doing anything. I mean, I guess they're one of the biggest givers to charity, but I don't even trust those numbers. Like, I don't trust charities. I don't trust, like, what are you doing? You're digging some wells in Africa to help some warlord take over a town, and then they dig these wells, and the people aren't even there.
Charities. Don't get me started on charities. Charities are such a fucking grift, and people have no idea.
Charity, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they don't have to pay taxes on it. And how much of that is lining people's pockets so that they can get rich, and how much of it is actually going to the cause that you want it to go to?
Not only that, a lot of times charities are just pure tax shelters.
And I think the church is the same thing. So if you look at the numbers, the church is the biggest giver to charity, but how much of that is really going to help the community? Because Salt Lake City, we have the Mormon church who gives the most to charity. Salt Lake City is turning into a shithole.
Businesses use churches the same way as businesses use other charities. Businesses start charities. Athletes start charities. Because it's a way to put your money that you can write off
and get a write-off. Yep. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. My friend told me one time, Bill Gates is is rich, but he's one of the biggest donators to charity. And I said, what do you think is the number one charity that he donates to? He's like, I don't know. And I said, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They started a charity named after themselves for a tax write-off. Like,
and then you look at who's employed by these charities. Their friends, their kids, their staff, but like athletes do it all the time. They'll put like their dumb cousin as like a board member on their fucking charity. So basically, money that they'd have to pay to the government, they're just gonna give to the auntie now or whatever through a charity.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, are they still paying money to a charity? Yes, but instead of giving it to the government, they're giving it to themselves, sorta, in a roundabout way. I'm not saying that they're getting
it's not just churches. I think a lot of these organizations should lose their tax exempt status. And so this sounds like I'm like pro tax guy. But what I'm saying is it needs to be fair. If all of these, if Planned Parenthood was paying taxes, if the churches were paying taxes, if all of these groups that a lot of them, and I mean, I don't just mean the Christian church, but I mean Scientology, I mean the Mormons, I mean all these churches, all these charities that I think are evil organizations. BLM is a 501c3 tax exempt charity organization.
Of course it is.
So if all of them were paying their fair share of taxes, we wouldn't have to pay so much as individuals. And then if we got the right people in government that were more transparent with what we spent on the taxes, maybe we could slowly reduce these taxes and fix this problem. Stop spending on stupid causes and spend it on the right things. Like, I think it's all
yeah, it's a problem, but I don't think it's near the problem that the corrupt politicians and you know what? Somebody brought this is nothing to the fucking 501c whatever, but somebody brought up a Supreme Court ruling on Steve's channel.
What up, John? He said, let me know the premise. So I think I understand your side. I think we should be able to have a debate on free will.
I'm gonna dip out now. You talk to John in chat. Maybe I'll come back later.
All right. Go take your shower.
Yeah.
If the premise is, did God give us free will, then it becomes a more spiritual debate. So if you want to change that premise, if you want to say, does free will exist? But listen, John, if you want to change the topic, we could change it. I just need to know by Monday. We could do whatever you want to do. I don't care. But um but I'm going to come at it from all angles. I'm going to come at it from um a little bit of theology, a little bit of some atheist stuff that if you watch, and nothing I say in the debate is going to be like new. If you I know you haven't been watching my show for a while, but all these ideas, all this stuff that I have in my notebooks is all stuff I've talked about before. And uh where I've taken a little bit from here and a little bit from here and a little bit from here, and I've added things and I've made it my own and I've turned it to my own argument. Um some of my best arguments for free will come from Alex O'Connor. So if you want to do research on some points I might hit you with, go look into Alex O'Connor's debates on free will. And he's an atheist. And some stuff from Calvin. Some and you know, there's a lot of different ideas. Some stuff from Jesse Lee Peterson. Some stuff from all sorts of different sources. Those are three main ones you can look into to know where I'm going to come at this from. And I'm going to come at it from a lot of different angles. And it's not just biblical, but I also have a list, and I went through this in one of my shows a long time ago, like 2 years ago. I did a whole show about this where I went through every Bible verse that people use to argue free will. And I showed how they have nothing to do with. See, so now we're already doing this, and we're not even, and we've already talked about this before. We've already so you're not going to get surprised on anything. I would just like it to be done in a formal manner, and you already know what I'm going to say. So, but the thing is, this is the internet, and I'm an entertainer. I'm not a prophet. I'm not a priest. I'm not a politician. I'm not a college educated genius. I'm not a I'm not a um I'm also not a debate bro. I'm not a Reddit debate bro. I'm not a Destiny who's going to be like, "Well, that's a fallacy and that's a fallacy and blah 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 blah." I'm not going to do that either. I'm just a guy who likes to have structured debates, which when I say that, I mean conversations with people where we disagree and we try to get to the bottom of it. But it's also a competition to me. It's a game. It's a game to me. I did a whole show on game theory. I like games. I like competition. I like chess. I like card games. I like I'm not a big sports guy, but I like UFC. I like fights. I used to like wrestling when I was a kid. I like competition. So there's going to be some shit talking. There's going to be some trash talk. There's going to be some promotion, some lead up. And that's part of the show. Doesn't mean I'm not taking it seriously. And yeah. So but if you want to change the topic, we can change the topic. I will do a different topic. I will do whatever topic you choose. Because Mayhem said, and you didn't, you're right, John. You didn't say that. Mayhem said that. Damn you, Mayhem. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, Mayhem. If you want to change the topic, John, pick the topic. You need to let me know by Monday of next week. Preferably by July 5th. But I need preparation time. I need preparation time regardless. because I do take it seriously. And it's not going to be a blood sports debate. It's not going to be a let's insult each other and let's make fun of each other. That's not what I do. I don't even like that. So, there you go. I posted a bunch of stuff in the comedy Discord, some memes. I know I saw them. They're pretty funny. I like Trump with the fish and the bear. That was epic. I'm going to use that next week. The only thing that sucks about that is that if you post it in the Discord comedy section, I will use it in the show. But people who are in the Discord already, they see it before the show. But the Trump with the fish and the bear, that was epic. I like that one a lot. And also, it's no secret. If I'm doing a debate, it's no secret what I'm going to say because as you've seen tonight, the other night, last weekend, I'm going to do mock debates with my community to prep me for this. So while I'm researching, while I'm writing, while I'm preparing, I'm doing practice debates with other people in my community. Matthew will argue with me in the chat. So, like, if Wally's been watching my channel, he knows everything I'm going to say before I say it. It's no secret. I try to pretend like, oh, I don't want to say too much, but I end up saying everything on the stream publicly. So it's and if you want to know what I think about free will and how I'm going to debate this, then I've got hundreds of hours of content talking about it. So it's not a secret. And and leading up to the debate, I'm gonna argue it with other people in my chat and in the Discord. So, it's not a secret. But I think that's fine because like you think when Trump is preparing for a debate with Biden, he doesn't know everything Biden's going to say before he says it. Biden doesn't know Biden doesn't know anything. But of course there's a team of people studying Trump telling Biden this is what he's going to say. Here's how you respond. Trump, this is what he's going to say. Here's how you respond. Josh going to take notes from the chat replay after the stream. And the only research I have on Wally is 10 minutes worth of time that he talked about this in the debate with Easy. So I'm always on the back foot. Now, maybe John will talk about it leading up to the debate, and I could go watch his stuff. And if he does, I will. Or maybe he doesn't. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with being always the underdog on the back foot. I'm fine with that. But I'm going to talk some trash. That's going to happen. So, doesn't mean I hate you. Doesn't mean I'm not taking it seriously. These streams are labeled entertainment. Just a little trick for you if you're a YouTube person, you're trying to make it on YouTube. If you label your stream news and politics and you're not a verified news and politics source, and you say anything controversial or anything that goes against the accepted narrative, they will not promote you. So I'd recommend you label yourself as an entertainment stream. I'm not a politician. I'm not a news source. I'm not educated. I'm a dumbass. I'm here to entertain. And that's what'll happen. The mock therapy session with Jalen was the best. Yeah. Yeah, I was a pretend therapist. That's for entertainment. I'm not a therapist, even though I could probably do the job better than a lot of these whack-ass BetterHelp people. I probably understand psychology way better than they do, but without a degree. and don't take this the wrong way, John, but I'll probably kill a lot of these college-educated debaters on debate teams who want to, what do they call it? Mushing. I did a show where I talked about this a long time ago. I'm gonna find it. Debate mushing, or something like that, where it's basically there's a scoring system in debates, and so it's get as many points as you can out, and this is what Destiny does. This is what fast talkers in debates do. The debate bros, the educated debaters. This is what they do. They're gonna try to get as many points out, and there's judges that are sitting there saying 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 4 point, 5 point. Now, when you do your rebuttals, you need to address every one of these points. And I do this in internet debates, but usually we're talking slower. And so the way you win the debate is by speaking so fast. These are like Eminem. These rappers are like Eminem or like Tech 9 or something, where they go, I got 32 points out in my 2 minutes. You have to respond to all of those. If you don't rebuttal all of those points, you lose points. So, and this was an all black. I need to find it. I'm gonna try to find the video. This is so funny. Was it high school or college? I think it was college. Is it mushing? I wish I could remember the words. How am I going to find this? Push through their application to help them get admitted. Some teams can help push through their application to help them get admitted. Others are completely powerless. What was it? Man, I wish I could remember what I'm thinking of right now. The word for it. Munging? Is that what it is? It was an all black girls team. And they were like little rappers. Oh, here it is. One is great. Topic was NATO. Louisville opened a mass against Harvard by arguing the debate community was similar to NATO oppressive institution. Bro, this is college debating. Realized that they, as black people in America, had experienced the so-called expert reading did not. What am I looking for? Let's look for it on YouTube. Debate munging. It is so funny. I don't know if that's the word. How would I search this? Black debate team rushes through arguments.
I fell in love with debate because it really empowered me to find my own voice. I end up learning who transforms as someone.
So that you know that you're like doing good research.
I've been doing debate for around 2 years now, and I think over the course of the...
This is not what I'm looking for. Oh, here it is. Oh, here it is.
Life's better when your stuff is protected under our roof.
So
Did you really need to?
There's no arguing it. Towson University's debate team wins, claiming an historic win. They are the first all-black women's team to win the Cross-Examination Debate Association's national championship. This morning, we have two of the team members here. We have Amina Ruffin and Corey Johnson, both here to talk about the major victory.
Bunging like a porn word.
Way to go. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You've made so many people proud in this area. Now we want to pick your brain a little bit as we admire your huge trophy, by the way. That's ridiculous. But I'm going to ask you first. We'll start with you, Amina. What was the topic, first of all?
The topic was restricting presidential war powers authority.
They say the nigga's always already queer. That's exactly the point. It means that the impact is not, that is an impact turn
turn to the affirmative. That it is the case turn to the affirmative because we.
This is the. This is a championship debate. They always do.
We are saying that queer bodies are not able to survive, that it necessarily means that the body of the nigga is not able to survive.
We got the topic in about July.
Yo, she dropped the M word like 20 times.
Started doing our research then.
When the nigga sees these heathens suffering, that he can only envision himself, that he does not see another nigga that he can feel sympathy for or embrace, but rather that otherness gets obliterated.
This is collegiate debating for you. This is how you win.
We've been supplementing our research throughout the season.
Man, soulgenic object, disfigured, lynch, and trauma enough. The insight, the trauma representation is back central to the black child, devouring and identifying with the stories and images of the white culture.
Very quiet.
To think and act subjectively like a white man, the black man.
She just said the thing.
Where do you go from there? You know, when you start.
The trauma representation is back central to the black child, devouring and identifying with the stories and images of the white culture brought up. To think and act subjectively like a white man, the black man.
So where do you go from there? You know, when you start preparing for a national competition, once you know the topic, what's next?
Yes, this
is you do a lot of research.
Says that the way that the status quo works is through whiteness allowing, forcing other bodies to tell narrations of whiteness and the violences that whiteness does. We say that is the link that we will go for.
In order to prepare for it, because there are several different tournaments, and so being able to transition through each tournament.
Research.
Capture separate from exposure to cultural representation of the white world, the cultural.
Now, if you think, oh, this is just to make fun of this black girls thing that won, and they won because of racial stuff at the time, and blah, blah, blah. No, there's other people doing this. There's a word for this, and it's popular in collegiate debate because this is how you score points. If you can rattle off as many arguments as possible and your opponent can't rebuttal all of those points, you lose points. So on the scorecard, you lose. But in a real debate, you need to be able to talk to people.
The white world sense of the child eye zone and
able to respond to opponents' arguments.
On sexual trauma as a way of grounding its racist cultural fantasy, the cultural trafficking images of the black man, soulgenic objects.
So there's a lot of preparation.
Disfigured, lynch, and trauma enough.
That
The
woman is
insight, the trauma
possessed.
representation is back central to the black child, devouring and identifying with the stories and images of the white culture.
Reading of articles.
So this is what Destiny does. This is what the Reddit debate bros, the people who will bring up all the fallacies, they'll every now and then it's good to drop like, hey, that's a fallacy. You can't say that. Like, I get that. But the people are, I'm going to rattle through all my points really fast. Nobody's going to understand what I'm saying. And I think I won the debate.
And books and
they only
the point of a debate is not to convince your opponent. It's not to convince yourself. It's not to change your mind. It's not to change anyone's mind. The point of a debate is to convince the audience that you won. That's it. And even if they disagree with you at the beginning, if you come into the debate and you win by audience, the audience determines, huh. If the audience walks out saying, huh, I never thought about that. Even if you sway them 10% towards the other side, you won the debate.
Recreate what it means to be an authentic nigga because we are not allowed to read certain things or speak in a certain way because we are seen as naturally speaking to niggas, but it is a question of who even wrote this shit.
All that good stuff.
Was there any shit? Who wrote this shit? Yo, who even wrote this shit? Yeah. Bro, it's autism.
This CETA video is brought to you by Shoshone Hotel.
Get away to Southeast Idaho's newest casino hotel. For 6 rooms, 24
important role in economic development by building capacity within tribes.
See, white people do it too.
providing revenues to tribal governments for economic development projects. Energy offers the same potential as energy development and boosting economic development through capacity building and self-determination. The federal government plays an important role in enabling tribes to develop renewable energy. The purpose is not to just develop the resource. The program also aims to build capacity within the tribes to manage energy project. Tribes feel that without funds from energy projects, they would be chronically dependent on federal funds. Failure to support the trust doctrine leaves no check on federal and state relationship with the tribes. It can act as a successful balance.
This is debate team shit. This is collegiate level debating.
Power within states. Wilkins in 2. Growing resentment from the antitrust segment denies that the trust doctrine carries any legally enforceable obligation.
So people can knock like internet debates, like the stuff that I do and stuff, but nobody wants to listen to this crap. This is garbage.
Trust responsibility does create legal enforceable duties for federal officials in their dealings with Indians. The trust doctrine provides a check on federal and state action which may endanger Indian rights. The trust doctrine emanates from a unique relationship between the U.S. and
you don't think Harvard is a joke, Matthew?
The obligation to ensure the survival of Indians. Its broad purpose is to protect.
Could I show you some bullshit studies that Harvard's come out with?
Self-government. Reforming Terra is key to outside investment and native ownership. Royster 2. Approval process induces delay in federal override of tribal decision. Federal approval takes years and inflating costs as well as increasing the likelihood that investors will look to us for the determination of best interest involves federal paternalism. None of these statutes provide for partnerships with non-Indian energy companies. That middle ground is crucial.
How many treaties?
I think that's a necessary part of it.
I don't know. How many treaties have the government went on that they legally, you know what I'm saying, with the legislation? This is still many, right?
This is important. So 19th century and 20th century, throughout most of it.
Hey, you don't have a time to speak to explain the arguments. I'm not asking questions. Now, my next question is, can you use white supremacy for good?
So in this case, the black people win because they can just yell over the other guys. And the other guys are scared little beta males who aren't going to listen. If you watch, I only have 2. But if you watch, I listen. And I only have 2 on YouTube, but trust that I've been doing this my whole damn life. And you can, and I'm going to drop one bomb on you. I'm going to drop a sentence calmly, slowly, and I'm going to drop a bomb on you. And you're not going to know how to answer.
Is it possible?
Probably not.
Probably not. Big. Another question.
We are all now dummy.
You're going to get your turn. Now, my last question.
Dude, so you know that's true. Sometimes, like, you got to use the empire. Take it down. You do.
Yeah, but I don't know. Oppressor can help out a slave. Only slave master want to help out a slave.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So you want to use the power structure against him? I'm with that. I'm not with, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't believe slave masters help slaves. I don't think that's how it works.
You don't? You don't believe slave masters help slaves? Well, I did a whole show on that too. You should read some of the poetry written by some of the slaves who loved their slave masters. You should learn about George Washington Carver, who was freed from slavery, left slavery, and then his mom got sick, and he came back to his slave owners, and they took care of his mom, and he stayed there, and he became one of the greatest men in American history.
Colonized, like within their position. But another question though, so like in land.
Guess which team probably won this debate? It's the team with the flashy shirts that gets up and yells.
His terms, like simply, y'all say by taking restrictions off of wind and solar.
So the team that will the national championship is the team that combines what these guys are doing, who probably won this debate, mixed with what the autistic white kids are doing with the
impact colonialism, or better yet, impact warming and climate change. Yes, that's what y'all saying. By taking off, by removing solar and wind restrictions, this takes away climate. It affects climate change.
Significantly.
Time's up, dummy. That's what the beat means.
CO2 emissions.
A interpretation. I'm gonna paint a picture to show the deaf what it's like to listen. I'm gonna speak these words. I'm gonna tell the blind man what he missing.
Oh.
So my brothers doing time, man, up in prison and thought they had.
Oh, he's taking the Johnny Cochran approach. Let's put some poetry in the debate.
What's up, the crime?
I kind of like this though. I kind of like this. We start dropping some spoken word. John, is John still in the chat? John, are you ready for this? What happens if I start dropping some spoken word poetry? I know free will. I've been seeing the free will, and it will not kill. I will not spill. The blood will fill. I come around and I'm looking for the will, but God gives me the will. Only God gives me the will. That's what I'm going to do.
Fuck the system. You raise the babies up and hating that they ain't no hope.
Yo, and let's drop some F-bombs. Fuck the system. That's how you win a debate right there.
Ain't no fathers, don't take no scholarship, slang no dope. Politicians hollering about problems, but I ain't gonna vote. They keep talking about change, we float in the same old boat. So tell me how I'm supposed to feel when the president spoke. We ain't never had struggle, we ain't never been broke. He can roll through the devil, we never been close. And trusting this government like trusting the devil and oath. Rebel with quotes, I get up, lifestyles.
Can we get this guy a debate win and a record deal at the same time? Because I like this.
Young, black, reckless generation of niggas strapped and asking questions like, tell you I ain't got shit. I let the speak up in my level with these toxics. As I sip, I get up. Level with the toxics. Be violation. I'm up in first class, I laugh, even though it's not funny. I saw a white man wonder how the fuck I got money. Why he sitting coach? You hate to see me walk
White man
past.
said, why you got money?
Black pants said, headphones blasting. Nobody asking. How did he manage? All these cards against him, he using to his advantage. The slang we been speaking probably sounded like Spanish, and I fuck their heads up when I try to show manners.
Glad I missed most of the talk about Catholics and whether or not they're Christians. Have I? Are you talking about me? I have talked about that before. And I used to attack. I used to attack the Catholics. I used to attack the Catholics a lot more, but it sows division. I don't like that as much. I kind of respect the Catholics. I disagree with some of their doctrine, but I respect it.
A study is continually ignored about blacks in debate.
So you don't get anywhere by just hating on the Catholics for some of the stuff they do. You get somewhere by having a debate where we sit down and we talk about, let's have a debate. Not this crap, but a real debate where we have a conversation about some of the doctrine, which me and John have done. Like, are the Catholics into Eucharist as living flesh? I know the Orthodox are. Talks like that, talks about should we be confessing our sins to a man in a booth? I know they can give me like one biblical reference to that. Then it gets into an argument about sola scriptura and all of that. But those are conversations that need to be had. Those are conversations that were had and debates that were had in the Council of Nicaea. The problem was that it was a biased audience who was in charge of the government at the time, which people will say, well, this is a contradiction, Josh. You want a one-church government that runs the government, which is what the Catholics had. You might be right, but I just think they were wrong. But when the church runs the government and you have a debate to discuss these things, and then the church decides what's the answer, or the church and the government decide what the answer is, then there's no more debate to be had. I don't think that we decide on the answer like that. Instead, we just keep arguing it out like men. Not arguing like women, not like but like, let's have conversations and let's talk about this stuff. Biggest blind cult in America. I was raised Catholic, Matthew. Catholicism were the first Christians. I don't believe that. I left the Catholic Church because I did disagree with the doctrine. I do agree with that. Catholic Church was not the first church. The first church was on the day of Pentecost, and Jesus led that church. That was Christian, Christ one, followers of Christ. Wasn't Catholics. They didn't come around till like 200 years later.
By Shelton Cahill, they demonstrate a manifestation of white supremacy as a consequence of black people is continuing this community. Hill 97 says the debate is the public speaking classroom grounded in white Western ideology that frowns upon African American communication style. This makes it hard for us to recruit to activity, which the activity.
I don't hate the Catholics. I disagree with some of their doctrine, but that idea that they were the first Christian church, not true. Not true at all.
Reflecting the opposite of what we believe in. It becomes difficult for us to stand this activity we want to suppress and give up our cultural beliefs in order to be successful. It is an internal struggle that can emerge when we find it requires an approach that is conducive to the image of African Americans. I said current policy making structures instructed by white male power base, ignored by disadvantages of minority voices. I said this is the second thing. I said
you might be
the methods and theoretical framework dominating the current policy analysis have been developed and implemented by those powers who are particularly in the world formation analysis are overwhelmingly white, male, and well-educated. Thus, traditionally policy research has reflected the assumptions of worldview and values of this group. Traditional analysis thereby rendering those particularly as genders, genders, race, social class, sexuality.
Come on, bro. If you're gonna spit some spoken word poetry in your debate, at least practice your. You know, I might stumble over my words, but I'm not in college, so I'm allowed to.
That's unimportant.
If political identity or oppression or interpersonal relationships or whatever is the question of the debate, we control the impact capacity to express political subjectivity is subverted, and the status quo for Native communities' voices are heard, and interests are not represented. We should be able to weigh or add. That's an important thing. If they win the method.
I think in my debate on July 4th, I think I'm gonna so I can speak clearly and do my little 3.5 essay, which is a very basic form of writing an essay that we learn in elementary school. A way to make your point clear. It's 5 paragraphs, 3 points. 3 points, 5 paragraphs. You have your introduction, you have your body, which is your 3 points. Introduction, you introduce your 3 points. Your body, you go into more depth on your 3 points, and then your closing, where you reiterate and you kind of change it up a little bit. You add a little something extra. That's basic format for how to write a 3.5 essay. If you want to pass SAT or FCAT or whatever standardized testing, this is something you learn in like 4th grade. But I still use it because I think it's useful, especially in debates. I could turn it into 20 paragraphs where I just rattle off all my points and all my arguments in my opening statement for 10 minutes. And I can add in a lot of, you guys think that would make it better? Maybe I'm more likely to win if I do that. What do you think?
Methodology is important. That doesn't somehow mean that what we said was important is no longer important. It's their burden to prove that the app is bad. Not that our defenses of our app are good in every instance. Obviously, the app doesn't happen, but we as debaters and you as the judge have the ability to affirm something is good. It shapes what our politics are in real life. It's the ability for us to express agency in this activity. There is no fundamental distinction from the affirmation of the affirmative accuracy and the affirmation of the negative. One and see this is why they're.
Bro, if you cut out all those and you just slow down and you made that more concise, it's much more impactful. Works way better. But unfortunately, on a debate team in collegiate level debating, it's a scorecard. So there's judges sitting there and they're listening, and they'll go back and listen to the tape in slow-mo. And they'll say, all right, he made an argument, an argument, an argument, an argument, and they'll tally it. And so if you're on the negative side and you're going second, you have to rebuttal all those points they made in the first. So you just say things as fast as possible. This is nonsense, dude. This is why college is a scam.
Plan for this bad arguments don't make a lot of sense. Obviously, the USFG doesn't exist, and the status quo is colonial. Let's further read Berkeley evidence. There's Spanos evidence that is a claim that we made in our 1AC. We don't convince ourselves that this is true. We think that negative action to begin to break down the state is necessary for resolving problems.
Nobody can.
There's a reason why the two advocacies are fundamentally not something that beg the question of each other, which means that you can fundamentally vote out for presumption. They also haven't contested that the action of the plan is a good thing. We can bring up some more nuances later, but I'll draw out some important aspects here about the trust doctrine. Trust doctrine is necessary to prevent corporate exploitation.
And I listen to like Destiny videos, and I listen to debates and stuff in like 2.0 speed to get through them faster. So I listen to rap music. I listen to fast rappers. And I still don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about right now. I have no idea what they're talking about right now. And if I can't pick it up, nobody can pick it up.
We find a viable middle ground. First of all, there is no uniqueness for their natives are screwed over in the status quo argument. Yes, this is obviously true. Regardless, in the case of natives, experience rates of poverty at 12 times the national average are having.
Seems like it's a racism debate. If you want to see a good racism debate, I got one on my channel. I actually re-listened to it this morning, and it's funny, me and Jalen were talking about it tonight because I actually re-listened to a lot of that debate this morning. And I think I did pretty well. In my rebuttal period, I said too much. I always say maybe I say too much. We shouldn't say we need to take that out of our vocabulary, but it's a filler word. It's why you're thinking of the next thought. You say and I know I shouldn't do that as much, but I think I handled it pretty well. I could have. So I'm writing down his arguments while he's making them, and then in my rebuttal period, I'm arguing with them. But I like to listen instead of, and I think this is a good strategy, even though it's going to hurt you in the rebuttal segment. It's a good strategy to really listen to the person more than you just prepare for your response. And a lot of people do this. You'll see it a lot. You'll see it a lot in debates where, especially when you're watching a debate and the person starts going, the person wants to jump in, but they want to let the person finish talking, and they start going, okay, right, okay, yeah, okay. Like a Little Johnson. Okay, well, let's go. What? Yeah. When they start doing that, you know what it is they really want to jump in on the first point you made, but they're going to let you finish talking. So they're not listening to anything you said after that point. They just want to jump in and make their comment. So they just go, yeah, oh, yeah, right, yeah, okay, yeah, And instead, shut your mouth, take notes, and listen. And take some notes on what they're saying, listen to what they're saying, and then when it comes to your time, then you respond to all those things. Now, you don't get as much time to put your thoughts together of how to respond to each point because you're so focused on responding to the first point that you missed everything else that they said. So instead, just listen and then take a little time in your rebuttal to really just go through each point, work your way through it. And that's going to have more effect on the audience. You might say a couple times. You might have to do a little thinking on the spot. It's tough. I know. Nowadays, it's hard for people to think on the spot. But instead of just trying to instantly react to everything you hear, just listen to what they say. Take a note. Write down what they said. Oh, you said this? Okay. Here's what he said. Here's what he said. Then if you see me taking notes in a debate, I'm not writing my response. I'm writing what you said. I'm writing, and in my head, I have a knee-jerk reaction. I have a response to what you just said, and I'll save that, and hopefully I can get back to it in the rebuttal, and I can remember what I thought at the time. Sometimes it doesn't come out as clear when you turn it into words, but you're gonna say blah 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 blah, and I'm gonna write down a point that you just made. Blah 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 blah. I'm gonna write down that point that you just made. Blah 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 blah. I'm gonna write down the point that you just made. I'm gonna listen to your next point. Blah 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 blah, and I'm gonna write down that point. And then when it comes to me, I'm going to look at my notes and I'm going to say, okay, he said this. Let me respond to that. And I'm going to talk about that. And then I'm going to look at my next point. Let me think about that for a second. Now I'm saying, I look unprofessional, but in the long run, it hits the audience harder when you show that everything you brought up, I just debunked. Instead of just focusing on your first point and wanting to jump in and ignoring everything else you just said. And that's what happens a lot in debates. John said me in an earlier comment, but I think he meant to say Josh. Oh, I don't remember what he said. Oh, he said, hey, Mayhem, let me know the premise so I think I understand your side. I think we should be able to have a debate on free will. So agreeing to a premise, that's an important part of the debate. So if I say off the cuff premise, did God give us free will? I say no. Okay. You say yes. But now you may not like that. You may want to rework that premise and make it more like, does free will exist? Or do we have free will? You know, if you want to change it to something like that, all of those are acceptable to me. Because if we say, did God give us free will? Then it makes it a totally spiritual debate. So maybe that's not a good premise. So maybe we need to rework that. Maybe, and I'm also thinking for promotion purposes, what's the best thumbnail? What's the best title for a video? And I think the title should match. So with Wally, I said to him originally, he kept saying, we're going to have a taxation debate on July 4th. Taxation debate on July 4th. And I said, Wally, what's the premise of the debate? Because I want to know who's the affirmative and who's the negative, who's going first, who's going second. So are you okay with the premise of churches should lose their 501c3 tax exempt status? And he agreed to it, which means I'm the affirmative. I get to go first. I wanted to go first this time because I usually go second. With Freddie in our debate, I said, how should we title this? Christian values. Can Christian values save America? Actually, I guess I went first in that one. Did I go first in that one? I guess I would have been the affirmative. I don't remember how we titled it, what the premise was, but it was I think it came down, I think we agreed on, can Christian values save America? I said yes, which means I'm the affirmative. I go first. He said no. So he goes second. So if the premise is, did God give us free will? Well, now it makes it more of a spiritual debate. So, and in which case I would go second. I would be the negative. I would say, no, God did not give us free will. If you want to make it, does free will exist, to make it more of a well-rounded debate, an all-encompassing debate, I'm okay with that. That works for me. Does free will exist? Now we're questioning existence. Now it comes into the same thing of, does racism exist? We're talking about, do concepts exist? And you kind of get distracted from that. So maybe, do we have free will? So see, this is something that we would talk about and we would figure out instead of, never mind. But this is how conversations work. We say, what do you think the premise should be? Do you think it should be, does God give us free will? Well, it makes it too spiritual. Let's broaden it up a little bit. Does free will exist? Well, it makes a semantic debate over, do concepts exist, and things like that. Existence gets called into into the picture, and we don't really want to bring that in. So let's cut that out. Do we have free will? I think, and now I'm debating myself because John's not here, so I can't talk to him. I can't ask him about this. So maybe with my reasoning in my own head, do we have free will? Sounds good. Is a filler word, gives you time to think. I think it's human nature. Yeah, I agree. It's not proper. We should try not to do it, but also at the same time, if I do it, I'm going to do it. But, so I just laid 3 options on the table. And I'm giving John the option, if he wants to wipe all those away, say none of those work. Here's what I pose. Blah, 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 blah. Then I might say yeah, or I might say, well, here's why I don't think that's a good premise. But with my own thoughts in my own head, and based off of what John has told me, how he doesn't want to make it just a spiritual biblical thing, spiritual biblical mystical scripture in your living pool, in your swimming pool. If we want to make it more broad, but not too broad, do we have free will? I say yes, I'm the affirmative, I go first. You say no, you're the negative, you close. Opening statements, rebuttals, open conversation, closing statements, questions and comments from the audience. That's a 2-hour debate. Boom, done. 3-hour debate. We can make it 2 hours, 3 hours. If it's on a Tuesday, it could be 10 hours. I don't care. I don't care about the time limits. If it's on a Tuesday, I don't care about the time limits. I'd prefer opening statements not be more than 10 minutes because I'm not going to write that much. But I feel like 5 or 6 minutes for opening statements, 5 or 6 minutes for rebuttals, an hour for open conversation, 5 to 10 minutes for closing statements. If he wants to adjust those times, we can do that. We can do that. But if we turn it into 10-minute opening statements, 10-minute rebuttals, it starts getting overly verbose where we're saying more than we need to. You should try to make your arguments concise and succinct, I think. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe he doesn't want to do that. Maybe he wants to do 10 minutes. If we want to do 10-minute opening statements, fine. I'll make my opening statement in 5 minutes, and then I'll sing a song for 5 minutes. I'll do whatever. I'm not the one making this difficult.
Indicates that specifically renewables can lead to self-sufficiency apart from the state government of Wilkins, although I items indicate that a failure of the trust structure just less for corporate exploitation, and that the alternative of the 1NC is like libertarians. In the 15th century, when the colonizers came to America...
Okay, I think we've made the point on this. I think I've made my point clear here. I gotta go pee. Here, I'll let you guys listen to this nonsense for a little while. This is Harvard. This is how Harvard debates.
Yes. Today, no. Because the way that cycles of colonialism have placed indigenous peoples in sort of horrific poverty means that if the U.S.
It's clear it up. I want to determine for myself. I need to do some policy. Sorry. I want to determine for myself. I would need policy. Rest in peace, Malcolm X. Brothers and sisters, I'm here to tell you that I charge the white man. I charge the white man with being the greatest murderer on earth. There is no place in this world that man can go and say he's created peace and harmony. Everywhere he's going, he creates violence and havoc. So I charge him. I charge the man who was dropping bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. I charge the man with the genocide of Native Indians. I charge the man with being the greatest enslaver on this earth. I charge the man the greatest criminal in history and in present. He can't deny the charges. You can't deny the charges. The heavily African-American populated prison systems and the polluted radiation in Nagasaki and Hiroshima that still burns in the air are living proof of these charges. I'm proof. You're proof. You are not an American. You are a victim of America. You didn't have a choice to come in over here. He didn't say, black man, black woman, come over here and build America. He said, nigga, get down at the bottom of that boat. I'm taking you over there and help you build America. Being born here doesn't make you an American. I'm not an American. You're not an American. We are billions of people who are victims of the man. You and I, we ain't never seen no democracy. We ain't seen no democracy in the cotton fields of the South. There wasn't no democracy down there. We ain't seen democracy in the jungle fields of the Vietnam or desert of Iraq or Afghanistan. There wasn't no democracy there. The Trail of Tears, the Chinese exclusion, that wasn't democracy. I don't see any.
This is about Native Americans. This is about Native Americans' oppression.
American dream. I've only experienced American nightmare. The man has caused destruction
and colonizing. That's what this is about. That's what this debate is about.
Violence, nationwide, internationally, historically, and now. And they perpetuate it. Also, we all agree that racism is something bad. This is what they said. Natives, we shouldn't.
Nope, I don't think racism exists, buddy.
Get the natives their land back because it would make the U.S. a poor country. That's not the most racist thing I ever heard in my life. So the natives getting their land back, it makes America one of the most poorest countries in the world. That's racist. But the term, a link to the top of the 180.
So I'm sure these guys won because they played the racism card at a time when college campuses, college campuses were on that.
Another morning to savor the crunchy nooks and cranny splendor of a Thomas's English muffin.
Tom, which is it?
Judge, if you have an ounce of empathy for the hardworking students who bring you March Madness and merch, if you believe that education is not second to entertainment, you must vote for the affirmative.
Man, I really want to go to Harvard and join the debate team.
To be that person that a little girl can look at and say, she did what I want to do and I can follow in her footsteps. And that is just a feeling that I can't even materialize it in words.
No, this is not regular speech. Undefeated in 10 rounds of collegiate level, high level debate in colleges. Harvard.
Those who are looking to get into debate, I highly encourage it. Debate has altered the way that I think. Things that I would just take as face value or that I would.
Yeah, you make me not ever want to debate anybody. That's retarded. It's so dumb. Oh, this one's good. I've watched this before. This is good.
Welcome to our forum discussion.
So this is Ethiopia, the Gold Coast. These are 4 people from across Africa. The high school exchange students debate on prejudice. This is Nigeria, Ethiopia, Ghana, and South Africa. Now, guess which one's from South Africa? This guy's the guy from South Africa is probably here because he's an exchange student because his farm got burned down. And when they ended apartheid, his farm got burned down, and then they didn't know how to farm, so they started begging to have the white people back.
On the roots of prejudice. All 4 participants in today's discussion are high school.
I actually watched this like 6 months ago. This is actually pretty interesting. But this is like an actual debate.
School students from Africa. Let me introduce them to you now. First, From the Gold Coast is 18-year-old Alfred Bannerman. We call him Nini. It all started, Nini tells us, when he was born. He looked like a little old man. And Nini is a term of respect for an old man. We still call him Nini, and he considers it a term of respect. From Nigeria, Mohamedou Liman, 18 years old. From the Union of South Africa, Dix Lobjer. Dix, well, you should see him do the rock and roll.
Of course, Dix is white. He's from South Africa. His family's farm got burned down and everybody got slaughtered.
From Ethiopia, 17-year-old Nabiat Tafari. It was Nabiat's suggestion that we start this discussion with a prayer in case there should be violence later. What you heard was Nabiat from Ethiopia giving a prayer in the Ge'ez language. He's a Copt by religion, Amhara by race, Hebrew in origin, and an African since he's been to America. How should we start this discussion on prejudice? Would it be unfair to ask each of you what your own prejudices are? How about you, Nabi?
Actually, I am prejudiced against the Italians, and I have been prejudiced against the Mohammedans. Since I arrived here, I have developed some new prejudices. And
bro, we asked you your opinions on prejudice. Don't tell us who you hate. That's not what she asked.
I never felt that I was a Negro till I came to this country.
Why?
Because my tutor in the monastery told me that I was not a Negro, but I was a sunburned Hebrew.
Damn. I was never a Negro till I came to America. That's deep.
You mentioned that you have prejudices against Mohammedans.
Now, of course, this is not very organized. Why are they cross-examining during his opening statement?
I am a Mohammedan, and I have prejudices against Christians too in southern Nigeria.
Look, you said you have prejudices against Christians in southern Nigeria. Is that particularly because they are Christians? I'm a Christian myself, but I have no prejudice against Mohammedans. I rather prejudice against whites.
But why have you got prejudice
What the fuck is this? I don't think I ever watched this with the stream. I watched this while I was doing my dishes one day, and I was cracking up laughing.
against the whites in the Gold Coast?
I think it's sort of this kind. At first, I was not prejudiced against whites anyway. I was prejudiced against fellow Africans because I had some opportunities which some of the Africans didn't get. I was brought up in a...
Notice how this is before racism. This is before commies brought the word racism over to push their Marxist ideas. It was just prejudice. And we all have prejudices. Prejudicial. Judging, preemptively judging something based off of ideas that we've been taught. But they're not saying racism. They're saying prejudices.
City, I lived the Western way, I dressed the Western style, and I did everything Western. And so I was looking down upon fellow Africans who live in the villages in the...
I lived the Western way. I dressed the Western style. And I was looking down on Africans who didn't do that. That's deep.
rural areas. As I developed, I started getting some political ideas. Especially, I'm very much interested in the problem in South Africa. We hear quite often about how the blacks are treated there, how everything goes on there. And for instance, everybody...
How the blacks are treated there. So this is pre-apartheid, and apartheid being the institutions getting rid of it, and pre the white people being attacked in South Africa.
Everybody knows that we get good friendship and peace in the world through games like the Olympic Games and those kinds of games. But everybody knows that the team from the Union of South Africa has not got a single African, which means the people in South Africa think of themselves as superior beings. And this thing gives me more ideas just to be prejudiced and discriminate against the whites. And so I'd like you to explain to me some of the policies of the apartheid system and the
because we build great societies. We genetically, if the genes are real, have a higher IQ. We seek learning. We seek understanding more generally. We engineer. We create masterpieces. whether it be buildings, structures, medical advancements, art. That's why.
Basic idea to the logical conclusion.
Well, in South Africa, one must realize this fact, overseas people especially, and that is that this is the first case in history that a white nation has settled itself in a black country. In the whole of Africa, there are 190 million Africans, 190 million Negroes.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
And in Southern Africa, there are almost 3 million white people. That means less than 3%. Mm-hmm. Now, in South Africa itself, the blacks outnumber the whites there by 4 to 1. In the States here, they outnumber the white people outnumber the Negroes 8 to 1. For that reason, and for the reason, and for this fact, that one cannot ever.
I think I watched this in preparation for the racism debate with Jalen, actually. Like a year ago, I watched this.
Draw a parallel line between the Negroes in South Africa and the Negroes in the States. The Negroes in the States are far above the Negroes in South Africa as far as education and civilization goes. Now, the government's policy of apartheid, that policy, the guiding principle of this policy is to help the non-whites in South Africa to self-realization in their own territories and within their own communities so that they can govern themselves. Gradually they'll be giving more and more power to govern themselves.
Yeah, how did that work out?
Now that's what the guiding principle is, and that's what the white man in South Africa is doing.
Yeah, white man always want to help everybody, play mama to everybody. That's our flaw. That's our weakness. We always want to play mama to everybody. That's our biggest weakness. How did that turn out?
Let me make this point clear. You say they want the Africans to develop themselves. And so will you allow the Africans to get their own governments and their own representations? Or will you like to give them the rules and the laws by yourselves?
This is, what is it called? Tuesday night quarterbacking, or, you know, hindsight's 2020, basically. In hindsight, what he's saying, the white guy, sounds like a great idea, which is always the case. When you want to play mama to everybody, you want to help everybody out, social services, etc., etc. And hindsight is 2020. How'd that work out?
No, we force them and do everything.
We're not going to force them to do anything.
No, the point is, I know that in South Africa you have a government, and there is not a single African in the government. There are 9 million Africans as against 2 million whites. Why is it that there is not a single African in the government of South Africa?
Well, they're 9 representatives for the...
But I mean,
why are you gay?
How can 9 Englishmen or 9 Europeans represent 9 million Africans? How can they know their problems and their ideas? These people are Africans. You believe in separateness. The Africans separate and the whites separate. Well, how then can it happen that you get whites representing Africans and ideas since they are separate?
I don't think that is fair either. Since the people in the House of Representatives, do you call it that?
That's right.
They are supported by the taxes paid by the natives, aren't they?
No, just a minute. There, you've gone altogether wrong. If South Africa was to subsist on the taxes that the Bantu in South Africa pay, then South Africa would drop just like that.
Then, okay. Or what do they support? What support them?
What?
The House of Representatives, or the people in the government, the officials.
That's the 2.5 million white people that are supporting themselves and.
Right. That's the same thing in America. The majority of people don't. What is this? What's the stat I'm thinking of? What's the number I'm thinking of? The majority of people who make money in America don't pay a positive tax. I can't think of what I'm trying to say right now, but really, the taxes we pay aren't really a positive impact on the government. And so when the socialists say eat the rich pay the majority of the taxes that fund the government. They really keep us up. And that's the same thing he's saying here. In South Africa, it's not the Bantu paying the taxes that is making the government, subsisting the government. It's It's the powerful people. Their taxes is what fund things. Positive tax. Somebody was talking about this the other day. I can't remember. It's late. I've been drinking.
The overwhelming black population, 12 million black people. It's those 2.5 million to 3 million white people that are supporting the lot.
Could you just explain how they are able to support themselves and how they are able to support?
You mean the white people?
Yeah, and how they are able to conduct this development without the assistance of the natives?
Because they've got the Western idea of working, and they've developed that country.
Oh, I see. They've developed that country through the Africans working. I know that the whites in South Africa went down there because of wealth. It was through the gold rush and all those things that happened that, I mean, we got white men in South.
Where's the meme of the white girl on the couch with all the black guys standing behind her? That's what this is. This is a gangbang. This is a gangbang. This poor white South African kid is getting ganged up on.
Africa. And so they went down there purposely to use the Africans as tools for their own benefit. Isn't that?
When the white men went down there, they never even knew a black man existed down there. When the white man landed at the bottom of the Cape in 1652, the black people in South Africa hadn't even moved over the northern boundary of the Union of South Africa.
Yes. I know these people would like to get these sociological ideas just to get around the question. So far as I know, the people in South Africa are a nomadic tribe by career or by profession. They are headsmen who move with their cattle all around the belt. Nowadays, even in the olden days. Okay. It might happen that they were living down south, but because of their profession, they happened to live up north. Because in those days, there were warring tribes which were waging wars against each other. And so you cannot say that the land is yours. Everybody knows that Africa is for Africans. And when we think of Africans, we think of blacks. That's how I know. Well,
look, just to give you a short
policy, and you are using the policy of aggressors that the land, the earth belongs to everybody, and the one that is powerful rules the part of the world which is owned by the others. That's the policy that aggressors use.
You know, I'm not gonna play this whole thing. It's only 20 minutes. It's 27 minutes, but this is actually a really interesting debate. Mr. Nigeria and Mr. Ethiopia are very under-equipped, and it's really just Mr. White Guy from South Africa versus Mr. Gold Coast guy. He's pretty smart, but but you guys should watch this. This is from mental health treatment. Mental health treatment. 1956, high school exchange students debate on prejudice. Nigeria, Ethiopia, Ghana, and South America. It's Ghana versus South Africa, basically, with Nigeria and Ethiopia jumping in to gangbang the white guy every now and then. Basically what it turns into. I think I did watch this in preparation for the racism debate with Jalen. It's a good one. It's a classic. What's this? I feel like I've seen this probably.
Hello, my name's Brad. I'm here representing a lot of the progressive students here at UMich. And I just have to, I wanted to know your stance on trans people as a whole, and then I'd like to maybe have a conversation, a short one about what you believe.
Well, first of all, thanks for coming in and asking a question, Isa. That's great. I mean, sometimes you don't get that.
God made you the way you are. God didn't make you the way you are.
My stance on trans people is I'd like to characterize this differently. I think that there's a few different categories here, and everybody's lumping everybody together in one category. There are people who have long-standing gender dysphoria, right, or gender identity disorder. Right? That's a real active disorder that does exist. Okay, that does not mean that these people are members of the opposite sex. Okay, this is where I reject the argument that if you have gender dysphoria, you have an actual mental disorder under the DSM-5. This means that if you're a man who believes you're a woman, this makes you a woman. You're not a woman. You're a man who believes you're a woman. I have tremendous sympathy for that difficult body dysmorphic condition. That does not make you a member of the opposite sex, because only objective biological reality can make you a member of one sex or another sex. Then there are people who claim to be members of sexes that don't exist, who claim pronouns that don't exist, who claim that they are gender fluid, which is not really a thing or has never really been characterized. There are folks who claim that without any evidence whatsoever that they have gender identity disorder and that suddenly they discover at the age of 15 that they're gender questioning, but there's not really a persistent level of belief that has lasted for a persistent series of time, and people are being given testosterone or being given surgeries on the basis of this. And then there are people who are intersex, which again is another category. And I think what happens in these conversations, people tend to conflate all these categories. So what they'll do is they'll say, well, trans people exist. And I'll say, okay, so what do you mean by that? And they'll say, well, you know, there are certain people who have Klinefelter syndrome. Okay, those are not trans people. Those are intersex people. That's a completely different category. Those are people who have an actual biological condition. They still happen to be a member of one sex, by the way. They're still sexed.
Yeah.
They just happen to have secondary sexual characteristics of the other sex. Okay, so that's my general perspective.
Yeah, I think for sake of brevity, I think we'd be able to have a conversation about gender. And I really fail to understand how you claim that there's a lot of genders that are made up, and you know, this is. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that? I think
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think that there's been a false distinction that's been made between sex and gender, and then gender has been read in as more important than sex. So basically, the idea of gender was a concept that was brought up by a college professor named John Money back in the 1960s, and the basic idea is that gender was a set of cultural characteristics that we impose on people of a particular sex. So it's not that women have babies, it's that women are gendered as though they have babies, and this is what makes...
What are they talking about?
That's innate, not from experience. Experience is the other way we learn.
Are they talking about red pill?
Neither of those apply to... Well, I guess experience would sort of apply to a religion that was handed down, but third-hand experience.
I wasn't expecting you to say that. I expected you to say reason is equivalent to our experience. You know, as I thought I just heard you say, and then you would say that
no reason is
what makes reason innate. You know, because what makes reason innate, right?
We're just born with the ability to reason, to understand that if I shake this tree, fruit will fall. Right.
So the ability, I would say, is innate, but the application of reasoning is something that's experiential, right? You have to, yeah.
So.
That's learned.
So, I guess like okay.
If I shake this
when
tree,
you guys are met
fall,
with
that's
like,
not innate,
I guess
learned.
these self-righteous
You learn that from
ambassadors
shaking a tree.
of Christ, like what is like what is your overall experience with it? Like, do you find them like disingenuous, like you know, like
they're just shitty humans like any other shitty human. They just have this tool that they leverage to express their shittiness. But that sort of shittiness is not exclusive to Christians. It just
it's you can find that in anybody that just thinks that they're better than everybody else.
And honestly, something else I noticed is that there's something in human nature that is religious. So even if like TML said, atheists are all ultra liberal. Right.
Yeah.
They've found a way to worship in a weird way. They worship the state. It seems like.
Well, and it's also like almost in a way. It's what's weird is like evolutionary psychology and psychology has become a new religion. It's a religion in itself now. Like, and that's why when people say like, oh, they could get like, oh, the red pill's a religion, because you know they see these things and they live off these alleged truths, and and I could see where people could get that from, but it's
that's because Darwin actually plagiarized the theory from Alfred Russel Wallace, who was a 33-degree Freemason. You know, so it's interesting because he was trying to explain teleology in nature, which is an Aristotelian concept, and then he basically secularized it and came up with evolution. You know,
that's machine lies talk.
But I was talking about like more like evolutionary psychology, like you know, like now we're talking
adaptation.
About, like, yeah. Like okay, like women are hypergamous. Like people like that's you know these talking points like they're super like they make it a religion.
I would say that I would consider the red pill a form of pseudo religion.
Well, I think people make it a pseudo religion rather than taking like you know the information and be like okay,
the grifters. $10 super chat. I'll try to jump on that panel. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep watching videos. Or maybe go on there later.
Behave this way, right? Socially, you know, and men are inclined to behave this way. So I could see that too on a general, you know, point. But like,
was it anybody
to say all are this way and all, it's not true.
I would say that where it becomes religious is the same manner for how you become religious with anything. That's why I said leap of faith is kind of weird, but it's the fact that you saw, based on the evidence that you were provided with, you saw the trustworthiness in it, and you decided that, okay, because I have faith in this, now I'm going to, unless I see otherwise, I'm going to accept that what they're saying is true. Yeah. Exactly. And so that's dangerous when it comes to believing in what man is saying, right?
Yeah.
Would you guys say that just numerically, as a percentage, you have seen most Christians, or let's say clergy, right? Clergy, preachers, pastors, whatever. Most of them, most people who teach Christianity as a profession, use that for self-serving purposes or for good.
Yeah, I think that aligns with humanity, right? Like I would say that, yeah, most do. It's kind of like people that become a cop, right? They like the power of it, you know, the authority of it.
I would say like
status.
I would say like, oh yeah, I've seen both.
It kind of
yes and no.
So
like the last church that I was a part of, and the one that I was a youth pastor at, right? That pastor sucked at doing tithes and offerings. Like he hated even like, you know, mentioning it.
I wish this hat
like to the point where like he never would mention it. He never mentioned it. Like he would have this like little like lockbox thingy in the back where people could drop like envelopes in, right? And he never like encourage or like would even like remind people that that's where it goes. Like he just never talked about it. And like, you know, the church was like, we were always like, are we gonna make the rent next month? Like we were always like, because he never like, you know, would push it. The only time he would ever push it is like when I took the youth group to Haiti. Like I took a couple kids with me to Haiti. He would bring it up as we're trying to raise funds for it, and he would remind people like, hey, they're doing this fundraiser for Haiti.
5 in the morning.
Make sure you guys, you know, help them out, right? Like that would be it. But other than that, no. Otherwise, like so he never like he was driving around in a
I'm still trying to
1993 like Nissan Frontier pickup truck. Like it had almost 300,000 miles on it. Like it was on its last legs. Like, you know, he never like he wasn't the guy that would like grift off of it. You know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't like.
But most of them do.
I would say I think
if we're being honest, probably all of us can say that the ones who have been most influential in our lives have not.
Yeah.
But that on a whole, if you took just everybody together who has tried to preach at you,
still not released.
Almost the great majority of them are doing it for self-serving purposes.
Oh yeah, no, I would definitely say like there's.
So this is a
doing it for a monetary. They're either doing it for a monetary. Because I don't think, like personally, like there's like
it could be money, it could be power, it could be any self-serving purpose.
Yeah, the true athletes. Yeah, the true athletes of religion and philosophy, they've always like became like solitude people.
Lost Utah Medicaid?
Where can we find a low-cost health plan?
What about a plan that covers doctor visits?
Emergency care?
Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll today for coverage starting next month.
already know I'm going in straight out the gate. Got lost for a minute, but I found my way. Now I'm back on my path again, and I'm about to get it cracking like a tree that's about to break. I came out of nowhere, pretty much out thin air. Wasn't anywhere to be found, look, now he's there. I'm about to take everything, better give the shit up, bitch. I'm sticking you up like alfalfa's hair. Southbound, giving out a sound that's rare. When I pick up the mic, it's going down like stairs. I'm making so many moves, been stepping so much. When I'm done, they gon' have to get the ground repaired. They gather round and stare when they hear me spit, cause my shit's so bitchin'. Call me Karen. Dudes wanna beef, but I ain't got time, cause I'm working around the clock like a watch repairman. Putting in work like Lizzo Chef. When I die, they gon' say that he did it to death. I'm doing infinite reps, but I ain't dripping in sweat, because I got more drive than a limo stretch. I'm about to bust, about to make a big old mess. I'm gonna give you the most, you'll never get no less. It's my turn now, I'm about to apply pressure. I'm like Derek Chauvin, how I get on next, so kneel down. Had to get my feet on the ground, like a blind man, I just had to feel around. I had to dip my toes in and compose myself, and get my cardio up so I can steal the crown. So point him out, someone tell me where he's at. Doesn't matter who's got it, I can guarantee that whoever bears the cap, that shit's coming right off the top of his head like Harry Mack. I ain't never rep a set, babe, I'm just trying to come up with a plan for me to get paid. Smoother than a fresh shave, cruising in the Lincoln on the interstate. Listening to Ludo on cassette tape, dudes want a template, thinking they can do it like me and that they come close, but they can't touch it like a sweat paint. Winning any bet made, every time I'm on the microphone, you know it's gonna be a 10 like a decade. Chopping motherfuckers up like a chef's blade, got them on the run like Diddy when the feds came. Y'all cats can't fuck with this, because I got that dog in me like a pet crate. Trying to move quicker, so I'm trimming off the dead weight. Everybody loves you when they see you making headway. Coming out the woodwork, trying to get some, but you gotta cut them dickheads off like a sex change. Every time I spit, you can expect flames. You're gonna headbang as soon as you press play. Might as well bump my shit in a handicap parking spot, cause you're gonna walk away with a neck brace. Never slowing down, running at a set pace, going full speed till I'm dead or my legs break. Yeah, I know that I was gone for a minute, but I'm about to give you more every month like the rent raised.
Let's go on the panel. Listen, close the Discord. Nobody came in. Let's see what they got going on. Check. Let me see if I switch to your browser can't access your devices. Close any other applications that might be using camera, Skype, Zoom, then refresh the page not work. Try restarting browser computer. Damn. So if OBS is already using my stuff, it won't work. Let me try something. It's not gonna let me. How did I do this before? Camera resolution, HP Pro webcam. What is using my camera right now? OBS is using my camera. But I had to use the bad camera. I want to use the good camera. So if I switch to so I deactivate this. Hold on 1 second, guys. And then I go here. So I bring this here. Then I should be able to go refresh here. Check.
Down on you, and the other one is like, like pleading with God, like, and being grateful. It's just different.
So here's a good way to look at it, right? Like, just because there are bad people that gravitate toward teaching jobs doesn't mean we should get rid of teaching as an idea, right?
Yeah.
As a profession, an institution. However, you're saying, what sounds like you're saying is, since we can be autodidactic learners, we can be self-teachers, that means that we should get rid of the teaching institutions. Just because we can learn religion on our own and develop that relationship on our own doesn't mean we should get rid of the church.
What I'm saying is this: imagine that you die and now you're in front of God, and God's saying, how did you get to know me?
Mm-hmm.
And you've got to say, well, I chose to follow what some other dude told me in one of the biggest mind control organizations throughout all of history. I chose that instead of using the tools and experiences that you gave me to get to know you.
Yeah, but God gave us also the church, right? So you could say
No,
that.
You don't know that. No. That whole worldview, right? The whole Christian worldview, you didn't get from God. Another man handed that to you.
Well, that's your belief.
Another man told you there was a virgin birth, there's a Trinity. These things make no sense together, but pray to it.
Yeah.
A man told you something that was against your logic and all your experience that God gave you.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, obviously, but the thing
Have
is,
you
so
experienced
here's
a virgin birth?
Am I pardon?
Have you ever experienced a virgin getting pregnant?
No, that's why it's a sign from God.
But it wasn't your sign. Somebody else told you that there was a sign that somebody else saw. 2000
right,
years.
And then that's a whole, like, I don't mind going down that, but that's like hours and hours and hours of
But when you have
discussion.
when you have such amazing, and I'm not saying these things are impossible. What I'm saying is, what good reason do you have to believe it?
There's lots.
God didn't give any of us that experience.
Right, but
God gave us other experiences that would show us otherwise.
He didn't give us directly that experience, but he gave other people that experience who then shared that experience with us, and we're experiencing that. But regardless, you asked a question I wanted to address. So you said, how would you respond to God, right? Where you mindlessly listen to a bunch of guys, or this. I think that's a false dichotomy. I would say that what you would say is, I used my own personal time to get to know you, Lord. I did my own research, my own studying. I tried to draw close on my own time, as well as I listened to those in the church to help me understand areas that I maybe didn't understand.
And you don't think that he might sit there and he might go, look, I gave you a brain, I gave you experience.
Yeah.
You know how I made man and woman. You know how I made it so that babies were born. And somebody told you that, and I'm just using this as an example, right? It's easy to illustrate. And somebody told you that down was up and up was down and black was white. And you believe that person instead of what I gave you with your brain and your experiences. What the hell is wrong with you?
So what? All right. So I'll go into the specific example since you're using it. Let's go with, say, the resurrection, right? Because that's the most important part of Christianity, right? So what you could say is that you're using your reasoning and what you know of yourself and other humans, that people will not die for something that they personally know is a lie. Now, could it be a lie that they died for? Sure. But that's not what people would do. So they actually believed what they believed was true.
I mean, your whole paradigm still is treating the Bible as if it's inherently true.
Well, there's outside information that
I'm talking with all this stuff is third, fourth, fifth hand information. I'm talking about the life that God gave you, the experiences God gave you, the brain that God gave you. all of these things seem to run contrary to that, don't
yeah,
they?
but you don't even believe what you're saying either, right? Like, do you just never study history whatsoever?
I study history, but there's no book that can tell me that virgins were born or that the dead rose that I think is more credible than, say, my everything else I've experienced in my life.
It would have a different you take a different stance, obviously, with history, right? Like when you've experienced it, it's more real to you than, say, for instance, you reading about like ancient Rome or something, right?
Sure, absolutely. And we're
but you don't just write off ancient Rome, right?
Right.
So based on the fact that there's like physical architecture that's still around from there, there's people that, you know, pass down stories from there, there's the history of Rome, there's other countries' history that talk about Rome. All these things add up to, okay, even though I never lived in ancient Rome, I believe that there's so much evidence that it existed that I choose to believe that it existed.
Sure, but you're not praying to ancient Rome. It's just a story that has no bearing on how you live in the present moment. There's no other historical story with near the significance placed on it as religious history.
Yeah, it definitely has I would say a bigger role, but I would say what you read on history has a quite significant role, right? So for instance, what happened in World War II, a lot of people have their daily life affected by the results of what happened in that occurrence.
Sure, just
right?
because it ripples through time, not because they're living their day-to-day life reflecting on and praying to a World War II figure.
No, but that's why I said it's a mixture of what's revealed in scripture, what's revealed in yourself, what's revealed in
the belief in
nature,
history
all like aligning
is a much
with each
lower hurdle to cross because it demands less of its audience.
I get what you're saying with like what it can entail. Like, okay, if the resurrection is true, praying to Jesus, all that stuff, right? Is obviously going to have a way different impact on you than just some history event, right? It's because that's now your foundation. Your foundation of your life isn't what happened in World War II, for example, right? But like I said,
the balance of your eternal soul's torture or lack of torture doesn't depend on you believing in this particular instance in history that is very counterintuitive given what you do experience in day-to-day life.
Yeah, and I would say that the fact that there's so much evidence aligning with scripture, written in other history, archaeology, all that aligning with what scripture tells you, then that shows that at the very least they believed what they were writing down. Now, in addition to that, if what they are writing down aligns with how
are there?
Pardon?
How many different Animorphs books are there?
I don't know, bro.
23?
But you understand my point. There's more than that. You understand my point, though. My point is that there's no amount of books and consensus on Earth that could make me believe that, I don't know, but teeth are not naturally occurring phenomenon, and that all teeth are just implanted surgically into people's heads.
Those are written intentionally as fiction books. Like, the author was saying these are fiction books. So that's not a good example. That's like Goosebumps or.
Yeah, but so the director of Blair Witch Project didn't say this is a fiction movie, right? You just kind of know that it is.
We knew it was fiction, but they did it for extra attention. They said that it was a true story. So that's
in addition to the fact
this was a historical document. They said it was for the movie, but that's part of the fiction.
In addition to the fact that all those things I mentioned were outside of the source material, don't align with the source material.
So I guess so is the question that I'm hearing, like, I guess Flo maybe presenting is, how did God prove himself real to you, the individual? Like, how did you come to accept, okay, there is a God, he's real, because this experience to me could only be defined as a supernatural God, experience, because there's no other way that it could be explained, right? Is that kind of like what you're getting at, Flo?
Sorry,
or like you're saying, like,
I was looking up how many Animorphs books there are. You got me wondering, or I got me wondering.
Because, like, I always like,
there's a lot.
So what I'm doing, because I hear what you're saying. Like, it's like a lot of times, like, people, and actually, the guy from Wrecked recently did a video about this. It was kind of interesting how a lot of these evangelical churches today are using emotionalism to appeal to people to convert, rather than, like, true conversion, like people coming to their own conclusion.
That's because women are so
in the
church.
Absolutely. And they're talking about like they would have these new revivals or these mega, like, meetings, and it's like 24 hours of like just different worship bands playing, and it's all like the music is like perfectly like attuned to draw more of an emotional response out of people. The lighting is like and a lot of these people are, would come up to the altar calls, and there'll be all these conversions, right? And they're like, look, we had this revival, and we got like 25,000 people converted at this revival. And there would be like maybe 20-30 minutes of a pastor preaching or delivering a sermon, but the rest of it is all like worship music and feels and stuff. And the question is, like, was that real conversion? Because there was no actual message being taught. And was it just an emotional response due to the environment and the setting and the music that really like took them, and so I always, like, every once in a while, like when I'm talking to people, I'm like, when was that, like, Christians, I go, what was that moment like that? Like, was there ever that one moment that, like, you're like, oh, this is a God thing? Like, that's like, this was the moment. Like, if I doubted him before, I don't doubt him now, because I had this experience that could only be recognized as a God thing. Like,
I've never had an experience like that could only be boiled down to Jesus or the Christian God. Okay. I have had things happen that cannot be explained as coincidence. At least not with any intellectual integrity, I'd say. To boil some things down to coincidence is dishonest, really.
Does anybody on the panel, like, would anybody on the panel have like their, like, say that they have like a God moment, like they, like, that was a God thing, or at least to them, like, there's no way else, like, this could be defined as a God moment other than a God moment? Like, does anybody have one?
It's not a moment, it's all the moments. It's a collection of all the moments.
Okay, but like, okay, JC, like, what was the moment that you're like, there's no doubt in my mind after this, like, I do not doubt God at all. Like, there is one. Like,
JS?
JS, I'm sorry, JS. You're good. Like, was there ever that moment where you're like, if I doubted him before, I don't doubt him now? Like,
yeah, I've had some I guess near death experiences or death experiences where a lot of times in my life I should be dead, and it's just a whole accumulation of going through the fire. And
so you're just like this, like, have this level of protection where other people didn't make it,
in
but
guardian angels, like,
okay,
when I watch friends die around me and stuff, and situations I should definitely not be here, and I'm still here. That's kind of what. But all my life I was raised in a Christian family, so it was.
So was I. Like, So was I. It was always taught to me like, and I think like kids that grow up in it, sometimes have a harder time.
Yeah.
Than those that like don't, because all we knew was the church. We grew up in the church. I used to like when I was like 3 years old, and my mom was like, like she had custody and stuff, and we were living away from my dad, and we were like living with our pastor and his family at one point. Like, I've always been in the church since I was a kid. So like to me, talking about God was like normal, like everything it was a normal conversation, right?
Did you rebel against that? Because I
totally rebelled after high school. Like my mom was batshit crazy, so like she was like the worst representation of the Christian that I would think of at the time. And I would say like my oh shit, I don't doubt you now, Lord moment didn't happen until like I finished college and I was already a youth pastor, right? And not saying I doubted God before, but like if there was any doubt that I had, it was gone after this like incident. And I hate talking about it or sharing it because I always make fun of people that like have these like really weird like supernatural experiences, or like, I was going in the kitchen for some late night snack and Jesus appeared to me on a piece of bread. I saw his face and I knew then that there was Jesus is the Lord and Savior. And I'm like, it just weirds me out when I hear these people like Jesus's face was on my grilled cheese sandwich and I knew it, like shit like that. Like that shit like always like makes me like, man, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
But like, so my moment, and I'll share it right here. It's like, me and my ex-wife, we were, again, I was already the youth pastor, and like twice a year we would have to fly out to, either, St. Louis, or not St. Louis, I'm sorry, Kansas City, Missouri, and go to the city. Well, it's outside of Kansas City, the city Platte, I think, or Platte City, right? It's like a little bit north of Kansas City. And we would go out there for like a 3-day ministry leadership like conference. So we had one in the beginning of the year in February, and then another one in August, and that was in like Medford, California, right? So I remember we're flying out to Kansas City, and we had a layover in Dallas. And on the flight, like I'm just like thinking to myself, I'm like, man, I get it that like I'm the youth pastor, but am I called to do this? Like, is this really what I should be doing? Like, I get it. I went to school for, ministry, but religion, but I never actually decided, like I did it because I wanted to prove myself that I wasn't stupid and I could learn something, because my mom told me I was stupid growing up. So the only reason why I went to college and studied religion was not to do this as a job, as a career, but to prove to myself that I wasn't stupid. And I didn't want to do it for a career because I wanted to prove it. I wanted to just say I could do it because I'm not dumb, right? And I did it. And so now like my pastor's like, great, now I'm going to hire you as the youth pastor. And I was just like, oh, okay, well, cool. Another avenue stream, to get some, a little extra money or whatever. Right. And I was always like, am I called to do this? I was always bugging out, like worried, like, am I doing the wrong thing? Like, am I the right person for this role? Like, should I be here? Like, should I be doing this? And I remember on that flight, I was talking to my now ex-wife, saying this. I'm like, I'm not really sure, like, if this is what we should be doing. Like, I get it. I got the knowledge for it. I, got all the accreditations through the, schooling stuff to do it. But is this really what we should be doing? Like, and I remember we had a layover in Dallas. We had a 5-hour layover. Her brother lived in Dallas, and his family. So we're gonna meet up with them to do dinner and stuff. And as we're walking out the airport, now mind you guys, like I'm tatted up, like neck down. I don't wear anything that says like Jesus freak or I love Jesus or anything like that. I'm wearing like a Dodger ball cap, and like just like a hoodie, right? And just nothing that says I'm a Christian. My tattoos are all exposed, whatever, and none of them say like, "Hey, I'm a Christian," you know, like. So there's this cop standing at like right by the exit, and he's like points at me. He told me to come over here, and I'm like, shit. And at the airport, I have been harassed by police numerous times. Like they want to check my bag, or they'll, excuse me, sir, step to the side. This is a random search, and the next thing you know, they're looking for whatever contraband or anything like that, right? So I'm like, all right, great. Here's this cop going to harass me, and he's like, you have a pastor's heart. And like, he just starts talking to me like this. He's like, I don't know you. I don't know why I have to tell you this. But he starts like, he doesn't know me. There's nothing that says anything, Jesus, anything. Like, I think I'm wearing like, make or get money, like hoodie. I think that's what my hoodie said. Like, you know, make moves and get money or something like that. Nothing says anything like Jesus, like at all. And he's just like, just telling me like all this stuff. He's like, I don't know why I need to tell you this, but as soon as I saw you, God put in my heart, I need to tell you this. And I'm just like, this is weird. So that was kind of like the moment for me. Like I was literally talking to her about this on the plane. Should we be doing this? Is this something we, you know, like I'm pondering this whole thing, right? And then here is this stranger that doesn't know me for shit, right? All of a sudden telling me something that he sees or that he feels that God's telling him to tell me, like as it happens to be the same thing that I'm questioning at the moment. And it to me, that was like, I couldn't explain it. I still can't explain it. And since I can't explain it to me, I'm like, okay, that was a God thing. That was a God thing, because there's no way he heard what we were talking about, you know, thousands of feet in the air. Yeah, that's, and it's weird. He still hate talking about it because it sounds weird. Like when I hear it, I'm like, I wouldn't even believe me, you know. But that was my moment. Like that was my moment that I'm like, okay, you know what? I have no doubt at this point now. Like I couldn't logically come to any other conclusion on how this guy knew to say this thing to me at that moment, other than that's a God thing.
Yeah, I have a moment kind of like that. It wasn't my God moment because I still rebelled a lot after that. But me and my friend were into a lot of crimes and stuff, and we were
I could see that in you. No,
yeah.
I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
Well, yeah, well, you got good instincts there. We were like, we were robbing people and stuff, and cops were looking for us, and we were walking around this lake on this fishing trail, and this little old guy was fishing, and he like stopped us, and he's like, hey, you guys are doing wrong, and God is coming for you, or something like that. I don't remember exactly what he said. Hold on.
Rose 77. You're in El Monte? You're not too far from me. Hello, neighbor. Go on, I'm sorry.
But yeah, it was a similar story. This is when I learned that guardian angels are real. And this guy, he stopped us and he said, you guys are into trouble and you need to find God, and you're going to, I don't remember the exact words he said, but it was basically something like, find God, meet your maker. We're thinking this is some crazy guy. We walk 100 feet up the trail, and we see the cops walk around the corner of this house, and they're looking for us, and they start chasing us, and then end up going to jail after that. And it was just like, we talked about it later. We were co-defendants, but we got put in the same cell later. And we talked about this guy, and we're like, who was that guy? Like, this is a random dude. And he talked to us like he knew us, and he looked at us, and it's like he looked through us, and he was saying some stuff he couldn't have known. It sounds crazy, but that's when I realized guardian angels are real. It's I think it's Hebrews 11 or something like that. It's be careful to entertain strangers.
Yes, you might be entertaining angels.
Angels unbeknownst. Yeah.
And I tell people that all the time. Like I always try to be polite to people, like when I'm first meeting them, like, because really just for that passage, you never know who you're entertaining. Like you might be entertaining angels, like, you know, like it's just interesting. I don't know. Flo, did I sound weird, Flo? Did my story sound like fucking like a nut job? Because it does.
I mean, no, it sounds. Both of you guys had fairly typical stories that I would expect. I think they just. Sound
I didn't
like
think mine would be typical. Like mine is just weird. Some dude just randomly talks to you about it. It's just.
Yeah.
Do you have a story like that?
Do I?
Yeah.
I have lots of stories like that. Yeah. But I don't attribute them necessarily to God. I was also like, I was raised in kind of like the generic white bread Christians, right? We went to church here and there, you know, but I'm not unfamiliar with Christianity. I've had lots of experiences like that. I sat up in the middle of the night and I looked at the girl. When I was in college, I looked at the girl next to me and I said, "We need to go to your house. Your roommate's committing suicide." Don't know how the fuck I knew that. Still can't explain it. Sure as shit, she was. If we hadn't have done that, she would have died. Now, just because I can't explain these things doesn't mean Jesus.
But it could mean God.
It might. It could be.
Could
God.
mean the Holy Spirit, man.
It could be God. It could be Holy Spirit. It could be Krishna. It could be our own ESP or whatever it is. I don't know what the fuck it is, but you know, the phenomenon doesn't lead to a clear answer.
At least for you. For me. I guess for me, it like I connect the dots to it, right? Like, because here I am, I'm having this, I guess, like, not to say crisis of faith, but like crisis of, like, you know, ministry, right? If I should be in ministry or not, right? And I'm voicing it to my ex-wife, you know, because we were literally gonna, like, when we got there, we were talking about, like, telling our pastor, like, hey, you know what? We're probably gonna step down, you know, like, and just kind of let them know in advance, like, find someone else, type of thing. So like for us to have that moment, like, it could only be the only rational conclusion that we could come up with is it was a God thing, right? Like, so because he was addressing the one. It was addressing the one question. It was addressing a question that I was literally just having, you know, pondering with her on, and like, and in this crisis of not sure what to do, and then here we go, some stranger that couldn't have heard the conversation tell me something like, you know, that it was just weird. I don't know how
the mental trap that I think religion fills for people is the desire for completion, right? People have a desire to have completion or resolution in their understanding of things that happen to and around them.
Why is that a trap?
Because if we claim completion when we actually don't have completion, then we're not following what's true. We're lying to ourselves.
Yeah, you're not completed in this life. But I'm not surprised by your reaction, man. Like,
closure in our understanding.
Whose reaction?
Flo's reaction, because you know, like, if you're not going to put much weight into the testimony of Scripture, then why would you put weight into the testimony of people that are telling you their testimony? You know, like sharing.
I put much more weight into the testimony of people who, because I can, when Glenn says something, I can watch Glenn, I can listen to Glenn, I can
fair enough
myself the truthfulness of it, and like the whole process of figuring these things out, I look at as sort of a process of what's the most reliable evidence, and hearing something straight from the horse is way more reliable than here, I read this book you'll like.
Yeah.
Well, I
can see that. Like, you're looking at it as like you're hearing this firsthand coming from the person that experienced it.
Firsthand is better than hearsay.
Yeah, yeah.
Personal experience is better than hearing somebody firsthand. And ultimately that right there, that paradigm is I cannot discount my own experience in favor of what somebody else says they experienced. That just is bad thinking all the way through to me.
Yeah.
Right.
So for you, you're not listening to what my story and being like, that's a bunch of bullshit. That's not real. Like that could not have been God. Like you're not saying that it could not have been God. You're saying
correct.
That really could have been a God moment. I don't know because
I'm open to it for sure. I'm much more open to it being God in a broad sense than to it being Christian God. I think, without trying to get sidetracked in the weeds, Christianity has a lot of internal errors. I would say. I'm trying to acknowledge it without really stepping in it because I know everybody's gonna be like, what?
Yeah.
I have an issue with Christianity. And really,
I think you have an issue with Christians.
Roman Catholicism.
Maybe you have an issue more with Christians than you do Christianity.
I think.
You know what I'm saying?
I think the other way around.
Oh, so you have an issue with,
and
God,
it's not an animosity or an issue so much as a reason why I cannot, why I don't believe this is true.
Yeah, but would you say that perhaps what is leading you to be so resistant against all this formal stuff is perhaps your Catholicism upbringing?
Hold on 1 second. I want to acknowledge Flo's super chat here.
Oh, thank you. Go
ahead, Flo.
Oh, thank you.
Great show, Flo. Thank you, Roller Skater Girl. I appreciate the super chat. I can't drop.
No, it's good to hear you talk about these things, Flo. I never hear you really talk about them. So
well,
I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying I haven't heard it yet. So
right.
So here, like, I would say that you have like a kind of hierarchy of value of how much you put into the weight of these things. So I would say the tertiary one, right, where you don't have the scriptures. You put a level of credibility on that, and then you put a little bit more on people that you are directly interacting with, and then you put the most on your personal testimony, right?
Correct. I view that in terms of faith in God. Personally,
yeah,
I have faith that God will show me what I'm supposed to be shown.
He could be doing that though, right? Could he not be doing that through the tertiary, through the secondary, and through the primary, right?
So it's definitely possible.
Yeah.
Another layer though on say scripture is that is faith in man's interpretation of it. I don't think personally, I don't write off all of the Bible at all. I think that there's a lot of very esoteric reality in there. Like, for instance, created in God's image. Actually, kind of a lot of the creation story. I think that there's truths embedded in there that are not revealed to us profane, if you will. I think that we're given the generic for the masses interpretation.
Well, for instance, like Glenn, he can't share with you exactly what he experienced. All he could do is his best through language, share that experience to you, which is not going to capture it to its fullest extent. Could you agree that it is possible that's what the writers of scripture were trying to do as well?
I mean, it's possible, sure.
I think if you look at it that way, you'll be less perhaps holding it to such a high standard of like credulity, like where it needs to be like exact, like 100% what the experience conveyed to you, rather than they're doing
hold
their
on to
best
that thought because I want to
that.
respond to it, but Glenn wants to do that. So hold on.
Yeah, sorry, man.
I wanted to point this out. James Life Talk says that Not sure if it was Catholicism because I was raised Protestant. I have some of the same problems as flow state. Okay.
Fair enough.
If you want to come up, James, or was it James? Yeah, James, and share with us that, we would be more than willing and interested in hearing you. Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. So when I was taking like the evangelism course at Liberty, right? Something that we noticed is like it said like statistically, it takes like 11 or 13 like touches or interactions, like serious interactions, like with Christians, right? Before someone like is willing to actually receive what they're being, shared about, like really start to consider it.
How many did you say?
11 or 13. And like it's like individual, like it's not like the same one all the time with the same person. It's just like different encounters, right? Before people actually consider it to be a real thing. So, and that still doesn't lead to them actually converting. It's just like now they're actually willing to take this God thing seriously. Like they're really starting to like ponder on it, like, oh, maybe it is real, like. So that's why they say evangelism is so important today than anything, because we don't do it as much, or the way that we do it, I think is we do a piss poor job of it.
Well, something I think that'll help you flow is I think that with your way of viewing scripture, you're viewing it more like the Islamic way, where it is God's writing in scripture, but that's not how it's described. Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, because it said that it's inspired, right?
That's not what Muslims believe either. I was getting ready to.
They don't believe that it is God's words, like 100% the whole thing.
Hold on, real quick. I want to point out something. Bill Hicks admires JS's dreads. Okay. And one, if Bill Hicks, if your picture is really you in the profile, I cannot see you with dreads, my friend. I definitely now want to see a dreaded picture of Bill Hicks. Like, I got to see it now.
I don't think that's really his real picture.
I'm cutting him off soon. First haircut in like 12 years. Going to happen soon.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you nervous?
Man, it's rough. I've been wanting to do it for like 2 years and I just can't do it. So.
But what if all your strength goes away?
I know.
Yeah, Samson.
But I'm not going to let a woman do it. I'm not going to.
Okay, there you go.
You're like, I'm going to let a guy do it just so I don't lose my strength.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thing.
His dreads are more refined. Mine are just from not cutting my hair.
Hey, shout out Machine Lies too. I've seen you on all sorts of streams and I've watched your streams. You're a smart guy.
Oh, thank you.
Machine Lies is one of those like crazy Muslims that want to Allah Akbar us.
He's crazy, just in a different way.
Yeah, he's like a cool kind of crazy. I want to welcome James Life Talk to the stage. He's came up because he said, he's the one that had the similar experience as Flo or whatever. So, how you doing, James?
I'm okay. Just chilling and everything. Just watching the live and everything, kind of interacting.
Aren't you World War I, World War II expert?
I used to be that, yeah.
Well, no, you still are that same person.
Yeah, I'm still the same person, but
okay.
Just making sure. I changed my name.
Okay. So you want to share with us your experience and why you say that you understand what flow is?
Hold on. The guy, whoever's below me, I wish you would put names up. The guy below me had a thought I wanted to respond to.
Oh, yeah. Hold that thought, James. Let's get back to that real quick. And here, I'll help you guys out. I'll go ahead and put your guys' names up.
He's got a Final Fantasy 11 or 14.
Oh, 14? 14. Yeah, that's me. That's the Farney, man. Or Kyle, you can call me if you like. I don't care.
So you had said something about how he cannot convey perfectly his experience in words, right?
Yeah.
Something to that effect. So, particularly when it comes to spiritual, like I can hold up this, and we all know it's a knife. Physical things are easy to describe, right? Metaphysical things are not. We don't have words for them that are easily conveyed. So if you have a metaphysical experience, you know fully well you can only communicate to me a rough approximation of what you experienced. There is not language for this. So trying to communicate that experience in language and expecting me to receive it the way that you intended is in itself somewhat deceptive.
Well, that in a way you're saying that what we're doing when we're sharing our testimony is somewhat deceptive. I wouldn't say it's deceptive. No. I would say that it is.
What I'm saying is that when somebody says these stories about their metaphysical experience, you have to believe them. That is deceptive. Because of course I can't because you can't communicate that. Well, not you. They can't.
I agree with you. I get what you're saying, because I even say like, it's hard for me to even say like, I believe it, because I make fun of the same people that would tell me these stories, and so, here I am, like I struggle with my own story with it, right?
Right. So the premise I think that all religions, bring in that regard is foundationally, anti-spiritual.
Yeah, I think I kind of get what you're getting at. So, like, you have to accept their specific interpretation of the scriptures and accept that specific interpretation to be true. It's kind of weird to say, like, accept the scriptures to be fully true, because you don't even understand all the scriptures. Like, nobody does, right? Not to the fullest extent that they can be understood, right? So I'm not too sure if that's what people are getting at when they're saying like.
But is he talking about scriptures, or is he talking about someone's testimony?
I was more talking about scriptures, because that's what the.
But there is overlap. But yeah,
there is overlap. But more, I was referencing the idea that a spiritual experience is a personal experience, and it's a metaphysical one, so there's not language for it. So for one person to tell anybody else, if I tell you my own spiritual experience with the expectation that what happened to me is good enough for you, as if it happened to you, that's in and of itself, it ignores what I already know, that this is a personal experience. Why am I acting as if it should not be a personal experience for you?
Oh, like are you talking about like saying like, how dare you not like convert because of my testimony? Like, you should.
I mean, that's ultimately what all religions do.
Yeah.
But do you think that's what the writers of scripture were doing? Was that?
I don't know.
Or do you think that the writers were? Well, yes, I know we can't know for a fact. I'm just saying, what's more likely?
That's what the current purveyors of religion do. I can't speak to what the intention of back in the day. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a bowl of cereal.
Oh, okay. All I was gonna say
while Flo stepped away, how about we let James share his
experience
and why he said that he could understand Flo's experience.
Also, at some point, I'd like to get back to what Machine Lies was saying, to get some clarification on that, if you don't mind, about how Muslims view the Quran.
Look, Farty, just because it's your fucking birthday doesn't mean you get to start calling shots over here, okay?
hey, man. But just because I don't have accreditation on IMDb that I'm, semi co-host or something. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead. James,
now we're feeding shots in here.
James, go ahead. Go ahead, James. Take it away.
Okay. Well, the reason I can probably understand is that I can understand where he's coming at, if I'm understanding it right. Where Flo's coming at is the interpretation, is because a lot of different denominations interpret it differently, and I can't really get behind any of their interpretations of scripture. So it's like I don't know, because it's like they all, from my understanding, all of them do not go according to what scripture says clearly in the words of the text. So I guess I can kind of understand that. My own experience with being growing up Protestant, there was a lot of well, I grew up like Pentecostal to be more specific. There was a lot of things that was against the what the word said and everything. Like you weren't allowed to judge people when it says to judge in the New Testament. It says to judge amongst yourselves. That like surely if you can judge, if you're going to go on judging the world one day according to the New Testament, you can surely judge amongst yourself. Paul said. So it's like that was something that went against scripture. The whole "ooh, your hands" thing, I don't understand that either. That really was, that's not really in scripture, and there's just a lot of things that Pentecostals and stuff, and any other denomination really does that isn't in scripture.
You're not going to find.
Well, I think that's what Eastern Orthodoxy is criticism is of Protestantism, right?
I would guess so, but there's also some things that I think Orthodoxy does that's not exactly in scripture, like the whole instinct thing, because it talks against instinct in scripture, in like Isaiah 66, it talks against, like, if you give instinct, it's like you're blessing an idol if you do it with instinct.
Are you saying incense? Like,
well, incense,
incest. Incest?
I'm wrong.
Incest? Well, I'm not hearing the word you're saying properly, man.
The thing like you burn and it gives off like a
incense.
A smell.
Yeah.
Incense.
Yeah, incense. Yeah. The
Yeah.
smelly stuff that smells nice. Yeah. But,
yeah. That's
not that. Yes, but that
idol.
was because they were burning incense to other gods. God literally tells the Levites to burn incense to him. So that's not true that you can't burn incense.
Well, I'm not. But what was the part about the whole sacrifices not being scripture? Because there was another part where it talks about the sacrifices weren't even in scripture. Because even in the context of that same area, it was talking about that. Plus it also talks about it in another book too.
Yes. So what that is about is that they were taking the practice of sacrifice as being what mattered and what was good, not the reason and the heart for the sacrifices. So if you're making sacrifices, but they're like hollow sacrifices, God doesn't like that. But if you're doing sacrifices with the heart of the sacrifice in mind, that's what God likes.
And what the intent.
So that's what God was criticizing with that.
Right.
Sorry?
And what the intent of the sacrifice was for, correct?
Well, yeah, so it's kind of like if you're doing a sacrifice for cleansing, and then you just keep on doing that very thing that you were making the sacrifice for.
Yeah.
Well, then your sacrifice is kind of empty because you're treating it as like a get out of jail free card kind of thing, instead of like an action showing repentance, showing that you're sorrowful and trying to show respect for going against him. You know what I mean? Stuff like that, right?
Yeah, like what
it's funny that you mentioned that, because I recently researched a lot of this stuff. But go ahead, yeah.
Because it seems to talk about that like that in the book of Hebrews, and everything.
If I'm correct, so the book of Hebrews 1 is a little different. I was referring to the Isaiah passages and such, but when it comes to the Hebrews 1, is that any sacrifice of like animals and stuff like that after Jesus would pale in comparison to Jesus's sacrifice. So they're kind of empty at that point, right? you're kind of insulting the sacrifice that Jesus already did for us by doing these additional sacrifices.
Yeah. I thought it was something like that in the book of Hebrews, but
Pardon?
I thought Paul talked about it somewhere in one of his writings, which usually Hebrews is contributed to Paul, but yeah, I did Isaiah
I may be
stuff.
misunderstanding the specific one you're referring to.
Oh, okay.
Do you have the verse perhaps, or?
Well, I was referring to the chapter 66 of Isaiah.
Well, it's a verse. It's a verse in Hebrews about ritual sacrifice.
Oh, you're talking about
Yeah,
the
because
Hebrew.
now
I
you're
think that's
bouncing to Isaiah. Which one are you trying to address here?
Oh,
yeah, because I think the one in Hebrews is 9:22, right? Yeah.
9:22. It might have been I was addressing 66, but then I was kind of going to Hebrews because what you're talking about. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Yeah, it's just the answer to your question would be different because the issues that were being discussed in Isaiah were about Israel had become basically like Sodom and Gomorrah, and we're doing a bunch of disgusting things, and then just doing these sacrifices just to say, hey, there we go, God, we did it. Not actually giving a crap about them or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like not actually like I said, the heart of it and all that. I'm trying to be succinct here. And then the whole Paul's writings is addressing the fact that the ultimate sacrifice has now been paid, and the fulfillment of the old law, the old covenant, right? It has been fulfilled. Because like something that maybe helps understanding of why I need to separate this and why people need to separate these ideas is because the New Testament just means the new covenant. The Old Testament means the old covenant. That's literally what the Testament translates to, right? So
Yeah, you're referring to the old Jeremiah 31:31, where you and everything about the whole new covenant. That's where the first reference, and this reference again in Hebrew.
it says God will make a new covenant and all that, right?
With the house
Yeah.
of Israel and with the house of Judah, and everything, yeah. What?
You're Orthodox, Farney?
No.
No?
But why do I sound it?
No, I thought you were talking about Orthodox. I don't know. I'm kind of in the same boat as James, where I don't like all these different denominations. I don't think there should be 35,000 different denominations of Christianity. Christianity is Christ one, but then there's differences in doctrines. So how do we settle this and come together and have one Christian church? And I know the Orthodox Church says they're the one true Christian church, but the Catholic Church says they're the one true Christian church. And then there's things I disagree with both of them about. But then I disagree with the Protestants, all the different denominations. I was raised Baptist, and like how do we come to terms with this? So that also is Flow State. Well, he's not here. I was going to ask him: is he agnostic or atheist?
He sounds more agnostic. Yeah.
Okay.
And I would say probably leaning more to deist over just true agnostic, but yeah, that's like splitting hairs. But like, if you want to understand my criticism, it's somewhat similar to yours. The way I look at it is I look at it all as a schism. So like Eastern Orthodox looks at everybody else as schisming away from them, right? I look at everybody is schisming away from everybody in this scenario whenever they say that theirs is the only true church and all this and that. I care about the true church as in the intangible church, right? The church as a physical building is important and such, right? For a gathering place and all that.
Right.
But what is truly important is the actual like intangible church. And I think the issue is there's a lot of hubris that's gone into people because humans are prone to it. And so when they have disagreements, rather than trying to grow together and study and draw closer and closer and closer to what is, they decide, no, this is what is, and end the conversation right then and there. You know what I mean?
I agree.
So that's my biggest issue with it, and that's why, like, as I researched into orthodoxy, I'm not saying that they're 100% wrong. I'm saying they're mostly right. But I'm saying one of the biggest areas where they're wrong is this whole schism idea, and where it's kind of like a no girls allowed club, right? Where it's like, hey, I choose that you're not part of the. I know it's a bad analogy. I could use a different one, like, but you're not part of the team, so you can't play sports with us, kind of thing, right? And that kind of attitude is, it's like, no, that's not at all what we were taught by Jesus, right?
Yeah.
So Jesus, for instance, said, right, when his disciples came up to him, he's like, hey, Jesus, they're going around and they're saying that they're doing stuff in your name and all that, and let's stop them. And he says, like, those who are for us are not against us, right? Like, leave them be, kind of thing.
Yeah.
As in, that's the style of attitude. And yes, I am paraphrasing. I'm not quoting exactly. That's the kind of style of attitude that I think the church badly needs. Is it's like, the people that are truly caring about the word, stop this arrogant pridefulness, and come to the thing, the place where, if you truly believe that your interpretation, your way of being is right, then try to convince your fellow brothers and sisters in Christ about that. Don't say you're not a fellow brother and sister in Christ because you don't want to believe my specific understanding. If you believe your brother and sister is in the wrong, then you should be pleading with them to sit down with you and discuss the matter.
Facts.
And have them learn understanding.
Yeah.
I don't feel like that is the way that
it's not how
that it is handled. Yeah, it's like, you come, you blindly accept what we have to say, and sit and get in line. That's the kind of attitude I see from a lot of these more staunch sects of Christianity, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying on my stream earlier tonight. We were basically saying most people are dumb, and most people don't want that. They don't want the debate. They don't want the conversation to be had. They want somebody to stand on the stage and tell them what to believe. And maybe we have a guy that leads the church in that session, and then we send all the women and the beta males out of the church, and the men come together and have a conversation, and we have our disagreements. And instead of saying, we need one body of Christ, we need to get all together and just have those discussions and hash it out.
Yeah. Well, look at Peter and Paul gave us an amazing example, right? So did they consider themselves each other to be brothers in Christ? I would say so, right?
Paul
but
checked
yet
out of Peter.
Yeah, Paul checked Peter hard. And it wasn't a weak check. It was like, no, you're wrong, and here's
Paul
why.
checked all the churches
right?
for a big chunk of the New Testament. That's
no, but the church is one thing, but Peter is specifically like a big deal. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Go ahead, man. No, I was over talking you, man. Go ahead, man.
I was just saying, a lot of the New Testament is Paul writing letters to all these different churches saying, here's what you're doing right, here's what you're doing wrong. But it's not like casting them out.
How would Paul be in a position to check Peter?
Because he's a fellow brother in Christ, for one thing. Another thing. Wait, was it a joke?
Doesn't that seem like, I don't know.
I get.
Well, I was gonna bring that up. Hold on.
Coming through there, bro.
No, I was gonna bring that up because you're right. Like, Catholicism says Peter was the first pope, right? Right, and he's like the victor of Christ, or whatever, right? So it's like, well, if the victor of Christ, right, is wrong here, and Peter checks him, or Paul checks him, you would think like the victor of Christ wouldn't need to be corrected, right? They're the victor of Christ.
About the Catholic title, just look at the fact that Peter knew Jesus, and Paul was probably killing Christians at that time.
Peter wasn't infallible in his teaching there, yet somehow all these later popes that are far lesser than Peter somehow are infallible. Sure, why not? Like that's why I said, like, when I hear somebody mention Roman Catholicism, it's like, I don't know, man. I can't subscribe to that at all.
Gospels and say Thomas is the twin brother of Jesus, and then there's a whole nother aspect of it. It's tough, and then when you get called a heretic for questioning any of this, you know.
Yes, exactly. I literally got silenced when I was on the Orthodox server. I had my questions deleted, and eventually got kicked off the server.
Really?
Yeah, this famous.
Have you noticed? But haven't you guys noticed that each like denomination or version of Christianity is all beneficial to those that want that worldview? Like,
yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like
I get you, man.
It's kind of like man, it's a little too convenient that you guys think that women should be pastors, and you guys are taking Galatians 3 out of context here. It's way too convenient. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's just me.
But even church history represents what I was saying, where they didn't want like schisms in the church. Justinian, who they consider a saint in Eastern Orthodoxy, which that's a whole other thing. But he was trying to merge, like bring together the Christians that were separated at that time.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to say. Is that in the beginning, there's Peter and Paul, and they're having an argument in Galatians. So if you want to make reference to this flow state, it's in Galatians 2, right, where they have this famous disagreement, with each other, and it's a very interesting conflict that they have. And then in Acts, there's this whole reference to Paul, where Paul comes to Peter and James. They're called the Jerusalem Council. They're the Jerusalem church, and they give him the role of apostle to the Gentiles. So they say Peter is the apostle to the Gentile. To the Jews, as Paul is the apostle to the Gentiles. So it's a very interesting kind of internal schism within the Christian teaching. Well, within the Christian teaching, that Paul kind of makes a huge argument about this in Romans, where he talks about him. He talks specifically about how Gentiles have come into the fold of the salvation. So it's very interesting, and he doesn't make any bones about saying that it's the Jewish salvation that they've come under the fold of, right? So he says it's basically for the Jews first, and then also to the Gentiles, and they've been grafted in to this union, and now the message is universal, because Gentiles who know who follow the law but don't know it are a law unto themselves, he says. So that's a very interesting. But yeah, I just wanted to put all that in context for people who don't understand the issues there. But yeah, blessings.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. But again, as you see, just because people, need different guidance, right? Like the Jews needed their own guidance into how to, change to the new ways. The Gentiles would have their own
Can we give a shout out to our Muslim friends that is quoting
Who
scripture?
knows the Bible better than the damn Christians?
Seriously, like shout out to Machine Lies.
I like
Well,
watching the debates with the Muslims because they really know their stuff. Like,
yeah, I know a lot about philosophy and stuff too, Plato and Aristotle and those guys too. But yeah, it is what it is.
I listen to your show and I get a little confused, but.
All right, if we're bringing up machine lies, come on, answer the question I asked earlier, if you don't mind. Like, what do you mean by like that the Quran is not treated differently than the Bible for Muslims versus Christians?
Yeah, that's
because it's an important thing I want to hear you expand upon.
Yeah, that's an easy one. Nature, the immaculate conception of Jesus, the actual revelation of the Quran, right? These things are revelatory acts in the sense that they're revelatory. They're recorded on a preserved tablet, right? So the word of God, right? The will of God is eternal, right? So the Mutazilites, right? They basically didn't believe that. They believed that certain revelatory acts were created events through God because they thought in the unity of God and goodness, right? They said that God basically is confined to be good. So only the good things in the world are the product of God, right? So the Orthodox school of Islam disagreed with them, right? They said, no, God is all powerful. He has complete free will over his creation and his will is eternal. So it's just an internal dispute. It's you could really relate it to Arianism. How the Arians almost took over the church, and they didn't, and they believed in the Trinity. They didn't reject the Trinity, but they believed in a hierarchy within the Trinity. So that is basically a different idea. When it got to the 900 AD, there was certain Muslims and Jews, right, like Maimonides and Avicenna, who came to believe that God does not have free will because of nature's laws. They thought God only influences particulars. I mean that God does not influence particular changes in the universe. He only influences universals, right? So these are all philosophical disputes about doctrine, and that's why I think I would issue a warning to Flow State about metaphysics, because metaphysics is philosophy properly understood and not religion, right? Really, metaphysics is proofs for science and not religious doctrine.
I think
Although
intangibles is really what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
when I use the word.
Yeah, because
I understood him. He was talking about like the ether, like the spiritual realm, that kind of thing.
Right.
Like,
yeah, like the ground of being sort of thing. I understand where he's going with that, but loosely speaking, metaphysics is derived from Aristotle, where he talked about two things: ontology, which is the study of being, and then teleology, which is the study of becoming. Right. So you can put those things in two categories: universals and particulars. Right. So yeah.
Can we take a moment to appreciate how Luciferian everything about Glenn's his flaming pits of hell that he the angel ascends out of?
It appears as an angel of light, right?
Flow State, you weren't here. I asked.
Are you trying to imply something, Flo?
Just that you're one of the most beautiful angels.
Are you more atheist or more agnostic, Flow State?
Definitely more agnostic. I think atheism is another religion, and it's one of the more stupid ones.
Good answer, but don't you think that? So why do you like to talk about things? How would I say this? You don't know. Like, I kind of respect the atheists more because at least they're taking a stance on something.
You're both lying.
Here. Well, hold on.
I'm confused.
Lying is a strong way of putting it, but
I use the word intentionally.
No, I know. I would say, Flo, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you're a man lost in the desert trying to follow God to wherever He's
I want to
leading you,
understand
right?
JS's position here. I'm kind of confused by it. So you're saying you would.
I understand questioning, and I understand trying to understand things. If you don't know, you say you don't know, and that's fine. But why would you? It seems like you're going against God and the idea of God and things like this. Why not just take a stance and say He's not real?
Because maybe he's still trying to figure that out. That's an absolute.
Yeah, because the only truthful answer that I can give, or that I believe anybody really here can probably give, is that I don't know. You don't know. Bill Hicks down there doesn't know.
I do know.
You hope to know. You don't know. Have you met Jesus?
I know that I know that I know.
Yeah. Okay. I've heard
a
a lot.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
I have heard a lot of Christians say that in very hopeful ways. If you are telling the truth, which I don't mean this insultingly, but I doubt that you are, but if you are telling the truth, then you would also know that whatever experience you had that lets you know for sure, for 1,000% sure, is personal to you and has not happened to me.
Yeah, but you just said earlier you place more value on anecdotes than you do on the most historical book that's been more analyzed and more scrutinized.
Well,
and
let's
translated
take one thing at a
more
time.
Distributed than any other book in history.
We'll get there. Do you acknowledge what I just said?
That you think that I don't know?
That if you do know, if you're telling me the truth and you do 1,000% know for sure, it is because you had an experience that none of us have had.
No.
Also, I don't think anybody knows anything that way.
So I don't know that the.
That's why I think that you're lying.
I don't know that the Christian.
No, but here, hold.
The Bible, the I don't know that any certain denomination is true, but I know God is real.
Yeah, but hold on, because if you're talking about knowing, there's never a situation where you know 100%. You would agree with that, right, Flo?
Sure, but this is all philosophical derivatives of. I mean, if we're just being honest, if we're talking honestly, I know that my daughter exists. Okay, we can play the philosophical mental masturbation.
We can go into solipsism and say, how do you know that anybody exists?
Right. We can play all these mental games, but really, I know my daughter exists. We know that we're all having this conversation with each other, right?
Do we?
Yeah, but you don't know. Is my point. Not to the point of knowing that you're describing.
I don't know that you're.
You have enough evidence. You have enough evidence to lead you to the belief that you know that your daughter exists.
I have spent every day for 4. Yes, correct.
Yeah,
okay,
no, I'm not even saying that your daughter doesn't, bro. It's not about that.
I know that you're not, but you're making an equally silly point, which is you're probably going to conclude you're going to converge on. Well, we have enough evidence to say the same for God, right?
I would say that your actions are what demonstrate the level of belief that you have in it. So if you claim to know God, right, the level that you know God is demonstrated through your actions, right? So if you actually 100% believe that, God is real, would you not be living 100% perfect? You know what I mean? Like utterly resisting absolutely every single temptation that ever.
I don't really know where you're going, but what I'm trying to say is
I'm saying because that's how you can judge somebody's level of knowing.
Things that we don't know, and as much as you try to muddy the water,
I think that
you cannot tell me.
I'm not trying to muddy the water.
Well, I mean, whoever it's a jab at, the fact of the matter, and this is very simple. This is a simple concept. Let's say you have a dog. We all know that our dog exists, right? If somebody said you don't have a dog when you know that you do have a dog, it would be absurd to you. They wouldn't make you question at all. There would be no consideration of their words because this is my fucking dog, right? There is not that level of knowing for a dog.
If you've never seen their dog, though, you wouldn't be able to make that claim. They may or may not have a dog.
It's your
But if
dog
you
in the
s-
example.
But it's
If
your
somebody
dog.
told you your dog doesn't exist, you'd be like,
Yes.
okay, well, whatever. That's absurd.
Well, you could theoretically be looking after an imaginary dog if you're the only one that ever saw it.
And so this is why I used the word lie earlier, because of these efforts people go to obscure truth in order to maintain rightness.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that they try to present like an absolute when from it's not absolute.
It's not an absolute.
It requires faith.
Correct.
Is what you're saying.
No, but
yeah.
Look, there's a reason that Jordan Peterson doesn't want to admit that he believes in a God, because it leads to the same absolutism that you're talking about. As in,
I
if
think-
you
I think
truly
if Jordan
believed
Peter-
in a God,
I think he has admitted that he believes in God. By
Well,
now.
I think
no,
he's
he's
shown-
done
no,
it
he hasn't.
indirectly.
He hasn't said it like clearly. He has danced
Yeah.
around it. But he hasn't said it like directly. Like, I believe in the God of Abraham, or
I think it's more likely
Right.
that there is a God than that there is no God. But I think the most likely situation is a third option we don't even understand at all and have no idea about. Honestly,
yeah. But see, like,
think
isn't
about
that where like
think about
this
ants.
is where,
Think about
like,
an ant trying to understand calculus. How the fuck are we going to sit here in all our hubris thinking that because we heard some stories from a book we didn't even read that
like
we've
this
got
is where
everything
like
we need
faith
to know?
comes in, right? Like
Yeah, but
Well, faith is not
faith's
knowing.
knowing though.
But
Faith
yeah,
is
but
believing
that's part of it, right? Like
unseen. You
James is
can't
trying to
really
get into
know it.
there's a level of faith that needs to be taken.
I disagree with
into
that. I think
consideration.
faith is evidence and faith is proof.
Faith is not.
Faith is
I
the
don't know.
evidence of things hoped for and the proof of things not seen. It's evidence and proof. We have evidence
Okay,
that God
expand
exists, and we have
expand
proof.
upon that. Expand upon the faith. This element of faith here.
We have evidence. We have evidence that God exists, and we have proof that God exists. Whatever row we want to go down, we want to go down transcendentals, cosmological, fine tuning, whatever argument we want to go with. But
Just in the simplest version possible, what is the proof? The proof that God exists. Because I can give you the proof God. I can give you the proof that proof doesn't exist. This conversation right now is
we're
the
sitting
proof
here having
that
this
proof doesn't exist.
conversation, and our dog isn't.
Right. The fact that we're having this conversation is proof that there is not proof, because nobody sits around discussing whether or not elephants exist.
What is an elephant? I've never seen one.
Hey, can I jump in here and support a flow just quickly, and then I'm going to jump down because he's asking a very interesting question.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, old Joe. Does anybody know this Kaiseran Empire?
Yeah, I do.
I don't.
I'm gonna have him turn on his camera real quick, just making sure that
Sure.
If you could turn on your camera, Empire, just so I know that you're not gonna like show your dick or anything or your butthole.
You get a lot of that on this stream, Glenn.
No, I don't. I just don't want. I have to avoid I've been getting a lot more trolls lately, and I'm just like trying to avoid.
I got successfully porn bombed for the first time ever tonight.
I thought
Did
you
you
might
really?
think I was a troll last time I came on your stream because I was kind of arguing with you guys about. I'm not. Into
Oh yeah,
the
no,
red-
it was
I'm not into
funny,
the red pill
like
stuff, but this stuff.
like, but like it was like I told you, like I don't know how many times I said, bro, we're talking past each other right now. You're not understanding, and they're like, no, I understand. I'm like, okay.
God is really, flow state is doomed. You know what,
Hold
Buck
on,
White?
I get it. You say trust me, bro. I don't trust nobody I don't know. And
Yeah,
even
I
if
mean,
know you,
yeah, no, don't worry about that. Kaizo, play ball, or
I
I know him
appreciate
too,
you,
but
like,
yeah,
you know,
but if you got
you're trying to appeal to being honest and stuff, but like I don't know you, man, and you got to show your face at least backstage where you're at, and then I'll bring you up.
Flo got hit.
Dude,
Flo
it's
got hit
not
with a
something
tag team.
personal. I talk to Glenn all the time. He had me show my face, like whatever. Like,
Yeah, I had
just
to
show your
I
fucking
had
face.
Party
man.
show his face earlier today, before he went, his profile. Avatar.
While you're working on that, I'll address the question of is anything knowable, because I'm hearing that everything is a leap of faith, but I don't agree with that. And I think the fundamental of Flo's argument is that there is no proof for God, therefore you have to be in doubt if you're honest. And what I heard back is, well, there's nothing you can really know. So I'm going to put a question to the panel, because I believe Flo's on solid ground in that regard.
Hold on one second, old Joe. Empire, I get it. You're sending me your link to your channel. Bro, if you can't follow the simple direction of just turning on your camera, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to boot you, okay? Simple as that. Not negotiating here. Okay. Have a good one.
So the question I have is, have you all heard of Descartes? Do you know the saying, I think, therefore I am? Is there any man on the panel who would doubt his own existence? Therefore,
To the same extent that I already mentioned, man, it's going to be a different level of.
No, very simple question. We don't need to get into the weeds.
I just answered you. That is a very simple answer.
Do you believe you exist?
Yes, but you don't understand what I mean by believe, man.
Do you know you exist?
Yes, but the same way that I know other things that you would disagree with, man.
No, it's not the same way. The only thing you can be certain of is your own existence. The rest is only sense data.
Then you're claiming that all knowledge is not existent. No, just because Descartes made the comment doesn't make it true.
All knowledge outside of our own existence is just sense data. Then it becomes a leap of faith. But there is one thing that you can know, and that's your own existence.
Descartes said that in 1637?
What was that? Sorry?
Was that when did Descartes say that?
No, I don't know what the date was, but anyway, that was my point.
It's in the work. It's in the work, the Meditations. I don't know what year it is, but that's the work.
Yeah, no, I disagree with Descartes' comment anyway. So
it was in Proverbs in 23:7.
All right, man. Talk to you guys later. Thanks, eh?
Thanks for coming up.
Easy, old Joe.
To
Flo, you got a
the
question
level of
here.
knowing, that's where I disagree with Descartes. Just to be clear.
You got a question here from ZT Den. She asks, well, let preface, God forbid, your daughter is fighting a life-threatening illness. The best of the best are handling her care. What do you do?
I don't have any idea. I mean, is the answer that he's going for, I pray? I don't even understand the reason for the question.
I would imagine that's what they're getting at, yes, is that you would most likely pray.
Well, I think it's kind of interesting, because I do find that when people that say they're not Christians, in some of the most dire times, they will end up like praying to a God that they said they don't believe in, which only kind of proves that they actually either do believe in it and they choose to reject it, or
it proves that they're desperate and they're in a powerless situation where there's literally nothing that they can do. So they.
But then why would they resort to something they have rejected this whole time? That's what I don't understand. Like that thought process.
It's a self-soothing thing.
Also, so there's so many things that are weird here. So when you are providing evidence in a court of law, they say, like, what proof do you have of this crime being taken place? Well, there's this bloody knife, right? That doesn't mean that just because you have proof, you know for a fact that the guy killed him. Even if the bloody knife has fingerprints on it, even if the bloody knife has his blood on it, even if he was caught on camera with the bloody knife standing over the body, none of this is 100% knowing for a fact that he killed the person. But you go based off of the amount of evidence that you have provided to say that I know that he killed him based off of the evidence. Or if you were in the room you could.
You're right.
I know
agree.
that he killed
I
him
agree.
because I saw him stab him, right?
I agree.
But what
I
if?
agree.
Yeah. So what if you walked in the room, right, and you saw a guy stab another guy? I know he killed him. I was there. I saw it. What if just moments before you got in there, what was happening is that guy was about to commit, to end himself, and then the other guy tried to wrestle the knife away from him to prevent him from committing it,
Are all these hypothetical scenarios and mental gymnastics what you have to go through in order to stay insistent that you know?
It's to have you understand what the word even knowing is.
No, I understand the word knowing. I understand the word. See, this is why I chose the word. This is why I chose the word lie.
So would you say that person
You're trying
is
to
lying if
gaslight
they
me
say
and
that
act
they?
like I don't know what
I'm
the
not
fuck the
trying
word
to
knowing
gaslight
means.
you, man.
Then
That's
stop
attributing
doing mental
motives.
gymnastics to try to make it so that you know something you don't. You don't know. I know you don't know.
You don't know.
What? No, I'm trying to explain what people even mean by knowing.
I don't know why you think I'm
knows
confused by
anything
that.
in the way that
I can't prove to you that I
you're
know,
saying.
but I know.
Well, okay.
Do you know
he
what knowing
understands.
means? Though?
Yours
Maybe
is.
you're confused about what knowing means too, as apparently I am. I've been
trying to say
Englishing for
that
37 years.
Well, I think you're
know
the
what
agnostic
knowing
here, so you just don't know.
None of us know.
Yeah, yeah.
There
that
is
kind of
no
argumentation
let me
isn't
go through it again. Let me go through it again.
work
I
with
don't need
convincing
a
him
lesson
otherwise,
in the word knowing. I understand what knowing means. Let me go through this again.
Yes.
The information on Christianity, on God, that is available to all of us is not enough for any of us to know God. There are personal experiences that could allow you to know, but if you have one of those personal experiences, you know the rest of us didn't have that.
Yeah.
The common information to all of us are some books, some institutions, some hearsay. That is
even
not
if you
enough
have that
logic and reasoning and
logic, reasoning, not
observations.
which is a double-edged sword. Okay, even if I'm being generous, it's a double-edged sword. Logic is not in the faith of Christianity. It's just not. So, how are you going to tell me
what's
that
illogical
you know?
about it? Tell me. I'm asking. Tell me what's.
There's. I would start with the Trinity. The Trinity is the biggest illogical thing. Three can't be one. A father can't be his own son.
Well,
the
I'm
words
not a Trinitarian, so.
The words that okay. Let me just finish the thought though. The words that are used there are mutually exclusive of certain things. Man cannot be a god. A god cannot be a man. A father cannot be his own son. A son cannot be his own father. The word choice breaks our understanding. They cannot work.
I agree.
So a military man.
But again, I'm not a Trinitarian, so.
Okay, well, that's surprising. How do you?
I told you I'm a heretic. I'm a dirty heretic.
Well, how do you work Jesus into your paradigm then? Do you believe in one God?
Yes, the Father.
What's the Jesus banner behind you?
The Son of God.
Okay, so Jesus is not God.
No.
Okay.
So you're closer to Jehovah's Witnesses understanding.
Yeah, if you want to put me in a box, but no, I don't like Jehovah's Witnesses.
It's not putting you in a box. I said closer. I didn't say you.
But I'm not a Jehovah's Witness. I'm not one.
Did I say that?
Unitarian. I'm not. I know.
I didn't say that.
Well,
okay. Yeah.
Well, I think instead of the.
I guess if I lean closer, yes, you're right. I'm not. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I don't like being put into any of those boxes.
Yeah, instead of the Christians fighting, I think it'd be interesting if Farney could defend the Trinity, because I think that Flow State was going in on that, and then I think Farney was gonna defend a little bit of that, because I think JS.
This says Jesus is my savior. It doesn't say Jesus is my God.
Before Farney defends that, can I hit the super chat real quick?
Yeah.
John Bandy, thank you
for
the. He says, keep searching. Good convo. Thanks. Thank you for the super chat and for watching.
Yeah, because I've had this.
And thank you, Glenn, for hosting this.
Yeah,
I
I've had this
agree.
conversation
Thank
with
you,
Flow
Glenn.
State as well, so I think it'd be interesting because I tried to explain the Trinity to Flow State one day, and I don't think it went very
He
well.
did. Nobody can get me to accept it.
But yeah.
It makes no sense to me.
I understand it. I just think it's illogical.
Just so you know, any analogy is not going to be as appropriate as what truly is, but here's an analogy. So, a man being in the military, he's a corporal, all right? But he's also a father to his son at home, and he also is a son to his father. So he is 3 different roles in one being. That's one example that you can go through where it's 3 different positions all within one person.
Right.
All having different authority.
And I agree that you see the son in the father. The father and the son are one. Just like man and woman are one flesh when they become married. I agree with all that.
Well, okay, but you can't.
All right, what I missed?
It's all in one person, though, bro. Like that's the point. Is that
that's where you lose.
It's the
So,
father.
wait a minute.
isn't,
Are we talking about the
like-
Trinity here?
Yeah, I don't even like doing this because this is why I get freaking.
Oh, so you're not a Trinitarian, JS?
So
no.
No. Here's another good way to look at it. If you believe in the soul, right? So what are you? Okay.
Sorry. You don't go to body, spirit, and your soul.
I interrupted. Go ahead.
No, that's okay, man. I talk a lot, so you interrupt me all you like. So if you believe in a soul, right? Then what are you? Are you your body? Are you your mind? Are you your soul? Or are you all 3?
One, the soul. I am not my mind. I am not my body. These are physical things that react to.
So if I
influences in
if
the
I
world
cut off
and-
your arm, what would you just say?
I'd say.
Why did you hurt me?
Damn, why'd you cut
Why
my
did
arm
you
off?
cut off my arm? Yes.
Ow!
So obviously you don't agree with what you just stated. You do believe in an aspect.
Yeah,
your
but if you
body
killed
is
me-
a part of you.
If you
It
killed
isn't
me,
the
I wouldn't
only
care,
part of
right?
you. I'm sure you would, but
No, I wouldn't. My soul
Okay.
would care
Okay,
that you
so-
killed my
so-
body. I would be with my father. How would I?
If the son is a part of God, then he didn't actually rise from the dead.
Hold on 1 second. I want to shout out Flo. I think this is on your channel.
Oh yeah, I just got that while you were gone, I guess.
So
it says,
Did you already
"Keep
acknowledge it?"
searching. Good convo. Thanks." And I said, thank you, John, for the super chat and for watching. And thank you, Glenn, for hosting this conversation. And thank you, everybody on all the channels for hitting the like.
Yes. So, like, okay. So one thing I want to be careful.
Oh, okay.
Like, hold on. Oh no, go ahead, Marty. I interrupted.
I'm just chomping at the bit because you just asked me. Like,
go ahead.
I can hold my thought if you like, man.
No. Please go ahead.
Okay. All right. So how can God die? Is what you said, I believe. Like, do you mind restating again?
Who are you asking?
I think it was Flo that asked me that, wasn't it? Like, how did God die?
I said about the Trinity. If the Son is just part of the Father, then that changes the entire paradigm of the sacrifice and rising from the dead.
Well, the thing is that there's two sides to Jesus, right? He's fully man and fully human. So the man part did die. Pardon?
But those two things are mutually exclusive. Gods are immortal, men are not.
The God side of him is immortal. The
Is
human
God the
side
author of
was
confusion?
made immortal. Pardon?
Is God the author of confusion?
Nope, Satan is.
No.
Then why are you?
But I don't.
Why is it so hard for you to understand what it is you believe in?
The agnostic
It's not
gets
hard
it.
for
I
me
say
to
this all the
understand.
time.
No, chill out. He's making a claim, but I don't claim to be confused. I told you that I'm giving.
I'm making
you
an
analogies.
observation.
Okay. I
Sorry,
would
I'll shut up and let you
expect
talk.
that.
It's late enough.
It's
I'm
okay,
starting to
man.
get kind of snippy. I don't mean to be.
It's all good, man. I don't take it to heart. Don't worry, man. Dude, like, this is the best conversation I've had with you is the panel. So don't worry, man. We all get tired. We all get snippy, etc. I'll be that way sometime, I'm sure. So the thing is that oh gosh, did lose my train of thought slightly there. So okay, now, so I would say, yeah, you would be perceiving me to be confused, but I would imagine that is coming from me not accurately demonstrating it to you in a way that you can understand the way that I understand it to be. That's why I said none of these will be as apt as just using biblical way of demonstrating it, but you're not asking for the biblical way. You're asking for how can it be, period, right?
How can you be fully God, which is immortal, and fully human,
Yes.
which is mortal at the same time?
Because I would say that a new kind of creation was made, and that's when Mary was impregnated. That's why the virgin birth is incredibly important for even making sense of it. Because rather than having a human plus a human, you have human plus a God.
And the definition of one is that it is not the other. These are mutually exclusive terms. In order to understand how something could be both fully God, which is immortal, and fully human, which is mortal, you have to break logic, which is something that God gave us the ability to recognize. So
But
you're
also says,
literally
like, you know, like our minds don't even like can comprehend like
So
his.
then why, if that's actually the case, why would we even try to comprehend it and understand it? Why would we
No.
even bother explaining it or having books about it and religions following it if we don't
Well,
understand it?
what you're getting at is the reason why it's explained in scripture about him emptying himself when he became man.
No, see,
Is
I was just
because
about to
those
go more
aspects
simple
that
with
you're
it.
arguing about for like how
What were you
can
gonna say,
God do this
JC?
or that?
Yes.
It's simpler than that, Glenn. God never talks about being three beings in one. The disciples never talks about being three beings in one. Jesus never talks about being three beings in one. That's never preached in the Bible. So I don't know where this idea well, I do know where it comes from, but so we don't even have to go into the philosophy of being and all this stuff. It's just
And those that believe in the Trinity would disagree with you
God's
that it
ways are
is
simple. That's
in
his son.
scripture.
I mean, I
Oh my gosh.
I don't like. I see. Here's the thing. Like,
Have you
I
read
want to know me.
scripture
Like,
out of curiosity, man?
honestly,
Bro,
like,
my
I
Bible's
don't
right
ever.
here. I do
don't
Bible.
ever.
Yeah.
I don't ever get into these debates. Like, is it the Trinity? Is the Holy Spirit not the Trinity? Like, part of the Trinity? Here, my thing is, I don't care.
Right.
Like,
And I don't even
it's
like
not,
I don't
it's
even like going into
like,
this because
my salvation does not like hang on it. You know, like, what
I
is my
agree.
salvation hang on? Like,
I agree.
It does hang on
And it
you
makes people hate
believing
each
that
other.
Jesus
It
is
really
God.
no, like I no, that part is true. Like, I believe that there's God the Father, God the Son. Like, you
He
know.
says that Jesus is not God, bro.
Oh well, okay, that's. But like, I
Yeah.
know who else thinks that. I think Bryson Gray, the Christian rapper Bryson Gray.
Yeah.
He's also. I think he also is similar to what you believe in. Me and him have had like.
But he stopped doing these debates because he saw how it. Well, maybe it was hurting his.
I think it was kind of hurting his image. You know,
yeah,
like.
And
per se, no, maybe not. Like, Bryson is not someone that really cares.
because we're
About his
supposed
image.
to be brothers, and it turns people against each other.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I see.
It's
funny story.
No, you're not
really the biggest thing where I was like, oh, I need to stop talking about the Trinity was I knew about the Owen and Jim Bob stuff that happened, but I never knew what
I don't
the
even know
basis.
who this Owen person is. So
okay, well, I never knew what
if
the
you
basis
do
of that
view
was,
somebody
and
as
then when I watched the Trinity debate and I found out, oh, this all came from the Trinity debate, and I was like, damn,
that's right, Siege. That's right.
They're
You
trying to
tell him.
destroy each other over this over
Dude,
this.
your brother's not a good brother if he doesn't try to help you out of your wrong understanding of things.
But
Especially if it's an important thing.
I agree, but
Yeah,
I
so
think that
that's
there's
what I'm
again,
trying to do here, bro.
But again, remember, there's always this
I could say the same
relationship
thing.
piece. The relationship piece is
Fair enough,
very
yeah.
important. Relationship piece is extremely important there. It's funny.
Glenn,
Yeah,
I gotta take off, but yeah, I think it's interesting discussion. I think the critical portion is in the Athanasius Creed, where he talks about a term. He says that God and Jesus are of the same essence, and that term in Latin is called homoousia. You know, homo meaning of the same, and then ousia meaning essence. But yeah, anyways, guys, have a blessed day, and thank you
I'm
so
glad
much
you
for
didn't
having
say
me, Glenn.
homosexual because we know what
Yeah,
that means.
no, it's not. No, it's not homosexual. It's
About to say
homoousia.
pause.
Yeah.
Hey man, we're Homo sapiens, okay? So
yeah, exactly.
nothing gay
We
about
know
that.
why you're leaving Machine Lies. The Muslims don't like when Christians aren't Trinitarian because it messes up a lot of.
Well, yeah. I'm better at spectating this debate.
Take it easy,
Well,
homie.
hopefully you enjoyed your popcorn, man, and be well, man.
Yeah, bless.
Have a
Take
good
it
one.
easy, machine.
Okay.
All right. So, what I was gonna say is like one thing I always try to be cautious of, right? I always try to be cautious when like talking like we'll use Flo for example because Flo is he doesn't profess to be a believer of any religion.
You can call me the heathen.
The heathen in the building. Is that I never try to force them to believe something. You know, like I always go like, you know, when you talk to them, you try to appeal to them. And then I go, you know what? I always end with like, you know, I just hope one day that God makes himself so real to you that you can't deny him anymore. You know, and like that's my goal. Is like, okay, you know, you just leave the seed and you can only do so much. You can't like plant the seed, force it to grow. You know, you can't force the seed to grow, you know, like in the soil. All you could do is prepare the soil and then plant the seed, right? And then someone else waters it and then maybe it grows, right? So, and I always tell people like, so like when they get into these debates, especially debates like this, well, how can you not see that God is in everything? Like, because there's people, guys, that I'm sorry to say this, that just don't believe. And you could give them all the reasons in the world to believe, but they just don't. And instead of forcing them in a way like trying to get them in a gotcha logical, you know, conversation or, you know, argument, you know, instead of doing that, I always go like, you know, I just hope that one day that when God makes himself real to you, you don't deny it. Like you just are open to it. Right.
Well, then I wouldn't be able to deny it at that point, really, would I? Not
well,
if
I
I'm
mean,
being honest.
You can always
True.
deny.
Well, you could always try to rationalize it. Oh, that really wasn't God. That was
Exactly.
That was bad tacos. That was bad Mexican food last night. It really wasn't God. You know, like, or you know, I drank too much.
I mean, if I can dismiss it as bad Mexican food, then that's not a very.
Hey, you know how many things I dismiss as bad Mexican food?
I would disagree with that, by the way. I think
I'm sure you
God
would.
is real. You cannot deny him anymore.
Well, there's those that will
Even
reject
the
him.
demons believe and they still deny.
Exactly.
Like,
but
They
they
don't
still
deny him. If
they
they
reject.
believe in him, they know he's real. They just
They fear him.
they're against him.
They reject
You can't go against something you don't believe.
that's what I be by denying. But
yeah, denial, rejection, similar.
Yeah.
That's semantics.
So
that's what I was getting at. It's semantics.
Did your shirt say White History Month?
Yes, sir. July is White History Month.
Right on. Happy White History Month.
We're done with Pride Month. It's time for White History Month.
No, it's not Pride Month. It's Gay Month. Okay, it's the Gay Month. There's nothing to be There's nothing to be prideful. It's just the Gay Month.
I call it Demon Month, but yeah, same thing. Yeah.
No, but like, so like for me, like when I get into these conversations with people that don't believe, like I was just like, you know, you know, whenever that day comes that God makes himself real to you, I hope you don't reject it, right? Like, and I hope you are willing to just like be cool. Like, okay, I'm done fighting it. I'm done arguing against it. I just receive it. I just accept it. And then that's really what I hope, because when I hear these conversations go on and on, it's almost like it's like a constant like beating and like trying to, it's like a battle of like, you're gonna end up believing me at the end of the day, damn it, you son of a bitch, I'm gonna shake the shit out of you until you say you do. And it's just like, convert. It's almost like I don't know. To me, it's just like,
do I come across that way, man?
No. I'm just saying, okay. I'm prefacing it so it doesn't end up going that way, so that we could like avoid,
because
you see what I'm getting at, like, because I don't want it.
No, I agree. I don't like that style of doing it either. Like, the thing is like I was saying earlier, and I'll be short with this, is that I do believe that you can logic and reason your way to belief in God. So what I am trying to do is to have them understand the logic and reasoning that I use to come to my belief. Because some people, they need less, right? But some people that are, you know, deep thinkers and very highly logical and reasoning, then they require that style of direction and belief to get to their belief, right? Yeah. So if anything, if I'm talking at this level with Flo, it's because that's the kind of presence that I get from him, is that he cares deeply about logic and reasoning for what he likes to hold to be true in his mind. Am I correct?
You are correct. And I've got...
Yeah, so that's why I'm arguing this way. Sorry.
And I prioritize truth and clarity of understanding over a lot of other, I don't know, ideals or virtues. So my loyalty is always going to be towards what I view as true. And I would think that should align with God.
I agree.
And when in conflict, I would say that means that my understanding of God, or the religious understanding of God, whichever it be, is the one that is in error. I don't think there's virtue in ignoring error in reason to maintain your current perspective on things.
I agree. But that's why I'm saying, like, when I'm having this discussion with you, I don't see it as offensive or anything. I see it as very complimenting, right? Where it's saying that, so
for sure, everyone's been great tonight.
I'm glad. That's the way you want these kinds of discussions, right? Because I don't like those, like, you know, Bible thumping kind of people, right? Where they go and whack you with the Bible and say, believe. Why didn't you believe? I hit you third time. Come on, believe. That won't work with many people. Most people it won't work with. I would say it wouldn't even work with anybody. And that's kind of the idea of Jesus saying we're not to spread the truth by the sword, right? You can't beat somebody into believing.
You know, it's funny.
You can beat them into lying to you that they believe.
You know, I've been seeing people like comment about Flo using a torch to light a cigarette, like throughout the night, like as if it's a bad thing. Like, you guys, I have my cigar lighter right here. It's a torch too. Like, it's okay to have them.
So you also smoke crack?
Apparently, if that's what it means. Like, I have my cigars right here. Like, this is the one room where I smoke cigars in, you know, because I have like the air blower thingy that like sucks the air from the room, shoots it outside, you know, so it doesn't stay stinky up in here. It doesn't smell like cigars all the time.
I'm literally smoking a tobacco pipe. That's why I'm outside right now. So
see, yeah. So now we know somebody is on a pipe.
Smoking that pipe. It's my peace pipe.
Thank you for noticing, Patrick Riley.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah. even though things can get heated and contentious, like I'll talk like as long as somebody's willing to have a discussion for as long as they will go. I don't care about the heated and contentiousness about a conversation. I care about when they're being completely bad faith. They're not actually engaging in the hypotheticals, the argument. They're not actually willing to listen to your understanding, your reasoning, and you're not willing to do the same for them, of course, right? Those are boring
Hold on,
conversations.
Brown Boy, did I drop you the StreamYard link? My bad. I swore I grabbed this.
I had to make sure when I left, you guys could see the rest of the flag because they see that Jesus is my savior.
There you go, Brown Boy. Here's the link you're looking
for.
for.
The Trump is my president part.
There's another false savior.
What, Trump?
What are you voting for, Biden? I don't vote.
I don't vote.
Yeah, I figured.
You know who I'm voting for? Glenn Lawrence for president. Glenn Lawrence.
I would. You know what? I'm gonna write it. I'm gonna go vote just so I can write in Glenn Lawrence.
That'd be amazing, man.
Thank you. And take a picture of it. I would love to see it. Somebody else besides me voted for me.
Okay, that's cool. That's better than not partaking in the system at all.
The system is the lie.
Yeah. Well, you can't change it unless you take part in it.
If you take part in the lie, you're empowering the lie. You can't change a lie while you're feeding it.
All right, so I started this stream earlier, 5 hours ago, talking about.
We were talking about childbirth or something when I showed up.
No. The end of gay month. All right. Like, did you guys see what was going on in Toronto and other parts of the country of this gay month stuff? I just don't.
I heard Canada was making it a quarter of a year.
Well, Canada is like, I think Canada is just the gay country.
Hey there. Watch it now, man.
I question everybody in Canada.
Sorry, the Canadians.
Listen here, buddy.
I question all of them, whether or not they're really straight or not. Like, I'm always like, are they though? Are they? I don't know.
Sounds like you're doing projection here, Glenn.
Not at all. Not at all. Because especially when I see like stuff like, well, like this, for example.
Toronto must declare itself an apartheid-free zone.
What?
God, what a monstrosity!
Yeah.
This dude just walking around, making like no problem. Look at these fat. What the hell? See, Canada is super gay. All that maple syrup, not a whole lot of sugar in their tank.
This is Rachel Levine right there. That's our health administrator.
Like,
our first demand is
I'm sorry. Like, that was the Pride Month.
You gotta prepare me for that. You can't.
That was.
Yeah, if you didn't show it, yeah, prepare.
That was the Pride Month.
Hey, you guys got worse stuff going on down there. Way worse.
And I'm like, wait a minute. Like, people had kids around down there.
Yeah.
I may not be Christian, but sometimes I support bringing back stoning.
My thing is like, why in the hell is that allowed for them? But like, if we had like straight parade day and like you see mommy and daddy doing it on a float, like this is how we make babies, people. This is how we make little humans.
They have it in Oakland every year, and it gets heavily protested, and cops always show up and they shut it down.
But do they have naked men and women doing the deed?
No, I'm saying they have straight pride parades once a year in, I think it's Oakland or somewhere in Northern California, and it gets shut down every year.
That's crazy. I just don't understand, like, how you could be walking around bucky naked and that not end up getting you arrested. Like,
yo, Glenn, show the picture of the kid with his face.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
That's a good one, man.
Let me see here. Where is it at?
That's the worst.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yeah. I got it. I got it right here. Like, this is just all bad. This is just
says it all right there.
This is all bad. Like, poor child. Damn. Poor kid. Look at his face. It's terror. He's in terror.
Well, it reminds me of my face when I saw something about Mary, man.
Like, that poor kid, like, he is scarred for life. And it's just like,
oh yeah,
why where's the laws? Do we not have laws against this? I believe we do, right? But it's like, why aren't they enforcing them? Why is it that if
That's
you are
in Canada, or was that in America?
That was in Canada. That one, yeah.
But we have that too. Like, we have that happen here in LA.
The First Amendment in America.
Blame Canada.
Like, it's just like, you know, if you're gay, you could be naked and get away with it. Just this month,
and in front of kids too. You forgot that part.
You got to think about it. That would be like, if you take a piss. Hear me out. I know a guy that took a piss at a park at night. Right? Yeah. No kids around, but because he took a piss at park at night, he got, and the cops saw him. He ended up getting, like, I think it was like he ended up getting he had to register as like on the, like, you know, the registry of, you know, PDF.
An offender.
I know someone who that happened to.
And like, I guess it was like the lowest level, like level D or whatever.
I think you still have to do it for 15 years or something.
Yeah,
that's really stupid. That should never put you on the offender list. That's really stupid.
Like, no, they still have to, like, register for, like, the lowest level. And I'm like, it's middle of the night, no kids are even around, he's in a bush taking a leak, and he gets that's worthy of having to be labeled a, you know, PDF person, you know, like, what the hell, right? Like, but hey, gay grandpa could walk down the street with his dick out, swinging around and everything, and as long as he does it during gay month, it's a-okay. Like, why, what's wrong with people?
Well, this world's insane. It's flat out insane.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep quiet. I don't want to get you banned, Glenn.
I'm just like, these are real questions that I have. I'm wondering, like, how the hell is this allowed? Why? Like, when are we gonna get back to our, like, they will enforce our laws for other little things. Like, yeah, I think there should be, like,
shaming is to be against pride, right? So
that's why I don't call it gay month. Like, I don't call it Pride Month. I call it Gay Month.
You seen the word demon is in Pride Month, right? Have you seen that?
Yeah.
No.
PRIDEMONTH. Demon is in Pride Month. Little weird numerology for you, but it's in there.
The rainbow flag is the same color scheme as the chakras, just inverted.
What?
They also remove one of the colors of the rainbow to make it even more demonic.
It's 6 colors instead of 7.
Yeah.
Well, you know, as we were talking about the gays, I'd like to remind everybody today's special day. Today is
Wash your balls
birthday, and we got to wish him happy birthday.
We do the Trump dance around here.
Just how much we love you, and I'm sure you would agree. What could fit more perfectly than to have a world party on the day you seem to be? Happy birthday
to ya! Happy birthday! Hey.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to ya! That's JLP's happy birthday song too. That's the shirt
See, Farney doesn't get the whole song because he's white and he doesn't have rhythm. So, you know,
fair enough. I do not
like he doesn't have enough rhythm to do the whole song. He only gets half a song. But that was from a special request made by ZT Zen.
Thank you, ZT Zen.
I just say, this is your birthday song. It isn't very long.
There you go.
Nice.
Damn, my balls are stinky today. I wish I knew something to do.
You know what? You know how to handle that, Flo. You want me to tell you how to handle some stinky balls?
How can I watch the agnosticism off of my side?
All right, the best soap in the business to get rid of stinky BO balls. Do you want to be a loser like BO balls? No, you don't want to. So use Grondike Soap Company to keep your balls smelling fresh and pheromoned induced, so the ladies want to do things. There you go.
I want to be part of the ad.
Will it wash away the sin of being a non-believer?
Here you go.
This episode was brought to you by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company, a game changer in men's grooming. Crafted with natural pheromones, it's designed to
I think he's got my audio cut while he plays
masculinity,
his soap ad.
attractiveness, and charisma.
How do you get
Each
a damn
bar is
sponsor for a
meticulously
ball soap
formulated
ad?
to invigorate your sense and leave you feeling confident and irresistible. Unleash your
Who's
true
still in
potential
chat?
with
Let me
Tactical
know.
Soap and command attention wherever you go. Order now by using the link in the description of this video.
I'm still checking if Toby's dropped. Oh, sorry.
And thank you, ZD Den, for the $5 super chat. She says happy birthday at the Farney.
What a sweetheart. Thank you.
I will not be sending him $5 though.
That's all good. I'm sending the $5 back to you. How about that? There, you can have the credit of sending it.
10 hours, chat. 10 hours, chat.
My thank you to you.
They've
and to the
re-updated the countdown 9 hours.
So, yeah,
till
like, I don't know.
drops.
Back to like the why is they like seems like
tomorrow night we will react to
we're seeing this
Toby.
like they will enforce certain laws sometimes, but
the countdown says 9:22
when it's convenient,
now.
they won't enforce them. And it's like one side typically, maybe both sides do this, but like, Hillary Clinton did the same thing that
the
Trump
countdown
did.
clock's been updated to 9:22.
Mislabeled funds or use campaign funds.
9
for
hours.
something
So
they
tomorrow
ought
night
not
during
to use
the snore
campaign
stream,
funds
we
for.
will react to Toby.
What are
It's
you
coming.
saying? What are you asking me? What do you
coming
might mean by that?
tonight.
Hillary Clinton used her campaign used funds from her campaign to get the fake dossier on Trump.
How many beers before you'd bang Hillary?
Not enough. There's just not enough
in the damn world.
No. I don't think.
What about like 1995 Hillary?
Not enough.
I'm like a case.
I mean, because like 1995 Hillary couldn't even get her husband to bang her.
Nope.
1995 Hillary was overlooked by the secretary.
So, want to hear my conspiracy on all this, man?
Yeah.
Why they're supporting one side? Because the side that they're supporting is the side that's killing themselves off, and they want us to kill ourselves off because they only want roughly 500,000 people on the planet, as they have said.
300,000.
500,000. Only 500,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're stones.
Like there's less than that in my city.
Whoever
Yeah,
blew those
that's all that the
stones up
elites want.
was based.
What?
The Georgia Guidestones said this.
The Georgia Guidestones, yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
I believe that that's what they want. I think that's
so.
I
That's
think
why
that
they're
that's
supporting all this homosexuality, because it'll never lead to
Stone.
procreation and it'll lead to more disease. And
well, I do think
they
that they
support
want.
drugs because they'll kill themselves that way. But
I do
end
think they
themselves,
want
sorry.
like the population be kept under control because it's easier to control fewer people. But 500,000 is such a tiny amount. I think it's a fear tactic.
I don't think they could even. The nations would not be able to operate with just 500,000 people on this earth.
I mean,
well, it's not
going to
happen overnight.
No,
It's
no,
a
but think about a
utopian
world with
dream that they're
500,000
working
people in
towards.
it. You wouldn't be able to take a plane flight anywhere because the infrastructure wouldn't exist to support airplanes.
Exactly.
Yeah, but they could lower the amount of space that you'd have to utilize for infrastructure, though.
If you were
a
utilitarian AI, and your model was to do the best good for humanity by harm nobody, then you would just wipe out 90% of the earth and leave a little tribe in, I don't know, wherever.
But then that's harming. That's harming.
Yeah, I was gonna say your analogy isn't working here, bro.
Well, I didn't want to get into
it. 500. It's 500 million. That's still not.
I'm basically saying you wipe out 90% of the population. You leave 10% that none of their family dies. Nobody they know dies. So they're not harmed by that. And now they can take over all the rest of the infrastructure from the rest of the world. That would be the most good for humanity.
You know, if they wanted to reduce the population that drastically, it seems like they could do it by now.
Well, they did.
Well, I don't think they want to.
There was this like thing called the vid.
Yeah, that didn't scratch the surface.
Well, that was the test.
I think it was a test run.
Most of the people who died from that were gonna die anyways.
No, but one thing that isn't being mentioned is it did reduce your chances of being fertile.
It also eradicated the flu for 2 years. That's amazing.
Wow. Yeah, I think I get the joke you're going with that.
Flu is kind of based. Okay.
Yeah, so like I don't think they want it overnight. Yes, overnight they could just wipe out that many people if they really wanted to, right? But they don't want to do that. They want to use the useful idiots as labor until they get to the point where they can have most of their livelihood supported by automation, right?
And the best way to keep useful idiots staying idiots is to make them scared, because no other emotion besides fear gets people to so effectively override their thinking, because fear is a right and left brain response. Your whole brain reacts to it.
It's a good thing
they're using the idea of fear. They're playing on the two biggest drivers of humanity. They're playing on the fear of rejection and the need of acceptance. So that's what they're doing from my view, which is why they're saying, like, if you follow in line, we'll accept you with open arms. If you don't,
you'll get a free burger and
out.
fries.
Yes, exactly.
Hey,
we'll give you universal basic income. We'll give you all these beautiful things. Probably me. Let me listen. Not really.
Somebody had the birds.
I don't hear them with my headset off.
Might be here.
It's probably Barney.
It's my birthday, man. They're just singing my song, okay?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not
Barney's the Disney princess. He's got little cartoons flying around.
They're my labor force, man. They're cleaning my dishes.
It's always Barney.
Sweeping my floors.
All right, Cinderella. Or Snow.
Cinderella.
Always the
wash the dishes.
Farney, how old are you? If that's not too doxy.
Oh, I don't care. I said it earlier.
He's my
39.
age.
I look young, but I'm 39, man.
When are you going to be able to start growing a beard in all the
way? Genetics.
Balls didn't drop.
I'm 36.
Teriak says that I need to eat more meat.
I was looking at it the other day. I got a gray stripe in my damn beard.
A gray stripe?
Oh, yeah, dude.
My gray stripe? Bro, I am gray with a little bit of color. So remember I mentioned that video earlier from Wrecked where he's talking about like the new trend like going on in like these churches. I'm going to play the video for you guys because it's pretty based.
A new evangelical trend. And you say, wait, are you suggesting evangelicals are trendy? No, I'm saying that definitively. We have science to back it up. Let's take a little trip down evangelical memory lane, shall we? Gentlemen! You're the prayer of Jabez, Bible man. God Wild at Heart, WDJD bracelets, purity rings, I Kiss Dating Goodbye, The Case for Christ, The Purpose-Driven Life, The Passion of the Christ, The Five Love Languages, Heavenly Tourism Books, Blue Like Jazz. I'm Second, The Love Dare, God's Not Dead, The Circle Maker, Crazy Love, Soul Surfer, The Harbinger, Jesus Calling. I think we've established the fact.
Is it sad that I've seen and read all of this?
Don't worry, you're not the only one.
I've seen a lot of this stuff, and read some.
Enneagram.
Evangelicals love fads, and it seems like we're seeing another fad that I wish weren't a fad. Not because I don't want this fad to be reality, but I fear this fad is mostly counterfeit. You say, what's the fad? Revivals. It started over a year ago with the Asbury revival on a university campus, remember? Apparently spread to other campuses. Claims that hundreds of kids, thousands of kids getting saved. We want that, don't we? We genuinely want to see revival sweep the land like in the days of the first and second Great Awakenings. But I fear what we're seeing these days is more like a Charles Finney revival back to the middle of the 19th century. He was a heretic, but he was also a manipulator. Some of the stuff he preached as a touring evangelist was like, whoa, fiery good stuff. But he wasn't after conversion and regeneration. He was after moral transformation. What did he use to get people stirred up? Manipulation. He used enthusiasm. He created the anxious bench, which was the precursor to the modern day altar call. Come, if you're anxious, come on down, make a decision for Jesus. Now start behaving better. Now his preaching, while fiery and some of it good, was not gospel centered. But I will say this, at least the revivals were based on preaching. The modern day revivals, you know what they're based on? Music. But they both have the same modus operandi. Enthuse people, manipulate people. Music is massive when it comes to these revivals that we're seeing kind of all over the place. University of Oklahoma, Lee University, Florida State University, Texas A&M. Look, we really do want kids to be saved. But if the kids are merely being enthused into making a decision, then we aren't really seeing revival. We're seeing Finneyism 2.0. Another big massive revival, it's called Gather 25, supposedly reaching 2.5 billion people to spark revival. Now, how are they going to ignite that spark? With 25 hours of worship music, not preaching, music. And all of these events, they resemble Finney revivals, not because they're preaching, but they're getting people into an emotional state. And through worship, and you maybe think, well, who cares as long as they get saved? Well, we should care because we want to do things biblically, and we do want kids to be saved. I truly do. But when music is center stage and preaching is just sort of an add-on, hey, we're going to get back to worship, but real quick, let me just tell you that, and we downplay preaching, we should be concerned that we're going to see the same results as Charles Finney. What were his results? Well, after he finished touring around the country, reports returned to HQ. The people who made a profession of faith were actually acting worse since they've been saved, presumably. So some individuals decided, well, we got to go figure out what happened here. So these circuit riders were dispatched to investigate, and they discovered that the supposed converts were, as they called them, cold coal. They made a false profession of faith. And now their latter end is worse than the first, and their hearts are hard. And no matter what they tried to do to stir them and ignite them again, no success. Any circuit came to be known as the burned over district. Now we're starting to see revivals on university campuses and beach baptisms. There's another trend. They're in Tampa, Texas, California, what's being called a summer of baptisms. And truly, I really do hope people are getting saved. But if music is being used to emote people into the water, then we should be concerned. So there's a test and a challenge simultaneously to see if these are genuine revivals. Do revivals. If you're an organizer of a revival, I say go for it. But here's my challenge. Leave the instruments at home. In fact, try this. No singing whatsoever. Or if you're going to do some singing, treat it the way that typically these revivals treat preaching. Hey, we're going to get back to the preaching, but real quick, let's just sing this song. What would happen if music were removed from all of these revivals and preaching were the centerpiece? Because that's what we see in the Bible. Jonah didn't go to Nineveh with a band and a 3-hour set of music from Hillsong. The 12 disciples were not the 12 musicians, the backing band, the emotive band to get ready so that Jesus could walk out and, just do a little bit of preaching. In fact, Jesus commanded the disciples to preach. Jesus esteemed preaching as the preeminent task of the evangelist. All preached, and people got saved without a single synthesizer creating the mood. My contention, if today's revivals had zero music, I suspect they would have zero people attend and zero people getting baptized. In fact, I suspect that could be true of far too many contemporary churches. They're built on manipulative music. You pull the plug on the music, we'll see if today's revivals are genuine or if they're just creating more cold coal. Discuss.
Facts.
Yeah.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Like, when I saw that, I was like, man. And the sad thing is, like, it kind of in a way that he points out like why like someone like Flo would be so skeptical.
You open a present, Farney?
Like.
Sorry, I was having some lotus seeds.
Because he points out like something, like he points out like there's manipulation being chosen here and put out there. Yeah. And it's like when you hear that, like, and you hear, people like Flo who question things,
He's
right?
He's right.
And it's just like, why, how could he not question? Like, why would he not question? Like, we got this shit going on.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of manipulation. Yeah.
Well, that's why I was stressing about the logic and reason, right? I think if it's true, then it's true. You don't need all this fancy music. You don't need any manipulation tactics or beating on the head, any of that. Yeah. If it's true, then it's true.
But when you're I agree with you, Farney, but what I'm saying is like, but when you got people who are proclaiming to be ambassadors or representatives of this God, right? Of this deity, right? And you find out that like they are, deploying manipulation tactics to get conversions rather than like, to me, that just shows me like their evangelism is weak. Like it's like weak. They have no evangelism skills whatsoever. Yeah. Like, and that makes me even question like, do they even believe what they believe? Right? If you have to resort to manipulation tactics, can you really say you believe what you believe?
So, at the risk of sounding like a misogynist, I'm gonna say. Women.
I know it's all the women. I know it's for the women.
You understand that, right? And
yeah.
So, and there's rising number of women in churches and lowering number of men in churches. And the women like this worship stuff. They like this feel good stuff. They like this emotional stuff. And then the guys show up to get the women, and it's all appealing to this crowd. I like the water. I like I like the water baptism thing, like real instead of being in a jacuzzi in front of the church. I think a public profession of faith, when it's done in the ocean or in a lake in front of all these people, I like that. But yeah,
Like
this
we had that. We had that at my church, but like, I'm like, this is when I was living in Santa Barbara, so like we were like in a beach city, so it's like, why use a pool? We got the ocean right here. It's like we might as well go do, like,
But that guy's totally right. All this worship stuff. Do you know about Bethel and Hillsong?
Oh, so let me. I was about to get to that. All right,
They take
so
Casey and JoJo music and they switch out Christ with like the woman.
let me tell you like my affiliation with this. Okay, so for those that don't know, I play the bass guitar as well. I'm not a pro bass player or anything. It's like it's what I do as like more of a hobby, right? My stepdad was a professional drummer. He has done stuff with like Kirk Franklin and even stuff with like Michael. And yes, I mean, Michael Jackson, because we lived right near Neverland Ranch, and he was contracted to do a lot of stuff, and he wasn't even living off. That wasn't even his full-time job. Like, it's hard out there to be a musician. So I grew up in a very musically inclined home, and one of our things was like we always had to play an instrument. All of us kids end up playing an instrument. I grew up playing the saxophone, but I put it down because I really wasn't into it. But I got into the bass guitar, and so for the church that I was going to, I played bass as well as being the youth leader. But our worship leader was a Bethel student or Bethel graduate, right? They went to Bethel Worship School, and she was like really pushing me to go down there. Like, hey, you gotta go check it out. Like, it's in Reading, blah 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 blah. We could go to a seminar, and they have like all these deals on seminars and stuff like that. And I knew a lot of people that actually went to Bethel. Like another friend of mine he's a great guitarist. He actually went to Bethel and graduated. And he started telling me the stuff that went on over there.
It might have in the old days. It might have been different, but
they were using crystals, like those crystals in like
healing crystals.
Yeah,
that's messed up.
Really weird shit.
New age stuff.
And it didn't start until the woman, some of the main like singer chicks, whatever. I guess she took over the Reading center or whatever in Bethel. It's crazy. And like, we used to do all their songs. Like, I still like one of the Bethel songs, or one of the guys from Bethel. I think it was like, Reckless Love or something like that. I still like that song, it's still one of the cool songs, but that's like the only song I like. Now, like, just hearing Bethel music kind of just gives me the I don't want to.
Yeah, what was that? A 90s pop song that they turned into a Jesus song? Like
Reckless Love?
Sounds like was that in the soundtrack for Ghost?
No. I'll pull it up real quick. I forgot who sings it. It's this guy.
So I just wanted to be clear with what I meant about if it's true, it's true. As in, truth is something that can be discovered. It can be proven, analyzed, etc. You can use evidence to learn truth, etc. Right? So just wanted to throw that out there, because I don't like the X is X, like, obviously, right? So
truth is a description of reality. You're not going to go with that one.
It can be. It depends on it depends on what you mean by reality. If you mean like reality as in creation plus that which is outside of creation, then sure. But if you're just talking about creation, then I wouldn't say that definition is correct.
You looking for the song, Glenn?
I got it right here.
What is love?
We're about to feel warm and fuzzy.
All right, before
go ahead.
Can I hit the super
feel the
chat?
spirit? Y'all ready?
There's a super that he wanted to.
Video. It's your
Oh,
sign that you have a message inside you that is.
It's okay. I have ads too.
Oh yeah, me too. I ain't paying for that shit.
All right, there you go, Flo.
Oh, thank you. Vegas Vips with $10 says, Flow State, thank you for owning old Sarge Finkel. Thank you for the super chat, and it is my pleasure. I will own him every chance I get.
Cool. Here we go. All their music starts off the same too.
Before I spoke a word, you were singing over me. You have been so good.
Get your feels on, folks. Get your feels.
No, I feel warmth in my belly. It could be the beer, but
Before I took a breath, you breathed your life in me. You have been so kind to me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, fights till I'm found, leaves the 99. I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it. Still, you give yourself away. Oh,
I'm already gonna get
alright. It's all
that,
right.
but like the reason why I only like that song is because like at least that song, like even the lyrics are all scripturally based. Like,
except for reckless love.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not a fan of that phrase.
Yeah, but it's referred to as reckless because we, in our mindset, the way we would think that, like, that's crazy, that's reckless.
And whoever wrote that, is that how you spell
Fair
reckless?
enough.
I feel like that's not how you spell reckless. Isn't there a W?
RECKL.
No, you're thinking of like wreck, like the other wreck.
Okay, maybe I'm dumb, but
yeah,
Yeah.
but like, no, like, to me, the reason why that's the only song from, like, I would say the Hillsong or Bethel group kind of people is because the lyrics are scripturally based, like in that sense. So I'm like, okay, I can still vibe with this one, you know. But shout out to Patrick Riley, who sends in a $5 super chat, says, if you want some good lyricism and actually good sounding music, play Lower Still by My Epic. I will check that out, man. I appreciate that. Definitely will check that out. I'm already gonna have to delete the songs that I've already played on here off this video as soon as I.
For that long, I don't think you'll get hit for that.
No, they will. They will hit you with the copyright. No problem.
I feel mad about that.
The problem is, that it sounds based and it sounds like, oh, this is really a Christian song, but if you like really break it down and look into it and the frequencies, like that guy was saying, and that's when you're like, yeah, they're.
I'm more of a lyricist. I'm more of a lyricist than anything. I don't just like music. Just
me too.
Sounds good.
I'm a 36-year-old white boy who thinks he was a rapper at one time. What do you?
Hey, I'm a 39-year-old that did it, dude. Like, I kid you not. But see, I opened up for Bone Thugs and Harmony, Too Short, and DJ Felly Fell back in like 2001, 2000, years ago, many moons ago. I actually did a little something. I didn't get cross 8 Mile yet, but you know, I put the mic down by then. But one more thing I want to point out, Flo. You want to shout out Lauren?
Fuck yeah. Shout out to Lauren. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. You understand that I can't drop bombs because this is Glenn's stream, but remind me next time. And thank you for gifting the 5 memberships.
There you go.
What do you guys think about StreamYard as an op? sorry, I'm changing the subject, but
StreamYard is an op.
Yeah, this is my theory.
You're gonna have to help me go down this wormhole with you because I'm kind of lost here.
The Panelverse, and I'm not talking about you guys. And also Flow State, I don't know if you saw me in a chat recently and we kind of had a little tiff and I said, well, he's a loser. It wasn't really an attack on you. It was an attack on the person that
It sounds like an attack on me.
I guess maybe it was.
I actually didn't. I recognize your name. I didn't remember where from though. So no harm, no foul.
Yeah, but I think StreamYard artificially props people up, and I'm not saying that if you're using StreamYards, you're not good at what you do. Glenn, I like you. Flow State, I don't know a lot about you.
Admit it.
This
You
is my
like
first
me.
time talking to
I like you too, homie.
I haven't watched none of your content, but there's a lot of people that are using StreamYard streams and they're getting 20 to 50 viewers in every stream. And I'm like, what is this? Like, I see ads. Dana from StreamYard is telling me, buy StreamYard, buy StreamYard, buy StreamYard on YouTube all the time. I think it's
Actually, I get.
Did you guys see the new feature that they have?
Do
like
you
where
stream
you
in
can find,
vertical?
that you could find
Do I stream in vertical?
you can find people to do
yeah.
your show with you on StreamYard now. Do you guys know that? Like you could find like content creators to like collab with on StreamYard.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like I get these notifications from StreamYard now. It's like,
and now all y'all are in my feed. So when I came on Speakeasy stream, it's like all y'all are in my feed. But I don't use Stream. I'll use your StreamYard, but I'm not using StreamYard. But I use Discord and OBS, and I do it the old-fashioned way. And I think I don't know what they're doing, but
Flow State, why did you send me your link, your channel link?
I put it backstage so that JS Urban Adventures has easy time finding me if he hasn't watched any of my stuff yet.
Copy. I'm like, I already know your channel.
This is the start of a new best friendship. I can tell.
It was it was more attack on the person in the chat that I knew because I said, oh, like I went to one of my boys' channels and you were on there, and I was like, oh, you got Flow State, and I had been hearing your name a lot. And then she's like, yeah, that's one of my friends. And I'm like, oh, well, then I guess he's a loser if you're vouching for him.
Who was it?
I'm not gonna say it's not.
I might be a loser. I mean,
okay,
you
so
are
Flo, you know what?
agnostic, and yeah,
that's true.
So I like bouncing ideas off of Flo because Flo he's a pretty he's not gonna be swayed very easily by popular opinions, and he typically tends to likes to be the contrarian on things, and like tries to push people to think outside of their normal line of thinking. So I'm gonna levy this question, even though I really don't want to bring this up again, but who do you think won the debate? You know the debate I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Trump and Biden.
So, and let me start this off by saying
that's not even.
I didn't watch the debate.
Oh, you didn't watch it? I thought you reviewed it.
I did an after stream. I started listening. It turned out I ended up having sex and then started my stream immediately. So I really only caught little bits of it. I thought that the highlight from what I heard was definitely when Andrew said, "You're sleeping with the moderator." That was fantastic. I don't think it was a debate. I think Andrew was dominant in the back and forth in the exchange. I think if we look at it from a long-term strategy point of view, I'd have to say based one.
In what way?
Hold on. Hear me out.
You're talking about
being contrarian.
No. I think you're talking about in popularity and being able to gain.
What I'm saying is that Andrew is a big channel. He did not gain any publicity. He got some money. I don't know how much money. I heard he made a decent amount of money.
He made his goal.
Historical went from having 250 subs to being the talk of the town. So
I agree with you on that.
Yeah. So from
So
that
yeah,
standpoint,
it's like the same thing I said about like Machine Gun Kelly versus
debate.
Eminem.
That just means you got some
Right.
clout off of
It's
being
almost
a
like
debate.
Machine Gun Kelly versus Eminem thing, right? Machine Gun Kelly, not a lot of people knew who he was, but when Eminem finally acknowledged him and did the diss track on him, all of a sudden now everybody's looking up who this guy, and now we know who he is.
So let me.
So in a way, you're saying that he made him famous just to embarrass him.
The entire play, Base may have gone into that with a better strategy. Of course, Base had only upshot, right? If you look at it from a publicity standpoint, he had only upshot by engaging Andrew in any way at all. I do think that, and from what I saw, it seems like Andrew reamed him. I also think that Andrew is in the right, just as far as the topic goes.
Yeah.
I don't think that I agreed with base premise. So
it's a stupid topic. Flow state. I want to debate you. Flow state is stupid and ugly. Let's debate.
Yeah.
Like
I'm a little bit surprised Andrew did. Now, when I heard that he made several $1,000s on super chats, maybe then it makes sense. But I don't.
Well, like I knew he made over at least 1,000. I know he hit over 1,000. I don't know how many thousands he hit, but I believe what I was told is that like he hit the goal. Like he still got his $1,000 out of Base. Like Base was gonna have to either pay him $1,000 for the debate, right? Well, that never happened. But he still got his $1,000 basically from Base via super chats from everybody else, during the debate.
So, I mean, I don't know the revenue that he made. I don't know the revenue Base made, if he made any. But if you exclude that and just look at what I do know, it seems
the
like
moderator chick who ran it make all the money.
Well, yeah, Sarah did make a lot of money, and Andrew sent everybody over to her channel, to send her like donations or whatever. Like,
and that was a fucking big dick move right there. So
big
I don't know. The whole
guess.
thing almost. And I asked Base Oracle afterwards when he came over to my channel. I said, "Is this the beginning of a bromance?" Because I don't know. The whole thing just seems like.
Well, it's funny like that you say that. Like Torsha, I talked to Torsha, and she's debated before, and she's like known in the red pill space. Like she used to do a lot of collaborations with Rolo early on. She was like, she's like, it just seems like Base is gay for Andrew. Like he just wants attention from him. It's like, Daddy, look at me. Like, what about me? And she's like, there's like his responses were the same as like a girl would complain about, like, well, you should just know. Like,
that's not an angle I've looked at it from, but
like when she said it that way and the way she was like breaking it down, I started laughing because I was like, yo, this is kind of funny though. Like she's making a good point here. Like, I don't need to prove it to you. It just is like, that's a girl thing. Like girls don't like, if you ever asked a girl, like, prove it, show me your evidence, like, show me the receipts, right? How often, like, how many times do you get women just like so forthcoming with the receipts? They're like, what, you don't believe me? You think I'm gonna lie about this? Like, and then they go down this whole rabbit hole of like, you questioning them all of a sudden makes you think that they're dishonest and they're being deceptive intentionally and blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, wait a minute. No. It's okay to
the whole premise was absurd to me from the get-go. I'm amazed that I actually am really surprised that Andrew agreed to engage such an absurd premise.
I think he got just so fed up with like the backbiting and like because you got to remember at one point, like Base was like in the Discord and like messaging him and kind of like, as Base or as Andrew said, like ball washing him in this regard. And then to like turn on a dime just because you don't get the debate you want when you want it. And then attacking, like, I think the attacks got personal.
That ties into what was being discussed earlier though, right? Where it's like, oh, just believe me, right? Without having any evidence or anything like that. That ties into the Christianity thing, right? Because it's become very effeminate Christianity. So in the West.
Oh,
And
that's
so that's
Farney.
why
I
think
didn't
is
realize that
part
you
of
were
that.
Farney. I'd seen your pictures. I'd seen you on screen and other. I didn't realize that was you. What up,
Hey
Farney?
man.
So
Oh, yeah.
there's
How's it going?
about a month or a little while ago, I challenged somebody to fight in Street Beefs, another content creator. I actually challenged.
Do they really?
I actually challenged two of them to bare knuckle box me in Street Beefs, and both of them declined. When
Is it? Do they still really do that? You don't get in trouble?
Yeah, they do that.
Street Beefs,
But like you don't get in
Yeah.
trouble. Like it's like
right.
There's a whole bare knuckle boxing league.
Well, I know
Right,
there's
so
bare
I-
knuckle boxing league, but I'm talking about like it's not like they do like celebrity box
Yeah,
matches.
it's Street Beefs has what it's like 3.5 million subscribers. It's still they still do stuff all the time.
I remember them
Um,
being big back in the day. I just
Florida all the time.
yeah,
but both
I
of
know
those
that they're
guys, both
Go
of the
ahead.
guys I challenged declined me. But then when a few days ago, Based Oracle challenged me, and I declined. I said, I've seen how you do things. I am not making any deals with you at all.
Oh no shit.
Yeah.
How did he take
Like,
that?
Fine. Like, I mean, he's still pushing. Like, I ain't mad at him. I just see the maneuvers, right?
So like what do you mean by that? Because like
It just
I think
like,
I know
I've
what
seen-
you
I've seen-
I think I know
I've
what you're
seen-
saying, but
I've
again,
seen
people will say
him-
I'm biased, so I don't want to like say anything.
I've seen him turn on a lot of people, basically everybody, kind of one at a time, and it feels like a setup for the next turn. So I'm not going to commit myself to something that commitment can be exploited.
Yeah,
I think he gets it. I don't think he was offended.
He's like, oh, thank you. You got my number. You know it. You know my move.
Honestly,
I see.
Yeah, I think that it's, I don't know. This is my interpretation of somebody who's not very expressive. But I interpreted his response as touche, kind of like, okay, good move.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, like I just don't know how like you make the kind of assertions that you make, like he made, without and not come into that debate without the receipts to back it up.
Yeah,
That's what I was wondering, because like, okay, I've heard other people give like their reaction to it. And I would say, like, I try to say mine's non-biased, but I'm obviously biased, and there's obviously muddy, like blood in the water between me and Base, right? Like, so there's obviously going to be a biasness there, right? Like, it'll be easy to it's obviously for me to be like, yeah, I'm not going to be pro Base. He's going to have to do something to really win me over to say that he won that debate. So I already know
He
I'm
should have
kind of
come with some clips or something. Like Andrew came with clips, and I'm not into all this internet drama. I don't even know who this other guy is, but Andrew came with clips, and the other guy, he didn't have like. If you're gonna attack his character, then you need to.
Yeah, like so, like for me, it's like he didn't come with anything other than assertions. He kept on
Yeah.
asserting something rather than proving something. And
He wanted
you
Andrew
know,
to make his
It
argument
looks
for
to
him.
me like he attacks people across what he perceives to be their area of hypocrisy or hubris. So, for instance, with grifting with Andrew, politicking with you, he went after DL Saint the very first day I met him for wearing a fresh and fit shirt while acting like so it looks to me like he's attacking people across those lines. It would be easy for me to think that one of my perceived shortcomings is arrogance or what's what I'm looking for, machismo or some shit like that, right? So it looks to me like he's attacking across one of my vices by challenging with street beefs.
What I need to know is, I love Andrew, and I don't know Andrew. I've never talked to Andrew in person. I just know his content. I love his content, but I'm talking to Glenn. My conspiracy brain says this thing was all set up to boost up based Oracle.
And
well, I can tell you right now, like Andrew had no desire to help him make a name for himself, you know? Like Andrew was like, all right.
But
the people actually, like, he wasn't going to really do it after he already said, you know what, since he's not giving me any of the information that I need, I'm done with it, you know, just done. This is me, this is him obviously not being serious, and so I take this as him backing out. Right. And
but I don't understand why Andrew would take this debate.
Well, like, so
like why
so the way that it came down,
it seems all set up to me.
So since I was the original moderator, like, that was going to do it.
I saw a clip of
I was the one in between. I was doing in between talk. Now, at one point, you know, I reached out to Andrew on behalf of Base to try to set up a debate. And Andrew declined an in-person debate. He's like, no, I'm not going to do that. That's stupid. I'm not going to do an in-person debate. He could do it online. I'm like, okay, cool. That's the end of it. Moving on. And then when Andrew came on my show one night, and Base Oracle was already on with Speakeasy, and there's a few of others, you know, and somebody else
$1,000.
No, I'll get to that. So, somebody ended up bringing up Andrew's name on there, and wasn't.
I'm behind.
I know. I'm catching you up. Just hear me up. Somebody brought up Andrew's name, and it wasn't based. Andrew comes on, and I gave him the rundown of what we were talking about, and I told him that his name was brought up, and, you know, I clarified whatever it was, and then him and Base started having words, and then like Base like, you know, you're scared from me, you're running from me, you wouldn't debate me in person or whatever, and then that's how that conversation started talking up again, and then that's when Andrew, you know, presented him a counter offer. He's like, all right, cool. Here's the counter. You pay him $1,000. You fly to Michigan, you bring Glenn Lawrence with you, and you cover all that, and we'll have the debate in Michigan. Right? So the original agreed terms was I was going to be the moderator. Base had to pay for the moderator's travel, because why would I pay out of my own pocket for somebody else's benefit? Right. Typically, when you have a moderator, you pay for the moderator's time. So Andrew was going to put me up.
Just if it's in person, right?
Yeah, in person.
Okay.
Andrew was going to pick me up, put me up at his place, because we're friends, obviously. And that will cover part of the expenses, right? So now it's not just flight and hotel. It is just flight for one person. The other person's covering the lodging, right? So they kind of split the burden of, you know, moderator cost in a way. And we'll have the debate in Michigan, right? So that's what it was originally.
Yeah.
And that was everybody agreed to. Well, Base ended up backing out of that, saying he's not.
I think Andrew was a little tipsy in that clip.
And this is where I took over the plan.
Where they talk about this.
What were you saying, Flo?
I was saying this is where I took over the plan with my own conspiracy strategy to make myself the new moderator because we couldn't trust Glenn.
So
that's what I didn't account for was Base's banging the tomato.
So then, like, it ended up like being canceled, right? The whole thing ended up being canceled at one point. But then, like, I guess, like Andrew's like audience still like were willing, like wanted to see that debate. They wanted to see it, right? Yeah. And Andrew just happened to have time this past Saturday, and he realized that on Friday there's like, you know, gonna be some time. So I guess Andrew reached out to Sarah to set up this debate last minute. You know, let's see if we can still do this last minute Saturday. Let's do it on there if it works out. And everybody agreed to it, and it ended up going down. That's how it ended up coming back, you know, after it being canceled. So,
so you're saying it was all a strategy to boost Based Oracle?
I'm not saying it was a strategy to boost Based Oracle.
No, It wouldn't make sense that way. I mean, he could have boosted himself way faster by just Andrew having him on a show or two.
That's true too. Like,
or having a legitimate debate and actually like.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
if this was strategy, it was against Andrew's will. If they were all working together, Andrew would have just been like, "Hey, come on my show," and basically been like, "Okay."
Speaking of will, I've heard that Andrew wants to do a debate on determinism. If he wants to debate a Christian on free will.
Well, I want to debate Andrew on morality.
Do you not believe in free will, or you believe in free will?
I don't believe in free will.
Oh, you play predestination.
So are you part of like are you like Calvinistic?
I'm not a Calvinist, like I said earlier.
I think he's just following logic.
But anyway.
Oh, is that Flo?
I think he's just following logic.
We went from Bethel and Hillsong to StreamYards to Andrew.
We're all over the place tonight. We're just all.
But look,
over the
I'm with him. I'm with him on the no free will and the no Trinity thing, right? If you're looking at this, if you're exploring Christianity of yourself and not coming in through a box, then if you believe that God knows everything before it happens, then it has to be predetermined. Exactly. Then you have actually no free will.
Exactly.
It just
and if you have
to
submit your will to God, then you do not have free will. God did not give us free will. But anyway,
super based. But we act as if there is free will, and that's the only, and we have to. Okay.
I will say this. I'll say one more thing about this last debate. Andrew is entertaining as fuck when he's like when he's when he's in the zone, right? Like, because to me, I was laughing my ass off, like with his facial expressions, the responses. Because normally when I talk to Andrew, he's very somber.
This guy lights a cigarette with a damn blowtorch every time he lights a cigarette. I'm sorry to interrupt.
He can't find his other torch. Okay. No, but I just found it was hilarious.
It's only because I'm out of map gas. Otherwise,
like have you guys listened to Andrew just talk normally when he's just talking if you guys heard him talking when he comes on my channel, he's just talking like normal people, not very animated. You don't get a whole lot of emotion or reaction out of him. Yeah. But that debate, he was extremely entertaining by the reactions, the hand gestures, the facial expressions. It made a really what sounded like a chick fight sound very entertaining.
Yeah, I'm not trying to cast any shade on Andrew. I love the
no. I'm just saying he made something that was a dumb debate extremely entertaining.
Can you bring up the Dreaded rabble rouser? I got to address this dude real quick, and I'll ask him the same question I asked him last time. He says, Flow State, once again, brave enough to run his mouth about Christianity, but of course completely silent when it comes to Muslims and Jews. Why, Flow State? Like I said last time, because I am more familiar with Christianity than any other religion. I speak of which I'm familiar, not of which I'm not familiar. Now,
I didn't think you were going light on them at all. It's just
right, and that's what I explained to him last time. He said, "Say something."
Here.
Yeah, he said, last time he brought this shit up, he said, "Say something bad about Muslims." Then, and I said, every criticism I have of right now of Christianity also applies equally to Muslims. Everything
equally. Read the Quran if you're gonna say equally. All right,
I haven't read the Quran. That's why.
Read it, and then you will change that.
But I'm because I'm not. No, I am making a higher level.
Why do you hate the Jews?
I'm making higher level critiques. I'm not getting down into this nitty gritty. Hold on,
that's
I'm not done
joke.
with this.
It's
I'm
a
not
joke.
done with
I
know. But his implication is that I'm scared of criticizing the other ones. To which I would reply, "Why
hold on. One mic.
Sorry.
Dreaded rabble rouser, why are you one of the weak Christians? If you think I'm scared of criticizing the other religions, what do you have to say for yourself as one of the weak, not scary Christians that lets your religion get insulted?"
I don't understand why people say, "Then say it, Flo." Then just say it.
And hold on. And now,
how come you can read that super chat, but you can't? I can't say what I just said.
And now I'm going to put him in timeout for 24 hours.
But my thing is why can't you what's the point of who are you proving? Like, what does it prove? If I just say it because you tell me to say it, isn't that just me like bending to your desire? Like, why would I cave into if I don't see a problem with me not addressing this other two religions because I don't know, I'm not familiar with them enough, then I'm cool with that. Why do I need it all of a sudden because you say
his criticism is bad faith?
Yeah, I don't ever get that. And we got Sheba in the building. Good morning.
Sorry about that.
Good afternoon.
I was just making a joke. Sorry.
Oh, I know. You just got, I already flirt with the line.
The real world.
Oh, I'm sorry. The real world this afternoon. My bad.
Yeah.
I already flirt with the line of TOS enough,
I know.
It's if anybody's gonna get my channel in trouble, it should be me. I don't want to be like, dang it,
Right.
JS,
Exactly.
it was because of you.
Exactly. I say the same thing. I say the same thing. I'll make jokes, but I don't want somebody coming on my channel. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, I get you. Like, it's not a big deal. I'll just, just reminding y'all. But I think it's silly. Like, well, then say it, prove it, Flo, prove it, Flo, prove it. Can't prove it. You're scared, Flo. Scared. Flo State scared. Prove it. You're muted. Prove it.
I mean, I'm happy to criticize Muslims. They believe in God, which is very, very silly as far as I can tell.
Well, we know, Shiva. We know that you do not believe in God whatsoever.
Flow State, you're muted. I don't know if you know that.
I know. I was talking to somebody on the other side of the computer. Were you saying something that needs me to address it?
No. I was just saw your mouth moving and just wondered if you were talking to us.
No.
Yeah.
Good looking out.
Look, my fan turned off when I said that. I've been canceled.
Oh, this whole indoor cats. Like, okay, that reminds me. Hold on one second. Where is this? It was. Let me go to my comments. Hold on. Yes, here we go. Carpenter's Journey. Please help me understand your comment on my video. You said you're about to upload a video giving my perspective on these situations. I suggest y'all team up with people like me who are more or less on your side, Mr. Lawrence. I'm no Stan. I'm not going to do a 7-hour stream like Andrew did to Owen, but I'm going to describe reality as I see it. If it ruffles feathers, that's good for views. Y'all should embrace the new breeds before we get all the way up, is how I see my situation. I have no plans in going into y'all's box just to be a part. Hope y'all appreciate my good faith Yelp review. One of them incoming shortly before I do concrete. And then you say, where is it at? It is somewhere.
That comment didn't make any damn sense.
No, I know. It like then there was like someone replied to him and was like, do you think everything is about you? It's kind of crazy to think everyone is coming for you. You wonder why you get banned from chats or timed out. You say some crazy shit to people and in general, you need a good male therapist to help you get through your problems. Just some friendly advice and criticism.
I can do that.
And then he's like, sure, insert whatever answer gets me the most views here. And then he replies, I'm done with these do nothing that think it's their job to gatekeep the damn internet. Get the fuck out of here. And then he's like, I like GS. You see, the problem is you giving indoor cats the least little bit of power and they can't help but abuse it. I'll do better. What indoor cats? Like, what is it indoor? Where's the cats? I'm wondering where's the cats coming from?
Is he calling the people on your panel indoor cats?
I don't know. I'm confused. Where did we started talking about cats? Good morning, Denizen.
This is the least
Greetings,
edgy I've
Glenn.
ever been.
How are you, sir?
Big
I am
D.
very well. How are you?
Double D.
Double D. What's
Denizen?
up, sir?
Now that Denizen's here, I'm about to take off. I will drop a link to Glenn's right now, and then when I end, I believe it'll redirect over. Also, just a reminder, if anybody talks to Andrew, plug in something in his ear. The next debate.
What is the debate?
The
that
next
you
debate he
want?
needs to have is me. Huh?
Okay, what is the debate topic that you wanted to have?
I do not believe that religion is necessary, or God, Christianity is not necessary for morals.
Oh, okay.
And
So you want to?
I
You're
do
debating
believe-
secular
I do
morals
believe-
can exist without.
I do
moral
believe in
standards.
objective morality.
Okay.
I do not believe it requires God.
Yeah, you think that they
religion or
don't need
God?
grounding
You mean God.
in
God is
God,
not
right?
necessary.
So I will say God, unless you want to go along down the line of, well, God created everything. Like, okay, well, if that's the paradigm we're working in, but I'm going to say God, and by that I'm referring to religious institutional God. I think that morality is
Okay, so specifically organized religion.
I think humans alone.
If you say God, he's just going to go into transcendentals with you, and you're going to get crushed.
I believe that humans, absent any supernatural power, can have morality, an objective morality.
Okay.
So objective morality does not need to be grounded in God. To
Correct.
sum it up. Okay.
Correct.
Well, good
Aren't
discussion,
debates for
Slow Man.
retards?
Lots
you
of
for
things are for
participating.
retards, but I still do them.
Facts.
And
I think you had good faith in our discussion, man. So thank you for that.
I did absolutely. It's good.
I mean,
It's been great talking.
I
to all
know.
of you.
I know some of my mods are also in it, like connected with his mods. So I'm pretty sure like the message will get around to him.
Sure.
I mean, if he comes,
And I emailed him a couple days ago. I haven't heard back yet, but
I know he's getting busy to get ready to go travel. Like he has a couple shows he's doing.
I'm just throwing it out into the ether, right?
Yeah,
It'll go where it goes.
If I run across him and we chat, I'll try to remember to bring it up.
All right.
But
Hey.
all right, cool, man.
Thank you for having me up. Good talking to all you guys. Salutes to the chat.
Later.
Peace out. Have a good morning.
Rage quit.
Later, Flo.
Rage quit.
I miss you, Flo.
You're kicked out.
Bye, Denny.
Bye.
So, hello, Den.
Yo, what's good?
Nothing much. How goes it?
Pretty good.
Good. Did you come up with the interesting conversation, or you want to add to a conversation?
I came up to say hi to my friend Shiva. I haven't seen him in a while.
Hello, Dennis.
I've never seen Shiva. I've
Hello,
only
sir.
seen the number 4.
You've only seen the number 4, yeah. Well, I'm incredibly ugly, so I don't have a webcam.
It's okay. I shall show my ugly mug.
I've heard too much of this damn solipsist atheist for the past week on while I'm at work.
Which solipsist atheist are you referring to? Me?
Yes.
I'm not a solipsist. I'm in fact I'm a panpsychismic solipsist.
Why you put the wrong accentuation on the wrong syllable?
He put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Yeah, that's what I was looking
What can you you just called me a sophist. What arguments do you think I've made that have been sophistry?
for. What did you say the other? Well, you always ask about how do you know that anybody's real?
Oh, that's just me trolling. Look. When I say
What's
things
the thing
like,
you told me the other
how
night
do you
in the
know
chat?
that you exist? Like, partly it's trolling, but also when I'm arguing with theists, I do like to try and argue from the position, even though I don't fully understand
How
it.
does an E and an I make an A sound?
Even though I don't, how does an E and an I make an A sound?
Yeah,
What do you mean? Like beige?
it's a theist. It's not a theist.
Right, okay.
Are you sophism?
I'm just trolling too. I'm just trolling.
You're joking.
I do like to argue when I'm arguing with theists.
I'm just messing.
I do like to, because I like to argue that there's something essentially permanent about us that is unchanging. I kind of like to argue the opposite, and there's a strong school of thought in Indian philosophy that the idea that we have a fixed kind of permanent selfhood.
Good morning, Joe Cool.
Illusory. So I don't think it's sophistry.
I'm just messing around, Shiva.
Right.
But you did tell me what was the phrase you taught me the other day? You said you're not.
I don't know.
You said you're not a sophist, but you're a something.
Well, panpsychism is the opposite of solipsism. So solipsism is the philosophical view in the philosophy of consciousness.
You say solipsism, or was yeah.
Sorry, solipsism. Jesus Christ, why do you guys always stress the wrong syllables? Anyway.
I was just trying to make sure it wasn't a new word that I didn't know.
So
we're American.
Solipsism is the view that only the self is conscious, and panpsychism is the view that all things are conscious. So
Shiva, you do know solipsism.
Hang on, Glenn. People who believe in nature deities.
The solipsism. I said I was going to Google it, and I haven't Googled it yet. So I'm Googling.
So do you know solipsism can be there's like a solipsism syndrome?
As in a mental disorder?
Yes.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Yes, there is actually. So I was debating this guy named Kevin Ray Wilder, right? And he was arguing me about solipsism because Rollo mentions women are solipsistic, right? And he's like, solipsism is like made up, blah 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 blah, like, you know. And I'm like, actually, it's a clinical syndrome. And he's like, what? And I pulled it up in the middle of the debate. I'm like, see here, like solipsism syndrome. It's actually a real thing. Like,
I mean, that's in a specific context. It's also something in the philosophy of consciousness where it's referring to what things are viewed as having a conscious experience. So solipsism is an extreme as opposed to panpsychism, which is also an extreme.
But you're talking
about the way you're using it there. It doesn't sound correct there.
It's not mutually exclusive, is it? Because solipsism would be the assertion that only the self can be proven to be real, but not excluding consciousness on any other level.
And
right?
I guess
hang on, not real, consciously aware. The only thing that you can demonstrate has a conscious awareness is you.
Right. You can't demonstrate it for anything else, but that doesn't mean that they don't have consciousness.
But in like the psychology world, like solipsism is referred to like only seeing things through your lens, like through your experiences, and discounting everybody else's. Is like, well, I've never experienced that. I've only experienced this, so this is what's true. Yours is wrong, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, but that's not the philosophical way of using it.
I'm just wondering, does it relate? Is it similar, or is it like completely?
I can see where you're going with that. I've just never heard it used that way before.
You can develop.
Mine was like the most layman's term of it. Mine was like the layman's term of it. Like I could pull up the definition of like the
Googled it. Yeah.
Yeah. I had to look it up.
Just a form of it. Yeah.
But you're saying what then? That you do believe that others exist is your point in using
that everything has consciousness,
like rivers and trees. Yeah, that's what a panpsychist.
Wait, you do believe in that?
A river has consciousness?
No, that's what someone who is a panpsychist, who is practicing panpsychism, that's what they would believe.
So what do you believe?
What do I believe?
Yes.
That there's no such thing as an inherently fixed selfhood. There's nowhere that you can identify this is me.
Yeah. And if you try to, it's going to be a moving target.
Yeah. As soon as you pin it down, it's already become something else.
The only way I could imagine you being able to do a fixed one would be something like that, you know, the inner child kind of thing, that kind of view of ourselves that stay with us throughout our whole lives, right? Like the kind of similar inner dialogue is the same, like
the inner dialogue that I have now as an adult is nothing like the inner dialogue that I used to have as a child.
But you still think like this is me, right? Like you don't look at me
I'm
as a separate person to your child version of you, right?
I'm positing that the very idea of there being a me that is discrete from everything else, or even just not even discrete from everything else, the very idea that there is a me, that is something that is fixed and permanent. I'm positing the idea that that's a delusion that we all have.
Well, the me, even if it goes through changing states, it's still you. You're just now in a new state, right?
Right. So when something changes, is it still the same thing or is it something different?
I would imagine to what degree it changes, you know what I mean?
Any degree.
So if
you have
that
a pebble,
argument, are you still you if somebody cuts off your arm? Most people say yes. Well, what about the other arm, right?
Thing. What's the pebble thing? Because I have the same worldview and the same mind state that I had when I was 8 years old. I still think the same way.
What I'm trying to get at is that
that's interesting.
Is that
I'd like to interview you about that. Sorry, Shiva, go ahead.
That's all right. So, like, what I'm trying to ask you to do is to, like, because what you've posited so far has been fairly kind of nebulous, a kind of vague sense you have of there being this continuous thread throughout your conscious awareness. But when you actually examine the experience, I think what you'll find is that there is a lot of movement, right? So emotions come and they go, thoughts come and they go, moods come and they go. And when you try and locate something that isn't coming and going, that isn't in a constant state of motion and a constant state of change, like there's nothing there to pin down.
If your child is 5 years old, they will still be your child at age 15, at age 25, etc. They're still the same person. They've changed, but they're still the same essence. You know what I mean?
No, they're not.
No.
Even on a physical level, every 7 years, every cell in your body is replaced. Are you the same person?
If your thoughts change,
your DNA, for one thing, if you want to go down to a materialistic view, your DNA is like still the same unless you've had some sort of mutations in your DNA.
No, your DNA degrades over time.
We all have.
Yeah, it's a less strong form of its like healthy itself, but it's still like there.
So even that's not fixed, right? Even that's not permanent. It's in a state of flux.
And even the thing that you think is you, that ego that you're looking for inside your own mind, it's more influenced by bacteria than it is by your own DNA. The majority of your DNA as a person is a colony of organisms that control you in ways you're not even realizing.
No, I get it. Like 85% of like your like impulses and stuff come from your gut bacteria and all that. I get it that there's these forces that are working upon us, but what's the us that's being worked upon?
A constant state of flux, I think, is what Shiva would argue, right, sir?
It's a weird, the Orthodox Buddhist position on selfhood, and is also the Orthodox Buddhist position on rebirth, as it happens, is a paradox. So there is a process called rebirth that takes place, but there are no beings that are reborn, and this idea that this idea that we have a fixed self, the idea that that's a delusion, is so like enshrined in core Buddhist teachings that non-selfhood, anatma, is one of the 3 marks of conditioned existence. The other 2 being impermanence and suffering. Well, suffering's a bit of a strong translation of unsatisfactoriness would be better.
So you're not denying the self. You're just denying that the self, there's any fixed part of the self, is what
fixed
you're getting at?
permanent self. Yeah. Yeah. Each word is important.
See, I would say that there's still like the core there of what it is, right? Like,
But is that unchanging?
yeah, that's why I was trying to get at when
Right.
I made the comment about like the me that's inside your inner child and all that. That's
Right.
kind of what these like phrases are
How do
getting
you
at, right?
how do you locate it?
You can't locate any of these things. They're
I
in
mean,
the
I can locate
metaphysical
anger
realm.
when it happens. I
You
can
can
locate thoughts when they happen. Yeah,
Can
it
you? I
happens
can
in my
locate the
body.
inner child. All you got to do is like hear somebody
Emotions
fart
happen
and
in
you
the
start
body,
laughing,
right?
and then that's that inner child that's coming out. I find them every time when I hear somebody fart in public. I want to welcome Jess and Joe Cool to the panel. Good morning, the two of you. Jess, you're rather tardy, young lady. You're rather tardy. Just
I sense a spanking in the future for you, Jess.
I ain't gonna say all that, man. Like, you know, Joe, come on now. You know,
You said you could locate anger when it happens.
Yeah. Well, all emotions are a physiological response to the world, right? Or at least there's a physiological component to emotional states. So when you're angry, there's a whole bunch of physical processes that
oh,
are
she
kicking
left.
off. And you
See,
can,
Joe Cool, you scared her off, man. You said she's
can-
gonna get spanking and she took off. Look what you did. You're scaring all the women away.
Yeah, that was my bad.
you can feel those, right? Like, you know, increased heart rate, for example, increased breathing rate, you know, shortness of breath.
I would argue about that. That could be from running up a mountain. I'm not sure that shows me what anger is, right?
Right. Your physiological response to your anger doesn't show me where the anger comes from.
Well, yeah, maybe that was, you know, a poor choice of words. But
I
like
was stuck on cutting the
anger is
bacteria.
something that we can measure in the body, right?
Sounds like
so
nonsense.
We
Good morning, crazy mama. All
sounds
right.
like what? Sorry. Sounds like what? Sorry.
Hold on.
Oh, let's get Jess in before I chase her away again. Damn it, Jess, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you. How are you guys?
Doing well, doing well. Now, fellas, I'm giving the floor to Jess because she had a topic she wanted to discuss, and I wanted her to present it. So, Jess, the floor is yours.
I don't know which you're talking about. I said a few things.
I know. Which one you want to discuss? You pick.
Oh, I don't know.
This is why you don't ever give a woman an opportunity to
save us.
Yeah,
Jess. We
you should just ask me the questions, and then
now
I'd be better at doing it that way.
Okay.
What do you want to eat for lunch, Jess? There's the question.
Oh, don't start. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. Chill out. That's too much.
Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
I have a good man that helps me with that.
Okay, where is it? I gotta go through all the messages. Here we go.
Shiva Pimp, good to see you.
Hey Joe, how's it going? Started any race wars recently? Oh, Joe and I have had some furious arguments about religion. They've been fantastic.
Oh, okay, Jess. Explain to me why women tend to complain more about the tone rather than why they get more mad about the tone rather than what is being said.
I love it, Glenn. Good start. Oh, I know you got a comment on that, Jess.
It's not just women that do that, in my experience.
I would agree, but this is a good start. I assume she'd get defensive.
I didn't like
women care more about your intention.
But why do they care more about the tone? Like women get more mad about the tone
Because
rather
of the
than what is
intention.
being said. What's the intention? What do you mean?
Well, that's what the tone tells them.
Yeah, I could potentially tell them the attention. Yeah.
Okay, I need you
What
to
if,
elaborate
they have
more.
good intentions, but they're just frustrated, and so their tone sounds like angry?
Or what if they're just tired of repeating themselves and they're just like, shit, this woman didn't get
Well,
this.
that's another thing too. It depends on the situation and the
Yeah, you
woman.
might have
There
to
are some
give
women
us.
that are just spoiled brats, and you can't say anything to
I
them.
hear more women complain about
Can you-
the way someone said something, and they get more mad about the way it was said, rather than actually argue about what is said.
Because it makes them feel humiliated.
And it's all about the feelings of one.
Can y'all give an example, Glenn or Jess?
Isn't tone policing a really weak form of ad hominem attack?
What?
Like passive aggressiveness, Shiva?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of criticizing something intrinsic about the person, i.e., the tone of voice, rather than the arguments that they're presenting.
And disregard for the content is disregard for the intent.
It also then becomes a discussion about the tone rather than what was said in the first
then what
place,
is actually
Which is right where the disingenuous person on the side of the argument would like you
I
to be.
disagree. I think the tone's everything.
Yeah.
Really,
Come on,
Joe?
Yeah.
Come on, Joe.
That's why
let's hear
you're
it.
down there, Joe.
Hold on, Joe.
Wait.
Joe, if
You're in the hierarchy, Joe.
if this is a good faith
No, it's
argument
good
here,
faith.
Joe.
Good faith.
That's him
Bless your
trolling.
heart. Bless your heart. They don't really mean bless your heart. I love you. It depends on the tone. Yeah, I love you. It's the tone. It ain't the words.
Right, but when we're
Crazy
talking
Mama
about
says,
Stupid little idiot, you are. Yes, you are.
Hold on.
Aw.
Like
Like,
Crazy
if you
Mama
look
says,
at somebody
tone
that
tells
way and they
all.
don't
And that's literally crazy. So QED.
Tone tells all when you're communicating emotion. Tone doesn't tell all when you're trying to convey an argument or communicate facts.
Exactly. So
tone
that's
tells
why I don't
Exactly,
understand
yeah.
why I'm asking. I want to know from Jess, like, why do they complain about the tone? Why aren't they more concerned about whether what is being communicated is true or not? Why is the first thing they want to jump down is whether or not you said something in the tone that they approve of?
What's up, Alex? It's shaming. They're not interested in actually communicating or transferring information. It's all about either winning or making the person that you disagree with look like a bully.
Jess, you're the only one
And it's
that's
often
answering
a
it. You were
tactic
asked the
that's
question.
I hear all
when-
these guys tell me what women are doing. I need to hear from a woman if this is true or not.
Well, good luck
It's
with
not,
that.
hang on, that's a mischaracterization. I get tone policed by blokes all the time when they don't have a rebuttal to what I'm saying.
Fair enough.
So they, and because I can get quite agitated and fiery.
I would
Shiva,
say the same applies even if you have a penis.
But listen, you guys, Shiva, bitches are non-binary. All right, just because bitches have done this to you,
Clip it.
doesn't mean men.
You'll be all right, Bill Hicks. Don't worry. Sorry, Glenn. Glenn muted himself.
So Jess, could you tell me whether these guys are accurate, or give me the womanese me with this answer?
Well, there was a lot said. Which part?
Any of it, was any of the things that they said accurate, or is it about is it them being disingenuous and they don't want to be wrong, they want to win they don't want to be wrong, they want to, or they don't, but what did you say, Denizen?
It's just a way to shut down the debate, make the other person look like a bully. It's a way to vie for control without punching somebody in the face.
Yes, it can be. That's what I mean. It depends on the context with some of it as well, because there's not a one size fits all too. But it comes back to safety. Like, women constantly feel unsafe. Like, I think it's part of our knowing that we're vulnerable. Like, it's just a subconscious thing that we live with, and we will make up our own understanding of what it actually is, and that's where you get the difference in how women actually, how it actually presents itself with different women. But it comes back to feeling ashamed or feeling safe. So as soon as you use the wrong tone, she doesn't feel safe and she feels ashamed straight away. It doesn't even matter what you're saying, whether it's good or bad or what.
Is it like they feel like they're like a lack of like if they're feeling shame, is it like because they think they are come across as stupid or not as intelligent?
No, I think it's disrespectful.
Disrespectful.
That's another thing too. The way that women view respect and the way men view respect is very different, and that's why a lot of men don't get the respect that they want from women, because women don't even understand what they mean.
Well,
I think she's very right about that.
Women and men have two different understandings of respect. Men, respect is earned; it's merit based, right? Women, it's like it's Oprah Winfrey. You get respect. You get respect. You get respect, and like it's
that comes down to safety.
Like
That's
it comes
to do
like
with the
everybody
safety
gives
aspect.
equal portions of respect, right?
Well, it's to do with safety. It's if you talk to me nice and you make me feel good, then you're safe to be around.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because women are very emotional, right, Jess? Like y'all are speaking emotions.
So Jess has a good point here. So what happens with, especially with male voices, that's why they often get tone policed more by women, is the more bassy your voice is, the more you resemble a predator, right? So it gets into their innate fear that way. When the angrier a man sounds, the more he sounds like a dangerous predator.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I would say that's right for the fear thing. I'm not too sure. I would say perhaps the fear thing of the mocking or belittling would perhaps trigger
It's not
their
necessarily
fear of
fear.
like not get. Yeah, it's the desire to be accepted is what's not being fulfilled. Then, right? You feel like you're
Kind of.
rejected then, right?
Kind of. It's a mixture of safety and humiliation.
Is it
Well, yeah, I would say the
is it-
humiliation part is if you are humiliated, it's making you seem like you're undesirable. If you're undesirable, you're going to be cast out. If you're cast out,
No.
now
I'm
you're
just
gonna
saying
be
why women, like when they say that you're being mean and you're a terrible person by what you say, when you're actually just being honest and trying to help them. That's why they say that.
Or sometimes people are being mean, but I think quite often that's irrelevant, especially in this context where physicality is not an issue. And I get, it's kind of easy to say that.
It doesn't matter if there's physicality there. It's a like an instinctual thing that's built into us.
Feel unsafe when you're wrong.
Well,
that's a different thing. That's what I said about context as well. There are some that use it as a power trip. They will use their vulnerability of like, I'm innocent, I'm a damsel in distress kind of situation.
Are you conscious of
or
that
they'll
yourself?
cry as soon as they don't like hearing something. Yeah, I do it too. Every woman does it to some extent, some more than others.
Do you try not to do it? Are you naturally less inclined to do it than other women you see, or more inclined?
Well, I'm a very sensitive person emotionally. Like, I care a lot. So over the years, I've had to learn harsh lessons around this.
I say that's why men and women go very well together, is like women are caring about the safety and softness and all that, right? The feelings, while men are caring about the facts. And if you go too far this way with the facts, then now you're going to be callous, right? You're just going to be like, I don't care. The best way to do it is this. I don't care who gets hurt in the process. Well, the woman can go this far and care too much about who gets hurt in the process.
Only if you're unbalanced.
And so they pull at each other to hopefully get closer to the center of what's a healthy balance between caring about who gets hurt in the process and what's best to do in the situation.
I disagree with what you're saying, Fanny. And here's why. I think there are definitely
why it's in flux. Sorry, go ahead.
there are definitely very clear differences in the way that men and women communicate, and a very helpful way for both men and women to see that for themselves is to spend time temporarily in single sex situations. So, for example, I would
like
quite
men
regularly,
among men and women among
yeah.
women.
So I would, for example, quite regularly go on men's only retreats, and women might go on a women's only retreat, and then you get to have an experience of communicating with people of the same gender without any sexual polarization taking place.
See, I would say what that is when you're having a desire to pull more to the other side because you feel like you need to balance it out, right? You're getting too close, too homogenous with like the other gender because you've been with the other gender for too long and you want to remasculate yourself.
No, it's more about seeing how you or one, not you personally, but you personally as well, but how one is unconsciously polarized when it comes to the opposite sex, and the same goes for women as well.
Like, this is
I don't see how that ties into the previous statement about you're polarized, so you're saying every so often you need to be.
I realized I was muted this whole time. Hold on, you guys. I want to say, Shiva, the Duchess of Duchessness says,
look, there's
Shiva,
one thing that
you want me to off myself? I won't be
there's
able
one thing that you need to understand about Dutch, Glenn, and that's
what?
that she's Dutch.
Are they kind of like Australians? Like they're not real, or they're?
I mean,
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
They took an existing language and existing culture, and they added some frills at the end of everything, and then they're like, "We're Dutch now."
Or Canadians, they aren't real either.
No, Canadians. We learned today that they're gay. They get naked during the parade, and they do a lot of stuff. But so my question is so if you're saying the like the lack of male only campouts or whatever and women only whatever, is that where we get a lot of androgyny because we have the two trying to constantly bend or force each other to?
That's what I was getting at. Yeah.
I don't know about that, but I would say that I think that the destruction of gendered spaces is detrimental to people's well-being.
If you join Flora,
and
I gotta go
because I think it's important for men and women
I'm
to
really
both
just
have
waiting for this
spaces where they can
Eminem
go,
song.
actually, you can't come in here because this is where we do our shit and you're not welcome. We'll see you later.
Yeah. I think male only spaces are important, just like I think female only spaces are important.
So which ones are more protected?
Remember back in the day when they had curves? That was a woman's only gym. I was like, that is awesome. Ladies, get the hell out of here. Go to Curves. Don't be here.
Jazzercise.
Yeah, we don't want no jazzercise or Zumba. Get that Zumba shit over to Curves. But real quick, I have a person named Dutchy in the back. Dutchy. Okay.
Oh, it's about to get freaky.
Is that you, Flora?
I think it's about to go down. Baby Yoda is here.
It's about to go down.
Oh, see, I get to call you a dirty European.
There goes Europe.
When he said Baby Yoda, I was like,
I mean, if
Baby
Shiva
Yoda
wants to
jumping in?
talk to me about me, then I'm gonna be here because
I
missed Shiva. Hi, Shiva.
Did we just get one-on-one? I think we did. Hold
Glenn,
on.
this has just become a reunion panel.
It's a one-on-one. So
Kinda.
All right,
or
you
if you
two.
want to jump in, you
Play
can
nice.
jump in after I
We're
leave.
playing nice.
I know
No,
what you're
it's just how we
expecting,
communicate.
You guys got
You
2
have
minutes.
to
Duke it out.
mark it for
What
me.
do we have to duke it out? Hi, Shiva.
I don't know. I mean, it's been a while. How have you been?
Yeah. No,
Glenn,
but
if you're expecting an
you have to
argument
say-
to come from this, then
No.
you're
The
going
only
to be
thing
sorely
I'm
disappointed.
yeah, they are.
JS's
They are
wife.
going to be very much disappointed. No,
This
the
is
only
like
thing
a
that you
date.
actually
This
were
is like
saying.
a date. You guys suck at this whole.
No, listen. He was saying something.
If you say I'm JS's wife, you need to make it clear we live in different countries, but he's not a passport bro. We've been married for 11 years. We separated and we're trying to work it out and make things work. I want to make it clear because I don't play this passport bro crap. I'm not with that. And if you're going to go on panels and you're going to want to be calling into shows and stuff, you need to make it clear as concisely and quickly as possible that I'm not a passport bro and I'm not an internet simp that found some girlfriend on the internet. And we met in America, we married in America, we separated before you became a citizen, and 10 years later, we worked out our relationship. That's the simplest way to put it. That needs to be made clear because I don't want people thinking I'm a damn passport bro. I don't want people thinking I'm promoting something that I'm against. So, uh, if you're gonna do this panel stuff, and I don't even know if you should, but I can't stop you from doing it. I don't even think women should be on the internet at all. For you got to turn your camera on, or he's not gonna let you on. That's my. I'll vouch for her, Glenn. I'm about to leave. That's my lady friend. I'm about to go to bed and I'm about to jump off Glenn, but I'll vouch for her. That's my wife. But yeah, she's gonna. No, I'm jumping off because I'm tired and drunk. She just woke up and she's like, "I want to get in." Yeah, basically. That's pretty much what. That's pretty much what happened. I'm gotta go to bed. I gotta. Yeah. So that's what happens when you. Well, hey, hey. That's how you make it work right there. That's how you make it work right there. No, I was saying I've got to leave soon because I'm getting tired and I've been. Yeah. Well, she woke up and yeah. Also, don't say partner. I'll tone police you on that. Don't say partner. Your husband, your wife, your girlfriend, your boyfriend. Yes. I'm trying to train her, y'all. I'm trying to train her right. Yeah. 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 That's true. You got me. You got me there. All right. All right. I'm gonna jump out of here, but all right. Hey, Bosso, where's Joe Cool? Did Joe Cool leave? I was gonna talk to him. I've talked to him before, but I was gonna ask him if he's celebrating White History Month with me. All right. Yeah. I'm debating Wicked Wally on July 4th, so be there or be square. Yeah. Church taxation. Yeah. But I'll see you guys later. I've been here too long. Have a good night. Thanks for letting me hang out, Glenn. Yeah, behave, Floor. All right, chat. I gotta go. It is late. It is late. I'm drunk. I'm out of beer. Did I drink this whole case? No, there's still more beer. There's still a lot of beer in there. Keep your eye on that stream. Make sure Floor's acting right. I'll be watching it, but I do got to put this bed together and I got to get some sleep. I got to finish watching The Stand. And Toby from Eminem hopefully drops tomorrow at me and Daddy Jub are texting right now. So hopefully it drops tomorrow at midnight on the East Coast, which is 10 p.m. my time, right? Is that right? Yeah. So hopefully while I'm streaming tomorrow, Toby drops and we'll do a reaction and a lyric breakdown for Toby. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be a fire song. I think it's gonna be lit. And that should be fun. We'll do Snore Stream tomorrow. I will be back. When it gets late and people drop off of the Discord, I'll find another panel to jump on. But thanks for hanging out, guys. And I know the camera's bad. This is the bad camera, but um yeah. Thanks for watching, guys. Hit the like button on your way out. There's only 2 people left, but you know, it is what it is. I don't care. I feel blessed for everybody that's listening and hanging out. You guys are cool. So let's go over to Glenn Lawrence's stream. I would rate him, but we have like 2 people watching, and there's no point in rating him, and I don't even know how to do that. But yeah, go check out Glenn's stream. Hopefully, Floor doesn't make me look like a fool or a loser. It's just weird because people don't understand the whole story. So I don't want people to think I'm a passport bro that left the country to find my wife. I think that's lame. I don't want people to think that I'm some guy that met a girl on the internet and met up with her. No offense, Bibby. I shouldn't have even said that. That was fucked up. I'm sorry. I'm just fucking with you, Bibby. But I'm just fucking with you. But I don't. That's not what happened. And if people don't understand the full story, they don't really understand what it is. And then haters will come in and spread rumors and stuff. And there's a whole lot to the story, and it's a lot of mess. But um, I think that's part of life. I think the mess is part of life. And when you marry somebody and you guys are both messed up people, then you separate for a long time, you get your lives together, and then you're trying to get back together. I see some virtue in that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm talking about. Right. So, hopefully she doesn't make me look like a beta. But I do gotta go. I do gotta get some sleep. It's 9 a.m. I've been streaming since 6 p.m. yesterday, so I've been streaming for 13 hours or something. I don't know. But Glenn's cool. That was a good convo. Had some good convo. Mended some bridges, like flow state. There was some beef there that it was a little. It wasn't a big thing, but I got to explain that to him. So, yeah, that's it, guys. God bless everybody. Have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow night for the snore stream at around like 7 or 8 p.m. my time, which is 6 or 7 p.m. I don't know a solid time. It's the snore stream, so we start when I wake up and I take a shower and I walk the dog and I get some food. We'll start streaming, so it'll be like 7 or 8 p.m. my time. I will see you guys tomorrow for the snore stream and Discord panel, all that stuff. But until then, go check out Glenn Lawrence. Just YouTube Glenn Lawrence and see what Flora's talking about over there and report back to me. If she's saying any mess, then get that in check.